but believes, accuses India that it could be involved in the killing of a pro-Khalistani separatist leader. I'm joined by some special guests right now in the panel. Let's go across to them. Shinder Porwal, a political science professor at the Kwantlen Polytechnic University in Vancouver. Also former diplomat Deepak Vora is joining me in this live telecast. Also Anil Trigunia, former diplomat, over their expertise on what happens here on. Let's go across first to Canada because Shinder Porwal, what do you think? This is such a big step that Canada has taken, sacking a diplomat on allegations, on belief.
I think it was shocking news to all of us that the Prime Minister of this nation, not just an ordinary person,
correct,
we would say that they have a credible evidence. If you have credible evidence, the killing is still at investigation stage. You should give it to the police, and that will help them to bring the case to the court. And that kind of evidence can be used. It's only the judgment of the judge. Judiciary will make sure who's the guilty and who's not guilty. This is quite a surprising act of our Prime Minister.
That's a very important point that you're making. It's come as a shocker, and it will, remains to be seen what India will respond on that. Let's go across. I request you to please stay on with me, sir. Let's go across to Deepak Vora, former diplomat, joining me. Mr. Vora, what should one make of this? Because we are waiting a reaction from India, but as you have also been a part of diplomacy, you've been a part of how two countries have their relationship. Even if there were allegations, it could have been conveyed through appropriate channels. Sacking a diplomat, threatening to snap ties, this is clearly perhaps, rather than take action against Khalistani extremists, taking action against India.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you on your channel, to listen to you, to learn from you and from your other colleagues who are on the panel. I've just returned from the United States. You can see it's fall, and I went to Guruvayur in Kerala, hence my hair has been surrendered to the Lord. Ma'am, Canada is a funny country, and this just out fellow is forgive me, he's a buffoon, this character. I know him, I've met him. Absolutely empty in the brain. Now, what really happened was, ma'am, that Canada, let me go back a little bit in history for all those who are present here. Yes. You've heard of the group of 7 rich nations. The first meeting at the summit level was held in France. I was posted there in 1975. Canada was not invited. Then this fellow's father, Pierre Trudeau, begged and cried and sobbed. And finally, the Americans said, look, we need someone to carry our briefcase. Why don't you let my chamcha in? So then Canada was included, although they have no right to be there. That's the first thing. It's a big country in search of relevance. Nobody cares about Canada. You know what happened to him in Delhi. Prime Minister gave him a proper briefing on Khalistani activities in Canada with evidence. And then this guy, seeing that he was cornered, decided to retaliate. He canceled the trade mission that was supposed to come here to discuss free trade. It doesn't hurt us, it hurts Canada. He is a prime example, ma'am. One of my teachers in America was a lady called Barbara Tuchman. She's written this seminal book in 1984 called The March of Folly, How Governments Act Against Their Own Interests. He would be the latest chapter, totally against Canada's interests. He doesn't have a friend. I'm special advisor. 3 countries in Africa, they don't like Canada at all because Canada has nothing to offer except for its arrogance. So this is the first thing. Declaring a senior diplomat, I don't know if they're threatened to interrupt diplomatic relations. I just heard you mention that. Yes. I was not aware of it. But if there is a question of expelling one of our senior officers, this is called declaring him persona non grata, an undesirable person, unwelcome person, indulging in activities not commensurate with his diplomatic status. I've been through this myself in my own case. But what happens is then we will take reciprocal action, we'll retaliate, and we'll probably ask some Canadians.
That's right. So we're waiting for a reaction on that. I appreciate your comment. Just stay on with me, sir, because former diplomat Anil Trigunia is also joining me. Diplomat, you tell me, because when we talk of 2 nations here, and India has been for years now expressing concern about anti-India activities, about Khalistan activities on Canadian soil, expecting some action. Instead, the action that Canada takes is why its Prime Minister announcing credible allegations and sack the diplomat? What happens here on?
Pooja, as you are aware, that Canada, unfortunately, has become the harbor of terrorists and extremists for a very long time now.
Yes.
And India has all the time raised these issues since the days of Kanishka, where I lost some of my friends also in that crash. And I know that this has been, and the way they have lagged on with this, they have done nothing about it, just catered to and pander to the local constituency of 6, and just not caring about India's interest all along. His father didn't allow this Balwinder Parmar, that fellow we wanted. He refused to extradite on a very funny
Yes.
excuse. And then when Justin Trudeau last time came to India, we provided him all the hospitality, and he brings the extremist 6 along with him in his delegation. And the kind of behavior and I fully agree with Ambassador Deepak Vohra on this, that what kind of a leader he is. And this time also, Prime Minister made it a very clear, in the strongest possible terms. You see, the Khalistanis there are marking our ambassador, high commissioner there, and the senior diplomats, saying that they kill. I mean, he should be the one who should be killing these terrorists himself and taking action against it, being a responsible country. But it has clearly shown, and there are reports. We have them, and everybody knows about it, that the Canadian 6 extremists who are operating under the patronage of the government there are having direct connection with the Pakistani ISI and
That's
others.
true.
So they are trying to create problems in India. He allows these kind of Sikh referendum under the name of fake democracy, or whatever it is they call it. I mean, but I think that this is going to hurt them. You know, when in India we used to have this very famous story of Bhasmaso. And they are going to suffer from this terrorism themselves, like Pakistan is doing now.
I can only imagine the boost that the Khalistan extremists must be getting right now when the Prime Minister, rather than crack down on those activities, actually calls India as the one behind the killing and decides to even sack one of the senior diplomats on bizarre charges. Gentlemen, I request you to please stay on with me because we have the first reaction coming in. From India, India has rejected allegations by Canada and calling the accusations absurd and motivated. That's the big breaking news that we are getting on our screens right now. India has said, and I quote the statement here, has strong commitment to rule of law. It's a bid to shift focus from Khalistanis. Charges are being rejected and have already been rejected at the Trudeau-Modi meeting. Remember, there was a pull-aside meeting. There was no bilateral meeting at the G20 between India and Canada, but there was a pull-aside meeting in which the Canadian concerns, Khalistani concerns on Canadian soil were expressed by India. Charges made by Canada were immediately rejected at that meeting. And now India has said these are absurd accusations. These are motivated. I want to go across to back to our guests again on this, and I want to take this to Shindar Porwal, who's also a professor at the university in Vancouver. There are so many students, so many citizens from India, or those who've taken up Canadian citizenship from Indian origin, continue to live there. This was supposed to be a friendly nation. We expected Canada to take any action against any sort of anti-India activities, but this is just looking complete opposite of that. And do you think this is political pressure? This is coalition pressure, this is vote bank pressure on Canadian Prime Minister, that rather than take action against those activities, they're accusing India of it. And could this impact the sort of lives that Indian students are living in Canada?
Well, it certainly does it to the Indian community, Indian international students. We rely on Indian missions for Consular General, High Commission, for consular services, for visas, passports, and all those things. They provide us with those services. So any breakdown in diplomatic relations is actually going to hurt us, the Indian community here. It's not hurting them. And, secondly, you look at US and Canada, there's a tale of two different countries. US is now the closest ally of India, India, and Canada is starting a new Cold War.
That's a very important point you made, that USA perhaps is realizing where it needs to stand on the global order, and only Trudeau knows why and what would lead him to make that statement. Diplomat Deepak Vohra, India has reacted, rubbished all these allegations. Are you expecting any counter-reaction or counteraction that India could take? Because there were supposed to be two mature nations. Even if there were concerns, Canada, like India had expressed to Canada, Canada could have expressed to India rather than take these immediate steps. Do you think, Diplomat Vohra, that for the snubbing that Justin Trudeau got at the G20 summit, how else would he react on his soil rather than this?
Oh, there's an expression in Hindi, ulta chor kotwal ko dante. This is what we are seeing. But this guy was told with evidence, ma'am, we don't do things when we talk to the Prime Minister level, we have evidence. We said, buddy, this you are up to. And if some fellow, some Khalistani terrorist, deemed terrorist, designated terrorist, has been eliminated, well, he has. But you should do much more to curtail their activities. Now, these guys were terrified of the reaction when this fellow was eliminated. There was a lot of hoo-ha-ha in Canada. Look, the government wasn't able to protect this fellow. I said, I didn't know it's your job to protect terrorists. They got very upset that India's strong arms can reach out. I'm not saying that we were involved, but this was the general perception at that time that India may have been involved. Ma'am, just out, sorry, his name is Justin or just out? All right, just out. This fellow, he looks constipated first all the time. I'm being very blunt with you, even though it's somewhat undiplomatic. Second, I believe his wife has just walked out on him. So he's basically a very unhappy man. And then when India says, look, if you don't behave as far as the Khalistanis are concerned, we will then have to do what we have to do. And then he decides to go on the offensive. This is not done in 2023 amongst nations of the stature of India and Canada. Canada has a $1.5 trillion economy. I'm 4 trillion, heading to 5 trillion. I have a large market. He has nothing that he can offer me apart from the Indian community that goes there, our students. And if our students don't go there to study, many of the universities will shut down. Let me just say one thing, ma'am, with my experience in the United States. You know, in 1984, I was posted there when Mrs. Gandhi was assassinated, Operation Blue Star, and the Americans, there were Khalistanis protesting outside our embassy. The Americans said, look, guys, this is your problem, sort it out. Then comes 1998. We were treated as some kind of riffraff. 1998, we carry out a nuclear test despite technology denial by the Americans. I was there. And the Americans turned out and said, listen, guys, I don't think we can mess around with you because you've done it. We've delayed it by 10 years, but you've achieved it. Then the relationship came on the upswing when the respect for India came. Canada still has to get that respect. Don't send your trade delegation. Happy birthday. I don't want them. Nobody wants you. I go to Africa, I'm special advisor in 3 countries. They don't care about Canada. And I say, look, as Canadians say, the Canadian who? Who's the Prime Minister? Never heard of the character. So I think these guys as a large country should come to terms that they do not carry any clout.
And we hope that the Canadian citizens are watching what their Prime Minister is up to. Rather than take action against extremist elements, they're actually blaming India, taking action against Indian diplomats. Diplomat Anil Triguniyad, what do you think happens here on between 2 countries while the global order is also changing? We've seen Brampton parades. We have seen the manner in which Canadian soil has allowed a referendum. When G20 was happening here, there was this bizarre referendum by Khalistanis taking place. They are definitely getting a boost by these actions. They call it foreign interference by India. Now, clearly, India has expressed concerns. Canada has faced Kanishka bombing by themselves. Their own citizens also suffered. And amid all of this, this new Prime Minister, young Prime Minister says, India is to be blamed and I'll sack their diplomat. What happens here on between 2 nations? How do you think that India could possibly proceed?
Well, frankly, Pooja, I believe that he has lost it. Frankly, for whatever reasons, the kind of actions he's taking, despite he's not able to, probably he's too much, in my view, driven by his domestic compulsions. That may be one of the reasons that he has behaved the way he is. In any case, the bilateral relations have seen, they have been at their lowest at the moment, and we have seen the way he has behaved, and Prime Minister has very clearly conveyed to him that what we expect. And therefore now, as per diplomacy, is reciprocity. So if they are going to expel an Indian diplomat, obviously there will be repercussions from in India. And I would personally feel that now it is the time that we need to scale down our relationship with Canada. Because we are getting nothing out of it except getting hurt. I mean, that means that they are allowing and enabling these Sikh extremists to operate against India. And we have seen that in India also, the Khalistani movement, which is an exported element and has thrived in the last, once again. And so therefore, we need to be careful about
Diplomat Triguniyad, I must tell you that Diplomat Vora was literally applauding when you said that we need to scale down on the trade ties. It appears that your voice may be echoed in different diplomatic quarters as well. I request you gentlemen to please stay on. I want to bring in our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, on this. Geeta, India has reacted. Do tell us about India's statement and what happens here on.
Well, that's the news that's coming in. India has rejected the allegations, calling them allegations absurd and motivated, also likening it to the kind of instances and incidents that are taking place well within Canada. The Indian administration has said that that political figures have openly expressed sympathy for such elements, and that certainly remains a concern, but also has said that space of Canada has been used for a range of illegal activities, including murders, human trafficking, and organized crime, which is really not new. Rejecting attempts to connect government of India to any such developments, the Indian government has urged the Canadian administration to take prompt and effective legal action against all anti-India elements. So they're going back to the conversation that this is a major concern for India, the Khalistanis living in Canada. Having said that, they've also rejected allegations of involvement in the killing of Harjit Singh Nijjar.
Very interesting. We'll go through that big breaking news that's come again, which is India rejecting the accusations, the allegations that Canada has made against India, and has in very categorical terms has said that this cannot be accepted, and the manner in which that these are absolutely bizarre and motivated comments that have been made by Canada. Also, India has stated, and I reiterate it here in this big news coming in, that charges have been were rejected even at the Modi-Trudeau meeting, and it's a strong commitment that India has always had to the rule of law. So that's the big news that's coming in, and we'll continue to keep our focus on this big story. Remember, India has also maintained that Canada is the one giving space to these Khalistani criminals, Khalistani extremists, and India was always expressing concerns over that. I want to quickly take a final question from one of the professors, because it's also as much about how the Indian community will react there. Professor Porwal, at this point, what is the Indian community feeling like? Those who've been living in Canada for years, those who may have shifted just about a short while ago, when you express or expect action against extremist elements, instead, this is how the Prime Minister of a country reacts. What is the concern? Because there have been in the past, we've seen skirmishes, scuffles, temples being defecated. We've been seeing a lot of protests that are happening against India. Indira Gandhi's assassins have been literally shown as martyrs. What is the feeling among the Indian expats in the community there, sir?
Well, first of all, the Indian community is still upset that one of the largest terrorist acts on Canadian soil was Air India bombing, in which 329 Canadians, mostly of Indian origin, died. And there are so many violent acts of these Khalistanis. And our Prime Minister's popularity is sinking faster than Titanic. His own party is reliant upon Jagmeet Singh's NDP. So it's an almost coalition partnership. His own popularity is going down. If we have any kind of diplomatic problems with India, Indian community is, again, I'm going to say, is the big loser, because we rely on Indian missions for our consular services.
And I'm told that this is a very senior diplomat who has been just sacked. This is, remember, sacking of a diplomat. It's not that a diplomat has been summoned for an interaction or for at least a conversation, for at least expressing a concern. And a diplomat to be sacked by a country is a huge, huge diplomatic step that has been taken. And I want to go across to diplomat Anil Trigunayat for that. When such an action is taken, and it may have its repercussion, but today, this new India is not someone to go on the defensive. It is very likely to take an assertive, possibly an aggressive stand as well. Do you see the relations between the two countries suffering? And I say that because at this point, Trudeau has made it very clear. Justin Trudeau has said, we will not listen to your concerns, even if they may be right, even if they are very clear in what you, as India, has also suffered. We will do what we think is correct. And one can imagine the boost that Khalistan extremists must be getting. And we'll soon run a profile of Hardeep Singh Nijjar as well. To be standing up for a most wanted terrorist like that speaks only of the Prime Minister and the government and of Canada, isn't it, Diplomat Trigunayat?
Well, absolutely. I think that Trudeau is willing to stake his country's reputation for his political gains and siding with these kind of extremists. In India, in Canada, as you know, there are very large number of Sikh community and the other Indian community, which is their very proud heritage. They always hold India in high regard. They are treated with great respect. It's only a minuscule number of these Sikh extremists that are operating and are allowed to operate. And unfortunately, they are able to have a run with the government there. So they are being enabled by the Canadian governments. Now, what I feel is that this expulsion of the diplomat, which is their foreign minister also mentioned that she spoke to our foreign minister and has conveyed it.
All right, Diplomat
This
Trivindit, I'll just get back to you. There it seems to be an audio issue, but I appreciate you gentlemen for constantly being with us and giving us your perspective, because diplomats can help us understand, professors joining from Canada can help us understand what exactly could be the repercussions and what is the community feeling like. I also want to bring in this live telecast our managing editor Gaurav Sawant on the latest on that. Gaurav, this is a huge reaction that has come in even from India. When India says that these are motivated charges, we are going to dismiss them, but we always believe in the rule of law. Was there, of course, there must be appropriate channels, Gaurav, to express concern if Canada had, but to sack a diplomat, to threaten to snap ties, to say these are credible allegations, to say in the House of Commons is making a political statement, isn't it?
You hit the nail on its head. It's Justin Trudeau's political statement for elections. His party is dependent on Jagmeet Brar's party, Jagmeet Singh's party to win elections. And that's exactly what he's doing. So when you have Khalistan supporters who actually end up being ministers in your government, who end up being very close to the ruling dispensation, and the fact that there is a long history to it, it's there for the world to see. Justin Trudeau literally lives in cuckoo land if he thinks that in today's day and age, in such an interconnected world, he can get away with this, especially with facts out in public domain. The fact that his government has not taken action against Khalistani terrorists, Khalistani sympathizers and Khalistani supporters, the fact that he had to be called out that a referendum with gun-wielding terrorist pictures was to be carried out in a school in Surrey goes on to show how the wokes are actually turning a blind eye to ground realities which will harm them in future. And India, in writing, has raised this with Canada, especially narco-terrorism, human trafficking. The elements that Justin Trudeau and his government support have been involved in this. They've paid a price for it. Nijjar's killing has been it's a gang rivalry, according to what sources had told India Today when Nijjar was killed in June. It just goes on to indicate that there is a massive cover-up in the run-up to elections. And like you and I had discussed, there is a long history to it. Pierre Trudeau had not taken action against the terrorist, Talvinder Parmar.
Okay, that's Gaurav Sawant speaking. Gaurav, if you can still hear me, I can understand if he was speaking to about a generic citizen of Canada or someone who had contributed a lot to Canadian society. Hardeep Singh Nijjar was not really born and brought up in Canada, moved to Canada to escape India's law in the 1990s, gets designated as a terrorist by India in 2020. He was the chief of the Khalistan Tiger Force, was clearly vocal, active when it came to anti-India activities of making a separate Khalistan state. There was nothing so appropriate about this individual that that Prime Minister of Canada would actually want to snap ties with India on that, Gaurav.
You're absolutely right. Hardeep Nijjar's entire background, the fact that he entered Canada illegally. He entered Canada illegally, was involved in separatist and terrorist activities even in Canada. This issue had repeatedly been raised at every level, whether it's a national security advisor, whether it's the Indian mission, whether it's the external affairs minister. It was repeatedly raised with Canada, and yet no action was taken. Canada was warned of activities of such elements and the detrimental effect on India. Secessionist movement in a democratic country which claims to be a friendly country, and yet Justin Trudeau's government took no action. And ultimately, this is escalating a situation so that, he wins elections in Canada. It just goes on to show desperate times ahead as far as Justin Trudeau government is concerned. And that's exactly why India continues to adopt an India first line on this. All facts will be out in public domain, which would be hugely embarrassing for Canada, given the long history of Canada's support to Khalistan terrorism.
Gaurav, before I let you go, so my final question would be, now that India has reacted, should we say this will end here, or is this just the beginning between India and Canada relationship?
In the run-up to elections in Canada, this will only escalate because Justin Trudeau has painted himself in a corner. Given the fact that he's painted himself in a corner, he will have to put out whatever evidence they claim to have out in public domain. And then it will be scrutinized Legally, it will be scrutinized diplomatically, and all evidence. Again, like the long history of Canada's support to terror, all of that will be out in public domain, and in the end, Canada will not come out smelling of roses, and this would have a major impact on the relationship between the two countries. Again, it would depend on who comes back to power after elections in Canada.
Thank you so much, Gaurav Sawant, the managing editor, with the details and updating us about the information coming in. Thanks so much, Gaurav, for now. Deepak Vora, former diplomat, continues to be with us. Diplomat Vora, here are the facts. In 2018, former Punjab Chief Minister Captain Amrinder Singh handed over a list of most wanted individuals to Justin Trudeau, and it had Hardeep Singh Nijjar's name on the list. India constantly conveyed that this is someone who even Canada needs to be concerned about. He is a wanted terrorist. He has been accused of bomb blasts in Ludhiana in Punjab. He has been accused of serious anti-India activities, and instead today he has been killed in June in Vancouver in what is seen as an inter-gang rivalry, and Canada decides to literally, in many ways, snap ties with India, with Nijjar in the center of the controversy. That is what is, I think, more shocking than anything else.
You just heard what Ambassador Anil Trigunath had to say. He's one of the best. He's one of the best in the world. That's why we are the best foreign service. Ma'am, let me put it to you like this. During my tenure in the service, I've had occasion once, very unpleasant conversation with the head of mission. We normally summon in the High Commissioner or the Ambassador and say, buddy, kick out this guy. But we do it very quietly. We do it with maturity because we don't want to bring it in the public domain. But this man is an idiot, and he has done it publicly, so we'll retaliate publicly. Remember when he came to India some years ago, 3 years ago, on an official visit, he brought a few Khalistanis with him. Then he went off to Sabarmati, put on a khadi kurta and pajama and said, oh, I've conquered the hearts of India. Then he goes out to Punjab and starts doing the bhangra. The man is an ass. This is not how international relations are conducted. Finally, ma'am, Mr. Trudeau, I understand that you had COVID. There is now a lot of research on long COVID, which impacts your brain power. Get yourself examined. If you want, come to India, we'll examine you here. We'll repair your mind. But this is unacceptable, ma'am, and he's going to pay for this. I'm sorry about the Indian community, but Indian community is so widely respected in Canada that their reputation and their continuance and their happiness in Canada will outlive this unsavory episode, which has been initiated by Canada.
Professor Shindar Porwal, I'll come to you now because you're based in Vancouver. You also speak to a lot of, whether it's Indian teachers or students or those who are moving to Canada. And there are many, in fact, thousands, if not lakhs of Indians who are moving to Canada, who moved to Canada in the past few years and possibly see a future there. When they see the Khalistan extremists literally getting a sort of a boost with these statements by nobody else but the Prime Minister, what I want to understand is what happens here on in terms of, because I must add here, for you also, while you say Indian community is upset, we have been recently doing a lot of explainers on Khalistani extremists. One video that I did had Canadian citizens react who were not happy with Justin Trudeau's behavior, who actually had a lot of opposition to how he has been stating. So do you think there is a lot of, if not outrage, at least opposition to what Justin Trudeau has been doing or not doing lately in the past few years?
Well, you can say the silent majority of the Indians in Canada are really opposed to this extremist element.
Yes.
They are very tiny, very small proportion of the population, but they get quite a publicity because a person like Trudeau is giving them publicity. Now, if you look at the context of Trudeau's statement, today was the first day of opening of Canadian Parliament. He had no issue. His popularity is sinking. He's reliant on Jagmeet Singh's support. And he just created this issue out of nowhere. So you have to understand this. Next election, he's gone.
How is the opposition, or how are those who are not happy with Justin Trudeau? Are they reacting? Are they vocal? Or perhaps because he's in the government, he's the Prime Minister, perhaps those who may disagree also are comparatively quiet right now, do you think, Professor?
I think the issue becomes when a nation faces what they call foreign interference, then other people don't speak loudly. Because now Justin Trudeau is trying to wrap himself with the Canadian flag because he has no other issue.
You made an important point that he used the word, or actually the foreign minister there used the word foreign interference, and that is making it into a completely different issue. Diplomat Anil Trigunayat, my question to you here would be that when you use the word foreign interference, it's definitely a very serious word, and you're alleging that India is doing it. How does one look at that? Because when I was going through the records of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, and just to reiterate for the viewers as well, that this is not about a citizen who's gone and contributed to Canadian society. He's only indulged in anti-India activities, something that may harm even Canada in the long run if the Khalistan extremists get that boost. In 2010, Punjab police had filed a case against him, had asked for his extradition as well. UK-based Paramjit Singh Pamma, other wanted terrorists, all of that is what India was constantly wanting to take action against, while other countries still appear to have taken this seriously. Canada appears to have given them completely free run. Diplomat Anil Trigunayat, do you think that Justin Trudeau should listen to the Sikh community? There are many members of the Sikh community who have risen and spoken against Khalistan extremism, how that gives a terrible name to the Sikhi, rather than listen to these anti-India individuals.
Well, that is, if the sanity prevails on him, he'll listen to them. But it doesn't seem so at the moment, because what happens is the bogey of foreign interference is raised by most countries when there are elections, and it happens. So this was a convenient thing because Prime Minister had cornered him with all the proof and evidences to the contrary what he was talking about. And therefore, instead of taking any action against that, he wants to salvage his popularity and last-ditch effort to somehow win the election or be part of the ongoing coalition or whatever happens. But this is an easy way out, but that is a very dangerous way out, because if you cannot prove it, that's going to recoil on you. And that's something. But let me just, Professor has been mentioning about the concerns of the Indian community. Let me just assure him that irrespective of the way the diplomatic relations continue, India continues to remain committed to the welfare of all the Indians who have goodwill for India, whether they're Indian citizens or PIOs. We have stood by them, will continue to stood by them, and we are very proud of them. So Indian Embassy will continue to function whichever way it is to provide the services to them. They will not be affected or impacted. That's what I want to assure you, that this is how my experience shows.
Gentlemen, stay on with me. For the viewer joining in right now, where did this issue really erupt from? From the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau. This is what he said in the House of Commons. This is a Canadian Parliament. This is what the Prime Minister has said. Listen in.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear, we will not tolerate any form of foreign interference. We will protect Canada's sovereignty. I've conveyed these principles to my Indian counterparts, and I've also told him that we expect India's full collaboration to make sure that we get to the bottom of this. And as of today, and as a consequence, we've expelled a top Indian diplomat from Canada.
Credible allegations is the word. No evidence has been provided yet. This is a mere mention, and all of this standing for a terrorist. The National Investigation Agency had put an award of 10 lakh rupees on Hardeep Singh Nijjar, and that with regard to whether it was training for Khalistan extremist activities, for anti-India activities, for conspiring to kill Hindu leaders in India. So this is the terrorist who was killed in Surrey by unidentified killers, which was seen as an inter-gang rivalry outside a Gurudwara in Surrey. For this, the Canadian Prime Minister is willing to cause friction and snapping ties with India, sacking its diplomat. Remember, sacking a diplomat, and diplomat Deepak Vora can tell us more about it, that when as a country you sack a diplomat, what message are you really conveying about a country against a country? Tell us about that, because this is definitely a serious step. This is not a summon. It's the sacking. It's telling a diplomat, go back to the country.
If it's done publicly, it's very serious. We are very mature. And I've done this myself. Ma'am summoned the head of mission of whichever country and told him, listen, we don't like this character, send him away. And they do it because that doesn't damage the bilateral relationship in the public perception. The fact that this guy has decided to go public, and that too in his parliament, means he's said it at the highest level without any evidence. Now he'll be under pressure to produce the evidence, so he'll manufacture the evidence. This character is not even a native-born Canadian. For God's sake, He's a chap who's wanted in one country. He's been up to all kinds of nonsense, and then you talk about improving your relationship with India. Ma'am, he got a dressing down by the Chinese fellow, ding, ling, ting, pong, ping, pong, at the Bali summit, where the Chinese told him, you know how to behave. And this fellow looked like a school caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He just doesn't learn. I mean, I really don't understand. We would never do it. We do it very quietly. We do it with grace and dignity. Obviously, grace and dignity are terms that Mr. Trudeau doesn't understand. And then his foreign minister saying, I raised this with her Indian counterpart, and so we are expelling this person. You're declaring him persona non grata. In legal terms, it means that we don't want this chap over here. We don't recognize his diplomatic status, so let him go away. Fair enough. He will leave. But the impact of this on bilateral relations is going to continue for a very long time. And Mr. Trudeau is singularly, solely responsible.
And more than India, Canada, I fear for how Canada is going to emerge in the next few years, and specifically in the Indian community that had so much hope from Canadian leadership. But now it looks like that there are some concerns, and perhaps the next few years, Canada will have to pay the price of how the inaction of the incumbent government is being seen. I appreciate all you gentlemen for joining us. Professor Shinder Porwal, Ambassador and Diplomat Deepak Vora, and Diplomat Anil Trigunayat for giving us your views and perspective. Thank you very much. This is going to be a big political story right now, and we'll be telling you more about how India has reacted to it. But it's not just about Hardeep Singh Nijjar. I want to tell you about another Canadian Punjabi singer, Shubh. He's also facing a lot of opposition ahead of a India concert, and that concert starts from Mumbai because of his alleged support to Khalistani elements, him sharing stories on social media with a clear, distorted map of India. He's 26-year-old, but he's a propagandist clearly and anti-India. Why is he then doing a concert in India? There are a lot of anger against him, and here's a detailed report for you to help you understand why is this new young singer again facing a controversy.
Facing the music, the youth wing of the BJP tore down posters of a Canadian Punjabi rapper, Shubh Singh, ahead of his upcoming concert in Mumbai. A 26-year-old singer accused of supporting Khalistani elements. His Mumbai performance, scheduled for September 23rd to 25th, is in hot water. His social media activity apparently espousing separatism came back to haunt him. The singer had earlier shared a distorted map of India.
भारत की एकता और अखंडता के शत्रु खालिस्तानी समर्थकों का भारत में कोई स्थान नहीं। देश को तोड़ने की साजिश करने वाले कैनेडियन सिंगर शुभ को हम भारत में महाराष्ट्र के छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की इस पावन धरती पर मुंबई में हम उसे परफॉर्म करने नहीं देंगे। अगर उचित कार्रवाई नहीं होगी तो आयोजकों को हमारे विरोध का सामना करना होगा।
The BJYM has written to the Mumbai police seeking action against Shubh Singh, known by his stage name Shubh. They also called for cancellation of his shows and registration of an FIR against the rapper. Cricket stars Virat Kohli, KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya, who once followed Shubh for his rap on social media, have now unfollowed him. The Canadian Punjabi rapper's planned 3-month tour across 12 major Indian cities is in jeopardy. Bureau Report, India Today.
It remains to be seen if Canada itself cares of how its soil is being misused against India today, likely against other countries also tomorrow. I'm heading into a very short break. We take you to the new parliament. The building is ready and it's going to be used now for the special session. Today is going to be the first day of it. But will it have the great political discourse that we expect from our netas, or will it be back to commotion, ruckus and firefighting? More on that after a very short break. It's the new battlefield for Road to 2024. Stay tuned. Big story after.
कहे तो जाते हैं 75 साल, लेकिन जब तक मेरा जानकारी है सबसे पहले जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंबली की सभा हुई थी वो 1946 में, और 1949 26 नवंबर में ये अडॉप्ट हुई थी, और 1950 26 जनवरी ये चालू हुई थी हमारे संविधान इस देश में। लेकिन आप कहां से 75 साल की अमृतकाल ये लाया गया, ये मुझे समझ में नहीं आते हैं। नेहरू नहीं, उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में जितने लोग थे सारे ने ये शपथ ली थी कि हम देश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, और देश आगे बढ़ते बढ़ते यहां तक पहुंचे। सर, चंद्रयान की बात हो रहे थे, आपको जानकारी देना चाहते हैं 1946 में हमारे देश की आजादी के पहले ये नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में एटॉमिक रिसर्च कमेटी बनाया गया था। 1948 से हमारे देश में ये नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में हम सिर्फ आज की मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी और आज की साइंस विज्ञान की तरफ हम आगे निकलते हुए हमें ये देश के लिए क्या किया सर, ये देश के लिए बनाया इसरो।
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो, नमस्कार जी।
अभी भी आप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हो और आपके बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लाइनअप्स है, जैसे आपने बोला डंकी है, फिर आपके पास जो बंगाली मूवी है वो भी है।
ये बंगला बंधु, हाँ जी।
प्लीज उसके बारे में थोड़ा इन डेप्थ बात कीजिए, थोड़ा डंकी के बारे में हमें बात कीजिए। इट्स एन ऑल एंड आउट एक्शन फिल्म?
नो, इट इज नॉट ए, देयर इज एक्शन इन इट।
बट मुझे ये जानना है आपसे, ये पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा आया, मुझे ये बताइए।
मैंने अमित जी के साथ काम किया, अमित जी से लेके सभी के साथ जितने भी आगे ना सभी के साथ काम किया, फिर जो साउथ के भी मोस्टली सुपरस्टार्स उनके साथ भी काम किया। पर आज तक भगवान की दुआ से कभी किसी के साथ इशू नहीं हुआ, कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ, सबसे प्यार ही मिला है। तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला। तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियां होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी, कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है कोई भी ऐसा। जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं, जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूटे हैं, ऐसा बच्चों की तरह। तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही।
अटल जी ने अपने कार्यकाल में 21 बार बयान दिया 6 साल में। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी ने 30 बार बयान दिया। केवल हमारे मौजूदा पीएम साहब ही ऐसे हैं जो सदन में 9 सालों में कस्टमरी बयानों को छोड़ के केवल 2 बार बोले। नेहरू जी के विचार था, मजबूत विपक्ष न होने का अर्थ है व्यवस्था में महत्वपूर्ण खामियां हैं। अगर मजबूत विपक्ष नहीं है तो वो ठीक नहीं है, नेहरू जी का कहना। अब जो मजबूत विपक्ष है तो उसको ईडी, सीबीआई कमजोर कैसा करना इधर है। अगर कोई है भी है, इमीडिएटली उसको लेना, कमजोर करना, फिर वॉशिंग मशीन में डालना, क्लीन होके बाहर आएगा, वहीं पर परमानेंट रहेगा। संसद में पीएम साहब कभी कभार आते हैं, जब आते हैं तो इवेंट बनाकर चले जाते हैं। बदलना है तो अब हालात बदलो, ऐसे नाम बदलने से क्या होता है। देना तो युवाओं को रोजगार दो, सबको बेरोजगार करके क्या होता है। दिल को थोड़ा बड़ा करके देखो, लोगों को मारने से क्या होता है। कुछ कर नहीं सकते तो कुर्सी छोड़ दो। बात बात में डराने से क्या होता है।
आतंकी हमला हुआ, पूरे विश्व में यह आतंकी हमला एक इमारत पर नहीं था, ये मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी एक प्रकार से हमारी जीवात्मा पर यह हमला था। ये देश उस घटना को कभी भूल नहीं सकता है, लेकिन आतंकियों से लड़ते लड़ते सदन को बचाने के लिए और हर सदस्य को बचाने के लिए जिन्होंने अपने सीने पर गोलियां झेली, आज मैं उनको भी नमन करता हूं।
And today is the day that the Indian Parliament or the new Parliament premises is set to be used as a special session. Second day will be beginning in just a short while. So this is the status of the Parliament House that has been granted now to the new building, and bidding adieu, bidding goodbye to the old building that has stood, of course, the test of time. But now this new building with the modern infrastructure, amenities, and of course to ensure that increasing number of members of parliament can be incorporated, included, that all of that will happen in this new building. The world's largest democracy will now welcome the new battlefield for the road to 2024. Let's quickly go across to my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal for the latest on that. Aishwarya, go ahead, because of course the bigger question will be, while the members of parliament will be coming into the new building, will there be a new political discourse or same fireworks and same jhagdas that we have seen for the past few years?
Well, Pooja, let us expect that we will have the same fireworks, because the opposition obviously has some of the issues that they want to speak about. We
Aishwarya,
also
I'll just
saw
come back to you in just a short while.
Written, in fact, and said that...
Go ahead, Aishwarya. There was some issue with the audio line. It's back on. Go ahead.
So, Pooja, obviously, we will see a lot of fireworks taking place, because the opposition, as far as we speak about the opposition parties, they will not let go of certain issues, because they're also gearing up for the big 2024 elections. India, that's what the alliance is now called. So, India definitely will try to make sure that they corner the government. We will, we should expect some of the fireworks, but before that, we will have that march by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He'll be walking from the old building and stepping into the new building. The new building definitely speaks about what Indian culture has been about. If you look at the designs, the 6 gates, the 6 dwar of the new building speak about India's culture. And once you step inside, you actually realize that this definitely is India's decade. So an amalgamation of India's culture and the tech that India has, all those things in the new building. But yes, as far as the workings and the proceedings are considered, we should expect that there will be a lot of fireworks between the opposition and the ruling party.
What time, Aishwarya, are we expecting the proceedings to begin? Because we hear that there is some event that's happening. What do you hear? Quickly.
Well, let me tell you, from what we are hearing is that about 10 a.m. is when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inside the building. Then there'll also be a historic photo op. All the MPs along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, they all, will have a photo op in the old building. And then along with the book of the Constitution, Prime Minister will then be moving from the old building to the new building. And then we're expecting, the proceedings in the new building to begin about.
It's nevertheless a historic day. It's a new parliament building, and may for the next few decades have our members of parliament, our policy makers put forth their best foot and ensure that they do the best for this country and this nation. Thank you so much. Aishwarya Paliwal tracking the latest from the new building. As I wrap up the first up, stay tuned because a big political story comes in. What next with Canada? Will our ties be snapped after Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says credible allegations India is behind the killing of Khalistan extremist Hardeep Singh Nijjar, threatens to snap ties? What happens, Your Honor?
Well, I always wanted a tank for my preferred car at home, and then Land Rover launches the Defender. Now we know all about Land Rover and of course the Range Rovers we've had on the show, all their off-roading capabilities and what amazing cars they make, well, for all your adventures. But this is an expensive beast, and we'll give you the price at the end of this Tech Today special. But what's it like as a luxury SUV? Is it only for enthusiasts? And what's the real tech on display that makes everything click in this particular Defender? That's what we're going to find out on this episode of Tech Today. Now, just in terms of the tech on display and what makes this car so easy to use and genuinely doesn't intimidate you about the size and you know the entire scale of what you're driving. If you look at this particular infotainment system, looks tiny out here, but I think this is the perfect size in terms of clarity, UI. It's amazing. Look, it's PV Pro. That's what all the JLR cars run on, and compared to what BMW is doing, Mercedes is doing, I genuinely think that this is the most refined infotainment UI UX in any vehicle on planet Earth. I really think it gets the job done. It's consistent, it's slick, and you can do all sorts of things with this particular system. Now, if we look at some of the features which make you feel like you are sitting in a Range Rover perhaps, well, you have air quality right here. And like it shows you the pollution levels outside, it tells you when you purify it, the lovely animation comes into being, and then it starts purifying the cabin. That's not all. One thing I find very interesting is if you go for either of these rows, and there's a third row of course at the back, which is maybe for the kids, you have an auto airflow option. Now, what does an auto airflow option really do? Whenever you put automatic climate control, because it's really hot here in Mumbai and in Delhi, it's going to come like a blast, right? And what if you don't want that blast and you just want it to be, well, a very simple, sort of a soft and quiet approach?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Tata Punch CNG, find your vibe. UBI, good people to bank with. आपके भरोसे के लिए मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
So sorry.
India has reacted to Canada's credible allegations that have come in, and India has said, apart from stating that these are motivated, baseless charges, India, the fact is, had been seeking action against Hardeep Singh Nijjar and through appropriate channels with Canada. Canadian investigation agencies were absolutely clueless on Hardeep Singh Nijjar's murder, who was killed in the month of June this year, and this was what was seen as an inter-gang rivalry, unidentified assailants. But now, Trudeau is linking Nijjar murder to India. Is this because of votes? Is this because of upcoming elections in Canada? And is this because of political pressure? Canada, here, remember, with this statement, has given a clear boost, has given a clear shelter to the Khalistani-linked fugitive gangsters, with standing up for one gangster who was killed by unidentified assailants. If their agencies, their investigation could not reach a conclusion, they have decided to link India and Indian agencies against it. No action on Khalistan extremists by Canada, despite repeated Indian concerns. All eyes will now be on Canada's cooperation with Indian investigation team. Remember, NI team going to Canada to investigate the attack on Indian missions too. Listen in.
The phrase which came to my mind was actually a Hindi phrase, which was "Ulta chor kotwal ko dande." I If anybody has a complaint, we have a complaint about Canada. You know, what I said earlier, the space that they're giving to Khalistanis and to violent extremists. So I was very perplexed by what I heard.
All right, so that's the big news coming in. Remember that that was Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar who said that this is the pot calling the kettle black. Ulta chor kotwal ko date. Basically, India had been repeatedly giving concerns, providing evidence, providing enough information to Canada that your soil is being misused against Canada and by Khalistan extremists, by pro-Khalistan terrorists, designated terrorists. And rather than take action, this Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was killed by unidentified assailants, Canada says, we believe, we have credible allegations that India did it, and they sack an Indian diplomat. Rather than use appropriate channels of diplomacy, is this the breaking down of India-Canada relationship here on? Let's go across to my colleague Arvind Oja for the latest on that. Arvind, हमें background दीजिए कि India constantly investigation के evidence दे रही थी और India evidence दे रही थी. Canada ने तो कहा है allegations हैं कि India involve हो सकता है. India तो evidence proof दे रही थी कि किस तरह से खालिस्तान elements involved हैं anti-India activities में और उस action को लेने के अलावा क्या Canada ने किया है कि India को ही अब target कर रहे हैं. हमें Indian agencies का जो investigation उसके बारे में बताइए.
देखिए पूजा, जो आपने कहा कि उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे, वो बिल्कुल एकदम सटीक बैठता है जिस तरह से जो कनाडा के प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैं जिन्होंने एलिगेशन लगाया है। लगातार जो इंडियन एजेंसीज है, न सिर्फ हरदीप सिंह निज्जर जिसका मर्डर हुआ उसको लेकर एविडेंस इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने दिया था, बल्कि अभी भी जो कनाडा बेस्ड कई टेररिस्ट हैं जिसमें अर्शदीप सिंह एलियस अर्शदीप डाला जो पंजाब से वांटेड गैंगस्टर था, जो आईएसआई के साथ मिलकर पंजाब में किलिंग करा रहा है, उसको लेकर भी लगातार एविडेंस दिए जा रहे हैं। तो न सिर्फ हरदीप सिंह निज्जर बल्कि कई ऐसे टेररिस्ट हैं जो कनाडा में पनाह लिए हुए हैं और लगातार इंडियन एजेंसीज इंडियन गवर्नमेंट के जरिए कनाडा की गवर्नमेंट से अपील कर रही है कि इनके खिलाफ एक्शन लिया जाए, लेकिन अभी तक कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया। एक तो एक्शन नहीं लेना, दूसरा खुद इंडिया के ऊपर एलिगेशन लगाना कि हरदीप सिंह निज्जर की का मर्डर कराया इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने। ये काफी एक तरीके से रेडिकुलस बात है, हंसाने वाली बात है। कायदे से तो ये होना चाहिए कि जो कनाडा की गवर्नमेंट है उसको इन तमाम जो जितने भी टेररिस्ट हैं, गैंगस्टर हैं जिनका हब बन चुका है कनाडा, उन पर एक्शन लेना चाहिए। लेकिन एक्शन लेने की बजाय वो खुद दूसरे कंट्री पर एलिगेशन लगा रही है। आपको बताऊं कि हरदीप सिंह निज्जर कई सालों से कनाडा में बाकायदा रह रहा था शेल्टर लेकर और लगातार इंडिया में एंटी इंडिया एक्टिविटी आईएसआई पाकिस्तानी खुफिया एजेंसी आईएसआई के साथ मिलकर कर रहा था। हरदीप सिंह निज्जर का मर्डर हो चुका है पूजा, लेकिन अभी भी इंडिया मोस्ट वांटेड टेररिस्ट लिस्टेड टेररिस्ट अर्शदीप सिंह एलियस अर्श डाला, जिसने अभी रिसेंटली कल ही पंजाब में कांग्रेस लीडर का मर्डर कराया, तो कनाडा में शेल्टर लेकर ठहरा हुआ। तो क्यों नहीं कनाडा की गवर्नमेंट उस पर एक्शन
What an important point, Arvind. What an important point that just about few hours ago, a Congress leader in Punjab is murdered. A Canada-based gangster takes responsibility. How can Canada not being taken action against that? Instead, is going after India. What a bizarre statement that's coming from Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Arvind, I request you to stay on with me. Now, here for the viewer who's just tuned in this morning, what's happening? Canadian Prime Minister in the Parliament in Canada gave out a statement that they believe, with credible allegations, accusing Indian government of killing Khalistan extremist Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was shot dead, remember, in the month of June by unidentified assailants. Canada has then expelled an Indian diplomat in retaliation to this killing of the extremist. This is a big step. The diplomatic move sent relations between Ottawa and New Delhi already sour to a dramatic new low now. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau told an emergency session of the Parliament opposition they have credible allegations. And rather than use any appropriate channels of diplomacy, they sacked an Indian diplomat and said that we expect that Indian government will cooperate in clearing up the matter. Foreign Minister Melanie Joly said we will not accept and tolerate any foreign interference as well. This is, remember, the big news that's running right now. Listen in to what Justin Trudeau said.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear we will not tolerate any form of foreign interference. We will protect Canada's sovereignty. I have conveyed these principles to my Indian counterparts, and I've also told him that we expect India's full collaboration to make sure that we get to the bottom of this. And as of today, and as a consequence, we've expelled a top Indian diplomat from Canada. We've been clear, we will...
Let's get you a perspective from experts, those who have understood the Khalistan extremism, the ideology, the movement, and how it has harmed India, and it's going to eventually harm Canada too. Joining me, Terry Milski. He's a senior journalist. He's written books on Khalistan. So he is the expert that we have on the panel right now. Terry, you tell us that what do you make of this statement by the Canadian Prime Minister? For years, India has been putting out lists after list, telling Canada there is enough evidence against Canadian soil being misused against India. Then Canadian Prime Minister actually blames India for the killing. What do you have on this, Terry?
Well, relations are now going to go from what was previously cool and then frosty after the G20. Now they're in the deep freeze. You can forget diplomacy really from here on in, can you not? I think we can forget that. It's going to be a bare knuckles brawl now as the two governments compete for credibility. What is Trudeau's? Well, Trudeau is down in the polls. He had a bad time at the G20. He was somewhat humiliated by Prime Minister Modi over this issue. So he's fighting back. He's saying, okay, well, we've got you. We're going to implicate your government in a murder on Canadian soil. Well, he's going to have to offer some specifics. He's not going to be able to get away, I don't believe, with saying, oh, well, that's classified, can't talk about it. He's going to have to come up with some goods. He's going to have to come up with real evidence in order to persuade people that he's not just blowing smoke. And the same applies, I should say, to Prime Minister Modi. His government has got to do more than just say, no, it ain't so. They've got to answer whatever it is Trudeau has to offer. And they know what Trudeau has to offer. I don't. The Canadian public doesn't, not yet. In the next couple of days, may see some leaks, may learn more. But in answer to that, Prime Minister Modi is going to have to come out and say that's wrong because X and Y and Z. So that's what I mean by the bare knuckle brawl, where they're going to have to both show their cards. And it's going to be a painful period, I think, especially for the Canadian government, because we've taken the initiative. We have said that these are credible allegations of a potential link. Well, they can say potential all they like, but they've acted on it. They've already taken action. They've already kicked out a senior diplomat from the Indian High Commission. So if they're already acting on it, it's got to be more than potential, hasn't it? And they better prove it. So either they prove it in short order and come up with some good evidence, or Trudeau is finished.
That's the big point you're making. Why not put in the evidence if you were so strongly convinced that this was India, so to say, behind the killing of the extremist? But also my second question here, Terry, you've been writing on these books and about Khalistan movement, not recently, but ever since the Kanishka bombing has happened, that led to the loss of life even of Canadian citizens. So this is not just about India or India's concerns, but it concerns Canada as much. How do you think that this reflects politically? Is this vote bank? Is this political pressure? Because there are a lot of people who would disagree to how a Canadian Prime Minister is literally attempting to break down relationship between India and Canada. And over what? Over an extremist who India wanted to be extradited.
Yes, well, there are different, you've got to understand, there are different standards, and Canada doesn't necessarily have to agree with everything that India tells it. India can say, we want these terrorists extradited, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
Canada is entitled, any government is, to look at it and say, well, I'm sorry, that evidence doesn't meet our standards. And so the answer is no. And that there's a long history and a painful one between India and Canada on that issue. I'll spare you some of the details, just mention one. The Air India bomber, the Kanishka bombing of 1985. He was, India asked for his extradition In 1982, 3 years before the bombing, they outed him as a wanted international terrorist and the murderer of 2 policemen in India. And the father of Justin Trudeau, Pierre Trudeau, was the prime minister and said no to Indira Gandhi. No, you can't have him. So there's a long history of Canada saying your standards aren't our standards. We don't think you've got the evidence. Well, now the tables are turned. That's the important thing. It's Canada who's making the accusations, and Canada who better substantiate them. Because if they can't, this is going to be a fiasco, and it could be Justin Trudeau's last fiasco in power.
Terry, do tell us this, because you've been tracking this for so long. How is this seen in Canada? Because here from India, we see constant rallies that are being organized. When Trudeau was being snubbed here in the G20, while he was here present and being given the best hospitality, even though, of course, the bilaterals did not take place, there was a referendum by the Khalistanis that were taking place in Canada on Canadian soil, and that was clearly an anti-India activity. And there have been many such referendums in the past. What happens to Canada here on? Because this is a boost to the pro-Khalistan extremists there.
Well, it remains to be seen what price Canada is going to have to pay for upping the ante by escalating the existing dispute to this very high level. You mentioned the referendum. There's no doubt that's an important irritant. But in Canada, it's perfectly legal if people want to get together and have a peaceful vote. We're talking now about something that is not peaceful. We're talking about murder on the streets of Canada. And so that's something else completely. The Indians may complain about the referendum. That's not really the issue, frankly. I mean, they've got better things to complain about. For example, the Khalistanis in Canada who are parading through the streets celebrating the assassination of Indira Gandhi. Khalistanis in Canada who are putting up posters painting targets on the backs of Indian diplomats by saying these men are killers because they're all accused collectively of being guilty of the assassination of Ardip Nijjar in Surrey. So there are some
Terry,
things.
how do you think
like
the Canadian Prime Minister should have gone about this? Do you think they should have presented the evidence likely in the Parliament, then maybe sacked the diplomat, then maybe summoned the envoy, rather than say credible allegations and we sack the diplomat?
Well, it may be so, but remember that Modi has escalated as well. I mean, it takes two to escalate. And remember that when your prime minister basically punches our prime minister in the nose rhetorically, I mean, by telling him that Canada is harboring people who are threatening the lives of our diplomats, which is exactly what Modi accused him of, then there's already been some escalation, let's agree. But the thing is now is that Trudeau has turned it up about as high as it can go. When you start kicking out diplomats, there's not a whole lot more you can do short of declaring war. So this is, in diplomatic terms, this is the highest level. I would expect India to respond quickly and in like manner. I don't think Foreign Minister Jaishankar's statement is the end of it by any means. I think we'll probably see a tit-for-tat expulsion. Maybe India may even go higher, go all the way up and kick out the High Commissioner. Who knows what we'll see in the days ahead? But it's not going to get more peaceful. It's not going to get more
looking good.
calm.
It's not looking good at all between India and Canada right now, and it remains to be seen how the relationship progresses. I really appreciate you, Terry Milski. He's a senior journalist, written books on Khalistan, has been tracking the movement for decades now. Thank you so much for joining us on India Today. This is going to turn the relationship sour, and remember, over who or over what issue that Canadian Prime Minister has attempted this. I'm heading into a very short break. Stay tuned, because when I return, we have the new Parliament. That is where today's special session proceedings are going to take place. What does it look like? And it's going to be historic, but will the political discourse also become better? That and more after a very short break.
आतंकी हमला हुआ, पूरे विश्व में यह आतंकी हमला एक इमारत पर नहीं था। ये मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी एक प्रकार से हमारी जीवात्मा पर ये हमला था। ये देश उस घटना को कभी भूल नहीं सकता है, लेकिन आतंकियों से लड़ते लड़ते सदन को बचाने के लिए और हर सदस्य को बचाने के लिए जिन्होंने अपने सीने पर गोलियां झेली, आज मैं उनको भी नमन करता हूं।
कहे तो जाते हैं 75 साल, लेकिन जब तक मेरा जानकारी है, सबसे पहले जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंबली की सभा हुई थी वो 1946 में, और 1949 26 नवंबर में ये अडॉप्ट हुई थी, और 1950 26 जनवरी ये चालू हुई थी हमारे संविधान इस देश में। लेकिन आप कहां से 75 साल की अमृतकाल ये लाया गया, ये मुझे समझ में नहीं आते हैं। नेहरू नहीं, उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में जितने लोग थे सारे ने ये शपथ ली थी कि हम देश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, और देश आगे बढ़ते बढ़ते यहां तक पहुंचे। सर, चंद्रयान की बात हो रहे थे, आपको जानकारी देना चाहते हैं, 1946 में हमारे देश की आजादी के पहले ये नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में एटॉमिक रिसर्च कमेटी बनाया गया था। 1948 से हमारे देश में ये नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में हम सिर्फ आज की मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी और आज की साइंस विज्ञान की तरफ हम आगे निकलते हुए हमें ये देश के लिए क्या किया सर, ये देश के लिए बनाया इसरो।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Well, millets are not just ordinary bland, coarse grains that we think they are. In fact, they're widely used in a variety of food items nowadays. They're used in porridges, ragi cookies, even desserts, pasta, noodles. A variety of products are now found in the market made of millets. And that's the reason why our next report is going to focus solely on the business of millets in India.
Catching up with the new health fad, many big FMCG firms such as Nestle, Britannia and Hindustan Unilever are launching new millet-based products to stay abreast of competition in order to both not be left behind and to also capture a bigger share of the $2 billion global market, which is expected to grow to $14 billion in the next 5 years. Seeing the value of the burgeoning market, the industry is working overtime to bring products such as the obvious flour to the creative millet-based chocolate nutrition drink with breads, biscuits, oats, noodles, chips and cereals in the middle.
Millets can substitute everything what we are eating these days. We have tried millet kadhi as well. We have replaced besan with one of the millets, which is proso millet. We have created a lot of jobs, local jobs in and around that millet value chain. Many primary processors have come up and they are buying from farmers directly, and then they are selling it to the market.
A study by Yes Bank finds that India has the potential to export millet and millet-based value-added products worth $2 billion by 2030. That's the opportunity players don't want to miss. India is already ahead of most nations when it comes to millets production and produces 40% of the global output and 80% of Asia's production. What about the demand?
There is a growing demand perception in millets, because of which the millets rates have gone up. Right now the uptake is more novelty driven, uptake is more by people who are looking at healthier option. If we need to see mass wave of millet happening, we need to have uptake happening in the bottom of the pyramid.
Millets clearly have all it takes to make it the right choice as the food of the future. With Dhruv Yadav, Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a historic day today because it is going to be the new parliament. That is where the special session proceedings will take place. Now, the special session, day 2, is today. But it's going to be day 1 of the new parliament building. A grand parliament building that has been set up and constructed, and that is where today's special session, after an event, after the ceremony that will be first held. Remember, today is the festival of Ganesh Chaturthi, so the beginnings, the Vignaharta, all of that. So there's a reason specific likely that today's building will be inaugurated officially. Now, the 5-day special session that started today, the day 2 will be in this new parliament complex that was actually inaugurated on 28th May, but today the first day of the session of the proceedings.
तो क्या सत्ता पक्ष क्या विपक्ष आपस में इतनी फोटो खिंचवा रहे थे अंतिम दिन की स्मृतियों को संजोने के लिए। यही है भारत का लोकतंत्र। अब यही है कि ये प्राचीन मंदिर है, नए मंदिर में नए उत्साह के साथ भारत को इस अमृत काल में नई ऊंचाई तक ले जाएंगे। संसद सहयोगी बने, यही मेरी कामना है, यही मेरी प्रार्थना है।
Being part of historic legislations also was a very happy moment, and now getting the opportunity to be in the new building, that's also I consider that very rare opportunity. So I look forward to the historic moments that will be created in the new chamber also.
जिस तरीके से हमने देखा है प्रजातंत्र का गला घुटा गया है, फार्म बिल का मैंने प्रोटेस्ट देखा, हमने सस्पेंशंस देखे, हमने बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें होती हुए देखी जो मैं नहीं समझती थी कि डेमोक्रेसी में, एक मैच्योर डेमोक्रेसी में होना चाहिए, जहाँ पे एक सरकार हमारी सुनवाई नहीं कर रही है। तो ये सारी मेरी मेमोरीज़ हैं। मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि आने वाले समय में जो नए पार्लियामेंट में हम जा रहे हैं, जो एसेंस ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है, उसको ख़त्म करने का काम केंद्र सरकार नहीं करेगी। और सबसे ज़्यादा मेमोरीज़ तो मैं कहूँगी सेंट्रल हॉल की है, जहाँ पे दोस्तियाँ हुई, जहाँ से लोगों से मुलाकातें हुई, अलग अलग पार्टी से भले ही हम रहे होंगे, पर सबका इंटेंट एक ही है कि भारत को आगे बढ़ाना।
These are the visuals of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge arriving at the new Parliament premises complex, decked up in flowers, decorated, because today is going to be the first day of the proceedings of the special session of the Parliament. That's President of the Congress Party, Mallikarjun Kharge, heading to the stairs of the new Parliament building. Here on, for the next decades, remember, this is where our members of Parliament are going to be. Whether it's about firefighting, it's about discourse, it's about policies that will be approved. But this is going to be, as they say, the temple of democracy, the new temple of democracy. That's Home Minister Amit Shah, who's got down from the vehicle and is now entering into the Parliament premises. We are being told there will be a photo session that will be organized with all the members of the Parliament, first outside an old building also, and then a mega event is being planned and will be organized in the Central Hall. That event will be for the new building as well. It's the mega complex that's been inaugurated. And one by one, leaders of different parties coming out of these vehicles. So that was Mallikarjun Kharge just about a short while ago of the Congress Party. You can look at the flowers that the building has been decorated with. And because it's the first day, it's the festival of Ganesh Chaturthi, that's one of the reasons as a Shubh Muhurat that the event is being organized and the Parliament building has been opened. Many were expecting in the previous monsoon session that the Parliament building will be used, but that could not happen. But likely for the special session and then coming up next for the winter session as well, that this will be the building here on from where all our members of Parliament will get down. We are being told that the Lok Sabha proceedings will begin at 1:15 p.m. For the upper house of the Parliament, the Rajya Sabha, that will be at about 2:15 p.m. The proceedings will begin in the new Parliament. And this is slightly later than usual because there is an event that is being organized. There will be a goodbye that will be bid to the old building with a photo session with all the members of Parliament who will then be heading toward the new Parliament building as well. No remark yet by either the President of the Congress Party, Mallikarjun Kharge, or by the Home Minister Amit Shah, but likely in the next few hours there could be already reactions coming in. All right, you're looking at the pictures of the new Parliament building. It's clearly a grand building that's been constructed. There will be more space for the increasing numbers of members of Parliament. There is, of course, many more facilities that could not be incorporated in the old building. But old building, of course, has also been as historical. But many, even in the opposition, many members of Parliament had believed that it could not really facilitate for the members of Parliament anymore. Aishwarya Paliwal is right now at the premises and giving us the details. Aishwarya, over to you. The members of Parliament have started to arrive. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Home Minister Amit Shah. Anyone has reacted yet, spoken up? What are you hearing about what time the proceedings will begin in the new Parliament building?
Well, Pooja, when we speak about the Lok Sabha, from what we are expecting, about 1:15 is the time when the proceedings of the Lok Sabha will begin in the new building. But before that, we will have that historic moment when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will start walking from the old Parliament building into the new Parliament building, and all the MPs of our country will be following him. So that definitely will be the historic moment that we will see. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, had inaugurated this new building on the 28th of May. And he spoke about the fact that in times to come, India needs a building which A, does not have a colonial hangover, and B, speaks about the future that the country will have. You know, the Prime Minister has been speaking about India's vision after 100 years of independence, that is 2047. And keeping 2047 in mind, we have this new building. The number of seats, Pooja, let me tell you, interestingly, have been increased both in Lok Sabha and in the upper house. So, the government has made sure that this is a building which is ready for the new India and also ready for the number of seats, in fact, have also been increased because that's what the government believes will happen in years to come.
All right, Aishwarya Paliwal, stay on with me because she's telling us about what's expected at the new Parliament building. And I need to stop saying it's the new Parliament building because it is going to be the Parliament of India here on. This is the building where the new proceedings are going to set to take place at about 12:30 p.m. They will be, all our members of Parliament will be walking to from the old to the new Parliament building, and that is where the proceedings will begin. Let's take a look at Mosmi Singh sending us this ground report.
संसद को भी सजाएंगे डिम्पल जी लेट हो गया तो देखिए आज डिम्पल यादव मुझे लगता है सबसे आखिरी सांसदों में से एक है और काफ़ी भीड़ है वहाँ पे सब सांसद अपने बेस्ट मूड हाव भाव और अंदाज में आए हैं क्योंकि सांसदों की क्लास फोटोग्राफ होनी है पॉलिमी साहा के साथ मौसमी सिंह दिल्ली आज तक
All right, so that's Mosmi Singh telling us about the who's who of the members of Parliament, and that's Sonia Gandhi arriving.
It's a big day here in Parliament where I'm standing right now. Behind me is the old building of Parliament, as you can see, and members of Parliament have already started arriving, in fact, for that photo op which is to take place. It's a photo session that will take place with Lok Sabha MPs, with Rajya Sabha MPs, and a joint photo session as well. You can see MPs have already started arriving over here. There will be a program here at the old building after the photo session in the central hall where memories of the past 75 years of parliamentary legacy will be recalled and a pledge will be taken to take India into the next few decades to make India a developed nation by 2047. And then, of course, after this program is over here, as you can see, MPs continue to arrive right behind me. That is that program which is going to take place right at the Central Hall over there. And after that program is over, if I can just turn my camera around, pan it all the way, and this is the new building of Parliament. This is where, in fact, members of Parliament will start moving towards after that program at about 12:30, between 12:30 to 1 p.m. They will start moving to this new building of Parliament in order to then settle down over here. There will be speeches over here also by Prime Minister Modi, by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who is leader of the Congress party in the Lok Sabha, by Mallikarjun Kharge, leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha. Over here at the old building, on the other side, as you can see, MPs are still arriving over here. There will be speeches in that Central Hall program by, of course, you can see Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary on his right right now. The Prime Minister will be making a speech. The Vice President will be making a speech. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Mallikarjun Kharge over there as well. And then, of course, 3 parliamentarians have been invited. Maneka Gandhi, the longest serving parliamentarian in the Lok Sabha. Dr. Manmohan Singh, the longest serving parliamentarian in the Rajya Sabha, and Shubh Soren, the longest serving in both houses of Parliament. So on the auspicious occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi, this moment of transition from the old Parliament building to the new Parliament building has finally come. Paulami Saha in Delhi for India Today.
So here's what's going to happen now. In the next few hours, there will be a photo op, a photograph session that will be with all the members of the Parliament, and that's Sonia Gandhi arriving into the old Parliament building. Now here's the event that will be organized. It will be a photo session, bidding a goodbye to the old Parliament building, and from there on they will all be marching. This will be opposition, this will be from the government. All these members of Parliament will be marching, which is barely about a few meters away. The new Parliament building that becomes the Parliament of India here on. So these are, as the time has started, as you can see, the countdown to the final few moments in the old Parliament building. This is where for decades, remember, our policymakers have been arriving at this building. Ravi Shankar Prasad, the minister there, not speaking much. Likely they will speak once they enter into the new Parliament building, but it's very interesting. It's very interesting to see how at this point of time that there are no fireworks. Remember, a lot of opposition members of Parliament earlier had said, what is the need for this new Parliament building? But today, on this day, it looks all smiles. Caution for now from the opposition, because it's also the big day with regard to the Women Reservation Bill. Let's take a look at these visuals and the ground report sent in by our colleagues. That's President of the Congress Party, Mallikarjun Kharge, walking down from the vehicle. And this is the old Parliament building, where there will be, in just a short while, a photograph session, a final photograph of all the members of the Parliament from the Lok Sabha, from the Rajya Sabha. Together they will sit for one last time in this old Parliament building, and then at about 12 to 12:30 p.m. they will be heading toward the new Parliament premises, where, of course, there is the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha, and that is where the special sessions day 2 proceedings will begin. And that will be very important, because it will be interesting to see whether the first day in the new Parliament building, will it be fireworks or will it be a discourse? Let's quickly go across to Aishwarya Paliwal for the latest on that. So bidding a goodbye to the old building, and I can understand that for many of our members of Parliament who've been coming there for decades, specifically to the veterans, to the senior members of Parliament, it could be a slightly emotional moment as well. We also heard of some of the members clicking selfies, taking pictures. Do tell us about some of the snippets that you've also heard about, Aishwarya.
Well, it's not just the old people, Pooja. Let me also tell you, people like Chirag Paswan, he very fondly spoke about the fact that it was his late father, in fact, who had brought him for the first time to the Parliament. And he says that he has now become a bridge. People like him, in fact, all the people who are extremely young are now the bridge between the old and the new building. We have also seen how Prime Minister Narendra Modi also, Pooja, yesterday spoke about the fact that he has very fond memories of the first day when he came to the Parliament. And we all remember that iconic photo of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he was stepping into the Parliament way back in 2014. The thing that he did was that he did a Dandavat Pranam to the Parliament, because he said that this, in fact, is a temple. We are also seeing how, all those people, all those people who have been coming here for decades, for for them too, this is an extremely emotional moment. So we will see, all the people clicking selfies and also giving their tidbit once the move happens from the old building to the new buildings.
Stay on with me, Aishwarya. So that is the photo session that is taking place presently. Look at all our members of the parliament, from the Lok Sabha to the Rajya Sabha, sitting together for one last time. No fighting here, no fireworks, sitting together, some of them standing, of course, as dignified members of the parliament. One final photo session. Remember, each time, either when there is a new government, there are changes, there are often these photo sessions that do take place. And this is with regard to, of course, a record for the history books. But for one last time at the old Parliament building, there is going to be this photograph session, after which they are going to move all of them together to the new Parliament building, which will hereon be called the Parliament of India. Aishwarya, go ahead. So we see all the members of the Parliament sitting together for one final photograph session, and that will be for the history books. It was constructed during the British era, and finally a decision was taken that we need a new parliament that reflects a modern India with modern facilities, with a space that can include the increasing numbers of the members as well, have the facilities that caters to modern times, and that perhaps is reflective of the change too, isn't it?
Well, Pooja, you were speaking about the fact that this is a building, which was given to us by the British. Let me tell you that the design of the building, the circular design, in fact, was given a nod way back in 1921. And it took almost 7 years for the building to be completed, because the inauguration then took place in 1927. So obviously, there is a lot of history behind the old building. And this is exactly what the government and Prime Minister have been speaking about, that now is the need to shed our colonial past and make sure that India marches ahead. And this new building, in fact, one of the most important projects within, the changes that we are seeing in central Delhi. This, of course, was one of the biggest projects. Prime Minister time and again speaking about the fact that this will become the landmark of a new India, India which is ready, India which the world is now saluting.
We're looking at 788 members of the parliament, of the Lok Sabha, the lower house of the parliament, of Rajya Sabha, the upper house of the parliament, standing together. What a proud moment. Remember, this is for our democracy. Yes, it is a noisy parliament. Yes, there are often a lot of commotion, fireworks, and sometimes items thrown at each other too, and that we do call it a low. But this is what is reflective of a democracy. A vibrant democracy where there are all sorts of opinions that are allowed, that take place. That is where our policies are made. The 788 members of the parliament, reflecting their respective constituencies, make our policies. We are in some way dependent on them, on these 788 members who define and decide in which direction should our country be moving forward. And bidding goodbye to the old parliament building, a British colonial era building that has seen us through the independence, through the partition, through many, many decades of developments, changes, highs and lows. And now in 2023, this is the month of September, 19th September, remember this, when the final day of the old parliament building and a dawn of a new era, of a new parliament building on the 19th of September 2023, when the 788 members of the parliament, of the Lok Sabha, of the Rajya Sabha, will be bidding adieu and then marching toward the new parliament building. Of course, we will hope that with the significance of this special session, they will be looking forward not to just better facilities, to better logistics, security, technology, but they will be also looking forward to better political discourse, better decisions, where whether it is the opposition or the members in the ruling party will give us policies and direction that this country can be proud of. That is the photo opportunity session that's taking place. Aishwarya Paliwal gets us the latest on that. Aishwarya, I can't help but, of course, look at how incredible the new parliament building looks like. It looks no less than the United Nations General Assembly. It has all the facilities. And therefore, perhaps likely there wasn't much of an opposition also to the change by the opposition members too.
Well, the opposition members obviously, Pooja, understood the fact that this is a building that we need in times to come. And what better, to make sure that it happens when the government has the full might and the government wants to do it. And over the past many years, there were many complaints in the old building, and especially with regards to making sure that once the number of MPs increases both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then the old building was actually ill-equipped to handle all those things. When we also speak about the number of people who come here, that too has been increasing over the years. So keeping all those things in mind and also making sure that technology is something that we need to make, we need to embrace. That's what the party and the Prime Minister have been speaking about. Let me tell you, one of the things that will happen in the new building is that there are solar panels, something that Prime Minister has been speaking about, the government has been speaking about, and something that, across the world we are speaking about the fact that we need to be eco-friendly. So that's also something which has been incorporated in the new building. So keeping all those things in mind and making sure that India marches ahead into this
Aishwarya, hold on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi got down from his vehicle and entering into the old building one final time. These are the steps of the stairs of the old building built in 1927 after 6 years, the British colonial era, reflective of so much that India has faced both before 1947 and after. And now, all these decades later in 2023, the final walk that Prime Minister Modi has taken to the old building, it is a moment, remember, as emotional as it would be for the members of parliament too, but also is reflective of a new dawn, of what will the new parliament building bring, the sort of discourse, the sort of decisions that our members of the parliament who we have elected, who have got nominated in the Rajya Sabha, they have a huge responsibility on their shoulders, that people of this country would be proud of the decisions that these members of parliament will take. This is a photo opportunity looking at the Lok Sabha speaker as well. Remember, walk slower than usual, many of them soaking into, of course, the old building. And the mood that is as much, of course, enthusiasm of moving into the new parliament building, of likely, I can understand, and I've covered parliament for all these years, to know that it has always been an extremely busy premises. Members of parliament running from one location to another, stopping by to give reactions to the members of the media as well. A lot of chit-chatter that takes place near the chambers. The corridors of the old parliament building, where always you could catch up with some of the members of the parliament. What kind of perhaps an atmosphere will the new parliament building bring? As much for the members of parliament as for the media persons, remember, it's a moment of bidding goodbye and also expecting much better from the new parliament building. Aishwarya, so we are looking at these photographs and of Prime Minister Modi also walking up the stairs into the old building. So we will expect a final photo session here, and then will they march immediately toward the new parliament building, Aishwarya?
Well, we will see the Prime Minister speaking with almost all the, people there. He'll be speaking with the MPs, and then there will be a slow walk, not a march of sorts, Pooja, but obviously a slow walk, because this, in fact, is a historical moment. A slow walk from the old building to the new building, signaling that India has arrived. And let me tell you, there are 6 gates, and the names of those gates are Gaj Dwar, Hamza Dwar, Shardula Dwar, Garuda Dwar, Makra Dwar, and also Ashwa Dwar. So when we look at all these names, we understand that Indian culture has been put to the forefront. These are huge statues almost at all the gates, 6 of them, just welcoming you. So all those things have been kept in mind. The designs have been kept in mind. On one side is the Indian culture, and on the other side is the technology that will awe most of the people, most of the MPs once they step in. The rooms, Pooja, let me tell you, have already been allotted. All the MPs will now be shifting into their new rooms, and the new rooms are also extremely tech savvy. All those things will be kept in mind. And in fact, when the MPs will be sitting on the seats, they will have a tablet in front of them. So that's the kind of design that has been made for the new building. Pooja.
All right, tech-savvy new parliament building, as my colleague Aishwarya is telling us, there will likely be tablets, iPads that will be made available to our members of parliament, so that a lot of the functioning of the parliament will be, of course, in modern times. The visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving, all other members of parliament are set and ready. And Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi, other members of Parliament as well. A namaskar from Prime Minister Modi to the Lok Sabha Speaker. And then, of course, heading, that's where standing. Amid the applause, let's dip in to the sound here if we can catch on to it.
अभी सांसद, अब देखिए प्रधानमंत्री के साथ बैठने के लिए, फोटो खिंचाने के लिए सभी सांसद मौजूद हैं. इनफैक्ट मतलब इस प्रोटोकॉल को भी आप अगर हटा दें तो सभी सांसद नीचे तक भी बैठने को तैयार हैं। सीटिंग अरेंजमेंट इस तरह से किया हुआ है कि फोटो खींची जा सके। उसके लिए देखिए सांसद सब पहली पंक्ति में ही बैठे हुए हैं। देखिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी बैठे हैं, साथ में राजनाथ सिंह जी हैं, पीयूष गोयल उनके साथ हैं, अमित शाह जी मौजूद हैं।
बिल्कुल आप सही कह रहे हैं, किसी तरह का कोई संकोच किसी भी सांसद के अंदर नहीं है। अगर मान लीजिए सीटिंग कैपेसिटी जो है वो कम पड़ गई है तो हम आगे देख पा रहे हैं कि आगे की रो में तमाम सांसद नीचे भी बैठे हुए हैं। ये उत्साह है इस समय वहां।
इधर से आ रहा है। अब देखिए आपको दिखा दें, अभी उपराष्ट्रपति माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति भी आने वाले हैं उनको।
This is before they head to the new Parliament building. You're looking at all the senior members of Parliament, and some of them, remember, have been members, whether in Parliament or in political life, have been there for more than 30 to 40 years. And some of them are literally veterans who've spent many decades in the old building, a British-era building built in 1927. And now you see final photograph taking place. Seated in the center, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Vice President of the country, who's also the Rajya Sabha chairperson, Jagdeep Dhankar, and other leaders, and Lok Sabha Speaker, of course, Om Birla as well, and other senior members of the parliament seated there together. And it's incredible to look at this image. Remember, about 788 to be specific, about 800 of members of parliament, some of them seated, literally squatting on the ground because they're all, it will be very difficult to fit them all together. Home Minister Amit Shah, we can see walking up to someone. We'll try and get clarity on what happened. You're looking at Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Minister Nitin Gadkari, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, Vice President of the country Jagdeep Dhankar, who's also the Rajya Sabha chairperson, Prime Minister Modi. They're seated in the front. Behind them also I can see all the ministers from the government standing. This is also, of course, protocol and procedure, but Home Minister Amit Shah has just got up, it appears, to help and assist one of the other members of the parliament. But one can't help but be in awe of this picture. It's very rarely, because we usually only see the final photograph. But for all of them to assemble together, this is a moment no member of parliament will want to miss. This is a moment for the history books. 19th September 2023. That is when the final session, final day of the old building took place. All our members of parliament present here together for one last time in the old building before they all march together to fight, debate, discuss, decide the direction of India, of Bharat in the next few years in the new parliament building. And as Aishwarya was also telling us earlier, the doors of the new parliament building have got names that Indians can relate to. It has clearly the feeling of nationalism, patriotism, and to know that this is our parliament and built in what and how Indians deserve it, not only a British colonial era gift. There was a lot of opposition to it also earlier, but today it appears for one moment all these members of parliament have got together, 788 in total. And consider getting all 800 of them together would be no easy task. Aishwarya, over to you, because you've been inside the parliament buildings as well, and I would say both old and new. Do tell us about a bit of a difference that you can tell us about as we stay with these visuals of the photo opportunity.
Well, Pooja, it's a swanky new building. Once you step into it, you will see how retina scans have been put in place. So definitely security was a top priority for the government while making this new building. And once you step inside, you will see the CCTV cameras that have been put in place. You will also be able to see the large LEDs that have been put in place. All the documents, most of them, the offices inside the new building will mostly be paperless, because that's how the functioning will take place. And that's something that Prime Minister has been speaking about, that India needs to embrace technology. Not just that, he also said that this in fact is India's decade. So all those things, keeping all those things in mind, these are the nitty-gritties that went into making the new parliament building. So that's the tech on one side. On the other side, Pooja, is the Samudra Manthan. If we speak about India, if we speak about our culture, Samudra Manthan is a landmark. So on one of the walls you have the depiction of the Samudra Manthan. If we speak about our national flower, if we speak about the emblem all those things have been very, have been incorporated in the new building. And one of the things that will now happen, because if we speak about the Lok Sabha, the freeze was done way back in 2001 for the next 25 years, which means that there is a delimitation that will take place in the year 2026, which means that the number of seats will increase.
Ishwarya,
so keeping all those things
stay
in
on
mind
with
and keeping
me.
those
That's
practical things
interesting
in mind,
snippets
the new
that you're
building
telling
now
us
has increased
about
seats.
what is in the new Parliament building, and of course we'll be waiting to see as and when all of them enter into the new Parliament building. 788, and I'm told that new larger four-story building actually can seat about 1,272 individuals, way more than the old building could accommodate. Paulumi Saha is right there inside that building, an old building for now. She sent us a ground report earlier. Paulumi, over to you. It's no easy task to get all of these members of Parliament together. I can see someone is trying to coordinate the seating capacity. But for one last moment, what did you see around you, Paulumi? Was it an emotional moment, more enthusiasm for the next time? And I see a hand going up. The photographer saying, everyone ready, and click. Paulumi.
That's right. The photo session officially is beginning right now because all the MPs are in and all are settled. They've taken their places. This is a large group, as you can just imagine, of members of Parliament and Rajya Sabha. And just a short while ago, there was obviously a little bit of an incident over here because, Pooja, as you know, the weather is very humid and sultry. Narendra Modi, one of the Rajya Sabha MPs, he belongs to the Bharatiya Janata Party. He, in fact, dropped in his seat. He possibly felt unconscious. We weren't very sure whether he fainted altogether, but he did drop on his seat. Immediately, the attendants rushed him. The members of Parliament who were standing next to him held him eventually. And then, of course, he was brought down from the podium because he was literally standing on the topmost level of that podium, which has been created for this photo session. It's almost like a class photograph that is being taken of a class that's graduating at the moment, as we see right now. All smiles as that photo is being taken finally. And he was brought down, Narendra Modi, and Dr. Mahesh Sharma, who's obviously a practicing doctor, immediately rushed to him, and Raj Thakur rushed to him. Oh, there are cheers now going out, loud claps going out as well, as of course everyone acknowledges the successful photo session completed in this moment. Narendra Modi, we hope is consciously saw him. His vitals were being checked, and he was in fact being, attended to.
Do tell us about the Member of Parliament, Narendra Amin's health right now. What do you hear? Is he part of the photo session, or did he have to be taken out of this premises? Follow me.
No, he was conscious when he was seated. Okay. They attended to him. They gave him water. They checked his vitals, and only after he felt a little better, because he was seated, finally he was not on the topmost level of that podium. He was brought down, he was seated, and then, of course, that photo was taken. It couldn't be, of course, that, a Member of Parliament wouldn't be available for this photograph. Obviously, he would have also wanted to be part of the photograph, which is why he had been standing there for such a long time. But like I said, the weather is such, the best of us could be caught, in the crosshairs of it. It's sultry, it's humid, it's scorching, it's very, very, difficult to keep standing over there. And many of them had reached here on time, had been standing since close to about 9:15 a.m., 9:10 a.m. And finally the photograph has been taken, and everyone's stepping down and will be headed towards the central hall in the old building of Parliament, Pooja, for that function, which is to take place, that very elaborate function, which will recall, of course, the past parliamentary tradition of the last 75 years, and, of course, pledge to make India a developed nation by 2047. So that long program is to begin in a short while from now. But that first item on the itinerary for the day, Pooja, is out of the way.
So once we get access to that big picture that must have been clicked right now with all our members of Parliament together, all smiles, no Member of Parliament would want to miss this moment. The final picture that has already been clicked, I'm told now, at the old building. There was a slight scare with one of the BJP members of Parliament, Narendra Modi, who appears to have fallen. As you can see, Home Minister Amit Shah walks up to ensure he's all right. Other members of Parliament also checked on him. He's fine now, is what we are told, given a glass of water, and then he was back up because, as our colleagues are saying, nobody wants to miss this special occasion too. He's all right. But the photograph has been clicked, and now some interactions are on. Applause and cheers are on. What a moment, Paulumi, isn't it? From here, they will be heading on the festival of Ganesh Chaturthi to the new building as well. Paulumi, yes.
Right, Peter.
Polmi, I request you to stay on because I'm told that there are some more visuals that are coming in. All right, these are the visuals of, there is a sudden bit of commotion for a while as one of the BJP MP, Narhari Amin, as Polmi you were telling us about, had fallen. But we can say that his health is fine right now. He's back up and was a part of the photograph, the group photograph that was clicked.
That's right. He definitely was a part of that photograph. Of course, MPs are now going over because he, of course, is seated until they can, of course, arrange for proper medical assistance to reach him. They are, of course, keeping him seated. So there are MPs who are just walking over to Narendra Modi at the moment and just checking on him right now. But clearly, a big moment over there. Parliamentarians who've been part of Parliament for so many terms, part of this. There are those who've come here for the first time, of course, in the 17th Lok Sabha. Again, a part of this as well. Huge, cheers and round of applause that went out as, of course, that photo session was completed. This is a moment to cherish. This is the set of parliamentarians that saw history being made as Parliament, the Indian Parliament transition from the old building to the new building. Today, of course, they will be making quite literally that journey, Pooja, from the old building to the new building, which I said is just across a pavement which is there inside the Parliament complex. But it is going to be extremely emotional for them. It is going to be quite the moment for them.
And Polmi, not a historic moment just for the members of Parliament, but for you and I and all our media colleagues as well. 19th September 2023, bidding goodbye to the old Parliament building where many of us have been running for years to try and get one snippet from the Member of Parliament, to try and get what's been happening inside Scoop as well. All of that will now shift to the new Parliament building, which will hereon be called the Parliament of India, where all our members of Parliament of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha will be seated. And we will hope that the new Parliament building, with its technology, logistics, security and many more facilities, will bring in stronger decisions that will ensure this country moves forward in a brilliant direction. On that note, I'm signing off and handing it over to my colleague Sneha Murdani in the studios as we stay on with these visuals. 19th September 2023, you and Sneha, I were anchoring when the new Parliament building was being inaugurated.
Yes, absolutely. And Pooja, like Polmi, all of us have spent considerable amount of time in the old Parliament House, like you said, rightly, trying to get some information, some snippets, some sound bites and some khabar from the proceedings of the House, like we've always done. This undoubtedly is a historic moment. Thanking you, Pooja, and Polmi continues to be with us. Polmi is in fact witnessing that historic moment right now in front of her. Polmi, all of these parliamentarians coming together for that photo opportunity. Just talk to us a little about how things are. Okay, going across to Polmi in a moment from now, but Aishwarya Palaval also continues to be with us. Aishwarya, right now, pictures of this photo opportunity that we see on our screens. What next as far as the proceedings of the day is concerned?
Well, Sneha, let me tell you, one of the most important things that had to be done today was this historic photo op. This historic photo op has been taken. We understand now that in about an hour's time or so, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with a book of the Indian Constitution, will be walking from the new old Parliament building and then going into the new Parliament building. Now, at the new Parliament building, there are 6 doors, and all these doors have these guardian-like structures, and all of them symbolize what Indian culture stands for. And once you step inside, Now, let me tell you, it's sort of a Disneyland for those who love technology, because there are retina scans, there are CCTVs, there are large LEDs that have been put in place. And the idea is to make sure that in years to come, the functioning of the new Parliament building becomes almost paperless. That's something that has been kept in mind. So high-tech security features have been put in place, but also all those things that symbolize Indian culture, those things have been kept in mind, and those designs have been built. So all these things will be available from about 1 p.m. today, because that's the time when the Lok Sabha session will begin from today. Now, one of the important things, and that's what the Prime Minister has also been speaking about, is the fact that the new delimitation will happen in the year 2026, because the last delimitation happened in the year 2001, and then there was a freeze for the next 25 years with regards to Lok Sabha. So that will happen in the year 26, and then we will see an increase in the number of Lok Sabha MPs. So that's the reason why we are seeing the increased capacity both in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha. The old building, just to give you a little bit of history, was the design in fact was approved in the year 1921 and it was inaugurated by Lord Irwin in the year 1927, and in fact the architect of the old building was Edward Lutyens. So all those things, keeping history on one side, and now the idea is to make sure that we have a new building that symbolizes the new India.
Well, absolutely. These pictures are in fact of the photo opportunity right outside the old Parliament building, which of course is going to be then a museum now. And then all parliamentarians have come together for this photo opportunity. Members of the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha convening for the last time together in the old Parliament building that you see in fact on your screens. Aishwarya, you were telling us that the proceedings today essentially in the new building or the new Parliament House will begin at around 1. What about the puja? Talk to us a little more about that as well. Aishwarya. Okay, we'll go back to Aishwarya in a moment from now once again, but getting in these details right now from the old Parliament House, where all members of Parliament in fact have gathered. You just saw in the Vice President and also the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha in fact walk into the frame. These are pictures in fact from a moment ago when parliamentarians have gathered outside the old Parliament building for the photo opportunities. The last time that they are convening, they're coming together for this photo opportunity in every sense of the word. This day is historic as India moves on to the new Parliament building, which of course has features to in fact deal with the current situation vis-a-vis the number of MPs in Parliament, technology, also in fact the new advancements in technology clearly kept in mind when it comes to the new structure and the new requirements in fact in this day and era of Indian politics. All of that clearly kept in mind as far as the new Parliament building is concerned. New Parliament, clearly new priorities, and these are pictures in fact from the old Parliament building where there is a photo opportunity right now where MPs are in fact coming together. All of them have come together for the last time in the old Parliament building for the photo opportunity. Of course, the House convenes at 1 o'clock like Aishwarya was indicating to us. In fact, this is the special session of Parliament that started just yesterday. I'm going to go across straight to Paulami Saha also to talk to us a little more about what to expect. Paulami, in the next few minutes or so after the photo opportunity is complete, they'll be moving to the new building. What about the puja? When does the session start? Tell us more.
Well, there are still a bunch of photographs that are being done with, Lok Sabha MPs, Rajya Sabha MPs separately as well. So that photo session is currently underway. Earlier it was, of course, the joint...
Apologize for that.
Who are basically taking that photograph.
Okay.
And then you're going to see that program in the Central Hall begin, which will start at about 11 a.m. this morning. There'll be a bit of a small break after this photo session is over. And then, of course, that program begins where, the parliamentarians will reminisce about the parliamentary legacy of the last 75 years and will also pledge and vow to take India into, the next few decades as a developed nation by 2047. We're watching that transition happen right now, quite literally, from Rajya Sabha MPs getting down from the podium to Lok Sabha MPs now climbing up as soon as possible. Some, of course, who almost feel like they're hustling a good spot in that photograph, so they're rushing in to probably get that center spot instead of one of the side spots as far as, this photograph is concerned. They probably want to be seen behind, the leadership, which is sitting in the front. So some of them you can almost see hustling for that center spot, like I said. But that moment is happening right now. So Rajya Sabha MPs have taken their single photograph, and now Lok Sabha MPs are going to take their photograph, after which, like I said, those speeches will happen in the Central Hall of Parliament. That begins at 11 a.m. this morning. We'll see, of course, speeches being made by Prime Minister Modi, by Vice President and Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Jagdeep Dhankar. We'll see and the largest party in the Lok Sabha. And then, of course, Mallikarjun Kharge as leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha. Piyush Goyal is also going to speak as leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha. And we're also expecting Maneka Gandhi and Dr. Manmohan Singh and Shubh to speak as well. We're yet to confirm if they will be there for that program because clearly, obviously, they're, old and they can't be part of the hustle and bustle of this photo. But it's a likelihood they could be there to address, of course, the Central Hall on this last day of building. But we just spoke to Maneka Gandhi, and she's quite ready with her speech already, reminiscing about how she has been the longest serving parliamentarian in the Lok Sabha, has seen 7 prime ministers, she told me, Sneha, in her entire time in Parliament.
Well, absolutely. You spoke about the fact that many of the MPs will be at the Central Hall. Polmy, does the media have access to the Central Hall yet? Any special exceptions being made today?
Not really. We will, of course, be watching this program from the outside. So we, of course, had access to the photo session. We could witness, of course, this moment as it happened. But as far as that moment inside the Central Hall is concerned, when the speeches are made, it's not open to the media. It is obviously for the parliamentarians. The parliamentarians are already in their way towards, in fact, the Central Hall as we speak right now. This has been quite the feature of their time in Parliament because, as you know, Sneha, you've covered Parliament as well. Central Hall is where they come, they hang out, where usually party lines, all the political bickering and, the barbs that you see fly thick and fast outside of Parliament. When you look inside Central Hall and you peep inside Central Hall, or some of the senior journalists who've had access inside Central Hall, when you go in, they're all mixing around, they're all, connecting with each other. Maharashtra MPs could be sitting up with each other, all parties included, whether they're foes on the political battlefield or not. Kerala MPs, it's very interesting to watch how, everyone just sort of mix around with each other and spends time with each other, talking to each other, because political differences aside, these are individuals who spend a lot of time inside Parliament, of course, participating. They've made friends, they've made bench partners as well, people who've been sitting next to them for years. They've made... They've picked on the spots that they'd like to sit in. Some people have been sitting in that particular spot for a while. They just like that. They hustled for that spot as well with, of course, their respective houses and all of that. It's going to leave a lot of memories for, of course, all of these parliamentarians and us, the media, as well. This building, the structure that I'm standing inside right now, which is inside the lawn area right now. Sneha, you're aware of it. It's when you enter from gate number 1.
Yes.
And, of course, there's the lawn area, and then there's the Central Hall entrance. I'm in that lawn area where that photo session took place right now, right next to the massive statue of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. And this, all of these are memories. We have, spent so much time over here that we've learned every little nook and corner, massive complex. We know where each minister sits. We know whose room is where, which party office is where. So now the daunting task of learning the whole thing all over again in the new Parliament building, where MPs will also have their own rooms, so to know who sits where. We do know that top 11 cabinet ministers have been, of course, given their places on the ground floor.
Yes.
But yeah, exactly. A lot of memories of having chased down people over here, witnessed commotion and ruckus and tearing up houses inside Parliament as well. And all of that is we're left with. Of course, these parliamentarians are left with much more.
Yes. Polmy, you spoke about chasing them, and I think the chasing is going to be multiplied by 5 times, given that this is a bigger parliament. And like you said, members of parliament now have a room. So all the more difficult to chase each one of them. Earlier, there are rooms that are given to leaders of the House, leaders of the opposition. But now we have individual MPs, and this is a much bigger building, isn't it, as compared to the old one?
Absolutely. It's a massive, big complex that we're looking at right now. Right now, I just, of course, see Mr. Sonia Gandhi and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who just walked back in a photograph of the Lok Sabha MPs that is being taken in the moment. But yes, like I said, a massive complex that we're looking at, several different entries. Again, Prime Minister is a particular dwar. Then, of course, entries for the members of Parliament. is one particular dwar again. The one that I was showing in my report earlier this morning is called the Makar Dwar. It's right opposite gate number 1 of the old building of Parliament, but a much huge complex. Like I said, it's going to be a bigger, daunting time. Spot everyone's offices, know where they sit, know where who comes out of what. Because with Parliament, it's which are the set of MPs who took out of gate number. Which are the set of MPs that are number 3 next to the Speaker's gate. You know the MPs that tend to come out of gate number 12, which is on the Rajya Sabha side. So you sort of have a fair inkling as to if you need to get hold of a particular MP, which gate you should be rushing towards. You don't need to scramble towards any different gates because it's of all the gates to come out for. They just seem to prefer a particular gate, and that's been their usual, route, so to say. So you've mapped out all those routes quite literally as a journalist. You know who comes out of where and where to stand in order to catch a hold of them. But again, it's going to be a whole learning task again as we, of course, navigate our way through this new Parliament building.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely a whole new task, and it's going to be not easy, at least for the initial few days, as like Paulami was saying, the reporters navigate around. Literally, Paulami, gate number 4, gate number 1, gate number 2. We literally know which MP is going to come out from which gate. And, there were hardly any mistakes when it came to waiting at the gates for them and spotting them, isn't it? I'll just come back to you for a moment. We are just talking about these pictures right now, photo opportunity of all the members of Parliament. These are Lok Sabha MPs who've in fact come together for these photographs for the last time in the old Parliament building. Today, undoubtedly, by every yardstick, is a historic day as all of these members of Parliament, in fact, moved to the new building today. Paulami, about 2 o'clock when we see Rajya Sabha convene, and about 1:15 is when Lok Sabha convenes today. Going back to Paulami in a moment from now. But these are pictures, in fact, from the old Parliament building as these MPs, in fact, moved to the new Parliament building just today itself, where proceedings of Rajya Sabha will, in fact, reconvene at 2:15 on, in fact, in the new Parliament building. And the proceedings of the Lok Sabha, the lower house, will be, in fact, reconvening at about 1:15 p.m. in the new Parliament building. Amidst all of this, there has been a lot of conversation about what has happened vis-a-vis the last 75 years in the old Parliament building. The Prime Minister, in fact, spoke about that in detail, the contribution of all Prime Ministers, the contribution of all members of Parliament in fact, the old Parliament building in his speech yesterday. Today, of course, is a new day, the new Parliament building, with all the MPs moving into the new Parliament building, and the work is going to, in fact, begin from there. This is a special session of Parliament, remember, which started, in fact, yesterday, which is the 18th of September. Aishwarya, in fact, is back with us. Aishwarya, you were talking to us a little also about, and do touch upon that once again, about the fact that in years to come, whenever there is, in fact, the delimitation plan drawn once again in the number of constituencies in the country, parliamentary constituencies in the country increase, that is when we'll see the full utilization of the new Parliament building, isn't it?
Well, let me tell you, Sneha, there was a freeze that was put on the Lok Sabha, and the freeze, took place way back in the year 2001 for the next 25 years. So the next delimitation exercise that we will see taking place will happen in the year 2026. So this means in the year 2026, and then the next big elections will be in the year 2029. So we will see that there will be an increase in the number of, MPs in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha. So keeping that in mind, the number of seats, in fact, have been increased. The current seating capacity for the MPs for Lok Sabha is 888, which is an increase from the 545 number that we have currently. If we speak about Rajya Sabha, then we are seeing that the seating capacity has been increased to 324. So keeping all those things in mind and making sure that at least this building stands for the next 100 years, that's the vision that the central government has. And in fact, if we speak about the old building, also grade 1 heritage is something that the old building now comes under. So keeping all these things in mind, and that there was a need to make sure that a structure stands which is truly Indian Indian, and that structure is the new building that we will see today. The first session of Lok Sabha will commence at about 1 p.m. today. That's the time when the Speaker will address the Lok Sabha. And from there on, this actually will be the dawn of a new beginning of a new era.
Well, absolutely. Undoubtedly, the special session of Parliament, in fact, started yesterday, and the proceedings will continue in the new Parliament building is what Aishwarya, of course, is indicating. The timings of which are the House to convene, the upper house is 2:15, Aishwarya, and Lok Sabha convenes at about 1:15 today.
Right, Sneha, we will see that very special session. If we speak about the Lok Sabha, it will be about 1:15 and Rajya Sabha will convene at about 2:15. But before that, we will get those historic images. Those images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with all the MPs of our country, upper house, lower house, all of them will be walking from the old building as a symbolic, that walk will be when they will be moving, and then we will see the shift. In fact, the official inauguration had taken place on the 28th of May, and this building is actually at the heart of the big Central Vista project that the government has undertaken. The entire central Delhi area will be transformed in years to come, and we are seeing how small parts have started taking place. But yes, the new Parliament building that you see behind me is at the heart of the Central Vista project. Sneha.
Okay. Also, the Central Hall will now, in fact, see Aishwarya, certain MPs also speak. That, of course, is an opportunity not available for the media. I'm just going to put that question to Paulmi Saha with the very latest details as far as what really is expected in the Central Hall. Paulmi.
Right, Sneha, there's a program which will happen in the Central Hall of Parliament. We are expecting that a ceremony will take place, which will basically be about, like I said earlier, about, of course, talking about the parliamentary experience of the last 75 years and pledging to make India a developed nation by 2047. There will be speeches that will be made as well, a whole host of speeches that will be made, which will include a welcome speech by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi, followed by, of course, the Prime Minister making a speech, the Vice President, who's also Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, making a speech, Om Birla, Speaker, making a speech, as well as Mallikarjun Kharge, who will, of course, as leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha, make a speech as well. Piyush Goyal is also likely to speak as Leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha. Also, very interestingly, Maneka Gandhi, who in fact is the longest-serving parliamentarian in the Lok Sabha, will be making a speech. As I said, I spoke to her a short while ago. We'll try and, of course, play that interaction out as soon as we can. I've had that interaction with her where she, of course, got nostalgic about her time spent here in Parliament. Also, we're expecting Dr. Manmohan Singh, at least the invitations have gone out to Dr. Manmohan Singh as the longest-serving parliamentarian in the Rajya Sabha to speak during this program, as well as Shubh, former Chief Minister of the state of Jharkhand, to speak as the longest-serving parliamentarian in the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha combined. So there will be these long speeches. It's slotted for between 11 a.m. to 12:30 this afternoon, after which proceedings are to move to the new Parliament building. So you'll see the Prime Minister, led by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and the Speaker, moving from this old building towards the new building. MPs will also move along. We expect that the Prime Minister will be carrying the Constitution Handbook with him as he moves from one building to the other. And then, of course, there's the proceedings to take place over there as well. The Prime Minister will be speaking again as well. There's a lot of speculation as to whether the Prime Minister will use this opportunity and the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi to probably announce that the Cabinet has approved the Women's Reservation Bill. Remember, because you anyway have to intimate parliamentarians at least 48 hours before you bring the bill to Parliament. But it's expected that the Prime Minister could just use this occasion to
Paulmi, I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now. In fact, Paulmi did mention that she had interviewed Maneka Gandhi. We'll play that exclusive reaction of Maneka Gandhi right now. Listen in.
Joining us right now is Ms. Maneka Gandhi, former Union Minister who has been the longest serving Member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha. She's going to be speaking today at the Central Hall function. Ma'am, what are your memories of this building and your tenure as Member of Parliament?
I spent most of my adult life here. I entered when I was 32 and now it's been 35 years. So I've seen 7 Prime Ministers and hundreds of people come and go. Let's say nice time, and yet.
How would you categorize this moment, ma'am, in terms of transitioning from the old building into the new building? How do you see this moment?
Well, India is also in transition, so perhaps it represents India.
Thank you so much. That was Monica Gandhi, who will be speaking at the Central Hall in a short while from now. Paulami Saha in Telephone today.
Or a Paulami in conversation with Monica Gandhi there, and these are pictures, in fact, from a while ago of the grand photo session inside Parliament, inside the old Parliament building, and there is, in fact, a gathering, a ceremony at the Central Hall, like Paulami was pointing out. I'll try and go across to Paulami with us, if Paulami can be connected with us. And then, of course, the new Parliament building will see these MPs, and the proceedings, in fact, will be resumed from the new Parliament building this afternoon. Paulami continues to be with us. Paulami, at 2:15 is when the Rajya Sabha reconvenes, and 1:15 is when the Lok Sabha reconvenes.
That's right. We will, of course, see those proceedings take place in both houses, of course, as Parliament, in fact, moves into the new building. Which I'm looking at as we speak right now. Already, hectic preparations have been underway over the last week. Mock drills have been conducted. The security is extremely tight because everyone has had has taken the time to understand and navigate their way through the building and ensure that every nook and corner is covered in terms of course, amenities, security, personnel presence, and all arrangements included. So that is, of course, what is happening as we speak inside that new Parliament building before, of course, the parliamentarians start moving into that new building. Some of the parliamentarians, of course, now taking a break, catching a breath in their parliamentary party offices. Congress leaders, in fact, are huddled up inside the Congress parliamentary party office along with Mallikarjun Kharge. So they're, of course, having a little bit of a chat and a banter. The topic of conversation, Sneha, of course, is the cabinet approval for the Women's Reservation Bill. Earlier this morning, of course, some of us journalists had a moment to catch Mrs. Sonia Gandhi as she arrived in Parliament, and we asked her for her comments on the Women's Reservation Bill and news that the cabinet has approved the same, and she said that it's ours. Apna hai. That's what she said. So basically, she meant that this is a bill that we brought, we'd introduced, and we'd ensured that we introduced it first in the Rajya Sabha and had it passed, so it did not lapse. It stayed alive. But then again, because the cabinet, of course, has approved the bill yesterday, speculation is rife that the bill that the Narendra Modi government is bringing is not the same version of the UPA bill. There could be changes in the same. So everyone's waiting to, in fact, read the fine print of that bill, Sneha, if you may.
Well, yes, Paulami, be with us. In fact, we're talking about all of us really bidding goodbye to the old Parliament building. Undoubtedly a custodian of India's historical legacy, like MP spoke about it, including the Prime Minister yesterday in his speech at 11 o'clock. We're moving into the new Parliament building. Paulami, talk to us a little about the new Parliament building and how that too, in fact, is an architectural marvel, really.
Absolutely, very small little things have been kept in mind in building this building, which we literally, Sneha, over the past few sessions, as we've been covering it, we saw it come up before our own eyes. So that has, of course, been quite the experience. This is, of course, going to be the seat of Indian democracy. This, of course, as earlier houses, the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, the two houses. This has been, the design of it has been made by Bimal Patel, who in fact is the architect of the Central Vista project. It's a Gujarat-based company. And this is, of course, a building which was completed earlier this year in the month of May. There is, of course, some work which is happening on the sidelines of it. But like I said, it is part of a larger project, which is, of course, called the Central Vista Redevelopment Project. It was, of course, inaugurated, like I said, in the month of May, on the 28th of May, to be specific this year, by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this, of course, is extremely important now that this will be where the official business of the Parliament of India will be conducted. This is, like I said, it has many rooms inside, not just for the ministers, not just for the Prime Minister's office, but several rooms for members of Parliament as well. And that is what we are, in fact, going to see as we enter this building as well. It has many dwars, per se, entry areas that have been named as various dwars. Makar Dwar is what I'm looking at right now. Again, like I explained to you, because you're familiar with the complex, this is right opposite gate number 1 of the old Parliament building. And this is an extremely, like I said, the lifespan of this old building that I'm standing in right now, looking across at the new building, has been over 90 years, and the structure is still solid, but it was to a large extent still giving way to the trials and tribulations of time. And that's exactly why this had been a proposal which had been discussed for a very, very long time in terms of having a new Parliament building, which reflected the growing size of our population, in terms of whether, in the future, if there was to be delimitation, there would be a larger number of parliamentarians, and that needed to be accommodated. And that's exactly why.
Palmi, in fact, I'll just come back to you in a moment from now. We are staying with this big developing story. Pictures from, in fact, the old Parliament building, where parliamentarians and Lok Sabha MPs are in this photo opportunity that continues to be our top focus right here. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break.
Fundamentally, we all are different from each other, and I think we just need to keep reminding ourselves that we are all so different, and that is what's so beautiful.
Fashion label Human recently dropped a hard-hitting campaign on inclusivity led by Pranav Kirti. The fashion-forward label celebrated 8 billion humans and how they're all very different than each other.
This is just another step towards all the things that we've done in the last 10 years journey, which is to bring people's attention to that diverse fabric of our society. Your choices are so different from mine. Whether they are right or wrong is beyond my, it might just be beyond my understanding. But to accept that is I think, humanly possible, which is what we try to showcase.
The capsule collection caught our attention as it honors the strength of an individual within a collective. It celebrated varied tastes and brought to the fore the notion of likening 8 billion humans on Earth to 8 billion distinct and unique flavors. Inclusivity is the order of the day and not just a woke sentiment. The campaign brings about a discussion on important societal issues.
Whatever we've done as a company or whatever I've done as a creative director, is the entire credit goes to the community that surrounds us. From all the artists that we feed on, present in our own community. Even from whether it's the body issue or the LGBTQ issue, I am literally reflecting on what they are, taking those conversations forward and leading. The brand is just a reflection of that.
It also shows the label's commitment and transition into creating statement pieces with an elevated approach. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
कहे तो जाते हैं 75 साल, लेकिन जब तक मेरा जानकारी है सबसे पहले जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंबली की सभा हुई थी वो 1946 में, और 1949 26 नवंबर में ये अडॉप्ट हुई थी, और 1950 26 जनवरी ये चालू हुई थी हमारे संविधान इस देश में। लेकिन आप कहां से 75 साल के अमृतकाल ये लाया गया, ये मुझे समझ में नहीं आते हैं। नेहरू नहीं, उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में जितने लोग थे सारे ने ये शपथ ली थी कि हम देश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, और देश आगे बढ़ते बढ़ते यहां तक पहुंचे। सर चंद्रयान की बात हो रहे थे, आपको जानकारी देना चाहते हैं 1946 में हमारे देश की आजादी के पहले ये नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में एटॉमिक रिसर्च कमेटी बनाया गया था। 1948 से हमारे देश में ये नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में हम सिर्फ आज की मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी और आज की साइंस विज्ञान की तरफ हम आगे निकलते हुए हमें ये देश के लिए क्या किया सर, ये देश के लिए बनाया इसरो।
राजेंद्र बाबू से लेकर डॉक्टर कलाम, रामनाथ जी कोविंद और अभी द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, इन सब के संबोधन का लाभ हमारे सदनों को मिला है, उनका मार्गदर्शन मिला है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, पंडित नेहरू जी, शास्त्री जी, वहां से लेकर के अटल जी, मनमोहन सिंह जी तक एक बहुत बड़ी श्रृंखला जिसने इस सदन का नेतृत्व किया है और सदन के माध्यम से देश को दिशा दी है, देश को नए रंग रूप में ढालने के लिए उन्होंने परिश्रम किया है, पुरुषार्थ किया है। आज उन सबका गौरवगान करने का भी अवसर है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल, लोहिया जी, चंद्रशेखर जी, आडवाणी जी, न जाने अनगिनत नाम, जिन्होंने हमारे इस सदन को समृद्ध करने में, चर्चाओं को समृद्ध करने के लिए, देश के सामान्य से सामान्य व्यक्ति की आवाज को ताकत देने का काम इस सदन में किया है।
And we have a big story breaking at this hour. Canadian High Commissioner to India has now been summoned. Canadian High Commissioner McKay at South Block after Canada accused India of killing wanted terrorist Niger. The summon for the Canadian High Commissioner right now, Cameron McKay, is what we've been given to understand. Gaurav Sawant, our managing editor, is also in fact with us for more details. Gaurav, is reciprocal action on the part of India also possible? Can that be ruled out or not, given that Canada has taken action already?
So Canada has taken action on the basis of what the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau described as credible allegations. Allegations, not evidence, but allegations. Potential link, not proven link, but potential link. Now, based on allegations and a suspected link, Canada has taken this strong action, and this has not gone, India has not taken very kindly to this. The Canadian High Commissioner was summoned to the Ministry of External Affairs. India has expressed our displeasure, especially at the fact that a very senior diplomat has been expelled by Canada on the basis only of allegations and a potential link, and no evidence was shared with India. Even when Justin Trudeau on the sidelines of G20, when there was a pull aside with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when Justin Trudeau had raised this, India had very strongly rejected it and had asked Canada to take action against the Khalistani elements. Now this Niger was involved, and India has sought his custody from 2007 itself, when he was suspected to be involved in a bombing in India. So he's not just a separatist, he's a suspected terrorist. A suspected terrorist who entered Canada illegally, and incidentally reports from Canada now seem to indicate, Sneha, that this plumber who was also the head of a Gurdwara, he came to Canada in 1997, claimed refugee status, incidentally, which was denied. So he did not get refugee status. He had used a false passport, a fake passport to enter Canada. Then he got married to a woman and sought immigration and sponsorship. That too was rejected. So based on that rejection, how did he become a Canadian citizen unless it is absolute vote bank politics of Canada, and Justin Trudeau needs the Khalistani votes to win elections? So this is what India is extremely unhappy about.
Well, Gaurav, I'm going to thank you for the moment, for getting us those details. Of course, India has also summoned the Canadian High Commissioner at South Block. It remains to be seen what kind of action that India will take against the Canadian High Commissioner. This after Canada has accused India, and like Gaurav pointed out, without any evidence. And these are allegations that have been leveled by Canada against India, but no proof in that sense has been given to India as far as the killing of this terrorist is concerned. Shifting our focus back to India, let's talk about the new parliament building. And what's most important here is that sources are indicating that the cabinet has cleared the women's reservation bill. Of course, a credit war has broken out over the decision. Congress leader Sonia Gandhi has said, "Apna hai, it's ours." Upon being asked what about the women's reservation bill and the fact that this government is now once again bringing it. Furthermore, Congress has claimed that women's reservation had been their long-standing demand, which they have in fact been making. Further, added that Rahul Gandhi had written a letter to Prime Minister Modi on the same issued in 2018. Congress has called the cabinet clearance a victory of Sonia Gandhi's consistency and her efforts. Remember, sources have told us that the bill was cleared in a key cabinet meeting chaired by Prime Minister Modi, which was called after special session's first sitting, which was yesterday, last evening at 6:30 p.m. The bill is going to guarantee a 33% quota for women in Lok Sabha and state legislatures as well. The decision marks fulfillment of decades-old demand, actually to be precise, 27-year-old demand of women's organizations and political parties for action for enhancing their electoral representation in legislatures.
This will make all of us very proud, and India will be able to stand up now in the international arena, holding its head high and say that yes, we've given our women enough opportunity. We will give our women opportunity and make them a part of policy making process, and the democracy that we call ourselves will be thriving. It was missing our women in parliaments and assemblies. Now I'm happy that this step will take them forward, but then I am a little apprehensive, and many well-wishers of this bill, many people who want the bill to be passed, are also a little apprehensive because this government has not been transparent enough. So nobody knows what is in the bill, nobody knows when the bill will be introduced. I hope because of this attitude of the government, the bill will not be stalled at any cost. So I hope the bill will be passed soon.
महिला सशक्तिकरण भारत में एक लंबी यात्रा रही है, और इस यात्रा के हर कड़ी को हमें याद रखना चाहिए, और विशेष रूप से महिला आरक्षण, क्योंकि इस कड़ी की शुरुआत हमने कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से ही की थी। ये मुहिम मैं चाहता हूं कि आने वाले समय में और बढ़े। हम चाहते हैं कि भारतीय नारी की शक्ति आने वाले समय में और बढ़े।
वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल की शुरुआत, उसका जो नींव है वो राजीव जी ने डाली थी। उसके बाद में सोनिया जी ने 2010 10 मार्च को उसको पारित किया था, और अभी आज उसका अगर होता है बिल, तो जैसे कि हमारी पार्टी का स्टैंड है, हम उसको फुल अनकंडीशनल सपोर्ट करेंगे।
ये चीज जो
We have more news, in fact, coming in. The High Commissioner of Canada to India was summoned today and informed about the decision of the Government of India to expel a senior Canadian diplomat based in India. The concerned diplomat has been asked to leave India within the next 5 days. This is the big story that we are getting. In fact, details of at this hour. The decision, of course, reflects the Government of India's growing concern at the interference of Canadian diplomats in our internal matters and their involvement in anti-India activities. Big story that we're getting at this. This, of course, is the fallout of allegations that have been leveled by Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau against India, talking about the alleged involvement of Indian agencies in the killing of a Canadian citizen, quote-unquote, is what Justin Trudeau said, referring to terrorist in Niger, Hardeep Singh in Niger. India has taken action. The High Commissioner of Canada to India was summoned today and informed about the decision of the Government of India to expel a senior Canadian diplomat based in India. This is a senior Canadian diplomat who has been expelled. Gaurav has more details on that. Gaurav, talk to us a little about this action. Who is the senior Canadian diplomat? India says that this person essentially is somebody who was interfering and in India's internal matters. Also, there has been proof of his involvement in anti-India activities.
So it's tit for tat action immediately that India has taken after Canada expelled the top official of the research and analysis wing who was posted in Canada. India has retaliated, immediately taken reciprocal action and said that the High Commissioner of Canada to India was summoned today and informed of the decision that's been taken by the Government of India to expel a senior Canadian diplomat based in India. The concerned
Gaurav,
diplomat
just coming back to you in a second from now. Please hold on to your thoughts. To tell our viewers, on the left side of your screens are pictures of Cameron McKay, the High Commissioner, who was summoned at the South Block. And of course, India has informed him that there has been action and expect more. The decision, of course, of the Indian government to expel a senior Canadian diplomat based in India. On the left side of your screen are pictures, in fact, of the Canadian High Commissioner who was summoned to South Block and informed about the decision of the Government of India to expel a senior Canadian diplomat based in India. These are pictures of Cameron McKay, in fact, leaving South Block right now. Listening to what he said when you tried to get a word from him.
You got called the External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... Sir. You got called the External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... Sir. You got called the External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... Sir.
Okay, in fact, not speaking a word, absolutely tight-lipped there. Well, this action that India has taken, Gaurav continues to be with that, the Canadian High Commissioner, Gaurav, not saying a word after, in fact, that meeting. He was leaving South Block, but didn't speak a word about this development.
You know, this is because the relationship between India and Canada have hit rock bottom because of Justin Trudeau's inaction against Khalistani elements, the people that he's so dependent on to win elections, backing Hardeep Singh Nijjar, calling him a Canadian citizen at a time when Canada has repeatedly been requested by Government of India to take action against secessionists, separatists and terrorist supporters. With evidence, India has given evidence of their involvement in secessionist and separatist activities. India has also told Canada that these elements have been involved in anti-Canada activities, from human trafficking to narco-terrorism to drug trade. All of these, they've been involved in illegal activities to fund their secessionist movement against India. Despite that, since Justin Trudeau is dependent on Jagmeet Singh and his party to win elections, to remain in power, Canada refuses to take action and tries to couch it under freedom of expression. So bad was the situation that human rights activists in Canada pointed out that a school in Surrey was being used for a referendum where armed terrorists were being shown as depicted in schools where impressionable children would have seen them. After that, the referendum at Surrey was shifted to a Gurdwara. So India said enough is enough, take action, or the relationship actually heads southward. Now, that is where Canada has taken this action, expelling a top Indian diplomat, and in a retaliatory measure, India has now expelled a top Canadian diplomat. You know, some of these diplomats were actively traveling to Punjab and some other parts of our country, meeting separatists, meeting secessionists, trying to fan trouble in India. All of that will come out in the form of a dossier, you know, in the days and weeks ahead, very carefully collated by India.
Well, absolutely. Gaurav, be with us. Let's just, in fact, try and listen in once again to what really happened there. Of course, the Canadian High Commissioner was tight-lipped, Cameron McKay. While leaving South Block, reporters tried to get a word from him, but he didn't say a word. Let's take a look.
Call the External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... Sir. You have got to call the External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... Sir. You have got to call the External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... Sir. You have got to call the External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... Sir. You have got to call the External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... Sir. You have got to call the External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... Sir. You have got to call the External Affairs Minister.
Not a word there from Canadian High Commissioner to India, Cameron McKay, was summoned by the Ministry of External Affairs, informed about the fact that action has been taken against a diplomat. Okay, in fact, we are shifting focus right now to a big story that we're breaking at this hour. Let's go straight to that. Women's reservation bill likely to be tabled today itself. That's the big story that we're getting at this hour. Today, in fact, when the Parliament convenes again, we will have the women's reservation bill tabled. Paulimi Saha tracking all of those developments. Paulimi, the government not delaying this one wee bit, and the bill is to be tabled today.
That's right. What we're hearing from our sources is that that bill will in fact be tabled and introduced in the Lok Sabha today, and it is expected that the Law and Justice Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal will in fact be introducing that bill. The discussion on the bill will start tomorrow. But today, of course, you're going to see an introduction to that bill. Also, like I've been saying earlier, Sneha, there could be a reference to, of course, this historic decision taken by the cabinet yesterday in the Prime Minister's speech today in the new building. There could be a reference to that. But what we are being told by our sources is that bill, the Women's Reservation Bill, approved by the cabinet last evening, will be tabled, will be introduced in the Lok Sabha first today by the Law and Justice Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal. But also, very interestingly, what our sources are telling us that the government has another surprise up its sleeve that is slated to come up anytime this week.
Yes.
What that is, of course, is going to be very interesting to find out. But yes, the government's keeping the special session extremely special, as you can see.
Yes, you know, Paulimi, one more question from you, because this was in fact the cabinet meeting yesterday in which all of you were telling us about the possibility of this being cleared yesterday. Talk to us, if at all. I know a little premature at this point in time now, but at all, if you picked up anything about the contents of the draft bill, how different is it from the last time around when the bill lapsed?
Don't have the details as of
Sure.
yet. We've not seen the bill at the moment. It hasn't been shared at the moment, but like we were discussing earlier, because the cabinet sat down and approved a bill, we expect that there are some changes that may have been made by the Narendra Modi government in the 2008 draft of the bill, which was introduced by the UPA in the Rajya Sabha, passed through it. But then, of course, because it couldn't be taken up for consideration in the Lok Sabha, it lapsed at that point of time. Though, of course, technically, that is how you'd say it. But the fact that it was taken up by the cabinet yesterday is a hint enough to us that this version of the bill is different from the UPA version, which is why it needed cabinet approval before coming to Parliament.
Interesting details emerging as far as that bill is concerned. It's to be tabled today, is what Paulami Saha has confirmed for us. The Law Minister to table the Women's Reservation Bill. Paulami, be with us. I'm also, in fact, going to go across to Preeti Chaudhary, who is getting us more details. Preeti, you know, what's going to be interesting to see what the draft provisions are and what finally is going to be the take of members of the opposition. In fact, we're going straight to the proceedings of the House right now. Let's take a look.
होने वाला है उसका आगाज कुछ ही पलों में, जब एक साथ मिलकर सामूहिकता के साथ पार्टी लाइन से ऊपर उठकर एक स्वर में भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का संकल्प 2047 तक सभी लेंगे और इस संकल्प को लेकर, नई आशाओं को लेकर, नई उम्मीदों को लेकर, नए विश्वास को लेकर नए संसद भवन की ओर प्रस्थान करेंगे, तो ये पल इन मायनों में बेहद ऐतिहासिक हो जाता है।
बिल्कुल, तो ये सेंट्रल हॉल इतिहास के पन्नों में इस कार्यक्रम के बाद दर्ज हो जाएगा, जब संसद की नई इमारत, नए भवन की तरफ हम चलेंगे और कार्रवाई संसद की वहां से शुरू होगी। तो आज इतिहास के पन्नों में दर्ज होने वाला है ये कार्यक्रम भी, ये समारोह भी, जब तमाम जो सांसद हैं लोकसभा और राज्यसभा के, वो इस सेंट्रल हॉल में आखिरी बार इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं और आज से एक नई राह, नए जोश, नए उमंग, नए विजन के साथ नई इमारत की तरफ, संसद के नए भवन की तरफ बढ़ा जाएगा। अगर इस सेंट्रल हॉल के मुख्य, मैं कहूँ, जो ऐसे मौके रहे हैं वो तमाम रहे हैं, कई ऐतिहासिक मौकों का गवाह ये सेंट्रल हॉल रहा है। जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली थी उसकी तमाम बैठकें इसी सेंट्रल हॉल में हुई है।
These visuals coming in from Central Hall, iconic at that. These images will go down in the annals of Indian parliamentary history on what you're seeing on your television screen, viewers. This is the final time that the building right behind me, or what you see, these images that you see right now on your television screen, is where any business or any convention or any special meeting is being conducted. This was after the photo opportunity of both houses where 543 MPs of the Lok Sabha, 250 of the Rajya Sabha convened to take together to take that final picture. And these images emanating from the old parliament, because today is the transition from the old to the new. This is the Central Hall. It's iconic in terms of just what India's politics has been, just what India's decision-making body has been. And like I said, it will go down into the annals of Indian political history. This moment would possibly give goosebumps to a lot of people out there, especially the parliamentarians. For them, they have known this building. It's the temple of democracy, and now that switch over or the transition will happen. This is also where the joint session is concerned. We're going to talk about the Women Reservation Bill later, but away from that, on the second day of the special joint session will be the first day which will mark proceedings and business to be conducted in the new parliament. These visuals coming in from the Central Hall, you see Prime Minister Modi there, walking in, interacting, lots of selfies being clicked, and and understandably why the selfies are being clicked, because for these parliamentarians this has been iconic. This is what possibly every politician has dreamt of, to walk and be a member of the parliament, what many journalists have dreamt of, to come full circle in terms of the rite of passage of arriving as a journalist who covers politics. But these visuals are iconic, and for the parliamentarians, the 543 Lok Sabha MPs, the 250 Rajya Sabha MPs, this is something which will be very dear to them. Selfies being taken, the image or the photo opportunity of the picture of the session from 2019 to 2024 was taken earlier this time around, and it was taken in the old Parliament building to mark the transition. And that picture, if many of our viewers would want to know, for an MP, that picture is like an heirloom of sorts. They put it on their walls where you go and meet them in their offices. It's something they'll pass on to their children as well. So that picture was iconic. It also marks the 2019 to the 2024 session of the Parliament, and now the switchover will happen. These are emotional images. They are nostalgic in their own right. It marks a huge transition. where the journey of the Indian Parliament is concerned. Somber at that, it's letting go of the old, embracing the new. A mark of abject respect, abject surrender to what is the temple of democracy. And understandably, here one can see as the Prime Minister thanking, all the parliamentarians there with folded hands in a namaste and walking there. You can see the sense of like I said, nostalgia, pride in what has been the biggest decision-making body. But I want to cut across right now to my colleague Poulomi Saha, who's also joining us. Poulomi, it's a somber moment. It's deeply nostalgic. It comes in after that picture which was taken of the MPs of both houses there. And, the Prime Minister, of course, soaking in the moment, interacting with the Member of Parliaments from both the Treasury benches and the opposition. There's a deep sense of nostalgia, melancholy, maybe, but letting go of the old, embracing the new, getting ready to do that.
That's right. In fact, Preeti, those images that are coming in from the Central Hall right now, we're looking at those images where the Prime Minister is, of course, interacting with the MPs, the senior parliamentarians who are seated at the front, having a longish word right now with Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament and BJP President JP Nadda. Earlier, we saw him have exchanged a couple of words with Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, as well. Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and Mallikarjun Kharge seated on one bench. And now, of course, as the Prime Minister awaits the start of the function, he's just standing and having a chat with, of course, Dr. Harivansh, who is from the Rajya Sabha, JP Nadda, and Rajnath Singh, who is, of course, a deputy leader in the Lok Sabha, Defence Minister. They're all seated in one bench, and because the Prime Minister is waiting, of course, for the arrival of the other dignitaries, including Vice President and Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Jagdeep Dhankar, he has stopped and he's having a conversation with these leaders. Speaker, in fact, has just arrived. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has just entered the Central Hall, and members of Parliament have stood up to, of course,
Poulomi, we seem to have, lost your line there. We're going to try and connect back to Poulomi, of course, who's right now inside the Central Hall. The Central Hall has a lot of meaning where parliamentarians are concerned, where the press is concerned, a lot of side business, a lot of jibes, a lot of camaraderie. All of that takes place in the Central Hall of the Parliament. You have the Prime Minister there speaking with Om Birla. There's Rajnath Singh. There's Mr. JP Nadda. All of them, in conversation. And, okay, let's cut across to Poulomi right back with us. Poulomi, give us a sense of what is the true meaning, or what has been, the true meaning of the Central Hall. Because, of course, a lot of, the formal business being conducted inside both houses. But Central Hall has also been a place of camaraderie, jokes where parliamentarians are concerned. Give us a sense, because somewhere down the line, these images are, of course, iconic. You have the images, Poulomi, coming in of the Vice President, Jagdeep Dhankar, with folded hands, passing through with all the MPs there standing by.
That's right. The Vice President, Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, has just arrived in the Central Hall. But speaking of the Central Hall, this is one of the components, if you may, of the old building treaty that everyone, parliamentarians included, media, of course, will miss as far as the new Parliament building is concerned, because there is no Central Hall over there. This is, of course, where, several joint sessions of both houses of Parliament have been seen. Now, of course, everyone's standing up for the national anthem.
All right, the national anthem right now at the Central Hall. This is also the place where joint sessions of the Parliament take place. But everyone standing up. It's a somber moment for us. It needs to be soaked in. It needs to be reflected on with a deep sense of nostalgia, possibly melancholy, and also to understand that, change is the only constant, and you have to move on from the old and embrace the new. But these visuals coming in right now from the Central Hall, possibly marking the final chapter of the Parliament being used as an official building, the old building, where it, of course, now turns into a museum. But iconic visuals, these visuals will be recorded in the annals of Indian Parliament history of what we are seeing on our television screen. And from here, the MPs, the Prime Minister himself would be walking a brisk, quick. Let's listen in. Let's dip it.
Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Devah सर्व कार्येषु सर्वदा। आप सभी माननीय विशिष्ट जनों को गणेश चतुर्थी की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। आज का दिन इतिहास के सुनहरे पन्नों में अंकित होने का दिन है। ये दिन परिवर्तन का है, एक नए शुभ आरंभ का, पुरातन से नवीनता की ओर बढ़ने का, परंपराओं को साथ लिए आधुनिकता के साथ कदम ताल करने का। और इसी पल को एक साथ जीने के लिए हम सब एकत्रित हुए हैं संसद के ऐतिहासिक केंद्रीय कक्ष में। आप सभी माननीय विशिष्ट जनों का हार्दिक स्वागत, अभिनंदन एवं शत शत वंदन। कार्यक्रम को प्रारंभ करने हेतु मेरा सादर अनुरोध माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी से कि वे स्वागत संबोधन प्रस्तुत करें।
आप सभी को नमस्कार। I am feeling proud privileged to be the part of this historic occasion where we have assembled in this iconic Central Hall for the celebration of our 75 years of the parliamentary democratic journey and shifting to the new Parliament building. First of all, I welcome Honorable Vice President of India and the Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, to gracing this momentous occasion. I welcome the most popular, dynamic Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has been real force behind giving us the new temple of democracy in the shape of new state-of-art Parliament House building, which is emerging as a symbol of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I also welcome Honorable Speaker Shri Om Birla ji, Deputy Chairman Rajya Sabha Shri Harivansh ji, Leader of the Rajya Sabha Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Leader of the Opposition Rajya Sabha Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, Leader of the largest opposition party in the Lok Sabha Shri Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji, all my colleague ministers, other senior leaders, fellow MPs from both the houses of the Parliament, to this function which has been organized to commemorate the last sitting of both the House held yesterday in the respective chambers. Today onwards, our two houses of the Parliament shall have their sittings in the new Parliament House building. We all know that this Central Hall has witnessed transfer of power from Britain to Bharat. The formation and adoption of our Constitution by the Constituent Assembly has been host to some very important occasions like rollout of GST, one tax, one nation, a finest example of cooperative federalism in our parliamentary democracy. There were 3 joint sittings of both the houses of the Parliament for resolving the deadlocks under the Article 108, that is the Dowry Prohibition Bill 1959, the Banking Service Commission Repeal Bill 1978, Prevention of Terrorism Bill 2002. You all know that Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha were sitting in this building since 13th May 1952. Along with all my fellow members of the Parliament and other stakeholders of this Parliament, I am very happy and enthusiastic about the functions of the two houses of the Parliament henceforth from the new building, which is the symbol of new and emerging Bharat, paving the way for the developed nation as envisaged by Prime Minister by 2047. At the end, I would like to say that our journey so far is marked by excellent achievements, memorable experience, difficult challenges, remarkable milestones. As we go ahead, let us learn from our previous experiences so far and reaffirm our commitment to our historic democratic values and tirelessly work for the betterment of the person last in the queue. Jai Hind.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मान्यवर। अब संबोधन हेतु मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी लोकसभा में कार्यकाल की दृष्टि से वरिष्ठतम वर्तमान संसद सदस्य श्रीमती मेनका गांधी जी को।
Honorable Vice President, Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Prime Minister, Ministers, and esteemed colleagues of this distinguished House. Actually, I'm as surprised to be here as you are to see me. This is a historic day today. I'm proud to be part of this historical moment when a government under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has undertaken to repair the deep-rooted asymmetry and to give an equal share in India's future to all of us women. I'm grateful for the honor you have given me of speaking about my years in Parliament. We are going to a new building, and hopefully this grand edifice will reflect the aspirations of a new Bharat. Today, I have been entrusted with the responsibility of addressing this esteemed assembly as the most senior parliamentarian in the Lok Sabha. I entered Parliament at the age of 32, 9 years after the death of my husband. My debut was as Minister for Environment. Today, 35 years later, I have spent most of my adult life in this institution, and I have seen 7 prime ministers and the shaping of grand history. It has been an arduous, rocky road. I had several terms as an independent member and finally joined the Bharatiya Janata Party under Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji's leadership in 2004. Since then, I have remained a proud member of the BJP as well as this august House. Being a member of Parliament is an immense responsibility, as it entails safeguarding the trust of lakhs of voters who elect us to be their voice. You are given power, but this power must always be used for their good. The job demands unwavering commitment, moral rectitude, and courage. Basically, it demands great love for your country and infinite kindness towards all. Each one of us gets this opportunity to make a difference, provided we sublimate our own ambitions and see ourselves only as vessels or bridges or protectors of all the beings that need us, the last person in India who believes himself forgotten. People who cannot navigate for themselves and appoint us as their helmsmen. I have tried to make the most of every minute to bring about change wherever I am, whether as Environment Minister, when many institutions and laws that safeguard us were passed, as Social Justice Minister setting up Alimco, which now looks after all the disabled in the country, Childline, which was regarded internationally as the best institution for looking after street children, stopping child labor in the carpet industry. You can change things wherever you are. For instance, in the opposition as a BJP member, as chairperson of the often ignored Assurances Committee, we changed the way people were experimented on by pharmaceutical companies. They were not paid or even asked before becoming guinea pigs. This was changed by us. During Atalji's time, we brought in the vital red and green dot on foods, allowing people to know whether they were eating vegetarian, non-vegetarian food. We repaired an institutional deception by food companies. No service, no job is too small that it should not be taken seriously. My happiest moment was being given the responsibility by the Prime Minister, who coined the phrase Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Within 2 years, we changed the thought of the country, the entire thought of the country, and the statistics show that it is a lasting change. From 130 women per 1,000, a shameful statistic, it rose to 950. Crores of girls were saved. Not only that, it is now seen as a shame and a crime to do away with girl children, whether in the womb or newly born. Now that we are going into a new building, a new phase, I want to tell all the young people here that politics is never fulfilling unless you have a grand passion and a commitment outside it, unless a fire of curiosity burns within you. No service is too small in the service of Mother India. What I have learned is that each constituency is your family. Within my family, there are a million microcosms of individual families. Each of them depend on us. We are a part of their lives as they are of ours. I have seen my primary duty to look after each family that has placed itself in my care by electing me, by seeing me as one of their own. In this matter, I wish to say that the Prime Minister has seen beyond people as a statistic and has meticulously seen to the needs of each individual family. Opening bank accounts, giving dignity in the form of toilets, home water taps, building homes for the poor, gas cylinders, giving young people loans, skilling them, protecting them through the largest pandemic in history, saying that no one remained hungry. Before I end, I would like to tell you a few things that I have learned in my long journey so far. Never give up. There are times in all our lives where the world sits heavy on our shoulders and there doesn't seem any path ahead. It will take courage, determination, and a commitment to something larger than ourselves to forge ahead. Have faith in the goodness of your fellow man. Quieten your mind and soldier on. Believe in yourself. You are an instrument of goodness. If you fight for good, you will always be protected. Use the pain that we all have in our hearts to make yourself a better human being, not to embitter you. Use the pain in your heart to see the pain in the hearts of millions of beings around you and dedicate your life to them. I want to speak to all the women here. The world is still an unequal place, and we as women need to be the greatest champions of and for each other. We need to support and protect each other, especially young women across the social spectrum who lead a marginalized existence so that they have the ability to forge their own destinies. There is no greater power in the world than the power of empathy and kindness, and this transforms the life of someone weaker than you. Kindness serves as its own reward. The greatest bank balance that we will ever possess is that of good deeds that we leave in our wake. That is the only legacy that will remain. My faith in God is unwavering. I see Him in everyone and everything. I see everything as sacred. I leave you with one thought. We are all part of one divine thread, and we are all connected, closer than we can imagine. Let us, irrespective of any differences we may have, wish happiness, protection, and on this holy day of Ganesh Chaturthi, a life free of obstacles for us and all our countrymen. Illuminate the lamp of goodness in our hearts. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा। ये वो देश है जहां बेटियां आगे बढ़ती हैं। ये वो देश है जहां परंपराओं के साए में आधुनिकता पनपती है। ये वो देश है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, जिसका नारा है विश्वगुरु भारत, ये देश हमारा है। अब मेरा सादर अनुरोध लोकसभा में सबसे बड़े विपक्षी दल के नेता श्री अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी से कि वे अपना संबोधन प्रस्तुत करें।
Honorable Vice President of India, Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Parliamentary Affairs Minister of both the houses, opposition leaders, Kharge ji, all my senior leaders and distinguished, esteemed colleagues of both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Having seized this opportunity without making any compunction, without mincing any word, I must state that I feel elevated and elated of having been stood in this podium, which had witnessed a caravan of historical episodes and numerous momentous events in the midst of the galaxy of luminaries who had rigged up their brain and burned the midnight oil to frame the Constitution of India in this august house, which is called at the time Constituent Assembly. So we are proud of all of them, numbering 389 members, including 296 from British India and 93 from princely states. In this house also, in this house, in the year 1947, 22nd January, the objectives resolution, numbering 8, was passed, was adopted, which was proposed by Jawaharlal Nehru ji also, which had inspired the shaping of our constitution in subsequent stages also. So now, in this august house, all of us are well experienced and known the journey, the odyssey of our constitution. From colonial past to independent India, we have observed the transition of the destiny of this great country named after India. It is astonishing to note that those 389 members intensively discussed among them for 2 years, 11 months, and 19 days, and produced the largest constitution of the world, led by Baba Saheb Ambedkar, the father of Indian Constitution. We have been gifted with 395 articles. Also, 22 parts and 8 schedules. So naturally, the house, which is called Central Hall, it is a historic hall. It is not. It will not be known by simply its architectural splendor, but its illustrious legacy. Now I come to the point that our ability to attain developed nation status by 2047 hinges on the active involvement of our citizens and the unwavering dedication of their representatives. The groundwork laid in the formative years of our nationhood and also the subsequent years has empowered us significantly. However, we are confronted with intricate challenges that require immediate attention and resolution as we progress towards this objective. I do not have any idea of what is called and how a country to be recognized as developed country by any designation. I do not have any idea of any global consensus is existed or not, because when we see other developed countries, among the various key determinants, one determinant is always followed, that is Human Development Index. And insofar as Human Development Index, India has been lagging behind and we are ranked 131 out of 189 countries. At present, disconcerting reports reveal that the top 10% of India's population controls a staggering 77% of nation's total wealth. In 2017, A staggering 73% of wealth generated has reportedly gravitated towards the wealthiest 1%, while staggering 670 million Indians constituting the poorest half of the population saw their wealth increase by a mere 1%. This stark disparity presents a crucial challenge in ensuring that millions of people living below the poverty line have access to fundamental necessities like food, shelter, and healthcare, a prerequisite for advancing towards developed nation status. While India boasts of a sizable youth population, high unemployment rates pose a significant hurdle to leveraging this demographic advantage. Addressing this challenge is paramount, necessitating a concerted focus on job creation and the encouragement of entrepreneurship. It is essential to enable India's youthful population to contribute substantially to the country's economic growth and development. Despite India being the world's fifth largest economy, our per capita GDP falls far behind that of developed nations. Tackling this economic growth challenge requires pro-growth government policies, maintaining low inflation, reducing interest rates, alleviating unemployment, fostering a skilled workforce, bolstering purchasing power, stimulating demand, and enhancing the healthcare and education sector. India must prioritize the development of a globally competitive, labor-intensive manufacturing sector capable of generating significant employment opportunities. In sum, addressing the pressing issue of high youth unemployment is a pivotal step for India's march toward developed nation status by 2047. I am impatient. I do not want to wait till 2047. Why not before 2047? To realize the vision of becoming developed nation, India must pursue a growth trajectory that is both comprehensive and sustainable. Economic growth must be all-inclusive, benefiting every citizen. An overarching focus on human development, encompassing access to healthcare, education, and essential services must be implemented holistically. The challenge of transforming India into a developed nation by 2047 are substantial, encompassing poverty, infrastructure deficit, and environmental sustainability. By implementing a holistic strategy that encompasses infrastructure development, attraction of investment, enhancement of education, promotion of innovation, social welfare, environmental conservation, paying emphasis on manufacturing and integration of technology, India can pave the way for its emergence as a developed nation. It is only with unwavering determination, collective commitment, that the country can realize this visionary goal and unlock its potential on the global stage. I will conclude by saying that धरती सिखाते हमने सबको बोझ उठाना, गगन सिखाते हमने ऊपर उठते जाना, सूरज की लाली से सीखा जग आलोकित करना, चंदा की किरणों से सीखा सबको पीड़ा हरना, पर्वत ने सिखाए हमने दृढ़ संकल्प बनाना, नदी सिखाए हमने आगे बढ़ते जाना, सागर की लहरों ने सीखा दुख सुख सहे जाना, और तूफान ये सिखलाते हैं आफत में ना घबराना और आफत से टकराना. हम चाहते हैं कि ये सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर should be maintained in a judicious manner, and also in presence of all the guiding light of our country. I must suggest that India is not a homogeneous society, rather it is a heterogeneous society. But now the need of the hour is to maintain the harmonious society. With this word, I am concluding my speech. Thank you. Jai Hind, Bande Mataram.
धन्यवाद सर. अब मेरा सादर आग्रह है राज्यसभा में सदन के नेता श्री पीयूष गोयल जी से कि वे अपना वक्तव्य प्रस्तुत करें.
राज्यसभा के सभापति आदरणीय जगदीप धनखड़ जी, श्रद्धेय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, लोकसभा अध्यक्ष आदरणीय ओम बिरला जी, उपसभापति श्री हरिवंश जी, श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, श्री आदिर रंजन चौधरी जी, श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी, माननीय सांसदगण, नमस्कार। गणेश चतुर्थी के पावन अवसर पर आप सभी को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। विघ्नहर्ता गणपति बाप्पा सभी को सुख एवं शांति प्रदान करें और देश की प्रगति के लिए हमारे प्रयासों को सफल बनाएं। हमारे संविधान के निर्माता भारत रत्न डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर जी तथा संविधान सभा के माननीय सदस्यों की स्मृति को मेरा कृतज्ञ वंदन। विगत 75 वर्षों में देश की सेवा करने वाले सभी सम्मान्य सांसदों को भी मेरा सादर नमन। कल हम सभी ने इस भवन में सार्थक चर्चा की और अपनी यादों और अनुभवों को सबके साथ साझा किया। आज नए संसद भवन में प्रवेश करना एक ऐतिहासिक पल है जो हम सभी के लिए यादगार रहेगा। इस शुभ अवसर पर मैं आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। नया संसद भवन हमारी सांस्कृतिक विरासत और आधुनिकता का जीवंत उदाहरण है। नए संसद भवन में स्थापित प्राचीन सेंगोल से प्रेरणा लेकर हम सभी कर्तव्य भावना से देश सेवा के तत्पर रहेंगे। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में भारत एक वैश्विक शक्ति बन रहा है। नया संसद भवन अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहाँ अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आज़ादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं। शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का, देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे। लक्ष्य बड़ा है, राह कठिन है, पर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है संसद में जो जनप्रतिनिधि बैठेंगे वे अपने दायित्वों का पूर्ण निष्ठा से निर्वहन करेंगे और अमृत काल में एक समृद्ध, सशक्त और विकसित भारत के सृजन का आधार बनेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
सादर धन्यवाद सर। अब मेरा सादर अनुरोध राज्यसभा में नेता प्रतिपक्ष श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी से कि वे अपना संबोधन प्रस्तुत करें।
Honorable Vice President of India, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha, Honorable Leader of the Rajya Sabha, Honorable Shri Adiranjan Chaudhary ji, Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Members of Parliament, and all the respected leaders. We have all gathered here today to commemorate the rich legacy of the Parliament of India in this historic Central Hall. When we talk about Indian parliamentary heritage, the hallowed precinct of this Parliament House and the Central Hall, where we have gathered today, hold a very special significance. The Constitution of India is the bedrock of Indian democratic polity. It is in this very Central Hall that the Constituent Assembly held its sittings from 1946 to 1949, spanning a period of 2 years, 11 months, and 17 days. Today, we humbly recall the phenomenal contributions made by Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the first President of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji, the first Prime Minister, and architect of modern India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the first Home Minister of India, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, architect of Indian Constitution. It is also an occasion to recall with gratitude the contributions of Sri G.V. Malvankar, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, and also acknowledge the collective contribution by members of the Constituent Assembly, Provisional Parliament, and first and all subsequent Lok Sabha. This Central Hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I'm thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago, we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. A moment comes, which comes but rarely in history, when we step out from the old to new, when an age ends, and when the soul of the nation, long suppressed, finds utterances. As the clock struck 12, all the members of the Constituent Assembly took the following pledge. At this solemn moment, when the people of India, through suffering and sacrifices, have secured freedom, I, a member of the Constituent Assembly, do dedicate myself in all humility to the service of India and her people, to the end that this ancient land attain her rightful and honored place in the world, and make her full and willing contribution to the promotion of the world peace and the welfare of the mankind. These words spoken on the day of this historic speech of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji. I wish to emphasize at this juncture that this is all due to the collective and dedicated effort by parliamentarians cutting across the party lines over the past 7.5 decades. This rich legacy has formed a strong foundation for India's growth as a powerful democratic nation. Every nook and corner of the Parliament House has witnessed the evolution of our parliamentary democracy over the past 75 years. As we bid adieu to the Parliament House and move to the new Parliament building today, I am overwhelmed with emotions and tinge of pathos. We would, of course, be continuing our parliamentary duties in the new Parliament building, but will miss the Parliament House. The success of the institution lies in the upholding constitutional values and ideals. The idea that institutions are sacrosanct and essential for the success is a fundamental principle in governance and development. We should commit ourselves to adhere to and preserving the constitutional values and parliamentary traditions as the country moves ahead in effectively performing parliamentary duties and in our endeavors for the growth of our nation. To build this country, forgetting our parties, political parties, we should be one to build the nation, to protect the nation, to protect the Constitution, to protect the democracy. This must be our aim. With these words and one quote I will say, no man can be grateful at the cost of his honor. No woman can be grateful at the cost of her chastity. And no nation can be grateful at the cost of its liberty. So, to protect our liberty, to protect our integrity, we must work all together. That is the only way to build the nation. Thank you. Jai Hind.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मान्यवर। अब मेरा माननीय आग्रह है माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी से कि आप हम सभी को अपने शब्दों द्वारा अनुग्रहित करें।
माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, राज्यसभा में सदन के नेता, संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी, प्रतिपक्ष के नेता, लोकसभा में सबसे बड़े दल के नेता, सभी माननीय मंत्रीगण, सभी माननीय संसद सदस्यगण, आज संसद भवन के इस ऐतिहासिक कक्ष में जो हमारी देश की आज़ादी का साक्षी रहा, जो संविधान निर्माण का साक्षी रहा, जिसमें अनेक परिवर्तन एवं ऐतिहासिक निर्णय हुए, इसी केंद्रीय कक्ष में माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का उद्बोधन भी हमें मिला। विश्व के कई राष्ट्र अध्यक्षों ने यहाँ संबोधन करते हुए हमारे लोकतंत्र के प्रति आस्था व्यक्त की और आज इस केंद्रीय कक्ष से हम सब लोग नए संसद भवन की ओर प्रवेश कर रहे हैं। ये नया संसद भवन हम सब के लिए नई आकांक्षाओं, नई अपेक्षाओं और नई उम्मीद, नई उमंग के साथ होगा, मेरी ऐसी आशा है। आज इस अवसर पर उन सब स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को भी नमन करता हूं जिन्होंने हमारे भविष्य के लिए, हमारे कल के लिए अपना वर्तमान बलिदान कर दिया। मैं आज उन महान नेताओं को भी नमन करता हूं जिन्होंने इस केंद्रीय कक्ष में दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा संविधान निर्माण में अपना अमूल्य योगदान दिया, जिन्होंने देश में आर्थिक सामाजिक परिवर्तन लाने में अपना दायित्व निभाया। आज हम उन सभी मान्य सदस्यों को भी स्मरण कर रहे हैं, याद कर रहे हैं, जो हमारे बीच में नहीं रहे लेकिन जिन्होंने अपने संवैधानिक दायित्वों का निर्वहन करते हुए देश की प्रगति में योगदान दिया। मैं आज संसद के उन सभी माननीय सांसदों का भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिनके लंबे संसदीय अनुभव का लाभ आज हमें मिल रहा है। ये संसद भवन अनेक ऐतिहासिक घटनाओं, निर्णयों और परिवर्तनकारी कानूनों के निर्माण का साक्षी रहा है। हमारी संसद कई घटनाओं का मंच रही है, जिन्होंने 75 वर्षों में इस देश को एक ऐसा स्वरूप दिया है जो दुनिया में एक नई ताकत और सामर्थ्य रखता है। हमारी संसद देश की करोड़ों जनता की अभिव्यक्ति एवं भावनाओं का माध्यम रही है, जहां हमें लोकतांत्रिक संस्कृति के अनुरूप चर्चा और संवाद से अनेक चुनौतियों का समाधान निकाला है और कई श्रेष्ठतम प्रतिमान स्थापित की हैं। इन 75 वर्ष की संसदीय लोकतंत्र की गौरवशाली यात्रा में हमने देश में कई क्रांतिकारी बदलाव भी किए। आज जनता नए भारत के लिए आकांक्षी है। आज लोगों को हमसे अपेक्षाएं बढ़ी है, आकांक्षाएं बढ़ी हैं, उम्मीद बढ़ी है। ऐसे में हमारी जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ जाती है कि हम अपने संवैधानिक दायित्वों का शुद्ध अंतर्करण से निर्वहन करें और उनकी अपेक्षाओं, आकांक्षाओं और उम्मीदों को पूरा करें और आकांक्षी भारत के सपनों को साकार करें। मान्यवर, हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि हम ऐसे कालखंड के जनप्रतिनिधि हैं जिस समय भारत हर क्षेत्र में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। हमारी लोकतांत्रिक संस्कृति और हमारा श्रेष्ठ नेतृत्व के कारण हम पूरे विश्व को एक परिवार के रूप में लेकर वैश्विक चुनौतियों का समाधान के लिए भारत एक सार्थक भूमिका निभा रहा है। आज हम नए भवन में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं। नए भवन में प्रवेश करते समय विकसित भारत बनाने की हमारी प्रतिबद्धता को हम दोहराने का अवसर भी है। हमारा संकल्प है कि हम इसी संसदीय लोकतंत्र से सामूहिक चर्चा, संवाद, सहमति, असहमति और कठिन परिश्रम से सारे देश की जनभागीदारी के साथ इन आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करेंगे। विश्व के सबसे बड़े संसदीय लोकतंत्र होने के नाते हमारी जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ जाती है। इसलिए आवश्यक है कि हमारी संसद हर एक मुद्दे पर चर्चा करे, सार्थक सकारात्मक दिशा दे, कानून बनाते समय सारगर्भित चर्चा हो, सकारात्मक के साथ चर्चा हो, ताकि हम देश को और अधिक समर्थ एवं समर्थ बना सकें। और इसमें हमारी संसद की उल्लेखनीय भूमिका होनी चाहिए। आज़ादी के इस अमृत काल में हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लक्ष्य को लेकर चल रहे हैं। विकसित भारत बनाने का ये लक्ष्य हमारी संसद के माध्यम से साकार होगा। हम ऐसे संकल्प की प्रतिबद्धता के साथ नए भवन में प्रवेश करेंगे, जहां हमारी भागीदारी भी होगी, जनता की अपेक्षाएं भी पूरी होगी और नए आकांक्षी भारत और 2047 में विकसित भारत के सपने को भी पूरा पकाएंगे। आज गणेश चतुर्थी के शुभ दिन, ऐसे शुभ दिन पर अच्छी परंपराएं, अच्छी परिपाटियां, अच्छी प्रथाएं, अच्छे अनुभव हम साथ लेकर जाएं और नए संसद भवन में उनको स्थापित करें, ताकि विश्व के लिए भारत का लोकतंत्र मार्गदर्शक बन सके। नया भवन हमारे देश की आकांक्षी जनता के लिए परिणामदायक हो, परिवर्तनकारी हो, ताकि हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने समानता, न्याय और बंधुता का जो संदेश दिया है उसे हम पूरा कर सके। हम अपनी संसद को देश की जनता की सेवा में सच्चे भाव से समर्पित करें। इसी अपेक्षा के साथ मैं पुनः इस भवन को, उन सब लोगों को जिनका इस लोकतंत्र को स्थापित करने में, लोकतंत्र की मर्यादा प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ाने में योगदान रहा, उन सबको भी नमन करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मान्यवर। अब मेरा विनम्र अनुरोध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से कि आप विशिष्ट जनों की सभा को संबोधित करें एवं हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन करें।
आदरणीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी, आदरणीय स्पीकर महोदय, मंच पर विराजमान सभी वरिष्ठ महानुभाव और 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के प्रतिनिधि, सभी माननीय सांसदगण, आपको और देशवासियों को गणेश चतुर्थी की अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं। आज नए संसद भवन में हम सब मिलकर के नए भविष्य का श्री गणेश करने जा रहे हैं। आज हम यहाँ विकसित भारत का संकल्प दोहराना, फिर एक बार संकल्पबद्ध होना और उसको परिपूर्ण करने के लिए जी जान से जुटने के इरादे से नए भवन की तरफ प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं। सम्मानीय सभागृह, ये भवन और उसमें भी ये सेंट्रल हॉल एक प्रकार से हमारी भावनाओं से भरा हुआ है। हमें भावुक भी करता है और हमें हमारे कर्तव्य के लिए प्रेरित भी करता है। आजादी के पूर्व ये खंड एक प्रकार से लाइब्रेरी के रूप में इस्तेमाल होता था, लेकिन बाद में संविधान सभा की बैठक यहाँ शुरू हुई और उन संविधान सभा की बैठकों के द्वारा गहन चर्चा विचारणा कर करके हमारा संविधान यहीं पर आकार लिया। यहीं पर 1947 में अंग्रेजी हुकूमत ने सत्ता हस्तांतरण किया, उस प्रक्रिया का भी साक्षी हमारा ये सेंट्रल हॉल है। इसी सेंट्रल हॉल में भारत के तिरंगे को अपनाया गया, हमारे राष्ट्रगान को अपनाया गया और ऐतिहासिक अवसरों पर आजादी के बाद भी सभी सरकारों के दरमियान अनेक अवसर आए जब दोनों सदनों ने मिलकर के यहाँ पर भारत के भाग्य को गढ़ने के पर विचार किया, सहमति बनाई और निर्णय भी किए। 1952 के बाद दुनिया के करीब 41 राष्ट्राध्यक्षों ने इस सेंट्रल हॉल में हमारे सभी माननीय सांसदों को संबोधित किया है। हमारे राष्ट्रपति महोदयों के द्वारा 86 बार यहां संबोधन किया गया है। बीते 7 दशकों में जो भी साथी इन जिम्मेवारियों से गुजरे हैं, जिम्मेवारियों को संभाली है, अनेक कानूनों, अनेक संशोधन और अनेक सुधारों का हिस्सा रहे हैं। अभी तक लोकसभा और राज्यसभा ने मिलकर करीब करीब 4000 से अधिक कानून पास किए हैं। और कभी जरूरत पड़ी तो ज्वाइंट सेशन के माध्यम से भी कानून पारित करने की दिशा में रणनीति बनानी पड़ी और उसके तहत भी दहेज रोकथाम कानून हो, बैंकिंग सर्विस कमीशन बिल हो, आतंक से लड़ने के लिए कानून हो, ये संयुक्त सत्र में पास किए गए हैं, इसी गृह में पास किए गए। इसी संसद में मुस्लिम बहन बेटियों को न्याय की जो प्रतीक्षा थी, शाहबानो केस के कारण कुछ गाड़ी उल्टी पार्टी पर चढ़ गई थी। इसी सदन ने हमारी उस गलतियों को ठीक किया और 3 तलाक विरुद्ध कानून हम सब ने मिलकर के पारित किया। संसद ने बीते वर्षों में ट्रांसजेंडर को न्याय देने वाले कानूनों का भी निर्माण किया। इसके माध्यम से हम ट्रांसजेंडर के प्रति सद्भाव और सम्मान के भाव के साथ उनको नौकरी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, बाकी जो सुविधाएं हैं एक गरिमा के साथ प्राप्त कर सके, इसकी दिशा में हम आगे बढ़े। हम सभी ने मिलकर हमारे दिव्यांग जनों के लिए भी उनकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए, उनके एस्पिरेशंस को देखते हुए ऐसे कानूनों का निर्माण किया जो उनके लिए उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी बन रहे हैं। आर्टिकल 370 हटाने से लेकर वो विषय ऐसा रहा जो शायद ही कोई दशक ऐसा होगा कि चर्चा न हुई हो, चिंता न हुई हो और मांग न हुई हो। आक्रोश भी व्यक्त हुआ, सभागृह में भी हुआ, सभागृह के बाहर भी हुआ। लेकिन हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि हमें सदन में आर्टिकल 370 से मुक्ति पाने का, अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने का एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कदम और इस महत्वपूर्ण काम में माननीय सांसदों की, संसद की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। जम्मू कश्मीर में इसी सदन में निर्मित हुआ संविधान हमारे पूर्वजों ने दिया हुआ वो महामूल्य दस्तावेज जम्मू कश्मीर में लागू करते हैं तो इस मिट्टी को प्रणाम करने का मन करता है। आज जम्मू और कश्मीर शांति और विकास के रास्ते पर चलने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हुआ है और नए उमंग, नए उत्साह, नए संकल्प के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग आगे बढ़ने का कोई मौका अब छोड़ना नहीं चाहते हैं। ये दिखाता है कि संसद के सदस्यों ने मिलकर के संसद के भवन में कितने महत्वपूर्ण काम किए हैं। माननीय सांसदगण, लाल किले से मैंने कहा था, यही समय है, सही समय है। एक के बाद एक घटनाओं की तरफ हम नजर करेंगे। हर घटना इस बात का गवाह दे रही है कि आज भारत एक नई चेतना के साथ पुनर्जागृत हो चुका है। भारत नई ऊर्जा से भर चुका है और यही चेतना, यही ऊर्जा इस देश के कोटि कोटि जनों के सपनों को संकल्प में परिवर्तित कर सकती है और संकल्प को परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा कर करके सिद्धि तक पहुंचा सकती है। ये हम देख सकते हैं। और मेरा विश्वास है, देश जिस दिशा में चल पड़ा है, इच्छित परिणाम अवश्य प्राप्त होंगे। हम गति जितनी तेज करेंगे, परिणाम उतने जल्दी मिलेंगे। आज भारत 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था पर पहुंचा है, लेकिन पहले 3 में पहुंचने के संकल्प के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और मैं जिस स्थान पर बैठा हूं, जो जानकारियां प्राप्त होती है, उसके आधार पर विश्व के गणमान्य लोगों से बातचीत करता हूं, उसके आधार पर मैं बड़े विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, हम में से कुछ लोगों की निराशा हो सकती है, लेकिन दुनिया आश्वस्त है कि भारत टॉप 3 में पहुंच के रहेगा। भारत का बैंकिंग सेक्टर आज अपनी मजबूती के कारण से फिर एक बार दुनिया में सकारात्मक चर्चा का केंद्र बना हुआ है। भारत का गवर्नेंस का मॉडल, यूपीआई, डिजिटल स्टैक, मैं इस G20 में भी देख रहा था, मैंने बाली में भी देखा। टेक्नोलॉजी की दुनिया को लेकर के भारत का नौजवान जिस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ रहा है, पूरे विश्व के लिए कौतुक भी है, आकर्षण भी है और स्वीकृति भी है। हम सब उस ऐसे कालखंड में हैं, मैं कहूंगा हम लोग एक भाग्यवान लोग हैं। ऐसी भाग्यवान समय में हमें कुछ दायित्व निभाने का अवसर आया है और हमारा सबसे बड़ा भाग्य है कि आज इंडियन एस्पिरेशंस उस ऊंचाई पर हैं जो शायद पिछले 1000 साल में नहीं रहे होंगे। गुलामी के जंजीरों ने उसके एस्पिरेशंस को दबोच के रखा था। उसकी भावनाओं को तहस नहस कर दिया था। आजाद भारत में अपने सपने संजो रहा था, चुनौतियों से जूझ रहा था, लेकिन मिलकर के आज जहां पहुंचे हैं, अब वहां वो रुकना नहीं चाहता है। वो एस्पिरेशनल सोसाइटी के साथ नए लक्ष्य गढ़ना चाहता है। जब एस्पिरेशन सोसाइटी सपने संजोते हो, संकल्प लेकर के निकल पड़ी हो, तब पुराने कानूनों से मुक्ति पाकर नए कानूनों का निर्माण करके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए एक मार्ग प्रशस्त करने का दायित्व हम सभी सांसदों का सविशेष होता है। संसद में बनने वाला हर कानून, संसद में होने वाली हर चर्चा, संसद से जाने वाला हर संकेत इंडियन एस्पिरेशन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए ही होना चाहिए। ये हम सबकी भावना भी है, कर्तव्य भी है और एक एक देशवासी की हमसे अपेक्षा भी है। हम जो भी रिफॉर्म करें, उसके मूल में इंडियन एस्पिरेशन सबसे सर्वोच्च पद पर होना चाहिए, प्राथमिकता पर होना चाहिए। लेकिन मैं बहुत सोच समझ करके कहना चाहता हूं, क्या कभी छोटे कैनवास पर कोई बड़ा चित्र बना सकता है क्या? जैसे छोटे कैनवास पर बड़ा चित्र नहीं बन सकता, वैसे हम भी अगर हमारे सोचने के कैनवास को बड़ा नहीं कर सकते, तो भव्य भारत का चित्र भी हम नहीं अंकित कर सकते। पचहत्तर साल का हमारे पास अनुभव है। हमारे पूर्वजों ने जो कुछ भी रास्ते बनाए, उससे हमने सीखा है। हमारे पास एक बहुत बड़ी विरासत है। इस विरासत के साथ अगर हमारे सपने, हमारे संकल्प जुड़ जाए, हमारा सोचने का दायरा बदल जाए, हमारा कैनवास बड़ा हो जाए, तो हम भी उस भव्य भारत के चित्र को अंकित कर सकते हैं, उस तस्वीर का खाका खींच सकते हैं, उसमें रंग भरने का काम हम भी कर सकते हैं और आने वाली पीढ़ी को वो भव्य दिव्य मां भारती के हम उनको सुपुर्द कर सकते हैं। दोस्तों, अमृतकाल के 25 वर्षों में भारत को अब बड़े कैनवास पर काम करना ही होगा। अब हमारे लिए छोटी छोटी चीजों में उलझना, वो वक्त चला गया है। हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लक्ष्य को सबसे पहले परिपूर्ण करना चाहिए और हमसे शुरुआत होती है, हर नागरिक से शुरुआत होती है। और आज दुनिया में भी एक समय ऐसा था कि लोग मुझे कहते थे, हमारे बड़े बड़े बुद्धिजीवी और अर्थशास्त्री लिखते थे कि मोदी आत्मनिर्भर की बात करता है तो मल्टीलेटरलिज्म के सामने चुनौती तो बन नहीं जाएगा, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के जमाने में ठीक तो नहीं होगा। लेकिन 5 साल के भीतर भीतर देखा, दुनिया भारत के आत्मनिर्भर मॉडल की चर्चा करने लग गई है। और कौन हिंदुस्तानी नहीं चाहेगा कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर हो, एनर्जी सेक्टर में हम आत्मनिर्भर हो, एडिबल ऑयल क्या इस देश को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होना चाहिए? कृषि प्रधान देश हम कहते हैं, खाने का तेल क्या अब देश बाहर से लाएगा? बहुत समय की मांग है कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत को संकल्प को पूरा करना, ये हम सबका दायित्व है। उसमें दल आड़े नहीं आते हैं, सिर्फ दिल चाहिए, देश के लिए चाहिए। हमें अब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में दुनिया में सर्वश्रेष्ठ बनने की दिशा में ही कदम रखने होंगे। और मैंने एक बार लाल किले से कहा था, जीरो डिफेक्ट जीरो इफेक्ट। हमारे प्रोडक्ट में कोई डिफेक्ट ना हो, हमारी प्रक्रिया में पर्यावरण पर कोई इफेक्ट ना हो, ऐसा जीरो डिफेक्ट जीरो इफेक्ट वाला हमें दुनिया के सामने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग क्षेत्र में जाना हो। हमारे डिजाइनर, हमारे यहाँ निर्माण हो रही डिजाइन्स, हमारे सॉफ्टवेयर, हमारे एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स, हमारे हस्तशिल्प, हर क्षेत्र में अब हमें वैश्विक मापदंडों को पार करने के इरादे से ही चलना चाहिए, तब जाकर के विश्व के अंदर हम अपना झंडा फहरा सकते हैं। मेरे गांव में मेरा सबसे अच्छा माल हो, इतनी बात नहीं चलेगी। मेरे राज्य में मेरा सबसे अच्छा प्रोडक्ट नहीं चलेगा, मेरे देश में मेरा सबसे अच्छा प्रोडक्ट नहीं चलेगा, दुनिया में मेरा प्रोडक्ट सबसे अच्छा होगा, ये भाव मुझे पैदा होगा। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज दुनिया के अंदर टॉप रैंकिंग में आए, अब इसमें हमें पीछे नहीं रहना है। हमारे शिक्षा जगत को नई नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी मिली है, एक खुलापन है, सर्व स्वीकृत बनी है, उसके सहारे अब हमें चल पड़ना है। और दुनिया के टॉप मोस्ट यूनिवर्सिटीज में अभी जब G20 में विश्व के मेहमान आए तो मैंने नालंदा की एक तस्वीर रखी थी वहाँ, और जब मैं दुनिया को कहता था 1500 साल पहले मेरे देश में दुनिया की उत्तम से उत्तम यूनिवर्सिटी हुआ करती थी, तो उन सुनते ही रह जाते थे। लेकिन हमें उसे प्रेरणा लेनी है, पर प्राप्त तो अभी करके रहना है, ये हमारा संकल्प होना चाहिए। आज हमारे देश का नौजवान खेल जगत के अंदर दुनिया में हमारी पहचान बना रहा है। टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटी से, गांव, गरीब परिवारों से, गांव से देश के नौजवान, देश की बेटे बेटियां आज खेलकूद के जगत जीवन में हमारा नाम रोशन कर रही है। लेकिन देश चाहता है और देश का संकल्प होना चाहिए कि अब खेलकूद के हर पोडियम पे हमारा तिरंगा भी लहराता होगा। हमें अब पूरा हमारा दिमाग क्वालिटी पर फोकस करना ही होगा, ताकि हम विश्व की आशा अपेक्षाओं के अनुकूल और भारत के सामान्य मानव के जीवन में भी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ के प्रति जो एस्पिरेशन बढ़ा है, उसको हम एड्रेस कर पाए। और जैसे मैंने कहा कि हम भाग्यवान हैं कि हम उस समय काम कर रहे हैं जब समाज अपने आप एक एस्पिरेशनल सोसाइटी है। हमारा और भी एक भाग्य है कि हम उस समय हैं जब हिंदुस्तान युवा देश है। हम दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा जन आबादी वाला तो देश बने ही हैं, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी आबादी, उसमें भी सबसे युवा, ये पहली बार हुआ है। जिस देश के पास ये युवा शक्ति हो, युवा सामर्थ्य हो, तब हमें उसकी टैलेंट पे भरोसा है, हमें उसकी संकल्प शक्ति पे भरोसा है, उसकी साहस में हमें भरोसा है। और इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि दुनिया में भारत का युवा अग्रिम पंक्ति में नजर आना चाहिए, वो स्थिति पैदा होनी चाहिए। आज पूरी दुनिया को स्किल्ड मैन पावर की बहुत बड़ी जरूरत है और भारत विश्व की इस आवश्यकता की पूर्ति के लिए अपने आप को सज्ज कर सकता है और उन आवश्यकताओं को पूरी कर करके दुनिया में अपनी एक जगह भी बना सकता है। और इसलिए विश्व में उनकी आवश्यकता के लिए किस प्रकार के मैन पावर की जरूरत है, रिसोर्स की जरूरत है। उस स्किल मैपिंग का काम भी चल रहा है और उस स्किल मैपिंग के अनुसार भारत के अंदर स्किल डेवलपमेंट की तरफ हम बल दे रहे हैं और जितना ज्यादा हम स्किल डेवलपमेंट पर बल देंगे, भारत के नौजवानों का सामर्थ्य विश्व में अपना डंका बजाने में कोई कमी नहीं रखेगा। और हिंदुस्तानी जहां गया है उसने अच्छाई की छाप छोड़ी है, कुछ कर गुजरने की छाप छोड़ी है। ये सामर्थ्य हमारे अंदर पहले से पड़ा हुआ है और हमारे पहले जो लोग गए हैं उन्होंने इससे छवि भी बना के रखी हुई है। आपने देखा होगा पिछले दिनों करीब 150 नर्सिंग कॉलेज एक साथ खोलने का निर्णय किया। पूरे दुनिया में बहुत बड़ी रिक्वायरमेंट है नर्सिंग की। हमारी बहन, हमारी बेटियां, हमारे बेटे उस क्षेत्र में दुनिया में पहुंच सकते हैं, आसानी से पहुंच सकते हैं। पूरे विश्व की जरूरत है और ये तो मानवता का काम है जिसमें हम पीछे नहीं रहेंगे। आज मेडिकल कॉलेजेस का इतना व्यापक रूप से निर्माण देश की आवश्यकता तो पूरी करनी ही करनी है, दुनिया की आवश्यकताओं में भी योगदान दे सकते हैं। कहने का तात्पर्य यही है, हर छोटी चीज पर बारीकी से ध्यान देते हुए, उस पर अपना ध्यान केंद्रित करते हुए हमें आगे बढ़ना है। हमें भविष्य के लिए सही समय पर सही फैसले भी लेने होते हैं। हम फैसलों को टाल नहीं सकते हैं। हम राजनीतिक लाभ नुकसान के गणा भाग के अंदर अपने आप को बंधित नहीं बना सकते हैं। हमें तो देश के एस्पिरेशन के लिए हिम्मत के साथ नए निर्णय करने होते हैं। आज सोलर पावर के सफल मूवमेंट्स हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के लिए एनर्जी क्राइसिस से मुक्ति की गारंटी दे रहा है। आज मिशन हाइड्रोजन आने वाले दिनों में जो एनवायरनमेंट की चिंता है, जो टेक्नोलॉजी में बदलाव आ रहा है, उसके समाधान का रास्ता देने का सामर्थ्य रखती है। आज हमारा सेमीकंडक्टर जिस प्रकार से जीवन चलाने में हमारे हृदय की जरूरत रहती है, वैसे ही आज हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी चिप्स के बिना चल नहीं सकती और सेमीकंडक्टर उसके लिए बहुत अनिवार्य है। उस दिशा में हम आगे जा करके इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में कोई रुकावट ना आए और जीवन कहीं अटक न जाए, उसलिए एक बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में हम काम कर रहे हैं। जल जीवन मिशन, हर जिले में 75 अमृत सरोवर, हमारी भावी पीढ़ी को, हमारे बच्चे उनको कभी पानी के बिना तरसना न पड़े, इसकी चिंता हम आज कर रहे हैं। विश्व के बाजार में हमारा हर व्यापार कारोबार पहुंचे, कॉम्पिटिटिव ताकत के साथ खड़ा रहे, लॉजिस्टिक सिस्टम को और अधिक कम खर्च वाला बनाना, एफिशिएंट बनाना, उस दिशा में हम बहुत नीतियां लेकर के चल रहे हैं। आज समय की मांग है कि भारत का एक ऐसा भारत के हम निर्माण करें। नॉलेज, इनोवेशन, ये समय की मांग है और दुनिया में हमें अग्रिम पंक्ति में जाने का ये रास्ता भी है। और इसीलिए पिछले हमने समय नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के साथ साथ टेक्नोलॉजी के बढ़ावे के लिए हमने रिसर्च और इनोवेशन का एक कानून भी पारित किया है, ताकि हमारे देश के नौजवानों को इस इनोवेशन के और चंद्रयान 3 की सफलता के बाद देश के नौजवानों के मन में विज्ञान की तरफ आकर्षण बढ़ रहा है। हमें मौका गंवाना नहीं है। हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को हमने रिसर्च और इनोवेशन के लिए पूरे अवसर देने हैं और इस इकोसिस्टम को बनाने के लिए हमने एक उज्जवल भविष्य के निर्माण की नींव रखी है। आदरणीय बंधुगण, सामाजिक न्याय ये हमारी पहली शर्त है। बिना सामाजिक न्याय, बिना संतुलन, बिना समभाव, बिना समत्व हम इच्छित परिणामों को घर के भीतर प्राप्त नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन सामाजिक न्याय की चर्चा बहुत सीमित बन के रह गई। हमें उसको व्यापक रूप में देखना होगा। हम किसी गरीब को कोई सुविधा दें, किसी समाज में दबे कुचले व्यक्ति को कोई सुविधा दें, वो तो सामाजिक न्याय की एक प्रक्रिया है। लेकिन उसके घर तक पक्की सड़क बन जाए ना, वो भी सामाजिक न्याय के लिए उसको मजबूती देती है। उसके घर के नजदीक में बच्चों के लिए अगर स्कूल खुल जाए तो वो भी उसको सामाजिक न्याय की मजबूती देती है। उसको बिना खर्च अगर आरोग्य में समय की जरूरत पड़े वो मिले, तब जाकर के सामाजिक न्याय की मजबूती मिलती है। और इसलिए जिस प्रकार से समाज व्यवस्था में सामाजिक न्याय जरूरत है, वैसा ही राष्ट्र व्यवस्था में सामाजिक न्याय की आवश्यकता है। अब देश का कोई हिस्सा पीछे रह जाए, अविकसित रह जाए, ये भी सामाजिक न्याय के खिलाफ है। दुर्भाग्य से देश का पूर्वी इलाका, भारत का पूर्वी भाग जो समृद्धि से भरा हुआ है, लेकिन वहां के नौजवानों को रोजगार के लिए दूसरे इलाके में जाना पड़ रहा है। ये स्थिति हमें बदलनी है। हमारे देश के उस पूर्वी भाव को, इलाका को समृद्ध बना करके सामाजिक न्याय की मजबूती भी हमने देनी है। असंतुलित विकास, शरीर कितना भी स्वस्थ क्यों न हो, लेकिन एक उंगली को भी अगर लकवा मार गया है तो शरीर स्वस्थ नहीं माना जाता है। भारत कितना ही समृद्ध हो, लेकिन कोई अंग उसका दुर्बल रह जाए तो भारत समृद्धि में पीछे है, मानना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए हम सर्वांगीण विकास के पक्ष में, सामाजिक न्याय की उस ऊंचाई को प्राप्त करने के पक्ष में, दिशा में हमें आगे बढ़ना है। चाहे पूर्वी भारत हो, चाहे नॉर्थ ईस्ट हो, हमें उन चीजों को प्राप्त करना। और उसी लिए जो रणनीति कितनी सफल हुई है, 100 एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट पर विशेष काम किया, नौजवान अफसरों को लगाया गया, एक स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई गई। आज दुनिया उस मॉडल की चर्चा कर रही है। और आज 100 डिस्ट्रिक्ट, देश के कोने कोने में जो पीछे माने जाते थे, उसको बोझ मान लिया गया था। आज स्थिति ये बनी है कि वो 100 डिस्ट्रिक्ट अपने अपने राज्य में लीड कर रहे हैं, राज्य की एवरेज से भी ऊपर जा रहे हैं। और इस सफलता को देख करके, सामाजिक न्याय की इस भावना को मजबूत करते हुए 100 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में से आगे बढ़ करके अब जमीनी स्तर पर ले जाने के लिए 500 ब्लॉक तक उनको एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट ब्लॉक के नाते आइडेंटिफाई करके उसको मजबूती करने देने का काम चल रहा है। और मुझे विश्वास है ये एस्पिरेशनल ब्लॉक्स हैं, वो एक विकास का नया मॉडल बनने वाले हैं। वो एक प्रकार से देश के विकास के एक नए ऊर्जा केंद्र बनने की संभावना रखते हैं। और उस दिशा में भी हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। माननीय सांसदगण, आज विश्व की नजर भारत पर है। शीत युद्ध के समय हमारी पहचान कूटनिरपेक्ष देश के रूप में रही। उस समय की जो जरूरत थी, उसके जो लाभ होने थे, उस समय से हम गुजरे हैं। लेकिन अब भारत का स्थान कुछ और बना है। और इसलिए उस समय कूटनिरपेक्ष की अवस्था आवश्यक होगी। आज हम उस नीति को लेकर के चल रहे हैं, जिस नीति को अगर हमें पहचानना है तो विश्व मित्र के रूप में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम दुनिया से मित्रता कर रहे हैं, दुनिया हमारे में मित्र खोज रही है। ये शायद विश्व में एक भारत ने, और दूरी नहीं, हो सके उतनी निकटता, उस रास्ते पर चल करके भी हम अपने विश्व मित्र के रूप में भाव आज सफलतापूर्वक आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि इसका लाभ आज भारत को हो रहा है। भारत आज दुनिया के लिए एक स्टेबल सप्लाई चेन के रूप में उभर रहा है और आज विश्व की ये जरूरत है और उस आवश्यकता की पूर्ति करने का काम G20 में भारत ग्लोबल साउथ के आवाज बनकर के उभरा है। ये बीज G20 समिट में जो बीज बोया गया है, मेरे देशवासी आने वाले समय देखेंगे कि वो ऐसा वटवृक्ष बनने वाला है, ऐसा वटवृक्ष बनने वाला है, विश्वास का ऐसा वटवृक्ष बनने वाला है जिसकी साया में आने वाली पीढ़ियां सदियों तक एक गर्व के साथ अपना सीना तान करके खड़ी रहेगी, ये मुझे विश्वास है। इस G20 में एक बहुत बड़ा काम हमने किया है, बायोफ्यूल अलायंस का। हम विश्व के नेतृत्व करते रहे, दिशा दे रहे हैं और विश्व को बायोफ्यूल अलायंस में दुनिया के सभी देश देखते ही देखते उसकी सदस्यता ले रहे थे और एक बहुत बड़ा आंदोलन खड़ा होने जा रहा है और जिसका नेतृत्व ये हमारा भारत कर रहा है। छोटे छोटे महाद्वीप, उनके साथ भी आर्थिक कॉरिडोर बनाने की दिशा में हमने बड़ी मजबूती के साथ कदम उठाए हैं। आदरणीय बंधुगण, आदरणीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी, आदरणीय स्पीकर महोदय, आज हम यहां से विदाई लेकर के नए भवन में जा रहे हैं, संसद के नए भवन में बैठने वाले हैं और ये शुभ है, गणेश चतुर्थी के दिन बैठ रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं एक आप दोनों महानुभावों को एक प्रार्थना कर रहा हूं, एक विचार आपके सामने रख रहा हूं। मैं आशा करता हूं कि आप दोनों मिलकर के उस विचार पर जहां भी जरूरत पड़े मंथन करके कुछ निर्णय अवश्य कीजिए। और मेरी प्रार्थना है, मेरा सुझाव है कि अब हम जब नए सदन में जा रहे हैं तब इसकी गरिमा कभी भी कम नहीं होनी चाहिए। इसे सिर्फ पुरानी पार्लियामेंट कह करके छोड़ दें, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। और इसलिए मेरी प्रार्थना है कि भविष्य में अगर आप सहमति दे दोनों महानुभाव, तो इसको संविधान सदन के रूप में जाना जाए। ताकि ये हमेशा हमारे रक्षा के लिए हमारी जीवन प्रेरणा बनी रहेगी। और जब संविधान सदन कहेंगे तब उन महापुरुषों का याद भी उसके साथ जुड़ जाएगी जो कभी संविधान सभा में यहाँ बैठा करते थे, गणमान्य महापुरुष बैठा करते थे। और इसलिए भावी पीढ़ी को ये तोहफा भी देने का अवसर हमें जाने नहीं देना चाहिए। मैं फिर एक बार इस पवित्र भूमि को प्रणाम करता हूँ। यहाँ पर जो तपस्या हुई है, जन कल्याण के लिए संकल्प हुए हैं, इसको परिपूर्ण करने के लिए 7 दशक से भी अधिक समय से जो पुरुषार्थ हुआ है, उन सबको प्रणाम करते हुए मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं और नए सदन के लिए आप सबको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मान्यवर। अब मेरा विनम्र निवेदन माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी एवं राज्यसभा सभापति श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी से कि आप हम सभी का मार्ग प्रशस्त करें।
ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ भारत श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, ऑनरेबल स्पीकर लोक सभा श्री ओम बिरला जी, श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी, यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स, श्री पीयूष गोयल जी, लीडर ऑफ हाउस Rajya Sabha, Honorable Ministers, Shri Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, Leader of Opposition, Rajya Sabha, Honorable Deputy Chairman, Rajya Sabha, and Honorable Members of Parliament. गणेश चतुर्थी की सभी को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अचानक होमवर्क दे दिया और प्रधानमंत्री जी के बाद बोलना अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है। On this momentous occasion, as we stand on the threshold of adding a new chapter to the annals of our parliamentary democracy, I congratulate you all on our phenomenal rise. We all are indeed privileged to be witnessing this history in the making as we bid adieu to this magnificent parliament building which houses both the chambers of our parliament and this imposing central hall, and move to the new one. Traversing over 7-decade journey from Vidhan Sabha to the present day in Amrit Kal, these hallowed precincts have witnessed many a milestone. Honorable members, from tryst with destiny at midnight of 15th August 1947 to unfolding of innovative, impactful, forward-looking GST regime at midnight of June 30, 2047, and now this significant day. In this very central hall, the members of the Constituent Assembly embarked upon the journey to accomplish the daunting task of drafting the Constitution of India. Deliberations in the Constituent Assembly in this theatre exemplified decorum and healthy debate. Contentious issues were negotiated in a spirit of consensus with scholarly debate and spirited deliberations. Honorable members, we all need to emulate the exemplary conduct of our founding fathers. The new building of Parliament, a testament to dawn of Atmanirbhar Bharat, is much beyond an architectural marvel. It is a reflection of India's rich cultural diversity, a symbol of national pride, unity, and identity. Impactfully organized G20 resulted in demonstration of India's global power. The new building of Parliament, Bharat Mandapam and Yasho Bhumi, are the most recent infrastructure masterpieces competing with the best in the world. These iconic venues are set to play a pivotal role in shaping India's tomorrow. Honorable members, the world now realizes that our nation is on the rise as never before, and this rise is unstoppable. Bharat is defining global discourse, shaping their outcome, and has emerged as significant player among the Committee of Nations. Bharat is dominating as an agenda setter for global peace, climate transition, and economic development on par with other leading players. In this encouraging scenario, generating hope and optimism all around, I find it a befitting occasion to congratulate Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his sagacious approach, people-centric vision, missionary zeal, and exemplary execution. Salute and appreciate contribution of the people in all walks of life and our bureaucracy that is enjoined with execution of policies. Honorable members, time has come to give up once and for all the premise of justifying transgression of conduct and outrageous disregard of rules in the temples of democracy by making reference to past instances. As we march into the new parliament building, we must enhance cooperation and consensual approach. Time for us to bid farewell to confrontational stance and resolve to ever keep national interest uppermost. Honorable members, it is time, right time, to bury the strategy of weaponizing disturbance and disruption in parliamentary functioning, as these are antithetical to democratic values and can never have sanction of our people who are our ultimate masters. I would like to quote Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who in his final speech in the Constituent Assembly stated, I quote, "If we wish to maintain democracy, not merely in form, but also in fact, what must we do? The first thing in my judgment we must do is to hold fast to constitutional methods of achieving our social and economic objectives," unquote. Let us heed his clarion call. On this decisive moment, as we are witnessing the transformation of Bharat, appreciations to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision and sagacity for fructifying tryst with modernity. We had tryst with destiny in 1947. We are lucky and fortunate by efforts of the Prime Minister that we are having today tryst with modernity for over 1 billion hearts. His role in this monumental task of shaping the destiny of 1/6 of humanity would forever be etched in history. Honorable members, this historic walk to the new building of Parliament in Amrit Kal be the march to Bharat at 2047 as developed nation. Let us in togetherness make the new chambers of the Parliament the sanctum sanctorum of our temple of democracy. Jai Hind.
सादर धन्यवाद मान्यवर। कार्यक्रम के समापन से पूर्व आप सभी से अनुरोध कि राष्ट्रगीत के सम्मान में अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं। आज़ादी के अमृतकाल में आइए नई ऊर्जा के साथ, नई चेतना के साथ अब कदम बढ़ाएं नव निर्माण की ओर। गणपति गजानन का आशीर्वाद लें, प्रस्थान करें संसद के नए भवन की ओर जो भव्य है।
Vande Mataram, now the proceedings in the Central Hall of Parliament have ended, and like I said earlier, it's nostalgia, a deep sense of melancholy and embracing the new by letting go of the old. These visuals coming in from the Central Hall there, the Prime Minister speaking with the Speaker, and from here on he will, with a copy of the Constitution of India, will make his way a brisk walk to the new building which is right adjacent. Each of the MPs who would be leaving from the Central Hall will walk to the new Parliament and they will also be given a copy of the Constitution. I just want to bring in right now, very quickly, Javed Ansari, a political analyst who's joining us right here. Javed, if we just look back, I would reckon, for someone who's covered, 40 years of Parliament, you've been in this building as well. Goosebumps, deep sense of nostalgia, letting go of the old, embracing the new.
Life goes on, but yes, I am amongst those. I started my career, my first reporting assignment was Parliament. And I still vividly remember, I've been witness to a lot of history being made and unmade in this very house. Yes, we are now moving forward, and while there's nostalgia, I do hope that this is not just a mere ritual, this is not just a mere event, that we will go beyond it, that our parliamentarians will rise to the occasion, that the level of debate will be restored to what it used to be once upon a time, that the primacy of Parliament has to be restored. Parliament hardly meets.
Right.
You are supposed to meet at least for 120. When 50 years of independence was celebrated, there was a speakers conference, and the parliamentarians agreed that at least for 120 days a year they will meet. They hardly function for 20 days a year. So that's a very sad and very telling commentary on the state of affairs. So I hope, apart from all the other things, at least this must improve. Attendance as to Parliament is a place for debate, for legislation, for discussion, and that has to be restored.
We are giving out these images, Javed, and for our viewers, it's the top shot of the Central Hall where many joint sessions have taken place. There have moments been shared between members of Parliament, moments of camaraderie, jibes, jokes, revelry as well. And those images now filtering in, what you can see on your television screen, all the MPs now making their way out from the Central Hall. The Prime Minister will, of course, lead the MPs, carrying with him from the old Parliament to the new, the glue which holds India together, the glue which holds India's parliamentary proceedings together, a copy of the Constitution of India. The Prime Minister will be making a quick, brisk walk from the old building towards the new Parliament and letting go of the old. And somewhere down the line, like I said, it gives you goosebumps because what we have seen this building mean to the country, to the parliamentarians there. These are images coming in right outside the old Parliament. And very soon, from here on, images of the old Parliament will cease as the new Parliament shifts to as a business shifts to the new Parliament. And stunning visuals, Javed. We were showing a top shot of the Central Hall. You've been in the Central Hall so many times, making your way, getting khabar, speaking to MPs there. The sheer building, the Parliament building, also envisioned after, the historic building in Madhya Pradesh as well, very close, to where the Chambal belt is there. And now letting go of this building to embrace the new one. Javed, a chapter in history right now being etched, iconic. Many years from now, we'd be looking back, and at least I would be very proudly to look back that I reported on the day when the curtains came down on this iconic building.
Yes, I look back with great fondness. And like I said, I cut my teeth here. I learned a lot, unlearned a lot. So, and now that we are moving to a new and a better building, better in terms of infrastructure, I also hope that, the basic principle of parliamentary democracy is, in addition to debate and legislation, is the question of accountability. Governments are accountable to Parliament because Parliament represents the people of India, and that accountability has to be restored. That accountability can be restored when Parliament functions, when it debates and legislates, and when government and opposition give it the primacy it deserves. The thumb rule of parliamentary functioning is that the opposition must have its way, and ultimately the opposition must have its say, and ultimately the government must have its way. But for that to happen, there needs to be dialogue. There needs to be some common ground. I've seen many knotty issues, many issues, of grave national concern sorted out behind closed doors. And in Central Hall, we spoke of Central Hall. It was not just a place where you sat and had a cup of tea or you had lunch and famous egg on toast there. That was the place when backroom negotiations were held. That was the place where after trying to haul each other over the coals, parliamentarians, opposition members and those from the treasury benches would sit together, break bread and informally, you got a sense, the inside track of what was happening. I do hope that even at this late stage, the government will reconsider the shutting down of Central Hall, because that was a very intrinsic part of the culture of Parliament, and that must, in my view, be restored.
Right, because there is no Central Hall in the new Parliament, but as we take you through the visuals...
A cafeteria is a lot different from Central Hall, and I do hope, and I hope if my voice is being heard in any corner, that they will reconsider this. It's not for me, I've had my innings, but Preeti, for people like you all, a part of your parliamentary education will remain unfulfilled if that door is shut on you all.
As we show you the visuals of the Parliament building, the structure was based on the Chaussat Yogini temple in Mitholi, Madhya Pradesh. It is after that structure which was imbibed that the 164-pillar building of the Parliament was built in the national capital by Edwin Lutyens and Herbert Baker. But with these visuals, viewers, of the Parliament, from here on, it's curtains down. It's curtains down in history. It's a moment in history. Now, very soon, sepia-tinted nostalgia there, but moving on to the new Parliament from here on. And it was a building that was needed, the space was needed, and from here on, the Prime Minister, we are given to understand, any minute now, would be leading the MPs, 543, Lok Sabha MPs, 250, Rajya Sabha MPs, all the way, quick brisk walk. It's right adjacent, and he would be holding with him the copy of the Indian Constitution, the glue on which is built our democracy and whatever we've witnessed in the temple of democracy. I want to bring in Rashid Kidwai as well, senior journalist, is also joining us. Mr. Kidwai, many fond memories of the Parliament. We'll talk about the new legislation very soon, because as business begins on the second day of the special session in the new Parliament, the first bill that would be tabled in Lok Sabha by the Law Minister, Mr. Meghwal, will be historic, and that is the Women Representation Bill. But having said that, we'll talk about that a little, but let's spare a few minutes, and the final chapter of saying goodbye, paying our respects to the stunning building right in front of which Javed and I stand this afternoon.
Yes, Preeti, as Javed was saying, we have a lot of memories, and democracy will go on, politics will continue, but as we say, things are not going to be same, and simply because of the issue of access. As journalists, I can say that, whenever a new building, I don't want to name a political party or any particular, a political party, but it happens whenever there is a, change takes place, and some kind of curbs and some kind of restrictions are put in place, as if the, the political party or the politicians of that are going to live forever. So that kind of transparency, accountability, we witnessed so many things, whatever was happening. So in a way, like we have a lot of new technology now, but I'm saying that 2 decades earlier, politics of India, the parliamentary democracy was far more transparent and accountable, because it was happening in front of us, in front of me, Javed, and hundreds of journalists who were covering politics. So there was no place where we could not go or see or witness things at the events were unfolding, and this was before television era came in. So in that sense, we were far more sure-footed. And one more thing, Preeti, very quickly, that because of that access, we were able to report in the matters of economy, politics, diplomacy, everything under the sun that would be discussed. So we were very, very well equipped. We were not, relying on secondary sources or hearsay, etc. So I think for journalism, for politics, for democracy, all these things were very important. This access is not because of, some kind of building personal equations or so, but because we got to know, things as they were unfolding, and what was the reason behind it.
Well, you're right there. The central hall, not there in the new building, but with what you just pointed out, Mr. Kidwai, was essential for covering the parliament, for giving out the information, for witnessing history being scripted. It was essential, but curtains down now to the stunning building. Once again, as we show you the facade of this building, based on the Chausat Yogini temple in Madhya Pradesh, built by in the national capital by Edward Lutyens. It's goodbye to this building. And as curtains come down, curtains go up on the new phase, embracing the new, letting go of the old with a salute and a deep sense of respect. But as the MPs will make their way from here, led by the Prime Minister, holding a copy of the Indian Constitution in his hand, following him will be the MPs. All of them would be given a gift bag, viewers. In that gift bag will be a copy of the Indian Constitution. There'll be a stamp and a coin to commemorate new beginnings, new parliament, a new era. Whichever way you might want to interpret it, but to embrace it and to go forwards and onwards from here on. So very soon we're going to get in visuals of the MPs making a brisk walk, because for all of our viewers who are not quite attuned to the facade of the new parliament, or they've seen it, we've got you the latest coming in when the Prime Minister inaugurated the new building in May. It's only going to be functional from this afternoon. But to give our viewers perspective again, the new parliament lies right adjacent to the old parliament, so it's going to be a very quick brisk walk for the Prime Minister and the MPs will make their way here, and we're already getting in visuals, Javed, of all the MPs coming out, and they'll have to make a quick walk to the new new building.
It's a short distance. It should hardly take a couple of minutes, say 5 minutes, and they should be in.
All right. As we continue, we're going to also get you reactions. A lot of reactions would be coming in of the MPs outside speaking. It's a big chapter that they are marking. And Rashid Kidwai bringing you in on this, as we beam out images of the old versus the new. Actually, there's no versus here. Of the old parliament, and now we're giving out visuals of the new parliament there. Much needed in terms of space, much needed in terms of an upgrade. The old building had become a security hazard, but those 164 pillars from dissent to debates to history being scripted now will fall silent, and that does somewhere down the line give you a goosebump moment of sorts, and that shift is happening as I speak. Privileged as a journalist to be sitting here, standing in front of the old parliament and documenting history for our viewers there. But bringing you back into the conversation, Rashid Kidwai, we're giving out visuals of the new parliament. The MPs will... All right. Okay, we're getting in visuals right now of the Prime Minister walking out of the old parliament. He's going to be leading the MPs to the new, a brisk, short, quick walk to the new. But with him will be something that has been a constant and should be a constant, or the bedrock on which stands the Indian parliament, Indian democracy there, which is the copy of the Constitution. Very soon, he's going to be handed over the copy of the Constitution. He's walking, flanking him is Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Nitin Gadkari, and all the cabinet behind him, Piyush Goyal, and all of them making their way right now to the new parliament. The rest of the MPs have already made their way to the new parliament. All of them would be given a welcome kit, if I might call it, of sorts, which will encompass a copy of the Constitution, a booklet of the whereabouts of the new building. Let's dip into the atmosphere.
नए संसद भवन की तरफ रवाना हो गए। अब जिस तरह से इस विशेष सत्र की शुरुआत के वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी कहा था, जब उन्होंने अपना संबोधन भी दिया, जब हम 75 सालों की यात्रा पर बात कर रहे थे, संविधान सभा से लेकर जो 75 साल का संसदीय सफर रहा है, इसके बारे में चर्चा के वक्त प्रधानमंत्री ने ये बात भी कही कि कई मायनों में ये सत्र ऐतिहासिक होने वाला है, जिसमें सबसे बड़ा इतिहास आज लिख दिया गया है। पुराने भवन को अलविदा कहकर नए भवन की तरफ प्रस्थान।
Procession में the speaker walks ahead in
If, there was something which was symbolic, if there was something which was iconic, I would reckon this is the moment, viewers. It's letting go of the old building, taking in the new, and in a way, symbolic, if one might call it, but also which will go down, because India is now standing on the cusp of history. In 1947, which was deemed unnecessary by the Constituent Assembly, will possibly be a reality very soon. The Women Reservation Bill, as it is tabled in the new Parliament. And, in that sense, Rashid Kidwai, let me come to you, befitting to open the new Parliament with something as iconic, symbolic, whatever one might call it. 1947, the Women Reservation Bill was deemed unnecessary, and it would be a reality now. And that bill would be the first bill which would be tabled in the new House. As we continue to beam live visuals of the Prime Minister making his way, very soon he'd also be handed over a copy of the Indian Constitution, quick brisk walk to the new Parliament. Rashid Kidwai.
Yeah, Priti, I think this whole transition from the old parliament to new parliament is, of course, a very high or symbolism, and it also reflects some kind of political thinking of the government of the day. Because as we know, we don't actually have very strong voting pattern on gender lines, but an attempt is being made. And you look at the size of new parliament, it is pretty big. So normally what happens in a stereotype sense, there should have been some delimitation commission and, increase in the size of, Lok Sabha demonstration in Lok Sabha as well as in the Rajya Sabha. And then perhaps a building would have been, well, here is a building and 33% reservation, which to my mind, though I have not seen the bill, maybe in addition of that, 543 Lok Sabha MPs we have. So there is 33%, additional MPs, and that will come in force after 2026 onwards. So perhaps applicable in 2029. But a kind of very shrewd, very calculated, very well thought out political move to set in motion this process of new building, linking it with women reservation, empowerment, and increasing in number of parliamentarians. Probably, as I clarifying, this is not based on any paper or so. This is my own assessment of the situation. This is how it's going to be, so that the mail order or the patriarchy
about
is
it.
not
Mr. Kidwai, you're going to talk a bit deeper about the bill, because 1 p.m. is when, I am interrupting you, sorry, I apologize. We're going to talk a bit about that bill, but let's, 1 p.m. or 1:15 p.m. is when the law minister, Mr. Meghwal, will table it in Lok Sabha. But having said that, let's take a minute. Let's take a minute, viewers. Let's soak in on how big this moment is. Let it just seep in a little. Of all that our viewers have seen, of all that India has seen over the course of the last many decades, all of that 75-year journey encapsulated with this one short, quick walk from the old to the new. Javed, this will be relegated to the annals of Indian parliamentary history, or rather the Indian history. Take us through the journey of the Indian Parliament, what have been for you the watershed moments, your personal moments attached of covering, the Parliament. It's letting go, but it's also embracing. And that is what change is all about.
Yes, I've been very fortunate. My first encounter was with Indrajit Gupta. I had just read about him. I was fresh out of college, and when I first went to Parliament, there I saw Indrajit Gupta, this giant sitting in flesh and blood. He was sitting on the steps with his, he had his chin in the palm of his hand, and he was waiting for those matadors to come and pick him up and take him to Western Court. That's where he lived all his life. So I went and introduced myself. My colleague then, Manni Chatchi, was with me. She says, go ahead and meet him. So I went and introduced him, and I was so awestruck, so fan-struck. It was a fanboy moment for me. I stuttered and stammered, and I'm not usually at a loss for words. And I told him, sir, I'm Javed Ansari. So he says, his reaction was, he looked up at me, he says, so what? I told him, I'm a big fan of yours.
Right.
He said, what is this business of fan shan? If you're really interested, go and do some work in the villages. This fan shan, Coca-Cola culture. That was Indrajit Gupta. He was a towering personality, one of the best parliamentarians.
We're going to, just coming right back to you. Let's cut across right now. My colleague Aishwarya Paliwal also joining us. Aishwarya, like I said, goosebump moments there. What are you witnessing? Has the Prime Minister started his walk? We saw him walk slogan airing. We heard Anurag Thakur raise slogans. What were those slogans? Can you dip in and get us the atmospherics that you're witnessing right now?
Well, Preeti, Bharat Mata Ki Jai were the chants that we could hear, and we saw that the top leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party were walking along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So we saw Nitin Gadkari, we saw Rajnath Singh, we saw Nirmala Sitharaman, the top leaders of the BJP walking alongside Prime Minister Narendra Modi, followed by all the MPs. So this walk, this historic walk, has now been captured in the videos and also through the photographs, because this indeed is historic. A building which was commissioned, the old building which was commissioned way back in 1921. The inauguration took place in 1927, and now from that building to a new building, which was inaugurated on the 28th of May, and now the walk to this new building by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Preeti, we are also expecting the Lok Sabha session to begin in the new Parliament building by about 1:15 p.m. The session in the Rajya Sabha will begin about 2:15 p.m. So the proceedings will begin today, and the Prime Minister has already given us a hint of sorts, Preeti, by saying that historic decisions will be taken, and we already know that the cabinet has given.
Aishwarya, tell us right now, we are getting in visuals of the Prime Minister waiting and then moving towards the new Parliament. Where are the opposition MPs? Have they already entered the new Parliament? Where are the opposition MPs right now?
Well, the opposition MPs obviously, Preeti, are not walking along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but yes, they are walking behind, along with all the other MPs on the front and at the front, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the top leaders of the BJP. And then we are seeing that MPs of other parties are trailing behind. But yes, they all also understand the importance of the visuals. That's why we are seeing them not walking separately. But yes, this, walk obviously is being led by the top leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Well, it's a somber moment. It's a moment which is steeped in nostalgia with what you're seeing on your television screen, viewers. This short walk has come a long way in terms of what Indian democracy, what our parliament proceedings, what India stands for. And that is the transition that you're seeing right now from the old to the new. This walk there, chants of Bharat Mata are being raised by the parliamentarians as they make their way. We're giving you two visuals there of what was recorded a short while back in the Central Hall, and the other coming in of the walk of the MPs from the Treasury benches, the top cabinet of the Prime Minister leading them and on their way to the new Parliament. Aishwarya, lots of selfies being taken, understandably, because this is a moment in history. And everyone would want to, who's a part of it, capture that. And, this moment would burn indelible hole into our memory space as we move to the new Parliament as well. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister was to walk with the copy of the Constitution. Will that be given to him as he enters the new Parliament?
Well, Preeti, what we were hearing till early morning today was that Prime Minister will be walking with one copy of the Constitution, but there were changes in the plan from what we are understanding now. We believe that once he enters the Parliament, that is when he will speak about the Constitution. And we are not very sure whether he will hold a copy in his hand, but yes, there will be talk of the Constitution. That is something that we understand at the moment. And also, what we will also see is that all the MPs will be moving and going into their respective rooms, and also the kind of technology that the new building has, those things will also be told to all the MPs. That's something that has been lined up for today. And as you rightly spoke about the fact that today's date has been etched in history because today, after years, we are seeing a new building obviously, because we might see delimitation taking place in the year 2026, and with that we will see an increase in the number of MPs both in Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. So this new building, it has 6 gates, Preeti, and all the gates have these huge statues which speak about Indian culture. All of them, awaiting
where seating was concerned. So we had to embrace where the new building is concerned. So there are no two ways about it, and and there's nothing wrong in taking that moment to soak up this moment because the old building is what has been the bedrock of every change political. It's echoed, reverberated with some of the finest oratory and speeches on the floor of the House. It's seen dissent, and that should be, because that's the bedrock of the Indian democracy. And the Prime Minister there now making his way. Will he be handed over the copy of the Indian Constitution? What we're given to understand, yes, as he makes his way, the final chapter in that of entering the new building. But all the MPs have been given a gift bag of sorts, or which encompasses a copy of the Constitution. It has a stamp and a coin to commemorate this landmark moment, which will go down in the annals of Indian history, not just Indian political history. Aishwarya, all of the MPs were given a bag, a kit of sorts. One, to get them attuned to the new building, because the 164-pillared stunning building behind me will now cease to exist as a part of business, as a house of business, curtains down on that. And in that gift bag, a copy of the Constitution, a coin and a stamp to commemorate this day. Aishwarya, can you hear me? All right, we seem to have lost Aishwarya, but let's quickly cut across to our other guests as well, as we get our viewers the latest that is coming in now from the new building. Most of the MPs are moving towards the Prime Minister. What we have been given to understand will be the first one to walk inside as doors open. Of course, 28th May was when the Prime Minister, with a huge ceremony, had inaugurated the new Parliament, and today is when business will begin. The special session, Rashid Kidwai, extra special there, lots in the offing. Of course, where business is concerned, iconic that the new Parliament will open with something as landmark as the Women Reservation Bill, hanging fire for decades now. But on the other hand as well, this moment not lost on anyone.
Look, what we are seeing in visuals, that kind of harmony is missing. Ideally, and I'm not talking in terms of, television news, etc., but it would have been much better if, all MPs had walked, together in solidarity. What we are seeing is the opposition MPs have either gone ahead or, are not following, and there are kind of slogans from a particular political party or a formation that being, NDA. So the divide between NDA and India is very much visible in terms of, the kind of visuals we are seeing. And that's actually a sad commentary, because on such a historical day, and here I'm not, blaming either the government side or the opposition, but there is so much of trust deficit, though we're seeing yesterday and today, the speeches or whatever in parliamentary business that has, taken place, it's been in quite, in harmony actually. But in effect, that kind of thing, the vibes are missing. And I hope in the new parliament building, we start on a fresh beginning, a new beginning, and something on particular women reservation, because most political parties are on board. So we get to see some kind of semblance of normalcy, consensus, or having an equal faith in democratic norms. Because in the last few years and a few parliament sessions, we have seen a lot of disquiet. They just agree to disagree on everything. So for the first time, I think first day, first bill, there is going to be a lot more, consensus and cohesiveness, which is very much part and parcel of parliamentary democracy.
All right, let's continue to get our viewers the very latest that is filtering in right now. The Prime Minister making their way. We're going to cut across to our reporters who will get us the very latest from inside the Parliament. But a quick short walk. We don't see the Prime Minister yet with the copy of the Constitution. But what we're given to understand, that will be given to him very shortly, as he would be the first to enter the halls of the new Parliament there. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai echoing where this quick short walk is concerned. Symbolic. It's a very short walk, but iconic at the same time. Javed, pulling you in very quickly, in terms of just the beauty of the old Parliament and now this walk of this transition, historic one can't deny that.
Certainly, but it has to go beyond symbolism. And the real test will be on whether our parliamentarians, Prime Minister downwards, rise to the occasion, whether this ushers in a new era as far as parliamentary functioning is concerned, whether it's accountability, whether it raises the level of the debate and the quality of politics. There has to be certain, it's the first day, a very auspicious occasion, and already the bipartisanship that was expected is not on display. People are just walking in. There are people, like Rashid was making that point, that they are raising slogans. Either, you should have walked into in a procession, the speaker and the vice and the chairman of the Rajya Sabha leading it along with the Prime Minister. It would have been a far more order. It ought to be a lot more orderly. This is just like as if Parliament has broken up for recess and they are just taking a stroll to the new one.
All right, let's quickly cut across right now to visuals that are filtering in. My colleague Aishwarya, who's inside, the privilege of being inside, privileged to be here, to be covering this historic moment as well. Aishwarya Paliwal joins us. Aishwarya, what are you witnessing right now around you? Has the Prime Minister reached the new building? It was supposed to be, without much fanfare, a somber moment, but a somber moment which would be deeply etched in history. Has the Prime Minister and his colleagues, amidst chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, has he been able to, or has he entered the new parliament?
Well, we are seeing all of them walking very slowly because, as you rightly pointed out, Preeti, this definitely is a very somber moment because this is history being created right in front of everyone's eyes. And for all the old MPs, for all those people, for them, this definitely is historic. They have spent decades in the old building. And for new people, for the new MPs, people like Chirag Paswan, he spoke with us yesterday and he said that he feels that he's become a bridge. Younger people have actually become a bridge between the old and the new building. So for everyone, there is something that they will take home today. And yes, definitely, one thing that the BJP and the Prime Minister have done is that they have, in fact, created history. The Central Vista project, Preeti, what we see in central Delhi, the entire redevelopment that's taking place, the new Parliament building is at the heart of it. And this is a building which actually is an amalgamation of Indian traditions and also the technology that India has been embracing over the past many years. You'll be able to hear the chants that are taking place. All the BJP MPs are now chanting, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the top leaders are now slowly walking towards the entrance of the new building.
All right, so the latest that we are getting in is the Prime Minister walking towards lots of selfie moments. Understandably, everyone wants to capture this moment in the mark of history there. That is Adhiranjan Chaudhary there with the copy of the Constitution of India, holding it upright. Lots of subtle political messaging, viewers, in what we are witnessing as well. Adhiranjan Chaudhary there alongside other MPs from the Congress, Gaurav Gogoi, Shakti Singh Gohil, all the other MPs there being flagged and holding up the Constitution of India. Other leaders also making their way to the new Parliament building. What we're given to understand, the Prime Minister there and waiting to go in, he'll be given a copy of the Constitution. Adhiranjan Chaudhary in a rather theatrical, dramatic fashion there, and understandably there, subtle political messaging, not so subtle, holding up the copy of the Indian Constitution to make his way inside the Parliament. Derek O'Brien, the TMC delegation of MPs as well, making their way right behind Adhiranjan Chaudhary. Understandably, all of them, P. Chidambaram, being given a copy of the Indian Constitution, and all of them upholding it. And that, away from the political messaging of it all of that, it is the Constitution that is the bedrock of Indian democracy, on which rests the temple of democracy. Aishwarya, if you're back with us, subtle political messaging, visuals coming in of Adhiranjan Chaudhary holding up the copy of the Indian Constitution before entering the new temple of democracy.
पहले राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन
Well, obviously, Preeti, this is something that the opposition leaders will do. And for the Congress party, this obviously is a big, big moment. We did see how when, the initial talks of the Central Vista project and the new building, when the initial talks had begun, we saw that the opposition party, especially the Congress party, were against it. But then they slowly realized that this indeed, is the
Ashwarya just coming in, taking our viewers through the latest visuals. We have the speaker walking in alongside other MPs, flanking with chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Go ahead, Aishwarya.
Well, Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants, and obviously, the opposition leaders and the Congress party wanting to show the BJP that the constitution should be, one thing that they need to take care of is the constitution, and that's the reason why we are seeing, all the top leaders of the Congress, the opposition party now holding the constitution up and, trying to give out a very subtle message, because they all understand that this is a reality. They need to move from the old to the new building. But yes, one thing, Preeti, that I believe will happen is that we will see fireworks, just like we used to see in the old building. Fireworks will take place in the new building as well.
Right. But, like I said, once again, the fireworks and all can wait. Take a minute, viewers, because this is immense what you're witnessing. It's history in the making. And take a minute just to soak it all in. I want to connect right now to senior journalist Neerja Chaudhary, who's joining us right now. Ms. Chaudhary, as you look at these visuals, for 1 minute, let's not get into the politics of it or the business which will follow very soon, but just the moment of it all. The Prime Minister has entered the new Parliament, visuals coming in of him bowing his head. Neerja Chaudhary, for someone who's covered the Parliament for so long, how do you process with what you're seeing on your television screen, ma'am? The Prime Minister entering the House there.
Yeah, the old order gives way to the new. From the old Parliament now to be called Samvidhan Sansad, Samvidhan Bhavan, Constitution House, to the new Parliament. And today, I suppose all the differences that have surrounded the construction of the new Parliament, reservation, all come to an end. Because you are looking at a different future. Of course, the BJP has built it as a post-colonial development, as they've done, Bharat versus India. So that is going to be one of the themes that the BJP is going to flag. But today, the Prime Minister spoke very well in the Central Hall, as did other people. And to have Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and Mallikarjun Kharge on the dais was a good gesture. Particularly after, Mr. Kharge not having been invited to the G20 dinner, about which there had been criticism. So somewhere the government went ahead and made amends. And I think the speeches were also, the Prime Minister's speech, very futuristic, the kind of India we would like. And so this kind of, there's so much confusion about the Prime Minister leading the MPs and then the Congress MPs holding aloft the Constitution. I don't know what's going on there, the small politics of it all. This march, of course, could have been better planned, who's going to be where while marching from old to the new. But as I said, a transition is taking place, a historic moment in the life of our parliamentary democracy. And as many speakers have said, that we hope the constitutional spirit will be held, the MPs will be true to the constitutional spirit and, to delivering what the people of India, the last person, really truly deserve.
Well, Neerja, Ms. Chaudhary, you're right. You're bang on, ma'am, when you say it's a historic moment. Yes, the fine print of it all in terms of better management, that could have been done. Understandably, there was a bit of confusion whether the Prime Minister would be walking inside with a copy of the Constitution of India. That didn't happen. The opposition, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, clearly making a subtle point there, Ms. Chaudhary, as political messaging at its best as he walked in holding up the Constitution, the copy of the Indian Constitution.
The entire India bloc walked in after him.
Are you asking me?
Yes, Ms. Chaudhary.
I found that this is a good small on a day like this, a historic day like this, to politically upstage each other with small things. It strikes a very discordant note. There were differences about how, whether to go in for a new parliament, how, the inauguration should have taken place, how the inauguration took place. There are a lot of differences, and differences will continue between the ruling side.
All right. The law minister was to table.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आज हमारे देश के लोकतांत्रिक इतिहास का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, जब हम संसद के नए भवन में लोकसभा की पहली बैठक आरंभ कर रहे हैं। हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हमें संसद के पुराने और नए दोनों भवनों में अपने संसदीय दायित्वों के सम्यक निर्वहन का अवसर मिला। इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर का साक्षी बनने का अवसर हमें मिला है। इस शुभ अवसर पर मैं आप सबको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं। आज हम सबके लिए शुभ दिन है। मैं सभी को भी गणेश चतुर्थी की भी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बधाई देता हूं। माननीय सदस्यगण, आज हम अपने देश के उन संस्थापकों, राष्ट्र निर्माताओं को स्मरण करते हैं और उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि देते हैं, जिनके संघर्ष एवं बलिदान के कारण हमें आज़ादी मिली। उन्होंने एक ऐसा संविधान दिया जो जनता को केंद्र में रखकर राष्ट्र के प्रत्येक नागरिकों की प्रगति को सुनिश्चित करता है। माननीय सदस्यगण, जो हमारी श्रेष्ठ संसदीय परंपराएं, परिपाटियां, अनुभव रहे, हम इस नए भवन में उन श्रेष्ठ परंपराओं को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। जो हमारे अच्छे अनुभव रहे उनको आगे बढ़ाएंगे और जो हमारे अच्छे अनुभव नहीं रहे उन अनुभवों को त्याग करेंगे। ये हम संसद की उच्च मर्यादा प्रतिष्ठा कायम करें। हम नए भवन में नए विचारों के साथ लोकतंत्र की संस्कृति को, चर्चा संवाद की श्रेष्ठ परंपराओं को स्थापित करें। हम सदन में शालीनता और मर्यादा से अपने विचारों को रखें। सहमति असहमति लोकतंत्र का मूल मंत्र है, किंतु हम उसे गरिमा के साथ व्यक्त करें, मुद्दों पर चर्चा करें। हमारा यह सदन स्वस्थ चर्चा और संवाद का केंद्र बने। हमारे राजनीतिक और वैचारिक मतभेद हो सकते हैं, लेकिन हमने देश हित में एक साथ मिलकर बड़े फैसले लिए हैं। मुझे आशा है इस सदन में भी हम उसी परंपराओं का निर्वहन करेंगे। इसलिए मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि नए भवन में हम एक ऐसे प्रतिमान स्थापित करें जिससे लोकतंत्र और लोकतंत्र संस्थाओं के प्रति जनता का विश्वास, भरोसा और मजबूत हो। आज हमारे सदन की गतिविधियों को सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी और नई तकनीक के माध्यम से पूरा देश देख रहा है। इसलिए हम इस नए भवन में देश की अपेक्षाओं, आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप जनता के विश्वास और भरोसे को जीतने का प्रयास करें। उनके मुद्दे, उनकी आकांक्षाओं को जिम्मेदारी के साथ मर्यादित तरीके से सदन में रखें। माननीय सदस्यगण, सदन के सुचारू संचालन में सभी माननीय सदस्यों का सहयोग मुझे निरंतर मिलता रहा है। मुझे आशा है नए संसद भवन में भी, इस कक्ष में भी अच्छी परंपराओं और परिपाटियों को लागू करते हुए आप मुझे सहयोग करेंगे और सदन को सुव्यवस्थित नियमों प्रक्रियाओं से चलाने में मेरा सहयोग करेंगे। हमारा यह भवन हमारी विरासत, विविधता और आधुनिकता का भव्य संगम है। रिकॉर्ड समय में इस भवन का निर्माण सुनिश्चित करने के लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैं भवन के निर्माण में योगदान के लिए भारत सरकार, लोकसभा सचिवालय और श्रमवीर कर्मयोगियों को भी इस हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है आज गणेश चतुर्थी के शुभ दिन पर हम नई ऊर्जा, नई उमंग, नए उत्साह, नए सपने के साथ संसद की कार्रवाई शुरू करेंगे। मैं अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि वह सदन को संबोधित करें।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, नए संसद भवन का ये प्रथम और ऐतिहासिक सत्र है। मैं सभी माननीय सांसदों को और सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, आज प्रथम दिवस के प्रथम सत्र में नए सदन में आपने मुझे बात रखने के लिए अवसर दिया है, इसलिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस नए संसद भवन में मैं आप सभी माननीय सांसदों का भी हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। ये अवसर कई मायनों में अभूतपूर्व है। आजादी के अमृत काल का ये उषा काल है और भारत अनेक सिद्धियों के साथ नए संकल्प लेकर के नए भवन में अपना भविष्य तय करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। विज्ञान जगत में चंद्रयान 3 की गगनचुंबी सफलता हर देशवासी को गर्व से भर देती। भारत की अध्यक्षता में G20 का असाधारण आयोजन विश्व में इच्छित प्रभाव, इस अर्थ में ये अद्वितीय उपलब्धियां हासिल करने वाला एक अवसर भारत के लिए बना। इसी आलोक में आज आधुनिक भारत और हमारे प्राचीन लोकतंत्र का प्रतीक नए संसद भवन का शुभारंभ हुआ है। सुखद संयोग है कि ये गणेश चतुर्थी का शुभ दिन है। गणेश जी शुभता और सिद्धि के देवता है। गणेश जी विवेक और ज्ञान के भी देवता है। इस पावन दिवस पर हमारा ये शुभारंभ संकल्प से सिद्धि की ओर एक नए विश्वास के साथ यात्रा को आरंभ करने का है। आजादी के अमृतकाल में हम जब नए संकल्पों को लेकर के चल रहे हैं, तब अब जब गणेश चतुर्थी का पर्व आज है, तब लोकमान्य तिलक की याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। आजादी के आंदोलन में लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने गणेश उत्सव को एक सार्वजनिक गणेश उत्सव के रूप में प्रस्तावित करके पूरे राष्ट्र में सुराज्य की आहलेख जगाने का माध्यम बनाया था। लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने गणेश पर्व से सुराज्य की संकल्पना को शक्ति दी। उसी प्रकार से आज ये गणेश चतुर्थी का पर्व लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने स्वतंत्र भारत स्वराज्य की बात कही थी। आज हम समृद्ध भारत गणेश चतुर्थी के पावन दिवस पर उसकी प्रेरणा के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। सभी देशवासियों को इस अवसर पर फिर एक बार मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, आज संवत्सरी का भी पर्व है। ये अपने आप में एक अद्भुत परंपरा है। इस दिन को एक प्रकार से क्षमा वाणी का भी पर्व कहते हैं। आज मिच्छामी दुक्कड़म कहने का दिन है। ये पर्व मन से, कर्म से, वचन से अगर जाने अनजाने किसी को भी दुख पहुंचाया है तो उसकी क्षमा याचना का अवसर है। मेरी तरफ से भी पूरी विनम्रता के साथ, पूरे हृदय से आप सभी को, सभी सांसद सदस्यों को और सभी देशवासियों को मिच्छामी दुक्कड़म। आज जब हम एक नई शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, तब हमें अतीत की हर कड़वाहट को भुलाकर आगे बढ़ना है। इस स्पिरिट के साथ जब हम यहाँ से, हमारे आचरण से, हमारी वाणी से, हमारे संकल्पों से जो भी करेंगे, देश के लिए, राष्ट्र के एक एक नागरिक के लिए वो प्रेरणा का कारण बनना चाहिए और हम सबको इस दायित्व को निभाने के लिए भरसक प्रयास भी करना चाहिए। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये भवन नया है, यहाँ सब कुछ नया है, सारी व्यवस्थाएं नई हैं। यहाँ तक आपके सब साथियों को भी आपने एक नए रंग रूप के साथ प्रस्तुत किया है। सब कुछ नया है, लेकिन यहाँ पर कल और आज को जोड़ती हुई एक बहुत बड़ी विरासत का प्रतीक भी मौजूद है। वो नया नहीं है, वो पुराना है और वो आजादी की पहली किरण का स्वयं साक्षी रहा है, जो आज अभी हमारे बीच उपस्थित है। वो हमारे समृद्ध इतिहास को जोड़ता है और जब आज हम नए सदन में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, संसदीय लोकतंत्र का जब ये नया गृह प्रवेश हो रहा है, तो यहां पर आजादी की पहली किरण का साक्षी, जो आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी प्रेरणा देने वाला है, वैसा पवित्र सेंगोल और ये वो सेंगोल है जिसको भारत के प्रथम प्रधानमंत्री पंडित नेहरू का स्पर्श हुआ था। ये पंडित नेहरू के हाथों में पूजा विधि कर करके आजादी के पर्व का प्रारंभ हुआ था और इसलिए एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण अतीत को उसके साथ ये सेंगोल हमें जोड़ता है। तमिलनाडु की महान परंपरा का वो प्रतीक तो है ही, देश को जोड़ने का भी, देश की एकता का भी वो प्रतीक है। और हम सभी माननीय सांसदों को हमेशा जो पवित्र सेंगोल पंडित नेहरू के हाथ में शोभा देता था, वो आज हम सब की प्रेरणा का कारण बन रहा है। इससे बड़ा गर्व क्या हो सकता है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, नए संसद भवन की भव्यता आधुनिक भारत के महिमा को भी मंडित करती है। हमारे श्रमिक, हमारे इंजीनियर्स, हमारे कामगारों, उनका पसीना इसमें लगा है और कोरोना काल में भी उन्होंने जिस लगन से इस काम को किया है, क्योंकि मुझे कार्य जब चल रहा था तब उन श्रमिकों के बीच आने का बार बार मौका मिलता था और ख़ास करके मैं उनके स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के उनसे मिलने आता था। लेकिन ऐसे समय भी उन्होंने इस बहुत बड़े सपने को पूरा किया। आज मैं चाहूँगा कि हम सब हमारे उन श्रमिकों का, हमारे उन कामगारों का, हमारे इंजीनियर्स का हृदय से धन्यवाद करें, हृदय से, क्योंकि उनके द्वारा निर्मित भावी पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देने वाला है। और 30,000 से ज़्यादा श्रमिक बंधुओं ने परिश्रम किया है, पसीना बहाया है इस भव्य व्यवस्था को खड़ी करने के लिए और कई पीढ़ियों के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं उन श्रमयोगियों का नमन तो करता ही, लेकिन एक नई परंपरा का प्रारंभ हो रहा है, इसका मुझे अत्यंत आनंद है। इस सदन में एक डिजिटल बुक रखी गई है, जिस डिजिटल बुक में उन सभी श्रमिकों के पूरा परिचय इसमें रखा गया है, ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को पता चलेगा कि हिंदुस्तान के किस कोने से कौन श्रमिक ने आकर के इस भव्य इमारत को, यानी उनके पसीने को भी अमरत्व देने का प्रयास इस सदन में हो रहा है। ये एक नई शुरुआत है, शुभ शुरुआत है और हम सब के लिए गर्व की शुरुआत है। मैं इस अवसर पर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की तरफ से, मैं इस अवसर पर लोकतंत्र की महान परंपरा की तरफ से हमारे इन श्रमिकों का अभिनंदन करता हूं। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, हमारे यहाँ कहा जाता है यत् भावो तद् भवति, और इसलिए हमारा भाव जैसा होता है वैसे ही कुछ घटित होता है। यत् भावो तद् भवति, और इसलिए हम जैसी भावना करते हैं और हम जैसी भावना करके प्रवेश किया है, मुझे विश्वास है भावना भीतर जो होगी हम भी वैसे ही खुद भी बनते जाएंगे और वो बहुत बड़ी स्वाभाविक है। भवन बदला है, मैं चाहूंगा भाव भी बदलना चाहिए, भावना भी बदलनी चाहिए। संसद राष्ट्र सेवा का सर्वोच्च स्थान है। ये संसद दलहित के लिए नहीं है। हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने इतनी पवित्र संस्था का निर्माण दलहित के लिए नहीं, सिर्फ और सिर्फ देश हित के लिए किया। नए भवन में हम सभी अपने वाणी से, विचार से, आचार से संविधान के जो स्पिरिट है उन मानदंडों को लेकर के, नए संकल्पों के अनुसार नई भाव को लेकर के, नई भावना को लेकर के मैं आशा करता हूं। अध्यक्ष जी, आप कल भी कह रहे थे, आज भी कह रहे थे, कभी स्पष्ट कह रहे थे, कभी थोड़ा लपेट कर भी कह रहे थे, हम सांसदों के व्यवहार के संबंध में मेरी तरफ से आपको आश्वासन देता हूं कि हमारा पूरा प्रयास रहेगा और मैं चाहूंगा कि सदन के नेता के नाते हम सभी सांसद आपकी आशा अपेक्षा में खरे उतरें, हम अनुशासन का पालन करें। देश हमें देखता है, आप जैसा दिशा निर्देश करें। लेकिन माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अभी चुनाव तो दूर है और जितना समय हमारे पास बचा है इस पार्लियामेंट के, मैं पक्का मानता हूं कि यहां जो व्यवहार होगा ये निर्धारित करेगा कि कौन यहां बैठने के लिए व्यवहार करता है और कौन वहां बैठने के लिए व्यवहार करता है। जो वहां ही बैठे रहना चाहता है उसका व्यवहार क्या होगा, और जो यहां आकर के भविष्य में बैठना चाहता है उसका व्यवहार क्या होगा, इसका फर्क बिल्कुल आने वाले महीनों में देश देखेगा और उनके बर्ताव से पता चलेगा। ये मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, हमारे यहाँ वेदों में कहा गया है, सम्यच्च सब्रता भूत्वा वाचम वदत भद्रया, अर्थात हम सब एक मत होकर, एक समान संकल्प लेकर कल्याणकारी सार्थक संवाद करें। यहाँ हमारे विचार अलग हो सकते हैं, विमर्श अलग हो सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे संकल्प एकजुट ही होते हैं, एकजुट ही रहते हैं और इसलिए हमें उसकी एकजुटता के लिए भी भरपूर प्रयास करता रहना चाहिए। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, हमारी संसद ने राष्ट्रहित के तमाम बड़े अवसरों पर ही इसी भावना से काम किया है। न कोई इधर का है न उधर का है, सब कोई राष्ट्र के लिए करते रहे। मुझे आशा है कि इस नई शुरुआत के साथ इस संवादीय के वातावरण में और इस संसद के पूरे डिबेट में हम उस भावना को जितनी ज्यादा मजबूत करेंगे, हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों को अवश्य हम प्रेरणा देंगे। संसदीय परंपराओं की जो लक्ष्मण रेखा है, उन लक्ष्मण रेखा का पालन हम सबको करना चाहिए और वो स्पीकर महोदय की अपेक्षा को हमें जरूर पूरा करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकतंत्र में राजनीति, नीति और शक्ति का इस्तेमाल ये समाज में प्रभावी बदलाव का एक बहुत बड़ा माध्यम होता है। और इसलिए स्पेस हो या स्पोर्ट्स हो, स्टार्टअप्स हो या सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप हो, हर क्षेत्र में दुनिया भारतीय महिलाओं की ताकत देख रही है। G20 की अध्यक्षता, विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट की चर्चा, आज दुनिया इसका स्वागत कर रही है, स्वीकार कर रही है। दुनिया समझ रही है कि सिर्फ महिलाओं के विकास की बात इनफ नहीं है। हमें मानव जाति की विकास यात्रा में उस नए पड़ावों को अगर प्राप्त करना है, राष्ट्र के विकास यात्रा में हमने नई मंजिलों को पाना है, तो ये आवश्यक है कि विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट को हम बल दें। और G20 में भारत की इस बात को विश्व ने स्वीकार किया है। महिला सशक्तिकरण की हमारी हर योजना ने महिला नेतृत्व करने की दिशा में बहुत सार्थक कदम उठाए हैं। आर्थिक समावेश को ध्यान में रखते हुए जनधन योजना शुरू की। 50 करोड़ लाभार्थियों में से भी अधिकतम महिला बैंक अकाउंट के धारक बनी है। ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन भी है, नया विश्वास देता है। जब मुद्रा योजना रखी, ये देश गर्व कर सकता है कि उसमें बिना बैंक गारंटी 10 लाख रुपए की लोन देने की योजना, और उसका लाभ पूरे देश में सबसे ज्यादा महिलाओं ने उठाया। महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर का एक पूरा वातावरण देश में नजर आया। पीएम आवास योजना, पक्के घर, ये भी उसकी रजिस्ट्री ज्यादातर महिलाओं के नाम हुई, महिलाओं का मालिकाना हक बना। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, हर देश की विकास यात्रा में ऐसे माइलस्टोन आते हैं जब वो गर्व से कहता है कि आज के दिन हम सब ने नया इतिहास रचा है। ऐसे कुल पल जीवन में प्राप्त होते हैं। और आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, नए सदन के प्रथम सत्र के प्रथम भाषण में मैं बड़े विश्वास और गर्व से कह रहा हूं कि आज की ये पल, आज का ये दिवस, संवत्सरी हो, गणेश चतुर्थी हो, उससे भी आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करते हुए इतिहास में नाम दर्ज करने वाला समय है। हम सब के लिए पल गर्व की पल है। अनेक वर्षों से महिला आरक्षण के संबंध में बहुत चर्चाएं हुई हैं, बहुत वाद विवाद हुए हैं। महिला आरक्षण को लेकर संसद में पहले भी कुछ प्रयास हुए हैं। 1996 में इससे जुड़ा बिल पहली बार पेश हुआ था। अटल जी के कार्यकाल में कई बार महिला आरक्षण का बिल पेश किया गया, कई बार, लेकिन उसे पार कराने के लिए आंकड़े नहीं जुटा पाए और उसके कारण वो सपना अधूरा रह गया। महिलाओं को अधिकार देने का, महिलाओं की शक्ति का उपयोग करने का वो काम, शायद ईश्वर ने ऐसे कई पवित्र काम के लिए मुझे चुना है। एक बार फिर हमारी सरकार ने इस दिशा में कदम बढ़ाया है। कल ही कैबिनेट में महिला आरक्षण वाला जो विधेयक है उसको मंजूरी दी गई है। आज 19 सितंबर की ये तारीख इसीलिए इतिहास में अमरत्व को प्राप्त करने जा रहे हैं। आज जब महिलाएं हर सेक्टर में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही हैं, नेतृत्व कर रही हैं, तो बहुत आवश्यक है कि नीति निर्धारण में, पॉलिसी मेकिंग में हमारी माताएं, बहनें, हमारी नारी शक्ति अधिकतम योगदान दें, ज्यादा से ज्यादा योगदान दें। योगदान ही नहीं, वे महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएं। आज इस ऐतिहासिक मौके पर नए संसद भवन में सदन की पहली कार्यवाही के रूप में, उस कार्यवाही के अवसर पर देश के इस नए बदलाव का आह्वान किया है और देश की नारी शक्ति के लिए सभी सांसद मिलकर के नए प्रवेश द्वार खोल दें। इसका आरंभ हम इस महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय से करने जा रहे हैं। विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के अपने संकल्प को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हमारी सरकार आज एक प्रमुख संविधान संशोधन विधेयक प्रस्तुत कर रही है। इस विधेयक का लक्ष्य लोकसभा और विधानसभाओं में महिलाओं की भागीदारी का विस्तार करने का है। नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम, इसके माध्यम से हमारा लोकतंत्र और मजबूत होगा। मैं देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई दूंगा। मैं सभी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं कि हम इस बिल को कानून बनाने के लिए संकल्पबद्ध है। मैं इस सदन में सभी साथियों से आग्रहपूर्वक निवेदन करता हूं, आग्रह भी करता हूं और जब एक पावन शुरुआत हो रही है, पावक विचार हमारे सामने आया है, तो सर्वसम्मति से जब ये बिल कानून बनेगा तो उसकी ताकत अनेक गुना बढ़ जाएगी। और इसलिए मैं सभी माननीय सांसदों से, दोनों सदन के सभी माननीय सांसदों से इसे सर्वसम्मति से पारित करने के लिए प्रार्थना करते हुए आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि इस नए सदन के प्रथम सत्र में मुझे आपने मेरी भावनाओं को व्यक्त करने का अवसर दिया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्री अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी।
सर, सर्वप्रथम हमारे लोकसभा की स्पीकर, हमारे अभिभावक, आपको सबकी तरफ से आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि आप ये नए सदन में आज नया शुरुआत करने का पहल किए हैं और इसके साथ साथ हमारी देश के हर नागरिकों को गणेश चतुर्थी की बधाई भी देना चाहते हैं। और सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष हम सब मिलकर देश को आगे ले जाएंगे, देश की ताकत को और मजबूत करेंगे और बढ़ाएंगे, क्योंकि हम ये मान के चलते हैं मंजिल की पार कर, नया मंजिल की तलाश कर। तुझे अगर दरिया मिल जाए तो समंदर की तलाश कर। ये हिंदुस्तान एक दिन में नहीं बने, हजारों लाखों शहादातों की चलते, खून पसीना बहाने की चलते हमारे देश आज़ाद हुई थी। और इसलिए सारे सदन की तरफ से उन सारे हमारे देश की आज़ादी लाने में जो अपना खून पसीना बहाया, मेहनत की, दिन रात एक करते हुए देश को ब्रिटिश हुकूमत से निकल के आज़ादी की रास्ते ले गए थे, उन सबको भी नमन करता हूं। ये नए सदन से ये आप लोगों का ही विरासत, जो विरासत के चलते पुराना संसद भी हमें देखने को मिला और वही विरासत को आगे ले चलते नया संसद में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे, प्रयास करेंगे। यही मनसा के साथ ये नया सदन में पाए रखे हैं। मैं ये पहली बार इसके अंदर आते हैं, किसी ने पूछा था कि एक बार चलो नया सदन को देख लिया करो। मैंने कहा नहीं, अगर जाना है तो सीधा सदन के अंदर ही जाएंगे और उसके बाद धीरे धीरे सदन के हर कोने से परिचित होंगे। से नया सदन की ये कल्पना ये नहीं है सर। हमारे पूर्व लोकसभा की सांसद श्रीमती मीरा कुमार जी, उन्होंने पहले ये मुद्दा उठाई थी। उन्होंने ये भी कही थी कि हमारे जो भवन वो चुप से हुए रोते हैं, साइलेंटली वीपिंग। हमारे और एक महिला लोकसभा की अध्यक्ष रही, सुमित्रा महाजन भी ये गुहार लगाते थे कि हमें नया एक संसद, एक नया भवन की जरूरत है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे खामियां धीरे धीरे निकल आते हैं। अच्छा हुआ देर सवेर नया संसद हमें मिले हैं और इस सरकार जो आज सत्ते पे है, इन्हीं सरकार की इस पहल के चलते नया सदन बने हुए हैं। तो इसमें हम ये सबका है, ये कोई पार्टी के नहीं, कोई व्यक्ति के नहीं, सबका है। हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू कहते थे कि देश में कार्टिज्म नहीं होना चाहिए, कोई व्यक्ति पूजा नहीं होना चाहिए, देश सबका है। ये सिर्फ एमपी का नहीं है, ये देश, ये पार्लियामेंट सिर्फ एमपी का नहीं, हिंदुस्तान के हर नागरिकों की इसमें हिस्सा है। तो ये हमारे देश की संपदा माना जाता है। अटल जी भी कहते थे होने ये ना होने की ये क्रम इसी तरह चलता रहेगा, हम रहेंगे, ये भ्रम भी सदा पलते रहेंगे। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से कोई यहाँ हो या ना हो, हमारा ये ट्रेडिशन, ये विरासत, ये चलते रहेंगे जितने दिन ये देश हिंदुस्तान है, उतने दिन ये हमारे ये विरासत आज हम कल दूसरों ने ये लेते आगे निकलेंगे। सर, मैं सर्वप्रथम हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी और आप सबके सामने मैं एक बात कहना चाहते हैं, जो भी करें आप लोग ये मान के चलिए कि हमारे लिए संविधान सर्वोपरि है। ये संविधान मान लीजिए हमारे लिए गीता, कुरान और बाइबल से कमी नहीं है। ये संविधान जिसमें लिखा हुआ है सत्यमेव जयते, ट्रूथ ऑलवेज प्रिवेल्स, हम भी चाहते हैं कि सत्य की मार्ग पर हम आगे निकले और हमारे देश को सारे दुनिया में हम रोशन करें। सर, ये संविधान में ये लिखा गया पहली पन्नों में, जिसको हम कहते हैं कि प्रीएम्बल, ये प्रीएम्बल में ये लिखा गया, वी द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, we the people of India having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign democratic republic and to secure to all its citizens. Sir, the people of India having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, secular, socialist, democratic republic and to secure to all its citizens justice. Justice for what? Social justice, economic and political justice. Liberty. Liberty for what? Liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship. सर, हो गया सर? प्रधानमंत्री तो काफी बोले सर, कुछ बोलने दो।
आप इजाजत दो यहाँ से बैठ के।
सर, संविधान पढ़ रहा हूँ ना सर।
आप पढ़े ना संविधान?
सर, इक्वालिटी फॉर व्हाट? इक्वालिटी ऑफ स्टेटस एंड ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड टू प्रमोट अमंग देम ऑल फ्रेटर्निटी. Fraternity for what? Assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity of the nation. In our Constituent Assembly, this 26th day of November 1949, do hereby adopt, enact and give to ourselves this Constitution. Sir,
the Women's Reservation Bill, undoubtedly the most historic day today. In fact, the Women's Reservation Bill that seeks to reserve at least 33% quota in the Lok Sabha and the state assemblies has been pending for nearly 27 years. Prime Minister Modi now urges for the bill to be passed. In fact, while speaking on the Women's Reservation Bill, Prime Minister Modi has said past governments could not pass it. He is probably blessed by God to make this move. Prime Minister Modi presents the Women's Reservation Bill in the Parliament.
You see the live visuals as proceedings coming to fore. Nari Shakti Vandan. That's what the bill is going to be called. Let's have a listen.
अनेक वर्षों से महिला आरक्षण के संबंध में बहुत चर्चाएं हुई हैं, बहुत वाद विवाद हुए हैं। महिला आरक्षण को लेकर संसद में पहले भी कुछ प्रयास हुए हैं। 1996 में इससे जुड़ा बिल पहली बार पेश हुआ था। अटल जी के कार्यकाल में कई बार महिला आरक्षण का बिल पेश किया गया, कई बार, लेकिन उसे पार कराने के लिए आंकड़े नहीं जुटा पाए और उसके कारण वो सपना अधूरा रह गया। महिलाओं को अधिकार देने का, महिलाओं की शक्ति का उपयोग करने का वो काम शायद ईश्वर ने ऐसे कई पवित्र काम के लिए मुझे चुना है। एक बार फिर हमारी सरकार ने इस दिशा में कदम बढ़ाया है। कल ही कैबिनेट में महिला आरक्षण वाला जो विधेयक है उसको मंजूरी दी गई है। आज 19 सितंबर की ये तारीख इसीलिए इतिहास में अमरत्व को प्राप्त करने जा रहे हैं। आज जब महिलाएं हर सेक्टर में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही हैं, नेतृत्व कर रही है, तो बहुत आवश्यक है कि नीति निर्धारण में, पॉलिसी मेकिंग में हमारी माताएं, बहनें, हमारी नारी शक्ति अधिकतम योगदान दें, ज्यादा से ज्यादा योगदान ही नहीं, वे महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएं। आज इस ऐतिहासिक मौके पर नए संसद भवन में सदन की पहली कार्यवाही के रूप में उस कार्यवाही के अवसर पर देश के इस नए बदलाव का आह्वान किया है और देश की नारी शक्ति के लिए सभी सांसद मिलकर के नए प्रवेश द्वार खोल दें। इसका आरंभ हम इस महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय से करने जा रहे हैं। विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के अपने संकल्प को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हमारी सरकार आज एक प्रमुख संविधान संशोधन विधेयक प्रस्तुत कर रही है। इस विधेयक का लक्ष्य लोकसभा और विधानसभाओं में महिलाओं की भागीदारी का विस्तार करने का है। नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम इसके माध्यम से हमारा लोकतंत्र और मजबूत होगा। मैं देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई दूंगा। मैं सभी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को आश्वस्त कर
सर when India attained, सर ये सुनिए, इतिहास सुनिए, when India attained independence from the British, the then Viceroy Lord Mountbatten posed a question to be Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. What is the ceremony that should be followed to symbolize the transfer of power from British to India hand? Sir,
गृह मंत्री जी क्लैरिफिकेशन देना चाहते हैं सर। सर कृपया अलो कर दिया जाए सर।
प्लीज।
सर माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, मैं माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने दो चीजें फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट कही है, या तो वो विड्रॉ करे या तो आपने सदन के टेबल पर उसको रखवाना चाहिए। एक, महिला आरक्षण बिल लोकसभा में पास हुआ था, कभी पास नहीं हुआ। और दो, कि ये बिल पुराना लोकसभा में लंबित है। ये बिल 2014 में ही लोकसभा के विघटन के साथ ही ये बिल निरस्त कर दिया गया है। माननीय अध्यक्ष, ये दोनों स्टेटमेंट फैक्चुअल इनकरेक्ट स्टेटमेंट है। इनकी स्पष्टता मैं आपसे अपेक्षा करता हूं कि इसकी स्पष्टता उनसे मांगी जाए, या तो रिकॉर्ड से दूर किया जाए या तो वो उसके समर्थन में कोई डॉक्यूमेंट टेबल पर रखें।
अर्जुन मेघवाल जी, आप जब एक मिनट आप सीट बैठे, आप कंक्लूड कर दो प्लीज। बेटे कंक्लूड करो आप प्लीज। पहला दिन है, इतना बात बोलते हैं पहले दिन में। आप प्लीज अपनी सीट बैठे, कंक्लूड करें आप। अधीर रंजन जी धन्यवाद देते हैं।
Sir, Lord Mountbatten posed a question to the to-be Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. What is the ceremony that should be followed to symbolize the transfer of power from British to Indian hands? Nehru then consulted Raja Gopalachari, commonly known as Rajaji, who went on to become the first Viceroy of India. Rajaji identified the Chola model, where the transfer of power from one king to another was sanctified and blessed by a high ruler. The symbol used was the handover of Sengol or scepter from one king to his successor. A golden scepter was crafted by Bhumidhi Bangaru Chetty, a famous jeweler in the Madras presidency. The makers of the Sengol, Bhimudi Etarajulu and Bhumudi Sudhakar are living in Chennai. Sir, इतिहास बता रहा हूँ, कुछ नहीं। On August 14, 1947, the deputy high priest of Thirubhadu Thurai Adiman Nagasaram player Rajaramthi Pillai and Odhuvar, a person who sings devotional songs in Tamil temples, were flown to Delhi capital from the then Madras presidency. The ceremony was conducted as per Tamil traditions, and the Sengol was handed over to Nehru at his house. Okay. इसमें नई बात कुछ नहीं है सर। ये लेकर ऐसा सर बनाया जाता है माहौल कि ये कुछ नई आज़ादी हुए हैं हमारे देश में, कुछ हो रहे हैं। सर मैं बहुत सारे सलाह है सर, मैं सिर्फ एक बात कहना चाहते हैं कि ये सदन, ये ऐसा मत समझिए कि ये ईंट काटर पत्थर की सदन है सर। ये सदन इट इज नॉट बिल्ट विथ ब्रिक्स एंड मोटर्स ओनली, इट इज द सोल ऑफ आवर इंडिया, द सोल व्हिच वाज लॉन्ग सप्रेस्ड फाइंड utterance in the wake of attaining independence. Sir, again I am saying that soul should not be suppressed again by any design. That is my view. And I am concluding the speech because sir, I do not find the adequate time to make my point further.
गृह मंत्री जी,
अध्यक्ष जी, मेरा व्यवस्था का प्रश्न है। माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए।
दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये दोनों चीजों को माननीय बैठिए ना, बैठिए ना प्लीज, मैं आगे कहता हूँ प्लीज, मैं आगे कहता,
माननीय सर प्लीज
आप बैठ जाइए, मुझे पूरा तो
प्लीज
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
कल्याण जी प्लीज।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
माननीय अर्जुन मेघवाल जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि भारत के संविधान का और संशोधन करने वाले द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन 128th अमेंडमेंट बिल 2023 यानी नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम 2023 को सदन में पूर्व स्थापित करने की अनुमति दी जाए। मैं बोलना भी चाहता हूं सर। सप्लीमेंट्री बिजनेस में देखिए,
बिल को अपलोड,
सप्लीमेंट्री बिजनेस में देखिए,
बिल को अपलोड कर दिया गया है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी है संसद की, और नई टेक्नोलॉजी में आप इसमें देख ले,
अपलोडेड भी है, बिल अपलोडेड
कर दिया है,
अपलोडेड भी है। अध्यक्ष जी, मैं कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ। अध्यक्ष जी,
नई टेक्नोलॉजी है संसद में, आप इसको चलाइए, इसमें बिल लोड कर दिया गया है।
आप बिल अपलोडेड भी है। मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ अध्यक्ष जी, कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ। अध्यक्ष जी,
आपके अनुमति से सप्लीमेंट्री लिस्ट ऑफ बिजनेस निकाला गया है और सप्लीमेंट्री लिस्ट ऑफ बिजनेस में ये जो बिल आया है वो अपलोड हुआ है सर। कृपया चेक करने के लिए बताइए, मेरा इतना ही निवेदन है।
मैं अध्यक्ष जी बोलना चाहता हूँ कुछ। अध्यक्ष जी मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ। अध्यक्ष जी, इस महत्वपूर्ण दिवस के अवसर पर आपने मुझे बोलने का अवसर दिया, मैं आपका आभार प्रकट करता हूं।
कर दिया ना आपने,
ये अपलोड है
साहब, बता दें
बिल अपलोडेड है। गौरव जी, यू कैन सी द बिल,
आप इसमें अपलोड है बिल।
अभिनंदन जी, ये अपलोड है। मैं अध्यक्ष जी, मैं द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन 128th अमेंडमेंट बिल 2023 के संबंध में कुछ तथ्य सदन के समक्ष रखना चाहता हूं। ये महिला सशक्तिकरण से संबंधित बिल है। इस बिल के माध्यम से हम आर्टिकल 239AA, 330A और 332A और 334A इनमें संशोधन कर रहे हैं संविधान में। अध्यक्ष जी, 239AA के माध्यम से 33% सीटें नेशनल कैपिटल टेरिटरी ऑफ दिल्ली के लिए महिलाओं के लिए रिजर्व होगी। आर्टिकल 330A के माध्यम से तो रिजर्वेशन ऑफ सीट्स फॉर SC/ST इन हाउस ऑफ पीपल है। हाउस ऑफ पीपल इसमें
मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कौन से उसमें है।
आर्टिकल 332A
है, इस आर्टिकल में है।
I would like to clear them, sir. It is already uploaded, sir. Supplementary list. It is already uploaded, sir. We are able to see it. We are able to. Why they are not able to see it? Whether they are opposing the Mahila Reservation bill, let them clarify, sir. It is there, sir. Let them understand, sir. It is already there. ये तो है, sir, already. ए मेरे अभी जो इधर रखा है टैब, ये टैब में आ रहा है। You please try to understand the technology. हम आज भारत में
अगर दिख रहा है तो आप सबकी स्क्रीन पे दिख रहा है, आप चलो 1 मिनट देख लो।
सबके डेस्क पे है, उनको
रिवाइज लिस्ट ऑफ बिजनेस में देखिए, रिवाइज लिस्ट ऑफ
अर्जुन जी आप कंटिन्यूस कीजिए।
ठीक अध्यक्ष जी, इनको शांत कराइए।
आप तो कंटिन्यूस कीजिए।
अध्यक्ष जी, इतना महत्वपूर्ण बिल है, महिला सशक्तिकरण से संबंधित महत्वपूर्ण। अधीर जी सुनिए, 2 मिनट सुनिए, मैं वही बोल रहा हूं। अध्यक्ष जी, द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन 128th अमेंडमेंट बिल 2023, इट्स ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट अमेंडमेंट, इट्स ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिल। अधीर जी सुनिए थोड़ा, आर्टिकल 239AA हम इसमें इंसर्ट कर रहे हैं, जिसके माध्यम से 33% महिलाओं को रिजर्वेशन मिलेगा। किसमें? द नेशनल कैपिटल टेरिटरी ऑफ दिल्ली। उसके बाद हम आर्टिकल 330A में अमेंडमेंट कर रहे हैं, जिसके माध्यम से लोकसभा में रिजर्वेशन ऑफ सीट्स फॉर शेड्यूल कास्ट एंड शेड्यूल ट्राइब, जो प्रावधान पहले से है उसी में ही हम 33% महिलाओं के आरक्षण की बात कर रहे हैं। उसी में हम 33% महिलाओं के आरक्षण की बात कर रहे हैं। एक आर्टिकल 332 है, जिसमें रिजर्वेशन जो दिया हुआ इसमें असेंबलीज के लिए, उसमें भी स्टेट लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली में 33% महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षण की व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बिल है। और फिर आर्टिकल 334A में एक नया हम क्लॉज जोड़ रहे हैं, जिसके माध्यम से इस महिला रिजर्वेशन की जो अवधि होगी वो 15 साल के लिए होगी। उसकी यदि बढ़ाना होगा तो संसद इसको अधिकार होगा वो बढ़ाने का। मैं इसके माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं, आपको एक समझाना चाहता हूं धीरजन जी। अभी जैसे 543 नंबर है, इट इज ऑलरेडी देयर इन द यू कैन सी इन द सप्लीमेंट्री लिस्ट ऑफ द बिजनेस, यू कैन सी इन द सप्लीमेंट्री लिस्ट ऑफ द बिजनेस। देखिए 543 नंबर है अभी, उसमें बालू जी you can see now, you can see now, bill also in your hand, बालू जी you can sit now।
1 मिनट अर्जुन जी, आज बिल इंट्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, केवल कल बिल पर बिल डिबेट होगी जब आपने विचार रख करना। अर्जुन जी बेगवाल।
हाँ अध्यक्ष जी, मैं इस बिल के माध्यम से जो परिवर्तन होने वाला है वो बता रहा हूं अधीर जी। अभी जैसे 543 हमारी लोकसभा की सीट है, जैसे ही ये बिल पास होगा, ये कानून बनेगा, उसके बाद वर्तमान में लोकसभा में जो संख्या जो कि सबसे ज्यादा है 82 महिलाओं की संख्या है, वो 181 हो जाएगी इस कानून के पास होने के बाद। कितना क्रांतिकारी कदम हम उठा रहे हैं। आप इसके समर्थन में नहीं हो क्या? आप बैठिए, एक बार बताता हूं मैं आपको। और इतिहास भी सुनिए कल्याण ब्रदर जी। ये सबसे पहले ये बिल राज्यसभा में भी करेंगे हम। अब आप सुनिए कल्याण जी, राज्यसभा में बुलाएंगे। देखिए सबसे पहले ये बिल, मैं इतिहास बता रहा हूं इसका। सबसे पहले ये बिल सितंबर 96 देवेगौड़ा जी के समय आया, वो भी 11वीं लोकसभा में। उसके बाद दिसंबर 98 में माननीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की जब सरकार थी तब आया, वो 12वीं लोकसभा में। उसके बाद दिसंबर 99 में अटल जी की सरकार थी, तब फिर आया 13वीं लोकसभा में। और ये जिसका जिक्र कर रहे हैं डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के समय जो बिल आया, वो लोकसभा में नहीं आया, वो आया मई 2008 में राज्यसभा। यही यहां से षड्यंत्र की बू आती। और राज्यसभा में आने के बाद ये डिपार्टमेंट रिलेटेड स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में गया, और वहां ये बिल जब रिपोर्ट आई तो मार्च 2010 में 9 मार्च 2010 में राज्यसभा ने इसको पास किया। उसके बाद राज्यसभा ने कम्युनिकेट किया लोकसभा को, और जब रिपोर्ट किया तो लोकसभा के सेक्रेटरी जनरल जब इसको रिपोर्ट किया तो ये लोकसभा की प्रॉपर्टी बन गई। और 15वीं लोकसभा जैसे ही भंग हुई, अध्यक्ष जी, 15वीं लोकसभा जैसे ही भंग हुई 18 मई 2014 को, ये बिल भी लैप्स हो गया। और इन लोगों ने पारित नहीं किया, जानबूझ के पारित नहीं किया। मैं कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का प्रोविजन पढ़ना बताता हूँ अधीर रंजन के लिए। अभी सुनिए, आप सुनिए द प्रोविजन। ये इसके बाद मैं अधीर रंजन जी देखिए आर्टिकल 107, अरे सुनो तो सही। मैं अध्यक्ष जी इसके बिल के प्रावधान में मैं देखिए माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज नई संसद के पटल पर इस नारी शक्ति वंदन विधेयक 2023 को प्रस्तुत करते हुए मुझे अपार हर्ष और गर्व की अनुभूति हो रही है। आज ये सदन नारी शक्ति को लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में 33% भागीदारी देने का साक्षी बनेगा। भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच हमेशा से नारी को शक्ति स्वरूप मानने की रही है और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में देश में आज वुमेन डेवलपमेंट से वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट की ओर तेजी से कदम बढ़ा रहा है देश। आज हर क्षेत्र में, चाहे वो अंतरिक्ष हो, सेना हो, पुलिस हो, खेल जगत हो, उद्यमिता हो, व्यवसाय हो, साहित्य हो, कला हो, महिलाएं प्रभावशाली नेतृत्व करते देश को गौरवान्वित कर रही है। आज हम प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में नारी शक्ति वंदन विधेयक प्रस्तुत कर सच्चे अर्थों में नारी शक्ति को उनका अधिकार देने जा रहे हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारी संस्कृति में नारी को सदैव से शक्ति स्वरूपा माना गया है। हमारे श्लोकों में भी कहा गया है, या देवी सर्वभूतेषु शक्ति रूपेण संस्थिता, नमस्ते 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 नमो नमे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस अवसर पर भारत के संविधान निर्माता बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर का एक कोट आपके समक्ष प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूं, कोट अनकोट। बाबा साहब को किसी ने पूछा कि आप किसी समाज के उत्थान की प्रगति कैसे नापते हो, व्हाट इज द पैरामीटर, कि ये समाज या देश, ये राष्ट्र उन्नति कर रहा है। तो बाबा साहब ने एक कोट कहा था, उसको मैं कोट अनकोट कह रहा हूं। उन्होंने कहा, आई मेजर द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ ए कम्युनिटी बाय द डिग्री ऑफ प्रोग्रेस विच वुमेन हैव अचीव्ड, विच वुमेन हैव अचीव्ड। महिलाएं अगर किसी देश में प्रगति कर रही है तो मैं समझता हूं कि वो समाज, वो राष्ट्र प्रगति कर रहा है, ये बाबा साहब ने कहा था। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस अवसर पर भारत के संविधान के शिल्पकार बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर जी को इसलिए भी याद करना चाहता हूं कि 25 नवंबर 1949 को बाबा साहब ने कहा था इसी सेंट्रल हॉल में, जिसमें आज लास्ट फंक्शन हुआ, कि हम एक ऐसे युग में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं कि हम राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में तो समानता होगी, लेकिन सामाजिक और आर्थिक क्षेत्र में समानता नहीं होगी। इसको कौन दूर करेगा? आने वाली सरकारों का ये इसका काम होगा। लेकिन ये नहीं कर पाए जो सरकारें आई, लेकिन जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी आए 2014 में तो जन धन अकाउंट आया, एक महिला के अकाउंट, एक के अकाउंट नहीं, ये असमानता थी। अध्यक्ष महोदय, पीएम आवास, एक के घर कच्चा, एक के पक्का, ये असमानता थी जिसकी ये बात अधीर रंजन की कर रहे थे। एक के घर शौचालय, एक के घर शौचालय नहीं, ये असमानता थी। एक के घर बिजली, एक के घर बिजली नहीं। एक के घर गैस, एक के घर गैस नहीं। एक के घर नल से जल और एक के घर नल से जल नहीं। और मुद्रा योजना में भी, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री ने जिक्र किया, स्टैंड अप इंडिया में भी 1 लाख से 10 करोड़ तक का लोन, ये असमानता दूर करने का काम अगर किसी ने किया है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। इसलिए ये महिलाओं को सशक्तिकरण भी करेगा और महिलाओं का उत्थान भी करेगा और ये दिशा भी देगा। इसलिए मैं इसकी अनुमति चाहता हूं आपसे। ये नारी शक्ति वंदन विधेयक भारत के विकास में नारी शक्ति की भूमिका को निर्धारित करने वाला होगा। 2047 तक के अमृतकाल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण में मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। महिला सशक्तिकरण में वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट को नई दिशा देने वाला होगा। नए भारत के निर्माण में ऐतिहासिक महिला नेतृत्व को पहचान दिलाने वाला होगा। संपूर्ण विश्व के लिए प्रेरणा देने वाला ये सिद्ध होगा। इसलिए मैं आपसे अनुमति चाहता हूं कि इस विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति दी जाए। धन्यवाद।
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ। हाँ वालों के पक्ष में माननीय मंत्री जी अब विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करें।
I introduce the bill. Honorable Speaker sir, Honorable Speaker sir, I introduce the bill.
सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पत्र आइटम नंबर 1 श्री किरेन रिजिजू जी।
महोदय जी, आपकी अनुमति से मैं लोकसभा में आज के कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित पृथ्वी विज्ञान मंत्रालय से संबंधित प्रपत्र सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 2 श्री पंकज चौधरी जी।
महोदय, मैं आज की कार्यसूची में मत संख्या 2 पर मेरे नाम के सामने वर्णित कागजात आपकी अनुमति से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
नंबर 3 महासचिव। आइटम नंबर 3 महासचिव।
Sir, I lay on the table the following bills passed by the Houses of Parliament during the 12th session of 17th Lok Sabha and assented to by the President since the report was last made to the House on 21st July 2023. The Cinematograph Amendment Bill 2023, the Constitution Scheduled Tribes Order Amendment Bill 2023, the Scheduled Tribe Constitution Scheduled Tribes Order Second Amendment Bill 2023, the Central Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2023, the Integrated Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2023, and the Mediation Bill 2023. I also lay on the table a copy each, duly authenticated by the Secretary General Rajya Sabha, of following bills passed by the Houses of Parliament and assented to by the President: the Biological Diversity Amendment Bill 2023, the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill 2023, the Forest Conservation Amendment Bill 2023, the Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Amendment Bill 2023, the Offshore Areas Mineral Development and Regulation Amendment Bill 2023, the Jan Vishwas Amendment of Provisions Bill 2023, the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023, the Registration of Births and Deaths Amendment Bill 2023, the National Dental Commission Bill 2023, the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill 2023, the Indian Institutes of Management Amendment Bill 2023, the Constitution Scheduled Caste Order Amendment Bill 2023, the Anusandhan National Research Foundation Bill 2023, the National Nursing and Midwifery Commission Bill 2023, the Coastal Aquaculture Authority Amendment Bill 2023, the Inter-Services Organizations Command, Control and Discipline Bill 2023, and the Pharmacy Amendment Bill 2023.
माननीय सदस्यगण, इससे पहले कि मैं आपको सूचित करना चाहता हूं कि लोकसभा के प्रक्रिया तथा कार्य संचालन नियम में उल्लिखित सभा भवन, लॉबी, दीर्घाओं का तात्पर्य संसद के भवन से होगा, जिसे भारत के संसद के भवन के रूप में नामित किया है, के सभा भवन और लॉबी और दीर्घाओं से है। माननीय सदस्यगण, आज सुबह जहां हम एकत्रित हुए थे उस बिल्डिंग को अब संविधान सदन के नाम से जाना जाएगा। सभा की कार्रवाई बुधवार दिनांक 20 सितंबर 2023 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, viewers, history has been etched with the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam bill. Huge development right now on the floor of the Lok Sabha. We're going to get down into the fine print of it, what it means in terms of what the bill entails. It's been tabled today. It's going to be up for discussion tomorrow. But having said that, this is history in the making, viewers. India standing on the cusp of history with what I just said, and it's been etched with the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam bill, the Women Reservation bill. We're going to come right back in exactly 2 minutes. To stay with us.
कहे तो जाते हैं 75 साल, लेकिन जब तक मेरा जानकारी है सबसे पहले जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंबली की सभा हुई थी वो 1946 में, और 1949 26 नवंबर में ये अडॉप्ट हुई थी, और 1950 26 जनवरी ये चालू हुई थी हमारे संविधान इस देश में। लेकिन आप कहां से 75 साल की अमृतकाल ये लाया गया, ये मुझे समझ में नहीं आते हैं। नेहरू नहीं, उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में जितने लोग थे सारे ने ये शपथ ली थी कि हम देश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, और देश आगे बढ़ते बढ़ते यहां तक पहुंचे। सर चंद्रयान की बात हो रहे थे, आपको जानकारी देना चाहते हैं 1946 में हमारे देश की आजादी के पहले ये नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में एटॉमिक रिसर्च कमेटी बनाया गया था। 1948 से हमारे देश में ये नेहरू जी के नेतृत्व में हम सिर्फ आज की मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी और आज की साइंस विज्ञान की तरफ हम आगे निकलते हुए हमें ये देश के लिए क्या किया सर, ये देश के लिए बनाया इसरो।
राजेंद्र बाबू से लेकर डॉक्टर कलाम, रामनाथ कोविंद और अभी द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, इन सब के संबोधन का लाभ हमारे सदनों को मिला है, उनका मार्गदर्शन मिला है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, पंडित नेहरू जी, शास्त्री जी, वहां से लेकर के अटल जी, मनमोहन सिंह जी तक एक बहुत बड़ी श्रृंखला जिसने इस सदन का नेतृत्व किया है और सदन के माध्यम से देश को दिशा दी है, देश को नए रंग रूप में ढालने के लिए उन्होंने परिश्रम किया है, पुरुषार्थ किया है। आज उन सबका गौरवगान करने का भी अवसर है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल, लोहिया जी, चंद्रशेखर जी, आडवाणी जी, न जाने अनगिनत नाम, जिन्होंने हमारे इस सदन को समृद्ध करने में, चर्चाओं को समृद्ध करने के लिए, देश के सामान्य से सामान्य व्यक्ति की आवाज को ताकत देने का काम इस सदन में किया है।
Hey Siri, what's your favorite technology show? It's Tech Today. Well, I'm kidding. That's what I'm saying. These AI assistants haven't been the smartest, be it Siri, Google Assistant, or even Alexa. That said, there was this whole AI storm for the past few months with ChatGPT and then the launch of Google Bard, but that seems to have passed as well. But the AI revolution isn't over by any means. There's several tools out there which are useful, which can genuinely level up your game when it comes to content or even your businesses or finance or any of that stuff. And some of them are also free to use. The thing is, they're not publicized as widely as these tools by tech companies. So what we're going to do now on Tech Today is round up some of those top AI tools that can make your life a whole lot easier and, well, a lot more fun. Over to you, Pranav.
Oh, hi. Now, unless you've been living offline, which is hard to do in the hyper-connected world we live in today, you must have heard of artificial intelligence, or AI. And OpenAI ChatGPT really introduced us to the idea of tools regarding AI. And today we're going to check out some of the most exciting and, between you and I, easy to use and free AI tools. So let's go. Now Google search recently updated its engine with generative artificial intelligence, where you can just search for things like, let's say, in this example, I'm going to search Paris. And if we click enter, it can literally generate a text about Paris with some of the links on the side. And then we can ask some more questions around it. So in this example, we have a generative AI experiment where it's saying Paris is the capital of France and different details about it. You got some beautiful photos right there. So that's generative AI in Google search. So let's move on to a grand finale where I'm going to produce a rap song with the help of my AI friends. Now, first off, we have this tool called cookup.ai, which will help me generate lyrics for my rap song. All right, so now we're in the Suno AI, and let's start by typing in the word chirp and see what happens. There we go. It's telling us to describe the style of music, which in our case, it's rap. We're going to paste the lyrics and we're going to click on submit. And now the bot is generating music around our lyrics. And here we have it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back, viewers, and the big news break just coming in. History has been etched in 4 letters with the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam bill. It's been presented in the House table. The discussion will happen tomorrow. What does it mean? Because, viewers, let's get into the fine print of it. For decades, it's been hanging balance. 1947 Constituent Assembly thought it unnecessary to give political reservation to women. That corner been turned. Life come full circle. And in 2023, that is a possibility. Let's break it down in terms of what this bill means. The discussion is coming in tomorrow. I want to pull in my colleague Himanshu and our ace government and BJP correspondent to break it down bit by bit on what we can expect from this bill. Himanshu, अगर फाइन प्रिंट इस बिल की बात करें, इसमें सबसे पहले क्या रिजर्वेशन जो चुनाव अभी आ रहे हैं, जो 5 स्टेट में चुनाव है, वहीं से शुरू है?
देखिए, बिल्कुल, अगर ये बिल यहाँ से पास हो जाता है और उस के बाद ये इम्प्लीमेंट होगा, अब देखना ये है कि इस बिल को पास होने के बाद क्या विधानसभाओं से भी पास कराना पड़ेगा 50%, वो एक बड़ा चीज है। अगर वहां से भी पास हो जाता है तो ये जो 5 राज्यों के आने वाले विधानसभा चुनाव है, ये यहीं से इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाएगा। प्रीति, इसमें ये देखना बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि जो सीट्स हैं उनमें कौन सी वुमेन सीट होंगी, वो बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग होगा। और क्या रोटेशन पे होंगी? अगर एक बार एक सीट महिलाओं के लिए रिजर्व्ड है तो वो परमानेंट नहीं होगी, वो रोटेशन में होंगी, यानी कि आप मान के चलिए 1/3 करके उसको चेंज किया जाएगा। दूसरी चीज, ये आरक्षण जो है वो 15 साल के लिए है और 15 साल के बाद अगर सरकार को ये जरूरत लगती है कि इस बिल को कंटिन्यू करना है तो कंटिन्यू किया जा सकता है। जैसे कि आरक्षण की व्यवस्था जब की गई थी संविधान में तो ये कहा गया था 10 साल के लिए है, तो अब उसकी जरूरतों के हिसाब से देखा जाएगा कि वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल को कंटिन्यू रखना है नहीं रखना 15 साल के। दूसरा, ये राज्यसभा और विधान परिषद में ये लागू नहीं होगा। जो सिटिंग स्ट्रेंथ है उसी स्ट्रेंथ के अंदर ये 33% रहेगा। इसमें कोटा विद इन कोटा एससी और एसटी वुमेन्स के लिए रहेगा, जिस तरह से लोकसभा के इलेक्शन में या विधानसभा के इलेक्शंस में जो है वो रिजर्व रहता है एससी और एसटी सीट्स के लिए, उन्हीं में ये सेम पैटर्न पे रहेगा।
Well, the fine print there, let me break it down. Number one, with what we are witnessing right now, if this bill clears both houses, it will then it will see implication of the reservation in the 5 states which are coming up for election. But there is a fine print even in that, and let me bring in Himanshu on that. Himanshu, क्योंकि इसमें एक constitutional amendment भी करना पड़ेगा, जो Article 82 है, जो Section 5 है इस बिल का, उसके मुताबिक आपको एटलीस्ट अगर आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की तरफ जाएं तो फिर आपको स्टेट असेंबली में जाना पड़ेगा, ये बिल वहां से भी पारित करवाना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल 50% से ज्यादा विधानसभाओं में अगर ये बिल पारित हो जाता है, जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा प्रीति, कि उसके बाद जो है ये जो विधानसभा चुनाव होने।
हिमांशु 2 मिनट आपको इंटरप्ट कर रही हूँ। कमलनाथ स्पीकिंग विद माय कॉलीग Polomi right now. Listen it.
Joining me right now is Ms. Kangana Ranaut. Ma'am, you were witness to a very historic moment today in Parliament. What do you have to say about the Women's Reservation Bill being introduced in the House, ma'am?
It is a historic day for the nation, for the women of the nation, and it was the first session of the new Parliament, and the entire session was dedicated to women empowerment and upliftment of women. And I think it is such an honourable thing to happen to the entire, humanity, I would say. And all credit to our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. He has done a lot since he's started his role as a Prime Minister. We also see a lot of women in more active roles, like combat roles, like Army or Air Force. I'm in fact coming to the film called Tejas, where I'm playing an Air Force pilot as well. So I think this is a new age that we're getting into, and
would it inspire women like you as well to, find your way into politics as well?
This is very encouraging for all of us. And like I was describing, how difficult it is for women to make a career in something like politics, which is so male-dominated, and it is completely based on the networking through rallies or through doing party working and all that. But women, as we know, in our culture, in our family, it's so difficult for women, young women, to get out of the house to take part in road shows or to organize events. They get bullied, they get molested, they get all kind of teased. We saw this in UP. These very terrible incidents took place. Like this, our women, it's so difficult for them to go to school. And we definitely need reservation for women in careers like politics.
What do you think of the new Parliament building?
It's spectacular. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous, and it is with the image of we want the world to see Bharat as this enormous power and the leading light of the world. It suits the image that Bharat deserves in the world. Yes.
Thanks, ma'am. Thank you so much for speaking. That was, of course, Actor Kangana Ranaut, who was witness as, in fact, the Women's Reservation Bill was introduced in the Lok Sabha. Polomi in Delhi for India Today.
All right. I beg your pardon, viewers. Not Kamal Nath, Kangana Ranaut. She was a special invitee by the government, especially on a day where the Women Reservation Bill was to be tabled. Having said that, celebrations, visuals of celebrations coming in from Hyderabad, understandably, because there is going to be a credit war in all of this. K. Kavita from the BRS, KCR's daughter, had actually sat in on a dharna in Jantar Mantar asking for women reservation. So a big chunk, in terms of the credit, K. Kavita or the BRS would want to stake claim to. The Congress continues to say that it is Apna bill. Sonia Gandhi did so when she was coming into the old building of the Parliament, now called the Constitution House, early this morning. And she had said, ye to Apna bill hai. But we're going to continue to see visuals of celebration. But once again, viewers, I want to come back to the bill, the fine print of this bill. What does this mean for India? What are the implications for it in the upcoming election? One thing that Himanshu laid bare was the fact that after it clears from both houses, then it will need to be cleared from the state assemblies with 50% of the people clearing that bill. this is the reason why it has to happen, because there's a constitutional amendment that is involved and 2/3 of both houses will need to clear it. 2/3 majority चाहिए होगा both houses में हिमांशु?
देखिए बिल्कुल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट के लिए जो है 2/3 मेजोरिटी चाहिए होता है, लेकिन उसमें प्रीति जो एट प्रेजेंट एमपी होते हैं जी वो 50% से ज्यादा होने चाहिए और उसके 2/3 होना चाहिए। तो सरकार के पास वैसे भी लोकसभा राज्यसभा में किसी भी तरीके के नंबर्स की जो है वो कमी नहीं है। और मेरा मानना है वैसे भी कांग्रेस ने कहा है हम सपोर्ट करेंगे, बीआरएस कह रही है हम सपोर्ट करेंगे, बीजेडी वाईएसआर कांग्रेस तमाम और मायावती की तरफ से स्टेटमेंट आया है, आरजेडी जेडीयू ने भी कहा है हम सपोर्ट करेंगे। तो तमाम लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे नहीं लगता किसी भी तरीके से ये बिल जो है रुकेगा ना लोकसभा में राज्यसभा में। 2010 में जब ये बिल लाया गया था तब राज्यसभा में पास हुआ था, हो हल्ले हंगामे के बीच में हुआ था, मार्शल का प्रयोग हुआ था। कई दशकों के बाद जो है सदन में मार्शल्स का प्रयोग हुआ था, वो महिला आरक्षण बिल पे हुआ था। उसके बाद लोकसभा में इस बिल को जो है कम्युनिकेट कर दिया गया था, लेकिन इस बिल को वहां पर जो है पास करने के लिए नहीं लाया गया था, चर्चा और पास करने के लिए। तो ये बिल जो बात कानून मंत्री अर्जुन मेघवाल ने भी कही कि वो लैप्स कर गया 14th लोकसभा के साथ ही वो लैप्स कर गया था बिल, और इसीलिए जो है वो इनका ये मानना है कि अब ये बिल नए सिरे से लाया गया। इसमें 1-2 अमेंडमेंट है क्योंकि जो पुराना बिल था उसमें इंडियन एंग्लो के लिए भी था, तो वो कुछ क्लॉजेस को हटा के लाया गया है। अमूमन अगर देखेंगे तो ये बिल लगभग सिमिलर है।
तो ये जो 5 चुनाव आ रहे हैं इसमें ये तभी पास होगा हिमांशु, और काफी सारे अगर आप देखें मध्य प्रदेश में तो लिस्ट भी काफी आउट हो चुकी है ऑलरेडी।
नहीं लिस्ट भी आउट हो चुकी है, लेकिन ये देखना होगा कि विधानसभाओं से इसको पारित कराना जरूरी है या नहीं है। वो बिल के अंदर अमेंडमेंट्स है या नहीं है वो देखना है, क्योंकि विधानसभाओं के लिए भी आप कह रहे हैं कि विधानसभाओं के अंदर भी जो है ये रिजर्वेशन लागू होगा, यूनियन टेरिटरी में लागू होगा। तो उसके लिए ये जो है आर्टिकल 290 है उसमें देखना होगा कि उससे पास कराना जरूरी है या नहीं है। 50% से ज्यादा, जहां तक मुझे जानकारी है, जो 2010 में बिल आया था उसको 50% से ज्यादा विधानसभाओं से पारित कराने के बाद ही ये बिल जो है वो कानूनी रूप ले पाता।
हिमांशु बने रहिए, नलिनी भी हमारे साथ जुड़ रही है। नलिनी is also joining us right now as well as my colleague Polumi Saha who's also now joining us. Himanshu is leaving. I'm going to ask a quick question with Himanshu before he leaves. Himanshu, तो ये बात तय है कि लोकसभा में ये रिजर्वेशन होगी इन ऑल प्रोबेबिलिटी अगर ये बिल क्लियर होता है। अब बात आती है कोटा विद इन कोटा की, तो इसमें जो ये महिला आरक्षण कोटा है उसमें जो SC/ST कोटा है अब वो जो पहले ही रिजर्व सीट्स हैं उन्हीं में लागू होगा।
देखिए बिल्कुल उन्हीं में SC/ST का कोटा जो है वो लागू होगा, और ये कोटा उसी तरीके से लागू होगा जिस तरीके से लोकसभा में अभी तक चल रहा है। जो जनरल कैटेगरी उसमें चल रहा है पैटर्न पे, उसी पैटर्न में होगा। अगर 181 महिलाएं हैं तो उसमें कोटा भी रहेगा वुमेन्स के लिए, SC और ST के लिए, OBC के लिए नहीं रहेगा। लेकिन कुछ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की डिमांड है प्रीति कि इसमें OBCs के लिए भी रिजर्वेशन किया जाए। अगर आप रिजर्वेशन OBC के लिए करते हैं और SC/ST के लिए सिर्फ लोकसभा में लाते हैं, OBCs के लिए सीट जो है वो लोकसभा या विधानसभा में रिजर्व नहीं रहती है। उनकी डिमांड है उसको भी इसी में किया जाए
बस। अब एक यही सरप्राइज है या अब हम देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि एक और चीज अभी आ रही है कि
मुझे लगता है प्रीति
एक और सरप्राइज बाकी है।
21 तारीख को एक ऐसा सरप्राइज आएगा
यूनियन टेरिटरी वाला।
अभी तक विपक्ष जो है कई महिला आरक्षण पे साथ दे रहा है। 21 तारीख को एक ऐसा बिल मुझे लगता है लाया जा सकता है जो बहुत सरप्राइजिंग होगा और विपक्ष उसका विरोध करता हुआ नजर आएगा।
चलिए बहुत शुक्रिया। हिमांशु has left us with something to take forward into the conversation with Polumi and Nalini as well. 21st, which is the second last day of the special session of the parliament, that there is going to be another big surprise or the big dhamaka that the government has in store, and the opposition benches will not be in line with the treasury benches there. It's going to be explosive politically in terms of dissent is what we have been given to understand. Lots of probabilities there. We're going to give it to our viewers, but the day today belongs to a historic bill that was tabled in Parliament. I want to quickly bring in my colleague Nalini and Polumi Saha into this conversation. Nalini, would you take us through the fine print where this bill is concerned? Number one, it will entail a constitutional amendment for sure.
Well, Preeti, there's no other way of going about it, and they would have had to bring in a Constitutional Amendment Act to make this happen. But what does this bill really contain? There are 4 main clauses that they are trying to change, rather introduce through the new bill. There is one new addition to Article 239AA that specifically deals with the governance of Delhi, along with 3 new articles that are being introduced to make this reservation happen. Mainly, it is with regard to the reservation for women, 33% within the Legislative Assembly of Delhi, within the lower house, which is the Lok Sabha, the House of the People, along with all other state legislative assemblies. Now, what it says is that in the general seats, the seats for which there is direct a contest for during the elections, 1/3 of those seats will be reserved for women, along with 1/3 of the seats that are specifically reserved for SC/STs. So keeping that in mind, there's going to be, like you and Himanshu were just having a conversation, a quota within a quota where 1/3 of the seats that are reserved for SC/STs now will also be reserved for women from those communities, so there can be greater representation of the backward communities within the legislative assemblies as well as the parliament. Along with that, there is also another new article that is being introduced, which is Article 334A, I beg your pardon, which specifically talks about when this entire reservation is going to come into effect. And it says that only after a delimitation exercise is carried out will the reservation come into effect. It's going to be in effect for 15 years, which is, of course, not a hard deadline. It's subject to what the parliament decides at the end of it. But for now, the limit that's been given is been for 15 years. And it also says that before every cycle, there will be a rotation with regard to the delimitation exercise and also the rotation of the seats, which means that if there are certain seats in a particular
में की गई है। संविधान निर्माताओं का ये आशय रहा है कि ये सदन राजनीति की आपाधापी से ऊपर उठ करके गंभीर बौद्धिक विचार विमर्श का केंद्र बने और देश को दिशा देने का सामर्थ्य यहीं से निकले, ये स्वाभाविक देश की अपेक्षा भी रहे और लोकतंत्र की समृद्धि में ये योगदान ही उस समृद्धि को में अधिक मूल्य वृद्धि कर सकता है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इस सदन में अनेक महापुरुष रहे हैं। मैं सबका उल्लेख तो न कर पाऊं, लेकिन लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी हो, गोविंद वल्लभ पंत साहब हो, लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी हो, प्रणब मुखर्जी साहब हो, अरुण जेटली जी हो, ऐसे अनगिनत विद्वान, श्रेष्ठीजन और सार्वजनिक जीवन में वर्षों तक तपस्या किए हुए लोग इस सदन को सुशोभित किया है, देश का मार्गदर्शन किया है। ऐसे कितने ही सदस्य जिन्होंने एक प्रकार से व्यक्ति स्वयं में एक संस्था के रहे, एक इंडिपेंडेंट थिंक टैंक के रूप में अपना सामर्थ्य देश को उसका लाभ देने वाले लोग भी हमें रहे हैं। संसदीय इतिहास के शुरुआती दिनों में डॉक्टर सर्वपल्ली राधाकृष्णन जी ने राज्यसभा के महत्व पर कहा था कि पार्लियामेंट इज नॉट ओनली ए लेजिस्लेटिव बट ए डेलिबरेटिव बॉडी। राज्यसभा से देश के जनता की अनेक ऊंची अपेक्षाएं हैं, सर्वोत्तम अपेक्षाएं हैं और इसलिए मान्य सदस्यों के बीच गंभीर विषयों की चर्चा और उसे सुनना, ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा सुखद अवसर होता है। नया संसद भवन एक सिर्फ नई बिल्डिंग नहीं है, लेकिन ये एक नई शुरुआत का प्रतीक भी है। हम व्यक्तिगत जीवन में भी देखते हैं, जब किसी भी नई चीज के साथ हमारा जुड़ाव आता है तो मन पहला करता है कि अब एक नए वातावरण का मैं ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन करूंगा, उसका सर्वाधिक सकारात्मक वातावरण में मैं काम करूंगा, एक सहज स्वभाव होता है। और अमृत काल की शुरुआत में ही इस भवन का निर्माण होना और इस भवन में हम सबका प्रवेश होना, ये अपने आप में हमारे देश के 140 करोड़ नागरिकों की जो आशा आकांक्षा है, उसमें एक नई ऊर्जा भरने वाला बनेगा, नई आशा और नया विश्वास पैदा करना पड़ेगा। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हमें तय समय सीमा में लक्ष्यों को हासिल करना है, क्योंकि देश, जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा था, ज्यादा प्रतीक्षा नहीं कर सकता है। एक कालखंड था जब सामान्य मन को लगता था कि ठीक है, हमारे माँ बाप भी ऐसे गुजारा किया, हम भी कर लेंगे, हमारे नसीब में ये था, हम जी लेंगे। आज समाज जीवन की और खास करके नई पीढ़ी की सोच वो नहीं है, और इसलिए हमें भी नई सोच के साथ, नई शैली के साथ सामान्य मानवीय की आशा आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति के लिए हमारे कार्य का व्याप भी बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। हमारी सीमा, सोचने की जो सीमाएं हैं, उससे भी हमें आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा, और हमारी क्षमता जितनी बढ़ेगी उतना ही देश की क्षमता बढ़ाने में हमारा योगदान भी बढ़ेगा। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं मानता हूं कि इस नए भवन में, ये उच्च सदन में, हम अपने आचरण से, अपने व्यवहार से संसदीय शुचिता के एक प्रतीक के रूप में देश की विधानसभाओं को, देश की स्थानीय स्वराज की संस्थाओं को, वहां की सारी व्यवस्थाओं को प्रेरणा दे सकते हैं। और मैं समझता हूं कि ये स्थान ऐसा है कि जिसमें ये सामर्थ्य सबसे अधिक है, और इसका लाभ देश को मिलना चाहिए, देश के जनप्रतिनिधियों को मिलना चाहिए, चाहे वो ग्राम प्रधान के रूप में चुना गया हो, चाहे वो संसद में आया हो। और ये परंपरा यहाँ से हम कैसे आगे बढ़ाएं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, पिछले 9 वर्ष से आप सबके साथ से, सहयोग से देश की सेवा करने का हमें मौका मिला। कई बड़े निर्णय करने के अवसर आए और बड़े महत्वपूर्ण निर्णयों पर फैसले भी हुए, और कई तो फैसले ऐसे थे जो दशकों से लटके हुए थे, उन फैसलों को भी, और ऐसी बातें थी जिसको बहुत कठिन माना जाता था, मुश्किल माना जाता था, और राजनीतिक दृष्टि से तो उसको स्पर्श करना भी बहुत ही गलत माना जाता था। लेकिन सबके बावजूद भी हमने उस दिशा में कुछ हिम्मत दिखाई। राज्यसभा में हमारे पास इतनी संख्या नहीं थी, लेकिन हमें एक विश्वास था कि राज्यसभा दलगत सोच से ऊपर उठ करके देश हित में जरूर अपने फैसले लेगी। और मैं आज बड़े संतोष के साथ कह सकता हूं कि उदार सोच के परिणाम हमारे पास संख्या बल कम होने के बावजूद भी आप सभी माननीय सांसदों की मैच्योरिटी के कारण, समझ के कारण, राष्ट्रहित के प्रति अपनी जिम्मेवारी के कारण, आप सबके सहयोग से हम कई ऐसे कठिन निर्णय भी कर पाए, और राज्यसभा की गरिमा को ऊपर उठाने का काम सदस्य संख्या के बल पर नहीं, समझदारी के सामर्थ्य पर आगे बढ़ा। इससे बड़ा संतोष क्या हो सकता है। और इसलिए मैं सदन के सभी माननीय सांसदों का, जो आज वह हैं, जो इसके पहले थे, उन सब का धन्यवाद करता हूं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, लोकतंत्र में कौन शासन में आएगा, कौन नहीं आएगा, कौन कब आएगा, ये क्रम चलता रहता है। वो बहुत स्वाभाविक भी है और वो लोकतंत्र की स्वाभाविक उसकी प्रकृति और प्रवृत्ति भी है। लेकिन जब भी विषय देश के लिए सामने आए, हम सब ने मिलकर के राजनीति से ऊपर उठ करके देश के हितों को सर्वोपरि रखते हुए कार्य करने का प्रयास किया है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, राज्यसभा एक प्रकार से राज्यों का भी प्रतिनिधित्व करती है। एक प्रकार से कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म, और अब हम जब कॉम्पिटिटिव कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म पर बल दे रहे हैं, तब हम देख रहे हैं कि अत्यंत सहयोग के साथ अनेक ऐसे मसले रहे हैं, देश आगे बढ़ा है। कोविड का संकट बहुत बड़ा था, दुनिया ने भी परेशानी झेली, हम लोगों ने भी झेली है। लेकिन हमारे फेडरलिज्म की ताकत थी कि केंद्र और राज्यों ने मिलकर के जिससे जो बन पड़ता है बन कर करके देश की बहुत बड़े संकट से मुक्ति दिलाने का प्रयास किया। और ये हमारे कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म की ताकत को बल देता है। हमारे फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को की एक ताकत, उसने अनेक संकटों का सामना किया है। और हमने सिर्फ संकटों के समय नहीं, उत्सव के समय भी दुनिया के सामने भारत की उस ताकत को पेश किया है जिससे दुनिया प्रभावित हुई है। भारत की विविधता, भारत के इतने राजनीतिक दल, भारत में इतने मीडिया हाउसेस, भारत के इतना रहन सहन, बोलियां, ये सारी चीजें G20 समिट में, राज्यों में जो समिट हुई, क्योंकि दिल्ली में तो बहुत देर से आए, लेकिन उसके पहले देश के 60 जितने शहरों में 220 से ज्यादा समिट होना, और हर राज्य ने बढ़ चढ़ कर के बड़े उत्साह के साथ विश्व को प्रभावित करें, इस प्रकार से मेहमान नवाजी भी की। और जो डेलिब्रेशंस हुए, उसने तो दुनिया को दिशा देने का सामर्थ्य दिखाया है। और ये हमारे फेडरलिज्म की ताकत है। और उसी फेडरलिज्म के कारण और उसी कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म के कारण आज हम यहाँ प्रगति कर रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इस नए सदन में भी, नई हमारी इस पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग में भी उस फेडरलिज्म का एक अंश जरूर नजर आता है। क्योंकि जब बनता था तब राज्यों से प्रार्थना की गई थी कि कई बातें ऐसी हैं जिसमें हमें राज्यों की कोई न कोई याद यहाँ चाहिए, लगना चाहिए कि ये भारत के सभी राज्यों का प्रतिनिधित्व यहाँ है। और यहाँ कई प्रकार की ऐसी कलाकृतियाँ, कई चित्र जो पूरे हमारी दीवारों की शोभा बढ़ा रहे हैं, वो राज्यों ने पसंद करके अपने यहाँ राज्य की श्रेष्ठ चीज भेजी है। यानी एक प्रकार से यहाँ के वातावरण में भी राज्य भी है, राज्यों का की विविधता भी है और फेडरलिज्म की सुगंध भी। आदरणीय सभापति जी, टेक्नोलॉजी ने जीवन को बहुत तेजी से प्रभावित किया है। पहले जो टेक्नोलॉजी में बदलाव आते में 50-50 साल लग जाते थे, वो आजकल कुछ हफ्तों में आ जाते हैं। आधुनिकता अनिवार्यता बन गई है और आधुनिकता को मैच करने के लिए हमने अपने आप को भी निरंतर डायनेमिक रूप से आगे बढ़ाना ही पड़ेगा। तब जाकर के उस आधुनिकता के साथ हम कदम से कदम मिलाकर के आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, पुराने भवन में हमने, जिसको अभी आपने संविधान सदन के रूप में कहा, हमने वहां कभी आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव बड़े आन बान शान के साथ मनाया। 75 साल का हमारी यात्रा की तरफ हमने देखा भी और नई दिशा, नया संकल्प करने का प्रयास भी शुरू किया है। लेकिन मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि नए संसद भवन में आजादी की जब हम शताब्दी मनाएंगे, वो स्वर्ण शताब्दी विकसित भारत की होगी, डेवलप इंडिया की होगी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। पुराने भवन में हम 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था तक पहुंचे थे। मुझे विश्वास है कि नई संसद भवन में हम दुनिया की टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी में स्थान प्राप्त करेंगे। पुराने संसद भवन में गरीब कल्याण के अनेक इनिशिएटिव हुए, अनेक काम हुए। नए संसद भवन में हम अब 100% सैचुरेशन, जिसका हक है उसको पूरा मिले। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इस नए सदन की दीवारों के साथ साथ हमें भी अब टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ अपने आप को एडजस्ट करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अब सारी चीजें हमारे सामने आईपैड पर है। मैं तो प्रार्थना करूंगा कि बहुत से माननीय सदस्यों को अगर कल कुछ समय निकाल करके उनकी अगर परिचित करा दिया जाए टेक्नोलॉजी से, तो उनकी सुविधा रहेगी। वहाँ बैठेंगे, अपनी स्क्रीन भी देखेंगे, ये स्क्रीन भी देखेंगे, और टेक्नोलॉजी वाले अगर, तो हो सकता है कि उनको कठिनाई ना आए। तो आज मैं अभी लोकसभा में था तो कई साथियों को इन चीज़ों को ऑपरेट करने में दिक्कत हो रही थी। तो ये हम सबका दायित्व है कि हम उसमें सबकी मदद करें। तो कल कुछ समय निकाल करके अगर ये हो सकता है तो अच्छा होगा। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इस डिजिटल का युग है। हमने इस सदन से भी उस चीजों से आदतन हमारा हिस्सा बनाना ही होगा। शुरू में थोड़ा दिन लगता है, लेकिन अब तो बहुत सी चीजें यूजर फ्रेंडली होती हैं, बड़े आराम से इन चीजों का अडॉप्ट किया जा सकता है। हम इसको करें। मेक इन इंडिया एक प्रकार से ग्लोबली गेम चेंजर के रूप में हमने इसका भरपूर फायदा उठाना है। और मैंने कहा, वैसे नई सोच, नया उत्साह, नया उमंग, नई ऊर्जा के साथ हम आगे बढ़कर के कर सकते हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, आज नया संसद भवन देश के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण ऐतिहासिक फैसले का साक्षी बन रहा है। अभी पार्लियामेंट, लोकसभा में एक बिल प्रस्तुत किया गया है, वहां पर चर्चा होने के बाद यहाँ भी आएगा। नारी शक्ति के सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में जो पिछले अनेक वर्षों से महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं, उसमें एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम आज हम सब मिलकर के उठाने जा रहे हैं। सरकार का प्रयास रहा ईज ऑफ लिविंग का, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ का। और जब ईज ऑफ लिविंग, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ की बात करते हैं तो उसकी पहली हकदार हमारी बहनें होती है, हमारी नारी होती है, क्योंकि उसी को सब चीजें झेलनी होती है। और इसलिए हमारी प्रयास रहा है और राष्ट्र निर्माण की उनकी भूमिका बढ़े, ये भी हमारी उतनी ही जिम्मेवारी है। अनेक नए नए सेक्टर्स हैं जिसमें महिलाओं की शक्ति, महिलाओं की भागीदारी निरंतर सुनिश्चित की जा रही है। माइनिंग में बहनें काम कर सके, निर्णय हमारे ही सांसदों की मदद से हुआ। हमने सैनिक स्कूलों को बेटियों के लिए दरवाजे खोल दिए। क्योंकि बेटियों में जो सामर्थ्य है उस सामर्थ्य को अब अवसर मिलना चाहिए। उनके मन में इफ्स एंड बट्स का युग खत्म हो चुका है। हम जितना सामर्थ्य, हम जितनी सुविधा देंगी उतनी सामर्थ्य हमारी मातृशक्ति, हमारी बेटियां, हमारी बहनें दिखाएंगी। बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ का अभियान वो कोई सरकारी कार्यक्रम नहीं है, समाज ने इसे अपना बनाया है और बेटियों का मान सम्मान की दिशा में समाज में एक भाव पैदा हुआ है। मुद्रा योजना हो, जनधन योजना हो, महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़ करके इसका लाभ उठाया है। फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के अंदर आज भारत में महिलाओं का सक्रिय योगदान नजर आ रहा है। ये अपने आप में मैं समझता हूं उनके परिवार के जीवन में भी उनके सामर्थ्य को प्रकट करता है, जो सामर्थ्य अब राष्ट्र जीवन में भी प्रकट होने का वक्त आ चुका है। हमारी कोशिश रही है कि हमारे माताओं बहनों के स्वास्थ्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए उज्ज्वला योजना, हमें मालूम है गैस सिलेंडर के लिए पहले एमपी के घर के चक्कर काटने पड़ते थे, गरीब परिवारों तक उसको पहुंचाना, मैं जानता हूं बहुत बड़ा आर्थिक बोझ है, लेकिन महिलाओं के जीवन को ध्यान में रखते हुए उस काम को किया। महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए ट्रिपल तलाक लंबे अरसे से राजनीतिक दृष्टि से राजनीतिक लाभालाभ का शिकार हो चुका था, इतना बड़ा मानवीय निर्णय, लेकिन हम सभी माननीय सांसदों की मदद से उसको कर पाया। नारी सुरक्षा के लिए कड़े कानून बनाने का काम भी हम सब कर पाए हैं। विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट G20 की सबसे बड़ी चर्चा का विषय रहा और दुनिया के कई देश हैं जिनके लिए विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट विषय थोड़ा सा नया सा अनुभव होता था और जब उनकी चर्चा में सुर आते थे कुछ अलग सी सुर सुनने को मिलते थे, लेकिन G20 के डिक्लेरेशन में सबने मिलकर के विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के विषय को अब भारत से दुनिया की तरफ पहुंचा है, ये हम सब के लिए गर्व है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इसी बैकग्राउंड में लंबे अरसे से विधानसभा और लोकसभा में सीधे चुनाव में बहनों की भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने का विषय है और ये बहुत समय से आरक्षण की चर्चा चली थी। हर किसी ने कुछ न कुछ प्रयास किया है और लेकिन और ये 1996 से इसकी शुरुआत हुई है और अटल जी के समय तो कई बार बिल लाए गए, लेकिन नंबर कम पड़ते थे, कुछ उग्र विरोध का भी वातावरण रहता था, एक महत्वपूर्ण काम करने में काफी असुविधा होती थी। लेकिन जब नए सदन में आए हैं, नया होने का एक उमंग भी होता है, तो मुझे विश्वास है कि ये जो लंबे अरसे से चर्चा में रहा विषय है, अब इसको हमने कानून बना करके हमारे देश की विकास यात्रा में नारी शक्ति की भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने का समय है। और इसलिए नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम, नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम संविधान संशोधन के रूप में लाने का सरकार का विचार है, जिसको आज लोकसभा में रखा गया है। कल लोकसभा में इसकी चर्चा होगी और इसके बाद राज्यसभा में भी आएगा। मैं आज आप सबसे प्रार्थना करता हूं कि एक ऐसा विषय है जिसको अगर हम सर्वसम्मति से आगे बढ़ाएंगे तो सच अर्थ में वो शक्ति अनेक गुना बढ़ जाएगी। और जब भी बिल हम सबके सामने आए, तब मैं राज्यसभा के सभी मेरे माननीय सांसद साथियों से आज आग्रह करने आया हूं कि हम सर्वसम्मति से जब भी उसकी निर्णय करने का अवसर आए, आने वाले 1-2 दिन में आप सबके सहयोग की अपेक्षा साथ मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सदस्यों, मैं माननीय विपक्ष के नेता श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी को सदन को संबोधित करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं बहुत लंबा भाषण नहीं करना चाहता। मैं ये सोच के आया था कि आपकी तरफ से कुछ भाषण होगा और उसके बाद में हम सब लोगों को आप रिहा करेंगे। आज ऐसी सोच मेरी थी, वो गलत हो गया। लेकिन एक बात तो है, आज भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी, भारत के पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी बहुत लंबित भाषण 2-3 आज उनके हो गए। एक तो पार्लियामेंट में हो गया, एक तो जॉइंट वहाँ पर सेंट्रल हॉल में, अब फिर यहाँ पर। तो उन्होंने जो कुछ कहा, एक बात तो वो क्रेडिट हमको देते नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके नोटिस को लाना चाहता हूँ कि वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल ये ऑलरेडी पास्ड इन 2010, लेकिन इसको बाधा आ गई तो उसमें वही रुक गया। लेकिन ये पहले थोड़ा बैकवर्ड क्लासेस को रिजर्वेशन देने की बात थी। शेड्यूल कास्ट तो इजी था उनका, क्योंकि उनको ऑलरेडी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल रिजर्वेशन रहने की वजह से 1/3 इजीली उसमें आता था। लेकिन बैकवर्ड क्लासेस और उनको इसमें जरा थोड़ी सी आगे पीछे होने का संभव इसलिए है कि अनलेस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट 1/3 बैकवर्ड को देने का अगर नहीं होता तो नेचुरली वहाँ के महिलाओं को नहीं मिलता। और अगर आप नहीं करेंगे तो सिर्फ उन बैकवर्ड क्लासेस को अन्याय होगा। क्यों अन्याय होगा कि चुन चुन के लोग ऐसा करते हैं हमेशा लेडीज के लिए, यानी बैकवर्ड क्लास के लेडीज में, शेड्यूल कास्ट लेडीज में उतने पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं और उनकी लिटरेसी ये भी साक्षरता भी कम है। वो कम रहने के वजह से और सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों का, मैं एक पार्टी बोल के नहीं बोलता, सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की एक आदत है कि महिला बोले तो कमजोर महिला को दे देते हैं, जो सक्षम है, जो लड़ सकती है। अरे सुनो, तुमको अरे आप टिकट 1/3 टिकट देते वक्त बैठिए, यहाँ 1/3 की बात चल रही है। यहाँ 1/3 की बात चल रही है। मुझे मालूम है शेड्यूल कास्ट के लोगों को, बैकवर्ड के लोगों को किस ढंग से पार्टियां चुनती है। मैंने तो वो बोल रहा हूँ, कुछ नहीं कुछ।
Honorable members, Mr. Pramod Tiwari has a point of order. Please sit down. Please. Mr. Tiwari has a point of order. Mr. Tiwari, under which rule?
सर, अगर सदन के सामने कोई चीज हो, सदन के सामने कोई चीज हो,
You are raising point of order.
सदन के सामने कोई चीज हो तो
नहीं, under which rule?
जब लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन खड़े हुए तो
लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन
हमने
मिस्टर खड़गे ऑनरेबल लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन ऑनरेबल लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन प्लीज ऑनरेबल लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन प्लीज ऑनरेबल लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन
सर वो मुझे समझ में नहीं आता वो क्या समझ के विरोध कर रहे हैं। मेरा कहना यह है कि कमजोर वर्गों के लोगों को हमेशा वो ऐसा टिकट देते हैं वो मुंह नहीं खोलना, उस पार्टी में बात भी नहीं करना। ऐसे मैं उसी लिए बोल रहा हूँ, सब पार्टी बोला मैं आपके पार्टी को नहीं बोला। अरे बैठिए आप मैडम, आप मैं ये देखिए, अरे है सभी पार्टी हिंदुस्तान के हर पार्टी में इसे है, इसीलिए महिलाएं पीछे हैं। आप उनको बात करने नहीं देते, उनके हकूक को आप कभी भी आगे बढ़ने नहीं देते।
One second. Please, honorable members, 1 second. 1 second. I'll come to you. Please, honorable finance minister. Honorable finance minister.
Sir, I'm sorry. I respect the. Excuse me.
Please.
Sir, we respect the leader of the opposition, but to make a sweeping statement that all parties choose women who are not effective is absolutely unacceptable. I speak on behalf of all our women. We've all been empowered by our party, by our Prime Minister. Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu ji is an empowered woman. Every MP of my party is an empowered woman. To make a sweeping statement, it might represent their party, although it had women presidents for their party. In spite of that, they can't have women who are empowered. But I object to him making a sweeping generalization of all parties.
Leader of the opposition. Please.
ये पिछड़ी हुए महिलाओं को, शेड्यूल कास्ट महिलाओं को ऐसा मौका नहीं मिलता जैसा इनको मिल रहा है। ये हम बोल रहे हैं। इसीलिए
once again, let us respond, please. Honorable Finance Minister.
Draupadi Murmu ji kaun hai? I'm sorry, opposition leader cannot please insult people like this. Cannot draw differentiation between women. Mahila ke bed mein. Nowhere. How can you draw difference between one woman and another woman? We are asking for reservation for all women. Rashtrapati is a tribal woman.
Please.
Unacceptable.
Please, take your seat. Take your seat. Please take your seat. Take your seat. 1 second, take your seat. Honorable members, what is being discussed is historic, epochal, justice to half of humanity, something which the people awaited for decades. Several efforts had been made, as the Honorable Prime Minister indicated. Honorable Khadge ji was saying something to which an exception has been taken. One second. I would, honorable members, minimum I expect is unanimity affirmative step, total support to this historic step which is being taken belatedly and one second. Mr. Tiwari, imagine women of this country in all categories are waiting for it. They look up to us. We are the upper house. We are the house of elders. If we don't come to support such an affirmative legislation, all right. So I give the floor. No one has leader of the opposition. Nothing will go on record. Leader of the opposition, please go ahead.
Sir, thank you.
And sir, I'll urge you.
मेरा कहना यही है
मैं हाथ जोड़ के विनती करता हूँ।
इस बिल का तो मैं स्वागत करता हूँ।
एक सेकंड, मैं हाथ जोड़ के विनती करता हूँ। ये मुद्दा अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर है। 50% ह्यूमैनिटी के साथ न्याय हो रहा है। कई प्रयास हुए, लंबे समय से प्रयास हुए। अब अपने को we have to fructify leader of the opposition.
मैं वही बात बोल रहा हूँ और इसके समर्थन में हम भी पहले काम किए। 2010 में इसको तैयार करने में पूरी कोशिश। सुने हाँ सर, ऐसा हुआ तो हम भी वही आवाज उठाएंगे, तुम्हारी आवाज को बंद कर देंगे। सर, Parliament of India, the temple of Indian democratic polity is sacred and permanent. However, as we meet for the first time in Rajya Sabha chamber in new Parliament building, this occasion marks a new beginning as far as venue of our deliberations are concerned. It is my fond hope that we have fruitful discussion on all matters of public interest and consider deliberations on bills. I also hope that in the times to come, the fraternity among parliamentarians cutting across the party lines is re-established in order to create a congenial atmosphere and constructive exchange of ideas among lawmakers. The need of the nation is that we parliamentarians live up to the people's expectation in addressing their concern. Sir, मैं यही कोशिश कर रहा था, जिनको हम जो कानून बनाते हैं, उन कानूनों का लाभ गरीब से गरीब को मिलना, महिलाओं को मिलना, लेकिन मैं उनको प्रोत्साहन करने के लिए बोल रहा था, लेकिन बीच में किसी ने बोलकर इस वातावरण को खराब कर दिया। ठीक है, और एक मुद्दा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है हमारी भारतीय डेमोक्रेसी, और फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को हमने बहुत मजबूती दी, लेकिन सभी का कहना है, आप किसी से भी पूछो कि आपके नेतृत्व में फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर दिन पर दिन कमजोर होती जा रही है। कम से कम कमजोर होते हैं, और जो
Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
Sir,
honorable members.
Sir,
one second. I appeal to you all. This is a historic day, and we must work with congeniality, cooperation, consensual approach.
Sir, my only request with folded hand is, sir, when Honorable Prime Minister spoke in both the House,
and even today morning in the Central Hall, the Prime Minister spoke totally apolitical. He narrated the, he entirely narrated the today's situation and never he alleged against anything. And it was very unbiased, balanced speech, sir. At least on the first day, sir. On the first day, at least we can expect. Can we at least we can expect from the leader of the opposition that he is a very experienced person, sir. He is an experienced leader. He was 8-time MLA. Let him speak as a statesman, sir. That is what we expect from him, sir.
खड़गे जी,
अरे चुप बैठो।
खड़गे जी, प्रहलाद जोशी जी तो आपके प्रांत के हैं, उनकी बात को मानिए।
क्या? देखिए,
his expectation is you act like a statesman. इसमें तो कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है।
अरे मैं देखा हूँ यहाँ पर दिल्ली में क्या करते हैं, वहाँ कर्नाटक के गली में आके क्या करते हैं मुझे मालूम, वो सब मालूम है मुझे। मैं ये मेरे जुबान से बात नहीं है, नहीं मेरी जुबान से बात नहीं है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर
खड़गे जी नहीं
अपने भाषण में कहे
नहीं। आज दो विचित्र बात हुई। आपने एक सेकंड जरा प्लीज, आपने कहा इस सदन में और मैंने आपको कहा, आपने कहा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बहुत कम वक्तव्य दिए हैं, ये आपने कहा। और आपने कहा कि फॉर्मल दिए हैं प्रेसिडेंट एड्रेस पर, अदरवाइज अब आज ज्यादा दे दिए तो भी आपको आपत्ति होगी। जयराम, he doesn't need your support. He is leader of the opposition. Don't downsize the leader of opposition. Go ahead, sir. No one will speak.
सर, मैं ये मेरे जबान से नहीं आया, मैं लिख लिया हूँ। जब प्रधानमंत्री जी बोल रहे थे, किस किस पॉइंट पे बोल रहे थे, वो इस कागज पे लिख के बोल रहा हूँ। अगर ये फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर के बारे में या फेडरलिज्म के बारे में अगर वो बात नहीं की है, अगर वो कहे तो मैं विड्रॉ कर लेता हूँ। देखो, अरे मजबूत करने, इसीलिए मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, आप मजबूत करने की बात किए, लेकिन एक एक गवर्नमेंट को ऐसा गिरा दिए, हर गवर्नमेंट को, महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को गिरा दिए, कर्नाटक गवर्नमेंट को गिरा दिए, मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट को गिरा दिए, मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट को गिरा दिए।
Nothing will go on record, Mr. धर्मेंद्र प्रधान। Mr. प्रधान,
nothing will go on record. कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर बड़े उदारता के साथ कहे कि आज जिस प्रकार के हमने शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, एक स्टेट्समैनशिप दिखानी चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कॉम्पिटेटिव कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म के बारे में कहा। मैं एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं सर। 2014 में मई महीने में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी शपथ लिए, तब 14 फाइनेंस कमीशन के निर्णय उनके सामने आया। 14 फाइनेंस कमीशन बनी थी पिछले सरकारों में सर। 10% की क्वांटम जंप उन्होंने देखा नहीं। किस राज्य ने उनको वोट दिया है, किसी ने नहीं दिया, नहीं देखा सर। हमें ये क्या कहते हैं, वर्षों तक इन्होंने पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी दिल्ली में शासन किया। कैसे राज्यों को शासन कर रहे थे, मैं सर आसाम का उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा सर। ये कैसे शासन कर रहे थे, या तो
सर ये क्या है?
Only leader of the opposition now. Only leader of the opposition take a seat. Take a seat.
सर मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करता हूँ, मैं जब बात करता हूँ अगर वो गलत है तो बाद में उठ के बात कर सकते हैं। वो हमें यहाँ पर कंपटीशन चलती है, कंपटीशन इस बात की चलती है।
आपसे मुद्दे पर आइए।
नहीं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब आते हैं तो ये कंपटीशन बढ़ता है। मैं सपोर्ट करूँगा, तुम सब जरा होशियार रहिए साहब। कौन आपके पीछे सपोर्ट करते हैं, कौन आपके सामने बात करते हैं, इसका थोड़ा आप ख्याल कर लीजिए।
ऐसा खड़गे जी,
सर ये
खड़गे जी विषय पर रहिए, वरना बात दूर तक जाएगी, इतनी दूर तक जाएगी कि वापस नहीं आएगी। कौन नेता आता है, कितना प्रभावित होता है, सदस्यगण कितना बोलते हैं, ये सबको पता है। तो प्लीज ऑन द सब्जेक्ट।
सर ये जो है बहुत से स्टेट में कमजोर उनको किया जा रहा है। एक तो जीएसटी जल्दी उनको मिलती नहीं, मनरेगा का अमाउंट टाइमली नहीं जाता, और उनके जो समस्याएं हैं, चाहे एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट हो, इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट हो, चाहे कोई भी डिपार्टमेंट, उनको जो ग्रांट टाइमली मिलना चाहिए वो नहीं मिलता। अगर वो नहीं मिला तो क्या आप फेडरल स्टेट्स को, जो स्टेट्स हैं, उनको कमजोर किए जैसा होता क्या मजबूत किए जैसा होता? आप ही बोलिए। तो ये, और दूसरी चीज मैं बोल रहा हूँ साहब, आप डेमोक्रेसी पे विश्वास रखते हो, लोकतंत्र के अनुसार चलना चाहते हो, और आप लोकतंत्र के बातों के लिए इतने हैं कि हमने ही किया, हमने उसको मजबूत किया, ये सब कहते हो, लेकिन जहां जहां डेमोक्रेटिकली इलेक्टेड एमएलए थे, गवर्नमेंट थे, उनको गिराने का काम आप ही किया।
आप विषय से अलग बट रहे हैं। माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के नेताजी, आई एक्सपेक्ट यू टू प्लीज कंफर्म
क्या है साहब
इश्यू।
देखो ये मैं नहीं, I am not going to yield, sir.
One second.
Not going to yield.
One second.
I am not going to yield.
Yes, but you listen to me.
I am not going.
You will listen to me. One second. Since
नहीं तो आप ही चला दो.
No. Since you have made a very serious reflection concerning the Honorable Finance Minister's ministry, let her respond. Come on, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Nothing will go on record. Accept.
Factually incorrect statement has been made by the opposition leader. GST समय पर नहीं मिलता, एकदम गलत. I've even borrowed money and paid the states at least 1 or 2 months in advance each time. 3 times we paid in advance. There is no money pending for any state on GST. No delayed payments on GST. I will give you complete data. I'm sorry. And if the states don't give
both the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and Honorable Finance Minister will put the documents on record.
Yes.
Substantiating their stand, either side.
Provide the record, sir. Sir,
during course of the day.
Don't give the utilization.
We cannot allow Parliament.
It is
no. We cannot have free fall of information
to blame like this.
The statement. One second. The statement has been categorically contradicted. Both of them are senior functionaries. They are called upon to put documentation on the table of the House during course of the day. Please, go ahead.
ऑर्डर पर रोका गया है, ये गलत है। एलओपी की एक मर्यादा है, उस मर्यादा को खत्म किया जाए।
अब देखिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, अगर आप डॉक्यूमेंट दो बोलेंगे पूरे, मैं सीएजी के रिपोर्ट्स के और हमारे स्टेट, हर स्टेट को जो ग्रांट जाना था वो सब के कलेक्ट करके फिर बाद में आपको दूंगा।
नहीं। No. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you have categorically stated. One second. One second. You have categorically stated that as on date, GST payments are pending. Therefore, no CAG. Put that document on record. It's a serious issue. And the Honorable Finance Minister would also do the same during course of the day.
Sir, but because the leader of the opposition stated so authoritatively, he should have the document in his hand. Without that, how did he say?
Please conclude, sir. Conclude.
ये मेरे
This is
Chairman.
This is the first day. Let us set a good example. Please.
सर ये ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन मेरे लिए ही क्यों होता समझ में नहीं आया। और प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी नहीं बोल रहे उधर, जरा बैठो बोल के। प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी सुन रहे हैं, मजा ले रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरे लिए डिफेंड भी नहीं कर रहे उधर।
सर अब इतना प्रेम भाव जब है तो कंक्लूड कीजिए, अच्छा रहेगा।
सर
दिस इज नॉट द वे टू शाउट। नो नो, डोंट गेट इनटू दिस हैबिट, डोंट गेट इनटू दिस हैबिट, डोंट गेट इनटू दिस हैबिट। You do it repeatedly. Nasir, you also do it repeatedly. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Sir.
Khadge ji, can you have some control over your people?
My people.
They are disturbing you when you are speaking.
Sir, my people are under control, but Prime Minister is not controlling their people.
Please conclude. Please conclude.
दो ये तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, ये सब स्टेट की हालत यही है। और वो स्टेट वालों को अगर आप पूछेंगे तो वो बोलेंगे, चाहे वेस्ट बंगाल हो, चाहे आंध्रा हो, चाहे अपना महाराष्ट्र हो, जो पंजाब, कोई भी, किसको, कर्नाटका, आप मध्य प्रदेश को, राजस्थान को पूछो, सबको, छत्तीसगढ़ को पूछो।
सर
नहीं सुनिए आप, वो सब अपने अपने पूछेंगे। महाराष्ट्र बोले तो आप है इसलिए बोल रहे क्या? ठीक है, फिर अगर आप डायरेक्टली जाके उनके खजाना से बैग में डाल के उठा लेके जाते,
खड़गे जी, नो डायरेक्ट टॉक। आई एम हियर,
I am always looking at you. Yes. But my difficulty is that,
and when you look at, whenever you look at me, I smile at you.
Then me.
No, whenever you look at me, I smile at you.
अच्छा, good. Yes. Sir, मैं आपका ज्यादा वक्त नहीं लेना।
Yes, thank you.
और इस बात को आप ध्यान में रखना चाहिए, और खासकर प्रधानमंत्री जी इस बात को ध्यान में रखेंगे, मुझे विश्वास है, क्योंकि नया बिल्डिंग है, बहुत से कमियां भी है, अभी वो ठीक हो जाएंगे आपके नेतृत्व में, लेकिन बढ़िया बिल्डिंग में पहली बार है। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा समय लेके कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहता, शांति के साथ सुबह हुआ, अभी भी हो रहा है, होने दो, तो इसको मैं कोऑपरेट करूंगा। लेकिन एक बात बोलूँगा, वो जरूर सुनना चाहिए, तो ये जरा छोड़ना चाहिए। तेरा भी मेरा तो है ही है, दोनों तेरा मेरा बोल के सभी चीजें अपने ही झोली में अगर डाल लेते गए और पीछे जो हुआ उसको भूल जाते हैं, तो ये अच्छा नहीं है। तो कम से कम इसको
न तेरा न मेरा, हमारा, यही हो रहा है।
ठीक है सर, B.R. अम्बेडकर ने और 25 नवंबर 1949 में एक बात कही थी, विल इंडियंस प्लेस द कंट्री अबव देयर क्रीड, विल इंडियंस प्लेस द कंट्री अबव देयर क्रीड, और विल दे प्लेस क्रीड अबव कंट्री? I do not know, but this much is certain that if the parties place creed above country, if parties place creed above country, our independence will be put in jeopardy, and second time, and probably be lost forever. अगर हम क्रीड यानी पार्टी के ऊपर रखेंगे, स्टेट का इंटरेस्ट, कंट्री का इंटरेस्ट छोड़ के अगर ऐसा करते गए, तो कोई देश ज्यादा दिन आजादी नहीं पा सकता, ये उनका कहना है। और दिस इवेंचुअलिटी वी मस्ट ऑल रिजॉल्टली गार्ड अगेंस्ट, वी मस्ट बी डिटरमाइंड टू डिफेंड आवर इंडिपेंडेंस विद द लास्ट ड्रॉप ऑफ आवर ब्लड. This is the saying of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, in spite of so many obstructions at that time also. ये हर आदमी चाहता है अपने देश की इज्जत बढ़े और देश को मजबूत करे, लेकिन चंद लोग गुत्ता लेते हैं, उन्हीं का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, देशभक्ति उनकी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है और बोलना उनका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है। लेकिन आप ये भी देखिए, जो समाज में दूसरे लोग भी रहते हैं, ऐसे लोग भी देश के लिए लड़ते हैं और आखिरी दम तक, आखिरी खून का खतरे तक देश को बचाने के लिए, लड़ने के लिए सभी तैयार है और हम भी उसमें से हैं। हम भी उसमें से हैं। There is a great danger of things going wrong. There is a great danger of things going wrong. Times are fast changing. People, including our own, are being moved by new ideologies. They are getting tired of government by the people. They are prepared to have government for the people and are indifferent whether it is government of the people and by the people. ये जो है कहना, उस वक्त भी ऐसे समय आए, लेकिन देश के लिए सभी एक होकर ऐसी बातें उस वक्त आई। तो इसको हम एक होकर देश के अच्छाई के लिए, या वुमेन रिजर्वेशन हो, या SC/ST रिजर्वेशन इन प्रमोशन हो, या कोई चीज हम मिलके सबको विश्वास में लेके करेंगे। तो हर चीज को अगर मैं करूँ, मैं ये करा, दूसरे कुछ भी नहीं करे, ये ठीक नहीं रहता। तो एनीवे, एक बात कह के मैं खत्म कर रहा हूँ, अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूँ। सर, ये भी कोर्ट डिबेट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंबली का ही है। However good a constitution may be, if those who are implementing it are not good, it will prove to be bad. साहब और एक बार पढ़ो। However good a constitution may be, if those who are implementing it are not good, it will prove to be bad. However bad a constitution may be, if those who are implementing it are good, it will prove to be good. तो अरे ये तो आपके लिए, हम सबके लिए कहा सो है। आप तो उस वक्त नहीं थे ना भाई, एग्जिस्टेंस में क्यों ले रहे हैं? नहीं, आप बेचारे वो कहाँ थे साहब? उस वक्त तो नहीं थे। कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली बनाते वक्त सिर्फ एक दो चार इंपॉर्टेंट लीडर छोड़ के बाकी का इनका हिस्सा ही नहीं उसमें, छोड़ दीजिए। इसलिए मैं आपसे विनती करता हूँ, हमको जो कहना है कहने दो, उसका उत्तर तो देंगे। प्राइम मिनिस्टर इतने मजबूत है, एक एक घंटा, दो दो घंटे, तीन तीन घंटे बोलेंगे और हर दिन बोलेंगे, लेकिन मणिपुर में नहीं बोलेंगे। तो वो कैसा
प्लीज प्लीज
नहीं
खड़गे जी, प्लीज
सर,
आई एक्सपेक्ट
उनके
लेवल एट,
अरे
आई एक्सपेक्ट, प्लीज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड ऑफ यू,
उनको
नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड ऑफ यू। इस सदन के अंदर मैंने अथक प्रयास किया, मैंने ये कहा कि आधी रात तक बहस कराऊंगा, आपने मौके को अवेल नहीं किया। लगातार मैंने आपको अनुरोध किया, नतीजा ये हुआ कि लोकसभा में प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्री जी ने वक्तव्य दिया। ऐसा मत कीजिए,
ठीक नहीं। मुझे कहेंगे
प्लीज,
मेरा हक होता है, लेकिन मेरा हक होता है। अरे मैं वहीं रिप्लाई
मैंने आंखों से देखा है,
गोयल जी,
मुझे पीड़ा हुई है, मुझे परेशानी हुई है।
कई चीजें अगर पहले ही होती,
प्लीज
तो आज ये नौबत नहीं आती।
थैंक यू खड़गे जी।
उसी वक्त मैं जवाब देने वाला था, हम बहुत से जो करने वाले, लेकिन मैं वो ओकेजन नहीं समझा। यहाँ पर जो प्रधानमंत्री अपने भाषण में कहे, उसके जवाब में मैं अपने चार शब्द रखा हूँ। अगर आपको ठीक नहीं लगता तो बात और है, लेकिन हम सब मिलके काम करना है। अगर मिलके काम नहीं करेंगे, देश का उद्धार होने वाला नहीं है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। The House stands adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 20th September 2023.
Getting in all the details of the proceedings of Rajya Sabha right now, where the discussion was underway. You also heard, in fact, from the leader of the opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, speak on the floor of the House regarding a range of issues, even as the credit war over the women's reservation bill on a historic day like this continues. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. We'll be back with more news in just a bit.
मैं पहली बार जब संसद का सदस्य बना और पहली बार एक सांसद के रूप में इस भवन में मैंने प्रवेश किया, तो सहज रूप से मैंने इस संसद भवन के दौर पक्ति पर अपना शीश झुका करके इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर को श्रद्धा भाव से नमन करते हुए मैंने पैर रखा था। वो पल मेरे लिए भावनाओं से भरी हुई थी। मैं कल्पना नहीं कर सकता था, लेकिन भारत के लोकतंत्र की ताकत है, भारत के सामान्य मानवी की लोकतंत्र के प्रति श्रद्धा का प्रतिबिंब है कि रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म पर गुजारा करने वाला एक गरीब परिवार का बच्चा पार्लियामेंट पहुंच गया। मैंने कभी कल्पना तक नहीं की कि देश मुझे इतना सम्मान देगा, इतना आशीर्वाद देगा, इतना प्यार देगा। सोचा नहीं था अध्यक्ष।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 22 degrees.
प्रेसिडेंट को लेकर हाउस को डिस्टर्ब करते रहेंगे? कब तक हम डिस्टर्बेंस को जस्टिफाई करते रहेंगे? आप अंदाजा लगाइए खड़गे जी, मेरे पर क्या बीतरी होगी जब आप बोल रहे थे कि मुझे बोलने नहीं देते हो। मैं इतना आकलन करता हूं और दुखी होता हूं कि जहां पार्टिसिपेशन हो सकता था वहां आप लोग थे नहीं। मतलब आप अंदाजा लगाइए, if leader of the opposition would rise on this critical occasion to sanctify disturbance, disruption, आपने खुद कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली को कोट किया है, वहां तो कभी नहीं हुआ। जयराम जी, दिस इज नॉट अ गुड हैबिट। नो, यू आर अ विक्टिम ऑफ दिस हैबिट। डोंट हैव दिस हैबिट। No, this is not a. When the honorable LOP has yielded, why are you being super LOP?
Because you want to listen.
You can't be. He doesn't need assistance.
You want to listen to him.
No. You want to listen to him, but it is regulated by the chair. Otherwise, come and sit here and control it.
Sir,
every time.
I have no desire to sit there.
Even if you have,
listen to him.
Even if you have, there is a mechanism.
Sir, you are constantly interrupting him, sir.
Please, take your seat. So, Manya Khadge ji, this is a rare historic occasion where, after taking note of 75 years, we are required to unfold a vision for next 25-50 years.
Sir, exactly.
I know it.
He knows that, sir.
I know it what he knows. And in the entire discourse, you are focused on two things, sir. I find it.
You and him, sir. This is the problem. There is no debate between me and you, sir. This is the problem, sir.
The problem is when there is time to participate, I have seen absence. The problem is when an issue has to be debated, discussed, deliberated, you have walked out of the house.
are watching India Today.
Thanks for watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. After bidding goodbye to the old parliament, we saw all the parliamentarians arrive at the Naya Sansad while the centre has tabled the Women's Reservation Bill. As discussions there continue, I'm going to take you through all the updates with the headlines first. Prime Minister Modi presents the Women's Reservation Bill in the new parliament. It will be called Nari Shakti Vandhan. Prime Minister seeks consensus from all parties for the passage of this bill. Credit war erupts over Women's Reservation Bill. Congress claims it introduced women's quota. AAP calls this bill as Jumla, while the BJP hits back. India transitions to the new parliament building. Prime Minister Modi leads MPs as they enter the new complex, the old parliament, to be called Samvidhan Sadan. New Delhi expels top Canadian diplomat hours after Justin Trudeau accuses India of killing Khalistani terrorist Nijar. India calls the charge as observed and motivated. India today accesses 12 more Khalistani terrorists turned gangsters hiding in Canada who are on the most wanted list. Will Justin Trudeau act, or will he continue to pander to his vote bank? And a big win for forces as they avenge the death of Anantnag Braves. Lashkar commander Uzair has been neutralized after 7 long days of anti-terror operation. Well, just as the women's reservation bill has been tabled in the parliament, we're seeing a showdown by the opposition parties in the Naya Sansad. Congress asks, when will women's reservation bill be implemented? Aam Aadmi Party Mantri calls the women's reservation bill as mere jumla. Atishi calls it Mahila Bedkoof Banao bill. While OAC says, where's the representation for women, for Muslim women in this very bill? Well, the women's reservation bill that's just been tabled in the parliament. We have reactions coming in from the opposition parties. As much as this has come as a welcome move, there are questions being raised about sub-quota, about reservation for Muslim. Atishi from the Aam Aadmi Party says that this is a way to fool the women. Let's cut across to those reactions from the opposition parties.
Aam Aadmi Party supports women's reservation. Aam Aadmi Party supports women's reservation in the parliament, in assemblies across the country. But the bill that has been brought in is not for women's reservation. This is a Mahila Bewakoof Banao bill. This is not a Mahila Arakshan bill. Why? Because when you read the fine print of this bill, it becomes clear that this bill is not getting implemented anytime soon. It says that after this amendment is approved, then the first census will happen after that. Based on that census, delimitation will happen. And only based on that delimitation will the details of the reservation for women be worked out. If BJP is serious about it, if the Prime Minister is serious about it, why is it not getting implemented from 2024? Why do we need a census?
जब आप एक कानून बना रहे हैं ताकि उसमें रिप्रेजेंटेशन हो उन लोगों का जिनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, तो आप देख लीजिए कि अब तक 17 लोकसभा के चुनाव भारत में हुए हैं, उसमें से 8,992 एमपीज मुंतखब हुए हैं, जिसमें से मुसलमान सिर्फ 520 हैं, जो 50% का एक डेफिसिट है। उस 520 में मेरे ख्याल से मुट्ठी भर मुस्लिम खवातीन हैं। तो आप रिप्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ दे रहे हैं? किसको दे रहे हैं रिप्रेजेंटेशन? जिनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं उनको रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिलना चाहिए ना। तो इस बिल में सबसे बड़ी खामी यह है कि इसमें ओबीसी महिलाओं को और मुस्लिम महिलाओं के लिए कोई कोटा नहीं रखा गया, इसलिए हम इस बिल के खिलाफ हैं।
Well, these are questions being raised by the opposition party. Atishi of the Aam Aadmi Party says that this is a way to fool the women because there are several riders that come with this bill. According to the bill, she claims the reservation will come into effect only after delimitation exercise is undertaken and will continue only for 15 years. Seats reserved for women will be rotated after each delimitation exercise. So in a way, this is a way to hoodwink women and fool women. She calls this bill a Mahila Bewakoof Banao bill. Really harsh charge by the Aam Aadmi Party Minister Atishi, who casts aspersions on the intent of this very bill, says that this is a way to fool the women of this country because when's this bill going to come into effect? First of all, that's the Congress asking this question. When is this bill going to come into effect? And then the Aam Aadmi Party pointing out at some of the riders that come with this bill that claims that this reservation will come into implementation only after a delimitation exercise that will be undertaken, and this bill will exhaust after 15 years. So, the reservation for each constituencies will happen on rotation basis as per delimitation exercise. So, really, is there an intent indeed to bring in equality in politics is what the opposition asks, while AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi questions, where's the sub-quota reservation for Muslim women? Now, the introduction of the Nari Shakti Vandhan bill was soon followed by an uproar in the parliament as we saw a furious war that erupted in the Lok Sabha after Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary claimed that women quota bill was the same as the one that was introduced by the Congress. Also added that the bill was initiated by the UPA itself and Sonia Gandhi herself had batted for it. Remember earlier in the day, former Congress chief Sonia Gandhi had said that apna hai, basically referring to the bill as theirs, upon being asked about the women's reservation bill. But Union Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah himself was quick to fact-check Adhir Ranjan, saying that the Congress must not lie in the parliament because the bill was never passed during Rajiv Gandhi's tenure.
महिला आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण
महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने। लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है।
माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
We respect the leader of the opposition, but to make a sweeping statement that all parties choose women who are not effective is absolutely unacceptable. I speak on behalf of all our women. We've all been empowered by our party, by our Prime Minister. Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu ji is an empowered woman. Every MP of my party is an empowered woman. To make a sweeping statement, it might represent their party, although it had women presidents for their party. In spite of that, they can't have women who are empowered. But I object to him making a sweeping generalization of all parties.
Leader of the opposition, please.
ये पिछड़ी हुए महिलाओं को, शेड्यूल कास्ट महिलाओं को ऐसा मौका नहीं मिलता जैसा इनको मिल रहा है। ये हम बोल रहे हैं। तो इसीलिए
राष्ट्रपति जी कौन है?
Once again,
राष्ट्रपति जी कौन है?
let us respond, please. Honorable Finance Minister.
राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी कौन है? I am sorry, opposition leader cannot please insult people like this. Cannot draw differentiation between women. महिला के भेद में nowhere. How can you draw difference between one woman and another woman? We are asking for reservation for all women. Rashtrapati is a tribal woman.
Please.
Unacceptable.
Please, take your seat. Take your seat. Please take your seat. Take your seat. 1 second, take your seat.
Women's reservation bill finally is coming. Women's reservation bill.
All right, we see that credit war playing out and a lot of details that the women reservation bill addresses, does not address. You have that war of words playing out in the parliament. Rahul Gautam joins us live for a little more clarity on that. Rahul, as much as this is a massive move, a welcome move into bringing equality in the field of politics, you have a lot of questions being raised by the opposition parties about the delimitation exercise, more importantly, which suggests that post-delimitation, the reservation will be given out to women. So it's not going to be ready for 2024. Is this a way to fool women in the name of a women's reservation bill? These are the questions that the opposition, including Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party, AIMIM asked for Muslim reservation, have all hurled at the government. Give us responses from the centre.
Yeah, absolutely. You rightly pointed out that the opposition parties are saying that this is nothing but an election stunt, given the fact that reservation would be implemented only after delimitation process is undertaken, and that would be happening in 2026, 2027, which basically would be fraught with many objections, and particularly from the Election Commission of India, from various stakeholders as to how they're going to identify seats that are going to be reserved for women, if seats are going to be increased in southern part or decreased, the same happening in northern part. So there's a lot that needs to be done when it comes to implement the Women Reservation Bill in true spirit, and that's why they are saying that it's a mere eyewash. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party has went on to say that this is not Women Reservation Bill. It's actually a Mahila Bevkoof Banao Bill. Basically, that BJP is trying to betray or trying to mislead the women community of the country. However, the central government has rejected all these allegations, saying that this bill has been brought with honest spirit, and in fact, as Prime Minister himself said, that God has chosen him to empower women, and whatever processes needs to be followed will be followed and should be followed, and therefore this shows the honest spirit and objective of the government, that they have taken this bold step to bring in and table the Women Reservation Bill. And obviously they have asked that all the members of both the houses, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, should come forward and support this endeavor of NDA government, given the fact that Congress party, we all know, they are claiming that it was their brainchild. It was UPA that actually introduced Women Reservation Bill in Rajya Sabha back in 2010, and now given the fact that BJP has that numerical strength in Lok Sabha, and obviously they're going to support in Rajya Sabha, that's why it is time for this bill to see the light. So clearly, opposition, you can say, they are now trying to create this narrative that this is happening, but you're not going to get any benefits out of this in 2024. It is basically a process which will be fraught with many objections. So there are a lot need to be done. Then only this is going to be turning into reality.
All right. Let me also cut across to Amit Bharadwaj. Stay with us, Rahul. Amit, we see credit war now playing out. 27 years later, we finally see that the bill has been tabled. It's yet to be passed. Most parties are mooting for it. But at the same time, the Congress saying that this is ye apna bill hai. Sonia Gandhi herself says apna bill hai. Yes, the Congress party had placed it in 2008. It even passed in the Rajya Sabha in 2010. But in every way, all political parties since then to now have tiptoed around this bill without actually having the real intent to have tabled it in the parliament. Today we see it happen, but this credit war comes along with it.
Right, Nabila, this was very much expected that the credit war over the women reservation bill will soon begin, because we know that no opposition party in principle will oppose the women reservation bill. Yes, there were concerns
for
about
some context to our viewers, here is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's new office in the Naya Sansad. This is a new parliament building with the Prime Minister looking into his, of course, busy at that new office of his. That's the first image that we have for our viewers. New parliament building, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's new office. Amit, go on.
Yes. Nabila, there were concerns about quota, within quota. That concern is not there anymore. But the opposition parties are now also doing some sort of tactical criticism of the women reservation bill. You just mentioned about the Congress party. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party has also made a scathing attack on the government. Delhi WCD Minister and Aam Aadmi Party senior leader Atishi has said that, this is Mahila Bevkoof Banao bill, because the implementation of women reservation bill is not going to happen in 2024. So Aam Aadmi Party is now demanding that the clause of delimitation must be removed in this particular bill, and that the women reservation should be implemented right from 2024, and there should be no further delay in implementation, because the opposition parties will maybe from today and tomorrow could come together on this particular issue, saying that, in the present format, the women reservation bill means that the implementation could take next 3 to 4 years. Why not, if we are taking an historic step in the parliament, in the new parliament building, then the women reservation bill should be implemented right away with 2024. But there are technical questions regarding this as well. The government will have to carry out delimitation process
Right.
before
But
going
let's
ahead
get to
with
the technicalities in just a moment. But Amit, if you could explain to us, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's new swanky office inside the new Parliament building. We have the first image of the Prime Minister himself seated inside his office. The building looks absolutely swanky, beautiful, spacious, luxurious, in every sense suiting the size of the Parliament as of today. So this we saw right after enough and more criticism that came in from the opposition parties about the Naya Sansad, the money that was spent on the Naya Parliament, the new Parliament, all that talk, all finally laid to rest with the Parliament building itself opened up for parliamentarians to hold their first session, the special Parliament session first that was held today. We saw every MP coming in with a smile. So all differences left aside, is it?
The political differences cannot be left aside, let's be sure about it. But today was definitely a historic day for India's democracy and its polity. Parliamentarians, be it Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, coming together for that special photo opportunity. And in that particular photo opportunity, we saw how all the parliamentarians had gotten together. Then Prime Minister Narendra Modi with his cabinet MPs moving towards the new parliament, the Naya Sansad that we are referring to. And this is a huge infrastructure which has been put in place with a lot of effort as well. Because remember, Nabila, there were a lot of complaints about the last parliament as to how there was a lot of infrastructure that was missing, the technological advancement that was supposed to be done at the old parliament building. This particular parliament building, new parliament building, is essence of New India, which will have the very essence of our cultural legacy, but also accommodates the modern infrastructure
and we heard Prime Minister starting off his speech itself by saying if you want to draw a big picture, then you need a big canvas. Almost, of course, indicating that it's about time that we begin a journey, a successful journey the next decade in this very parliament. We want to see India thriving, and it will happen from a bigger space. The bigger parliament is the best suited place for everything India, everything to do with progress of India. Well, thank you very much, Amit, for joining us on that. Now, India has a new temple of democracy. As we see, this parliament building has opened up on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi. Parliamentary proceedings shifted from the old Sansad to the new one. And after meeting and addressing the MPs at the Central Hall in the old parliament, Prime Minister Narendra Modi led those parliamentarians on a march to the new parliament. In his first address in the new parliament, the Prime Minister called the shifting of this parliament quite a historic day indeed, and etched in our memory. It is a big day in Indian democracy, he said, urging parliamentarians to work together for a developed nation. Prime Minister has tabled the Women's Reservation Bill as the first agenda in the special session of the Parliament, sought the opposition support for passing this bill, and ahead of the shifting, a photo session that we saw, which we never have seen in the past. All parliamentarians across parties came together for one photo op. It was held right outside the old Parliament building that saw nearly 750 MPs posing for that one shot.
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, नए संसद भवन का ये प्रथम और ऐतिहासिक सत्र है। मैं सभी माननीय सांसदों को और सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। नए संसद भवन की भव्यता आधुनिक भारत के महिमा को भी मंडित करती है। हमारे श्रमिक, हमारे इंजीनियर्स, हमारे कामगारों, उनका पसीना इसमें लगा है और कोरोना काल में भी उन्होंने जिस लगन से इस काम को किया है, क्योंकि मुझे कार्य जब चल रहा था तब उन श्रमिकों के बीच आने का बार बार मौका मिलता था और खास करके मैं उनके स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के उनसे मिलने आता था। लेकिन ऐसे समय भी उन्होंने इस बहुत बड़े सपने को पूरा किया। आज मैं चाहूँगा कि हम सब हमारे उन श्रमिकों का, हमारे उन कामगारों का, हमारे इंजीनियर्स का हृदय से धन्यवाद करें, हृदय से, क्योंकि उनके द्वारा निर्मित भावी पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देने वाला है। लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने गणेश उत्सव को एक सार्वजनिक गणेश उत्सव के रूप में प्रस्तावित करके पूरे राष्ट्र में सुराज्य की आहलेख जगाने का माध्यम बनाया था। लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने गणेश पर्व से सुराज्य की संकल्पना को शक्ति दी। उसी प्रकार से आज ये गणेश चतुर्थी का पर्व लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने स्वतंत्र भारत स्वराज्य की बात कही थी। आज हम समृद्ध भारत गणेश चतुर्थी के पावन दिवस पर उसकी प्रेरणा के साथ आगे सुखद संयोग है कि ये गणेश चतुर्थी का शुभ दिन है। गणेश जी शुभता और सिद्धि के देवता है। गणेश जी विवेक और ज्ञान के भी देवता है। इस पावन दिवस पर हमारा ये शुभारंभ संकल्प से सिद्धि की ओर एक नए विश्वास के साथ यात्रा को आरंभ करने का है। इस सदन में एक डिजिटल बुक रखी गई है। जिस डिजिटल बुक में उन सभी श्रमिकों के पूरा परिचय इसमें रखा गया है, ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को पता चलेगा कि हिंदुस्तान के किस कोने से कौन श्रमिक ने आकर के इस भव्य इमारत को, यानी उनके पसीने को भी अमरत्व देने का प्रयास इस सदन में हो रहा है। ये एक नई शुरुआत है, शुभ शुरुआत है और हम सब के लिए गर्व की शुरुआत है।
All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, in a tit-for-tat move, New Delhi expels a top Canadian diplomat just hours after Justin Trudeau accuses India of killing Khalistani terrorist Nijar. India calls the charge absurd and motivated on what Justin Trudeau said, the blame, and expels a Canadian diplomat on charges of anti-India activities.
You are watching India Today.
Terrorists are still believed to be holed up in the forest of Kokarnag. After the charred body of a terrorist was retrieved from a hideout on Sunday, security forces are trying to confirm his identity. The security forces believe the body could be of terrorist Uzair Ahmed Khan, an alleged member of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. DNA test is being conducted to ascertain the terrorist identity. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha met the family of DSP Humayun Bhatt, who was killed in action during the Anantnag encounter. Expressing his condolences, he assured the family of all assistance and support from the administration. Earlier, the Lieutenant Governor had asserted that the deaths of the Indian braves will be avenged soon.
जवानों के लहू के एक एक कतरे का हिसाब पूरी तरह सूद समेत लिया जाएगा। आतंकी किसी संगठन के उनके सरपरस्तों को बड़ी कीमत चुकानी है। हर एक बहादुर जवान के पीछे पूरा देश खड़ा।
Security forces are in a final push to flush out all the terrorists involved in the attack that killed 3 soldiers and a police officer. With Kamaljit Sandhu and Ashraf Wani in Srinagar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Fundamentally, we all are different from each other, and I think we just need to keep reminding ourselves that we are all so different, and that is what's so beautiful.
Fashion label Human recently dropped a hard-hitting campaign on inclusivity led by Pranav Kirti. The fashion-forward label celebrated 8 billion humans and how they're all very different than each other.
This is just another step towards all the things that we've done in the last 10 years journey, which is to bring people's attention to that diverse fabric of our society. Your choices are so different from mine. Whether they are right or wrong is beyond my, it might just be beyond my understanding. But to accept that is I think humanly possible, which is what we try to showcase.
The capsule collection caught our attention as it honors the strength of an individual within a collective. It celebrated varied tastes and brought to the fore the notion of likening 8 billion humans on Earth to 8 billion distinct and unique flavors. Inclusivity is the order of the day and not just a woke sentiment. The campaign brings about a discussion on important societal issues.
Whatever we've done as a company or whatever I've done as a creative director is the entire credit goes to the community that surrounds us. From all the artists that we feed on, present in our own community. Even from whether it's the body issue or the LGBTQ issue, I am literally reflecting on what they are taking those conversations forward and leading. The brand is just a reflection of that.
It also shows the label's commitment and transition into creating statement pieces with an elevated approach. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
watching India Today.
Welcome back. India rejects Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's allegations that India was behind the killing of Khalistani terrorists. In fact, India responds to Canada expelling the Indian diplomat by a senior Canadian diplomat based in India. The High Commissioner of Canada to India was summoned today and informed about that decision. The Ministry of External Affairs has said Canada's accusations here were absurd and politically motivated to shift the focus from Khalistani terrorists and extremists. India has said that it was committed to the rule of law there, while slamming Canada for harboring Khalistani terrorists who were threatening India's sovereignty and territorial integrity. In fact, India expressing concerns over Canadian politicians openly expressing sympathy for Khalistanis, says similar allegations were made by the Canadian Prime Minister to our Prime Minister and they were completely rejected. A very strongly worded statement going out to Canada after Canada raised suspicion of India's role behind the murder of the Khalistani leader Nijar. India says that these allegations are certainly concerning. And in a reciprocative move, India has suspended or expelled rather a Canadian diplomat on charges of anti-India activities. Clearly here, Canada at this point raising fingers at India, pointing fingers at India, while at a time they themselves are by and large harboring the Khalistani movement within their own soil, and despite a number of requests and several times that the Indian government has raised this with Canada about the Khalistani extremism gaining ground in Canada, there hasn't been a real response or a solid response to that. Concerns have never been addressed. In fact, Justin Trudeau did at once say that they will not tolerate any kind of extremism, but no concrete action was carried out. But instead, here you have Justin Trudeau himself, who almost blames India, saying that there are credible reports to show potential links of India's hand behind the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who is the leader of the Khalistani movement. In fact, Canada has had several meetings post the death of Nijjar, where thousands of Khalistani members congregated to condemn this murder. And there was, of course, it was at the hands of the Canadian police to find the killer. And here you have Justin Trudeau saying that they have found credible reports to show potential links to India, that this was a murder that was carried out by the Indian government. An allegation so grave. Geeta Mohan joins us for more on that. Geeta, this is a huge allegation that's been made against India, and all that brief bonhomie that we saw between Justin Trudeau and Prime Minister Modi along the G20 meet has now turned into a bitter war of words.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go on.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. Not just bitter war of words, it's more than that. This is the lowest point in diplomacy between India and Canada, with diplomats having been asked to leave the country, not just in Canada, an Indian diplomat having been asked to leave. A Canadian diplomat over here has also been asked to leave after High Commissioner Cameron McKay was summoned at the Ministry of External Affairs and was told that a diplomat will have to leave India as well. This also comes at a time when India has completely rejected all the allegations made by Canada. But this is a very serious matter. It's not about whether if a terrorist was killed or not. It's about the fact that a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil was killed. And the allegations that were made by Trudeau, or that have been made by Trudeau, have also not just reached his own constituency within the country, but also the fact that he has been talking to various other leaders, be it the American president, French president, or for that matter the British Prime Minister. And now Anthony Albanese, who is a part of the Five Eyes Agreement, has also gone ahead and made a statement with the Australian Foreign Ministry saying there's a deep concern with regards to the reports. With these countries now coming together, if there is any proof, if there is any evidence that Canada can provide, this matter could really get serious. For now, it's only potential links that Canada is saying, and India has already said that there is no link to Indian intelligence agencies or India being involved in the killing of Khalistani or pro-Khalistani element Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
All right, that's a strong statement that's now come from as India's response, and in a reciprocative move has also expelled the Canadian diplomat on charges of anti-India activities. Geeta, thank you very much for joining us on that. Now we see the massive allegations by the Canadian Prime Minister against India, accusing Indian government of killing Khalistani leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Canada has now expelled an Indian diplomat in retaliation to the killing of Nijjar. The diplomatic move sent relations between Ottawa and New Delhi, already sour, to a new dramatic low. Justin Trudeau told an emergency session of the parliamentary opposition on Monday that his government had credible allegations linking Indian agents to the killings of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. He's called in the strongest possible terms on the Indian government to cooperate in clearing up the matter. Foreign Minister Melanie Joly has said that Justin Trudeau government had to take immediate action, saying that Canada won't really tolerate foreign interference and would protect its citizens at all times.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear we will not tolerate any form of foreign interference. We will protect Canada's sovereignty. I've conveyed these principles to my Indian counterparts, and I've also told him that we expect India's full collaboration to make sure that we get to the bottom of this. And as of today, and as a consequence, we've expelled a top Indian diplomat from Canada.
If these allegations are true, they represent an outrageous affront to Canada's sovereignty. Our citizens must be safe from extrajudicial killings of all kinds, most of all from foreign governments. Canadians deserve to be protected on Canadian soil. We call on the Indian government to act with utmost transparency as authorities investigate this murder, because the truth must come out. We must know who performed the assassination and who was behind the assassination.
For a key Western partner of India to make that move, and of course that coming after the very dramatic allegation that President Trudeau made against India's government, it's very surprising, just because something like this rarely happens. And again, to emphasize, this is a key Western partner, a really big deal. These types of things simply do not happen that often. So I was very surprised by this development.
All right, this news broke right at the start of the day. My colleague Pooja Shali spoke to the diplomatic affairs experts regarding Canada's accusations against India. Here are their views.
India has been for years now expressing concern about anti-India activities, about Khalistan activities on Canadian soil, expecting some action. Instead, the action that Canada takes is why its Prime Minister announcing credible allegations and sack the diplomat? What happens here on?
Well, Pooja, as you are aware, that Canada, unfortunately, has become the harbor of terrorists and extremists for a very long time now.
Yes.
And India has all the time raised these issues since the days of Kanishka, where I lost some of my friends also in that crash. And I know that this has been, and the way they have lagged on with this, they have done nothing about it, just catered to and pandered to the local constituency of Sikhs, and just not caring about India's interest all along. His father didn't allow this Balwinder Parmar, that fellow we wanted. He refused to extradite on a very funny excuse. And then when Justin Trudeau last time came to India, we provided him all the hospitality, and he brings the extremist Sikhs along with him in his delegation.
Shinder Purwal, what do you think? This is such a big step that Canada has taken, sacking a diplomat on allegations, on belief?
I think it was shocking news to all of us that the Prime Minister of this nation, not just ordinary person.
Correct.
We would say that they have a credible evidence. If you have credible evidence, the killing is still at investigation stage. You should give it to the police. and that will help them to bring the case to the court. And that kind of evidence can be used. It's only the judgment of the judge. Judiciary will make sure who's the guilty and who's not guilty. This is quite a surprising act of our Prime Minister.
Now, as we know, unrestricted by any authorities, the Khalistani groups across Canada are having a real free run, despite all the concerns raised by the Indian government. In fact, the dispute deals a further blow to all the diplomatic ties between New Delhi, unhappy over the Sikh separatist activity in Canada. And even in the past, several incidents involving Khalistani separatists were reported to the Canadian government. Several Khalistani thugs are known to be sheltering within the Canadian borders. Back in July, Justin Trudeau had gone on to accuse India of false remarks and asserted that Canada takes every kind of threat very seriously. However, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has seemingly not taken any strong or concrete action against all the concerns raised by India and what's now being called by observers as a new resurgence of the Khalistani activism in the very land of Canada. Justin Trudeau is now being accused of pandering to the Khalistani vote bank in his country.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
Now, in a big development coming in, you have a Punjabi singer from Canada who was supposed to hold this massive concert here in India. His concert is now nearly stands cancelled as the main sponsor to that concert. Boat has withdrawn from sponsoring that music tour. Shubh allegedly posted India's distorted map and almost showing his support to the Khalistani movement, and that distorted map had a distorted image of India, almost suggesting that the parts of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab were cut away. This was an image that he had put out that raised eyebrows, received huge backlash, and now almost a year post that, this was in 2022, a year later, Shubh organizes this concert in Mumbai, and that music tour has been nearly called off, with the main sponsor of this concert, Boat, withdrawing its sponsorship. Thanks very much for watching India Today. You could log on to indiatoday.in for more news and updates. Stay tuned for news for the hearing impaired on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
"28 months went into building this monumental narrative. An architectural masterpiece. A reflection of the nation's Atmanirbhar vision. Let's take you now on a tour of India's new parliament. The House of the People, our new Lok Sabha. Larger and grander. 888 seats. Almost 300 more than the old chamber. This is the brand new Rajya Sabha, bigger, more spacious. Designed to accommodate 384 members, around 100 more seats than the present upper house. Vastness is just one element of this stately complex. India's new parliament embodies the Indian diversity in all its glory. Materials sourced from across the country to build this temple of democracy. Teak wood from Nagpur in Maharashtra, Rajasthan's red and white sandstone. Carpets procured from Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh. The stone jali work, bears the craftsmanship of Rajnagar in Rajasthan and Noida in Uttar Pradesh. Flooring of bamboo wood from the northeast from Agartala in Tripura. Indore in Madhya Pradesh sent the Ashok Chakra. The Ashok emblem sourced from Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar in Maharashtra and Jaipur in Rajasthan.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 76. In Mumbai,
आर्टिकल 370 हटाने से लेकर वो विषय ऐसा रहा जो शायद ही कोई दशक ऐसा होगा कि चर्चा न हुई हो, चिंता न हुई हो और मांग न हुई हो। आक्रोश भी व्यक्त हुआ, सभागृह में भी हुआ, सभागृह के बाहर भी हुआ। लेकिन हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि हमें सदन में आर्टिकल 370 से मुक्ति पाने का, अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने का एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कदम और इस महत्वपूर्ण काम में माननीय सांसदों की, संसद की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। अभी तक लोकसभा और राज्यसभा ने मिलकर करीब करीब 4000 से अधिक कानून पास किए हैं। और कभी जरूरत पड़ी तो ज्वाइंट सेशन के माध्यम से भी कानून पारित करने की दिशा में रणनीति बनानी पड़ी और उसके तहत भी दहेज रोकथाम कानून हो, बैंकिंग सर्विस कमीशन बिल हो, आतंक से लड़ने के लिए कानून हो, ये संयुक्त सत्र में पास किए गए हैं, इसी गृह में पास किए गए।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A historic day for women empowerment. The Women's Reservation Bill seeking guarantee 33% quota for women in the Lok Sabha and State Assembly is introduced in the Lok Sabha by the Union Law Minister Arjun Meghwal. The bill will guarantee now 33% quota for women in the Lok Sabha and the State Assemblies. 33% reservation would mean a sub-reservation also for SC/ST. No reservation in the Rajya Sabha. The introduction of the Nari Shakti Vandan bill was soon followed by an uproar in the parliament. A furious war of words erupted in the Lok Sabha after Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary claimed that the women's quota, the bill itself, was the same as the one introduced by the Congress. Union Minister Amit Shah himself was quick to fact-check Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, saying that the Congress must not lie in the parliament because the bill was never passed during Rajiv Gandhi's tenure. India now has a new temple of democracy. On the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi, parliamentary proceedings shifted from the old Sansad to the new one. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led parliamentarians on a march to the new Sansad. In his first address in the new parliament building, Prime Minister has called the shifting to this new parliament a historic day for Indian democracy. Ahead of the shifting, a photo session was also held right outside the old parliament building, which had over 750 MPs who posed for that one shot. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau accuses Indian government of killing Khalistani leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Canada has expelled an Indian diplomat in retaliation to killing of Nijjar, rejecting Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's allegations. India has expelled a senior Canadian diplomat based in India. The High Commissioner of Canada to India was summoned today and informed about the decision, while India has expressed concerns over Canadian politicians openly expressing sympathy for Khalistanis.
This central hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I am thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago, we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
नया संसद भवन अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहाँ अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आजादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं, शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे।
अटल जी ने अपने कार्यकाल में 21 बार बयान दिया 6 साल में। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी ने 30 बार बयान दिया। केवल हमारे मौजूदा पीएम साहब ही ऐसे हैं जो सदन में 9 सालों में कस्टमरी बयानों को छोड़ के केवल 2 बार बोले। नेहरू जी के विचार था, मजबूत विपक्ष न होने का अर्थ है व्यवस्था में महत्वपूर्ण खामियां हैं। अगर मजबूत विपक्ष नहीं है तो वो ठीक नहीं है, नेहरू जी का कहना। अब जो मजबूत विपक्ष है तो उसको ईडी, सीबीआई कमजोर कैसा करना इधर है। अगर कोई है भी है, इमीडिएटली उसको लेना, कमजोर करना, फिर वॉशिंग मशीन में डालना, क्लीन होके बाहर आना, वहीं पर परमानेंट रहना। संसद में पीएम साहब कभी कभार आते हैं, जब आते हैं तो इवेंट बनाकर चले जाते हैं। बदलना है तो अब हालात बदलो, ऐसे नाम बदलने से क्या होता है। देना है तो युवाओं को रोजगार दो, सबको बेरोजगार करके क्या होता है। दिल को थोड़ा बड़ा करके देखो, लोगों को मारने से क्या होता है। कुछ कर नहीं सकते तो कुर्सी छोड़ दो। बात में डराने से क्या होता है।
आतंकी हमला हुआ, पूरे विश्व में यह आतंकी हमला एक इमारत पर नहीं था। ये मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी एक प्रकार से हमारी जीवात्मा पर यह हमला था। ये देश उस घटना को कभी भूल नहीं सकता है, लेकिन आतंकियों से लड़ते लड़ते सदन को बचाने के लिए और हर सदस्य को बचाने के लिए जिन्होंने अपने सीने पर गोलियां झेली, आज मैं उनको भी नमन करता हूं।
The fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron range.
Trudeau's monumental faux pas. Frustrated, humiliated, seething. Canadian Prime Minister chooses terrorist over India. Says India whacked Khalistani Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Calling out terror dost Trudeau. Trudeau terror, all for a vote bank. The big focus on 5 Live.
It's incredible how far some politicians will go for their vote bank. We're so familiar with it here in India, and now it's taken on international proportions for us here in India because Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, has just opened a big diplomatic front with the world's largest democracy. And be sure I'm going to be calling him out over the next 60 minutes. Right here on 5 Live, I'm Shiv. These are the headlines. Prime Minister Modi presents Women's Reservation Bill in new Parliament. It will be called the Nari Shakti Vandan. Prime Minister seeks consensus from all parties for the passage of the bill. Credit war erupts over Women's Reservation Bill. Congress claims it introduced women's quota. Aam Aadmi Party calls bill a poll jumla. BJP hits back. India transitions to the new parliament. Prime Minister Modi leads MPs as they enter the new complex. Old parliament to be called Samvidhan Sadan or House of the Constitution. India Today accesses 12 more Khalistanis and gangsters who are hiding abroad and wanted by India. Will Trudeau act since most of them are in Canada, or will he continue to pander to his vote bank? Big win for forces as they avenge the death of Anantnag Braves. Lashkar commander Uzair Khan neutralized after 7 days of anti-terror operations. 3 army personnel perished in this operation and 1 from the Jammu and Kashmir police. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has just announced to the world that he is a terrorist enabler. Not a sympathizer, but an active enabler of extremists and terrorists. The reason, it's actually one of the oldest reasons in the political book, and no one should be surprised. The sizable Sikh population in Canada, which wields significant influence in important pockets of that country. Before I proceed, I wish to get one thing out of the way, viewer, and this is very important to me. Khalistani terrorists like Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was killed 3 months ago and whose assassination Justin Trudeau now blames India for, are just a tiny, minuscule section of the Canadian Sikh community who are otherwise peaceful, responsible citizens like anyone else and do not support terrorist threats and violence against the country of their origin or in fact, for anyone else. Trudeau says that an entire community cannot be blamed for the actions of a few, which is totally true, like I've mentioned above. But it holds no weight when Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, has taken no action even against those minuscule few, and instead has decided to stand up in his parliament to point a finger at the world's biggest democracy, a country of 1.3 billion people, to defend a person who is by all means a terrorist. In doing so, Justin Trudeau hasn't just proven to be a terrorist enabler, but also perhaps one of the most short-sighted world leaders in history, in my opinion. Terrified that he may lose the support of a community, he has decided to declare a diplomatic war against a country that the world sees as the most reliable and responsible nation in the war against terror. And don't miss the irony of how Justin Trudeau, in blaming India and defending a terrorist, has himself, ironically, painted an entire community by prioritizing a vote bank. Justin Trudeau, a leader whose soft-focus PR helped an entire fake liberal ecosystem to sell him as the world's great hope, has made a choice today. A choice that most Canadians, I dare say, will find shameful. But it isn't difficult to see why Prime Minister Trudeau did what he did. He was seething from a totally bungled visit to India for the G20. While he was extended every courtesy here in India, he received, let's face it, the diplomatic equivalent of a slammed door while on Indian soil. The Canadian press and his opposition back in Canada had a field day bashing Trudeau for being such a national embarrassment. If things weren't bad enough, he had to suffer the ignominy of a defective VVIP jet that left him stranded in Delhi, exposing him to even more ridicule of overstaying his welcome in India. Even his Khalistani friends wondered if something else was afoot. That's how bad his entire week was. So it's beyond understandable that as soon as he finally touched down in Canada, a frustrated, humiliated Trudeau decided he needed to hit back. He needed to get even. He needed to take some action to show he wasn't taking all of this lying down. Allowing his emotions and clear sense of insecurity to get the better of him, Justin Trudeau chose to describe a Khalistani terrorist, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was assassinated 3 months ago, a person who actually entered Canada on a fake passport, who forged documents, tried to marry a citizen in order to be accepted as a citizen. Justin Trudeau chose to describe him as merely a Canadian citizen. He gave the entire fleet of Canadian Sikh nobodies in Parliament to vent their frustration and false sense of hurt. With Khalistani terrorists like Nijjar mysteriously dropping like flies, these Canadian Desi MPs are clearly under fire from the extremists to get off their backsides and show some kind of passion, some jigger. Which is why Canadian MPs like Kamal Khera, Jagmeet Singh, who is an ally of Trudeau, Harjit Sajjan, are all forced to bow to terrorists, terrified that they'll lose their vote bank. And now with Trudeau leading the charge, they can all breathe a sigh of relief. But Trudeau, for all his diplomatic short-sightedness, is merely being his father's son. Justin's father, the famous Pierre Trudeau, who was Canadian Prime Minister twice, famously refused a request from then Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in 1982 for the extradition of a Khalistani terrorist named Talvinder Parmar. That name may not be familiar to you, but he is a big Khalistani terrorist. Because 3 years after that extradition request, which was denied to Indira Gandhi, the Kanishka Air India bombings took place, orchestrated by this very same terrorist Talvinder Parmar. The blood of 329 people, including Canadian citizens, is on Trudeau family hands. Just a few weeks ago, Justin Trudeau, remember, famously refused to take action against a Khalistani tableau depicting Indira Gandhi's assassination, because in his words, it was peaceful and broke no apparent Canadian law. But now, by pointing a finger at India for the murder of a Khalistani terrorist, with no evidence to back it but for the frenzied screams of extremists in places like Surrey and ghettos in Brampton, Trudeau has signaled to the world that he is no world leader. He is your garden variety hypocrite who has bitten off more than he can chew. The compulsions of a vote bank have forced him to open a front against a country that is ruled by law and brooks no support of terrorists. What he's also done is paint a target on the backs of millions of persons of Indian origin who live and work in Canada. India has responded for now with a tit-for-tat expulsion of a Canadian intelligence officer. But even Trudeau must know, if the extremists in his vote bank have gone into hiding, terrified of the sudden air of threat over their existence, there's only so much Trudeau can actually do. Now, the big allegation by the Canadian Prime Minister against India set this morning's news agenda. He stood up in Parliament and he said the death of Canadian Sikh leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who is a commander of the Khalistan Commando Force. He's a terrorist. Plain and simple. Not by anyone's imagination, but by several different countries. A terrorist was named and defended by the Canadian Prime Minister in order to point a finger at India. If you missed the story, here it is.
The gloves are off. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on Monday announced in Parliament Indian agents could be behind the killing of Canadian citizen Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Khalistani terrorist wanted in India.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear, we will...
Canada has expelled an Indian diplomat over what it calls the involvement of a foreign government in its internal affairs. Within hours of Canada's provocation, New Delhi retaliated by expelling a senior Canadian diplomat.
You got External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... You got... External Affairs Minister.
India has called Canada's accusations absurd and politically motivated to shift the focus from Khalistani terrorists and extremists who are being allowed a free run there.
Phrase which came to my mind was actually a Hindi phrase, which was "Ulta chor kotwal ko dante." I mean, if anybody has a complaint, we have a complaint about Canada. You know, what I said earlier, the space that they're giving to Khalistanis and to violent extremists. So I was very perplexed by what I heard.
Nijjar, whom India had declared a wanted terrorist, was gunned down on June 18th in Surrey.
The NIA had issued an arrest warrant for Nijar, accusing him of carrying out terrorist attacks in India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had taken up the issue of Khalistani extremists getting a voice in Canada in his bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Trudeau in Delhi on the sidelines of G20. Trudeau claims he'd discussed Nijar's killing with the Indian Prime Minister. Canada had recently suspended negotiations for a free trade agreement with India. With the latest accusations, the already sour diplomatic relations between the two countries have hit a new low. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we have a little more information coming in on who the Canadian diplomat is who has just been expelled by India as part of a tit-for-tat measure taken after Canada decided to expel an Indian diplomat following what Justin Trudeau said about India being responsible for the assassination of Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. The station head of the Canadian Intelligence Service has been expelled by the Modi government within hours of the Canadian action. We can now confirm to you that his name is Olivier Sylvester. He's a Canadian station head of their intelligence service. He's been asked to get out of India within the next 5 days. Let's go across to Gaurav Sawant for more on this. Gaurav, tit-for-tat measure here by India, and not surprising that it's the station chief of Canadian intelligence who's been asked to get out.
Shubh, Olivier Sylvester has been asked to leave India in the next 5 days for conduct unbecoming of a diplomat. So he has the next 5 days before he's declared persona non grata. You're absolutely right. This is a tit-for-tat action after Canada asked a top Indian diplomat to leave the country. And this is virtually painting a target on the backs of Indian diplomats and officials in Canada. As you very rightly pointed out, Shubh, Canada for decades has been backing Khalistani terrorists. You spoke of Parmar. India has repeatedly taken this up with Canada, including giving evidence of the involvement of the Khalistanis in human trafficking, in narco-terrorism, in activities that are not good even for people in Canada. At the same time, because of vote bank politics, Justin Trudeau, like his father Pierre Trudeau, refused to take action against the Khalistani elements. And Shiv, also look at the double speak in Karima Baloch, who was actually a genuine refugee from Pakistan, running away from Pakistan's military jihad complex and eliminated on the orders of Pakistan's ISI in Canada. Canada's keeping quiet. Justin Trudeau is quiet about that. But here, when a suspected terrorist wanted by India in Interpol's most wanted list, in a list that's been sent out by India for involvement in a bombing and for keeping explosives, for entering Canada illegally. There are so many cases against Nijjar. Justin Trudeau describes him as a Canadian Sikh, actually bringing a bad name to the Sikhs living in Canada, who are very, very peaceful and peace-loving people.
It's the biggest irony here. The fact that Justin Trudeau who usually uses the defense by saying that an entire community cannot be painted with the same brush because of a few extremists, has actually turned around and done exactly that. And that's the reason why so many Sikh leaders across the world are abusing Justin Trudeau right now. Gaurav, stay with me. Hardeep Singh Nijjar, in whose name Justin Trudeau has staked his reputation, his career, and everything that the world had perhaps thought about him, or at least one section of the world had thought about him, is now really in pieces, because Hardeep Singh Nijjar had entered Canada on a fake passport, forged documents. He tried to hide from authorities for many years. He tried to marry a local and gain citizenship in that manner. He had dodged authorities for years and years. His activities and links to terror were clearly established. Many dossiers had been supplied by India, a responsible nation, a democracy, to Canada. And yet, thanks to Vote Bank, all of these misdemeanors, links to terror, proven acts of terrorism were overlooked by Canadian governments, and Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister no less, 3 months after the assassination of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, has stood up to brand him a Canadian citizen and a leader of the Canadian Sikh community. What could be more insulting to Sikhs, not just in Canada, but everywhere else in the world? Here is a full report on terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Originally from a village in Punjab's Jalandhar district, the 45-year-old, wanted by India in several terror cases, shot dead in the parking lot of a Gurudwara in Canada's Surrey. Gunned down by what investigators initially said were two masked men who fled the scene. A third suspected assailant added to the list later. The three believed to have used a silver 2008 Toyota Camry as their getaway vehicle. In 2022, the National Investigation Agency declared a 10 lakh rupees reward for information leading to Nijjar on charges of conspiring to murder a priest in Jalandhar. The NIA previously filed a charge sheet against him for terrorist acts against India in other cases. Nijjar, named as a member of the Khalistan Tiger Force, a designated terrorist group. In 2016, he was linked to a 2007 bombing at a Punjab cinema that killed 6. Nijjar claimed to have moved to Canada in 1997, working as a plumber at a local Gurudwara. India has categorically rejected Canadian allegations of involvement in Nijjar's murder as absurd and politically motivated, saying that Canada had long provided shelter to Khalistani terrorists and extremists. Experts, however, believe non-state actors like Nijjar, crafted by Pakistan's rogue ISI, have been caught in their own web.
It is the policy of Pakistan's ISI to eliminate, to send terrorists to different countries. They eliminate their own people, and these people who have been killed either in Pakistan or Canada, they had become liability for Pakistan, whether it's Hafiz Saeed or Sayyid Salahuddin.
From Canada to Pakistan, the violent deaths of Khalistani elements could very well be the handiwork of the ISI that once nurtured them.
If there is any person who is working for any agency, if he is unable to deliver, then he has to be sold out or killed. That is what Pakistan ISI is doing, because Pakistan had been spending a lot of money on terrorists and terrorist activities in India and elsewhere, but lately Pakistan is in a big problem, economic problem. Pakistan cannot afford them, so it is Pakistan who is killing them, or Pakistan ISI who is killing them, or in some cases, there is inter-gang rivalry.
A house of terror built by Pakistan crumbled under its own weight. With Arvind Oja, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now I want to get a word in, an expert view from Sushant Sareen. He's Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation and one of India's most well-known and well-regarded strategic affairs experts. Gaurav Sawant, our Managing Editor, is also with us. Sushant Sareen, first to you. I've been following some of the things you've been saying on social media since the story broke. What do you think about what has happened? What Trudeau said in Parliament and the things that have taken place following that? One diplomat expelled there, another diplomat expelled here. Your view?
Shiv, just look at what the Canadians have said, on the basis of which they've taken what can be called the diplomatic side of a nuclear option. What does Trudeau say? Credible allegations, and then he says potential link. And then he goes on to, give an entire litany of charges, none of which he has substantiated. His foreign minister then comes in and she says that there are allegations of involvement, and if these allegations are proven true, it would be very serious, right? Now, these allegations are still allegations. They have not been proven true, and yet they decide that they're going to expel an Indian diplomat. Now, clearly, this it smacks of something more than just simple, any information they might have. And let's talk about Canadian intelligence, or the lack of it. And the pun is on the word intelligence. Look at what the Indians have been telling the Canadians, that these Khalistani thugs who operate like a mafia, and like a mafia are organized, and they have politicians in their pay, perhaps at the highest levels of Canadian politics. because why else would somebody like a prime minister or a foreign minister of a country defend a terrorist, right?
Yes.
A man who's also believed to be involved in drug smuggling and human trafficking. And yet, India has been apprising the Canadian intelligence of these characters. We've even demanded extradition of some of these fellows, and the Canadians have pretended that nothing is happening. How does that work? And suddenly their intelligence has become, or their security services have become so smart that they've unveiled the entire whatever happened to this Niger fellow, right? How has that happened? Then you come across Canadian investigation skills, and you yourself in your initial report, you spoke about the the bombing of the Air India aircraft and the bombing of the Narita airport, and everybody's gone away scot-free. Now, what kind of intelligence or what kind of investigation work do these Canadians do that they are now coming out openly and leveling these kind of allegations? And then, look, Canada has accused India of interference. But we know it for a fact, and I hold my own government responsible for turning a blind eye.
Yes.
There has been money which has been funneled from Canada into India to fund political agitation in India, to fund political parties in India. Isn't that political interference? The Canadians sitting in Canada openly and publicly claim to have carried out political assassinations, to have carried out gangland murders, etc., etc. And the Canadians write about them that these are political activists. This is freedom of speech and conscience.
Indeed, yes.
Would the Canadian authorities allow Al-Qaeda sympathizers to take out floats glorifying and eulogizing the 9/11 attackers?
Very, very true. Very true. This is
freedom of conscience and freedom of speech only when it is about killing Indians and Hindus? Let's talk about Canadian security services. There have been open threats against Indian diplomats. They have asked for their addresses. This is what Pakistanis do. You know, when the Pakistanis were trying to get even with the American diplomats, they would name American diplomats, they would give their addresses, paint a target on their back. The Canadian have allowed this to go unanswered. They have allowed the vandalization of Hindu temples, the defiling of Hindu temples, and the defiling of the Indian High Commission to go unanswered. Threats have been issued against Canadian citizens.
Absolutely.
And against Indian diplomats, and the Canadians have not acted on it. That is not hate speech for Mr. Trudeau and his foreign minister.
I want to just bring Gaurav in, Mr. Sareen, for a moment, because you rightly talked about how the Indian government also needs to be asked questions in this case. Gaurav, multiple dossiers have been provided. The External Affairs Ministry statement suggests that Prime Minister Modi, in fact, may have brought this up, with Trudeau directly during that G20 pull aside as well. A tit-for-tat action being taken by the Indian government. But is this likely to escalate further?
It certainly is expected to escalate, Shiv. India has been more than kind with Justin Trudeau. Of course, India has given Justin Trudeau the cold shoulder. Even when he came to India in 2018 and stayed here for a week, it was virtually outstaying his hospitality even that time. But you remember all that song and dance and wearing traditional Indian clothes and dancing like in a wedding. Justin Trudeau did all of that. But that didn't cut ice with government of India because of Justin Trudeau's support to Khalistani elements, and the Narendra Modi government has been very firm from day one. Yes, we want great relationship with Canada. Yes, we want to move forward on the trade agreement. At the same time, we do not want Khalistanis in Canada spewing venom against India in the name of free speech, and also trying to break India's sovereignty, and Justin Trudeau government encouraging a secessionist movement. Shiv, that tableau showing the assassination of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi at Brampton. In any civilized society, heads would have rolled for such a tableau. But in Canada, Justin Trudeau has actually tried to pass it off as free speech. if this is free speech, Shiv, and that inaction against Karima Baloch's killers, it just shows when these so-called liberals and Islamists come together, it's a very lethal cocktail. And India's actually warned Canada that this lethal cocktail will have dangerous ramifications for Canada. And we're seeing what's happening there.
You know, so far there was animosity, there were dossiers flying between each side. But now, you know, things have come to a head. This is hostile action that has been declared and hostile action that's also been taken. Sushant and Gaurav, stay with me for a moment. I'm going to come back to the both of you in just a minute from now, because I want to play another report that India Today's crime chief, Arvind Ojha, broke last week, but he has a huge update today. At least 12 men accused of serious crimes, gangsters, terrorists, as well as Khalistani terrorists from India, who are safely operating from Canadian soil. Some of these faces may be very familiar to you. This is India's most wanted list of gangsters and terrorists who've got safe haven in Canada. This is a big, big India Today exclusive. Watch this report.
India's most wanted list for Canada. Arshdeep Singh, alias Arsh Dalla, accused of masterminding the murder of a local Congress leader in Punjab's Moga on Monday. A listed terrorist belonging to the outlawed Khalistan Tiger Force, carrying out his operations from Canada. Originally from Tarn Taran in Punjab, Lakhbir Singh linked to the ISI in Punjab. Named in last year's rocket attack on Mohali's intelligence building. Gangster Goldie Brar, alias Satwinder Singh, accused of orchestrating the murder of singer Sidhu Moosewala from his den in Canada. At least 12 men wanted in connection with serious crimes in India, terrorism included, have found a safe sanctuary in Canada. Many of them carrying out their nefarious activities in India remotely and with impunity. With Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
And I'm going to play out those pictures with those names on your screen because, viewer, I have a list in front of me, and this is exclusive to India Today, of 12 gangsters, Khalistanis and terrorists who are all hiding abroad. And out of these 12, 9 of them are currently enjoying a life of freedom in Canada. This is including Goldie Brar, the famous Goldie Brar, who was in the Moosewala murder, Lakhbir Singh, alias Landa, Sukhdul Singh, alias Sukha, Arshdeep Singh, alias Arsh Dalla, Satvir Singh Waring, alias Sam Abohar, Charanjit Singh, alias Rinku Bhila, Sanavar Dhillon, and Gurpinder Singh, alias Baba. So 9 of the 12 people, and I want to come back to Sushant Sareen on this and the larger picture. Sushant, I want to know, the information is there, the data is there, it's beyond proven that Canada has become a kind of safe haven. Before I go to Sushant, let me just bring in the reporter who broke this story, Arvind Ojha. I believe we have him live. Sushant, I'll come right back to you. Arvind, 12 नाम है इस लिस्ट पे, 9 नाम अभी भी कनाडा में हैं, कनाडा में लाइफ जी रहे हैं. Arvind, can you hear me? Arvind, can you hear me? Okay, we'll go back to Arvind in just a moment. Sushant, while we wait for our reporter, I'll come to you on that. This is just one more page, as it were. In a long list of evidence and proof and names that have so far proven pretty futile in terms of expecting any action from the Canadian side. Now, for reasons mysterious to us, many Khalistanis have been dropping like flies, including Nijjar himself 3 months ago. But I want to ask a bigger question, because it's not about 1 or 2 guys, mysteriously dying somewhere. What more action can be taken? Because I think that's what the real question needs to be right now. It's not about a dozen gangsters here or there. It's about making sure a real message is sent.
Shiv, number one, it's not just about a dozen gangsters. This is like Dawood Ibrahim in Karachi and all these gangsters in Canada. right? There is now a clear, linkage you can draw between Canada and Karachi. And frankly, that is something which you cannot afford to ignore because of the nexus between terrorism, between drug running, between these criminal gangs. So clearly, the government of India will have to up the ante. Now, there are many things India can do. For example, there are Khalistani fellows who have published material saying that, such and such person came to India at least 3 or 4 times, carried out a hit, and then went back to Canada.
Yes.
How are they able to come? This whole OCI, PIO business, it needs to be reviewed because after all, you are giving it to them like, people are distributing reveries. This is not a right. This is a privilege which is accorded to people of Indian origin. But if those people become a threat to India, you have to start withdrawing this. Now, you will have to do it in a way that it is non-discriminatory, so that you don't target a particular faith or a particular religion. So you do it for everybody, you vet everybody, and like the Canadians make Indian security force officials write down their entire kacha chitta, you make all the people write down this big 2-page, 3-page, 10-page kind of a disclaimer about their, and a complete giving all details about where they live, where they interact, where they work, etc.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, I think the government of India, if you read the press release carefully, after the expulsion, the government of India has said that Canadian diplomats, not diplomat, Canadian diplomats have been found doing anti-India activities. Now what? We have sent one guy back home. What about the plural in it? And what about this consulate which they are running in Chandigarh, which is right on the border of Punjab and Haryana? What are the activities of diplomats out there? Are we keeping a watch on that? And has the time come to maybe start shutting these things down and preventing Canadian diplomats the kind of freedom of movement which they have so far been allowed?
Yes.
Treat them like the Pakistanis, right? Pakistanis are confined to just the municipal limits of New Delhi. Give the same treatment to the Canadians if needed. If we get the same treatment in Canada, heavens are not going to fall. It's not such an important country for us anyways, right? So, but I think you will have to up the ante at least insofar or as far as the Trudeau government is concerned. Because it has proved to be not just a hostile government, it has proved to be positively an enemy government.
Okay,
right?
an enemy government.
Actions they have taken and the kind of actions they have not taken.
Strong words, and that actually puts it into perspective. What is clear is that things have to happen now. The ante has to be raised. It's come to a point where shots have been fired and now the Indian government can't perhaps only stop at a tit-for-tat response to the Canadian government expelling one of our diplomats over there. Arvind Ojha, a crime chief, is with us. Arvind is the one who's broken that very important list. It comes on a day when Justin Trudeau has pointed a finger at India as far as Hardeep Singh Nijjar is concerned. Arvind, ये जो 12 नाम है इस लिस्ट पर, उसमें से 9 लोग कनाडा में बैठे हैं, कनाडा से खुलेआम ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. क्या कुछ एक्शन लिया जा रहा है? क्या कुछ रिस्पांस है इंडियन गवर्नमेंट से कि ये लिस्ट तो है हाथ में, लेकिन उनके खिलाफ क्या किया जा रहा है?
नहीं, देखिए, अगर हरदीप सिंह निज्जर से हम शुरू करें शिव, तो हरदीप सिंह निज्जर को लेकर इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने कई बार कनाडा की जो सरकार है उससे सपोर्ट मांगा था. कई बार जो पूरी केस डिटेल्स है वो दी गई थी, लेकिन कनाडियन गवर्नमेंट ने कोई सपोर्ट नहीं दिखाया. यहाँ एक चीज और पॉइंट आउट करना चाहता हूँ. जिस तरह से कनाडा की सरकार ने ये बताया कि हरदीप सिंह निज्जर कनेडियन सिटीजन था, ये भी अपने आप में, जो एजेंसी के लोग कहना है कि ये भी अपने आप में काफी हास्यास्पद है, हंसाने वाली बात है. क्योंकि एक अक्यूज जो फेक पासपोर्ट पर कनाडा जाता है, जो वांटेड लिस्ट में, उसको कैसे सिटीजनशिप कनाडा की मिली? तो इसको लेकर भी कंट्रोवर्सी एजेंसीज के बीच है, जो बातचीत चल रही है. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, जो गोल्डी बरार है, उससे खुद इंडिया टुडे ने अभी रिसेंट इंटरव्यू किया था और गोल्डी बरार ने ये एडमिट किया था कि वो काफी टाइम कनाडा में था. खासतौर से जब सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर हुआ, वो कनाडा में ही मौजूद था. उसके बाद वो कहीं शिफ्ट हुआ. उसके अलावा 2 और ऐसे बड़े नाम है जिसमें अर्शदीप सिंह एलियस अर्श डाला, जो इंडिया टॉप मोस्ट वांटेड टेररिस्ट है, जिसने कल ही एक कांग्रेस के लीडर का मर्डर कराया है पंजाब में. वो पंजाब से भागा, कनाडा में शिफ्ट है, खालिस्तान टाइगर फोर्स के साथ, आईएसआई के साथ मिलकर पंजाब में टारगेट किलिंग करा रहा है। उसके अलावा लखबीर सिंह लांडा, ये वो नाम है जिसने अभी रिसेंट में पंजाब में देखा होगा, अपने मोहाली में इंटेलिजेंस बिल्डिंग पे अटैक करवाया था रॉकेट लॉन्चर से मेन सिटी में। वो कनाडा में बैठा हुआ है। तो ये वो टेररिस्ट है जो हाल फिलहाल में जिन्होंने न सिर्फ इंडिया में बल्कि पंजाब में बड़े पैमाने पर टेरर जो एनआईए है, जो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट है, वो लगातार कनाडा की एजेंसीज से, कनाडा के गवर्नमेंट से कहती है कि इनको डिपोर्ट किया जाए, इनके खिलाफ एक्शन लिया जाए। लेकिन कनाडा की गवर्नमेंट ने किसी तरह का कोई सपोर्ट नहीं दिया। हरदीप निज्जर की बात जिस तरह से की जा रही है कि हरदीप निज्जर का जो मर्डर है वो इंडियन एजेंसीज ने कराया, कि हकीकत ये है कि कनाडा में कई ऐसे गैंगस्टर हैं, कई ऐसे टेररिस्ट हैं जिनको
जी, और ये जी अरविंद, और ये तो साफ बिल्कुल है अभी कि कनाडा इज नॉट गोइंग टू टेक एनी एक्शन. दे हैव नॉट टेकन एनी एक्शन अगेंस्ट terrorists that India has named. Forget about gangsters. But like Sushant very importantly pointed out, that distinction may be technical, but these terrorist groups run like a mafia. They are very much hand in glove with these gangsters as well. The gangsters and the terrorist organizations are very fluid with each other. They come in and out. So it's all in many ways one large mafia that we're talking about. 9 of those 12 are hiding in Canada. I've got some breaking news. All of you, please stay with me. I've got some breaking news coming in. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has just snubbed his Canadian counterpart Justin Trudeau after Trudeau dialed Biden, Sunak and Macron, the president of France. The UK government says trade talks with India will continue. Remember, Trudeau had dialed Biden, Sunak and Macron, hoping to try and lobby against the Indian government, perhaps after India-Canada relations have hit ahead. Sunak has just issued a statement saying trade talks with India will continue. Gaurav, let me quickly bring you in on this. Trudeau clearly doing part of his job, which is to drum up support, for his line that he's taken against India. Sunak says he's not in the mood.
You're absolutely right, Shiv. Intelligence cooperation between these 5 countries, they're all part of Five Eyes, the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand. And in all of this, Justin Trudeau is desperately trying to drum up support. None of that support seems to be coming his way, at least not as yet, because Five Eyes, if there was something like this happening, Five Eyes would be in the loop on this. And in this current scenario, when a question was put to the British Prime Minister's press team, they simply got back saying trade talks with India are going as scheduled and they hope for an early conclusion. So completely dismissing what Justin Trudeau has been trying to say. Australia, once again, when a question was put to Anthony Albanese, he just asked journalists to chill out, and he said if there's intelligence, it remains intelligence and not speculation. So, there is really no support coming Canada's way just as yet, because facts are on India's side. It is Canada that's shielding terrorism. That's Canada that's shielding these elements with evidence out in public domain.
Yes.
And Canada's trying to shift the blame on India. As Sushant Sareen rightly said, quite like what Pakistan used to do, Canada is doing currently.
These are small actions, but they're going to add up to bigger things. Remember, the big picture still remains. How does one disincentivize the Canadian government from doing what it has done since the late 1970s? It has not changed, which means nothing that India has done has forced a policy change in Canadian governments, one after the other, as far as Khalistani terrorists is concerned. We'll keep tracking that story. Thanks very much, Sushant Sareen, Gaurav Sawant, Arvind Oja, for joining me on this and to make sense of it. Coming up next, however, we're not shifting completely away. It's a related story. Canadian Punjabi singer Shubh is facing opposition ahead of his Mumbai concert. We'll tell you why. Sponsors are pulling out. There's a huge backlash against Book My Show. Why? We'll tell you why.
This central hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I'm thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago, we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
नया संसद भवन अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहाँ अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आजादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं, शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का, देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे।
Air quality today. In Delhi, 76. In Mumbai, 57. In Kolkata, 15. In Bangalore, 29. In Chennai, 46. In Hyderabad, 25.
मैं पहली बार जब संसद का सदस्य बना और पहली बार एक सांसद के रूप में इस भवन में मैंने प्रवेश किया, तो सहज रूप से मैंने इस संसद भवन के दौर पक्ति पर अपना शीश झुका करके इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर को श्रद्धा भाव से नमन करते हुए मैंने पैर रखा था। वो पल मेरे लिए भावनाओं से भरी हुई थी। मैं कल्पना नहीं कर सकता था, लेकिन भारत के लोकतंत्र की ताकत है, भारत के सामान्य मानवीय की लोकतंत्र के प्रति श्रद्धा का प्रतिबिंब है कि रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म पर गुजारा करने वाला एक गरीब परिवार का बच्चा पार्लियामेंट पहुंच गया। मैंने कभी कल्पना तक नहीं की कि देश मुझे इतना सम्मान देगा, इतना आशीर्वाद देगा, इतना प्यार देगा। सोचा नहीं था अध्यक्ष जी। राजेंद्र बाबू से लेकर डॉक्टर कलाम, रामनाथ जी कोविंद और अभी द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, इन सब के संबोधन का लाभ हमारे सदनों को मिला है, उनका मार्गदर्शन मिला है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, पंडित नेहरू जी, शास्त्री जी, वहां से लेकर के अटल जी, मनमोहन सिंह जी तक एक बहुत बड़ी श्रृंखला जिसने इस सदन का नेतृत्व किया है और सदन के माध्यम से देश को दिशा दी है, देश को नए रंग रूप में ढालने के लिए उन्होंने परिश्रम किया है, पुरुषार्थ किया है। आज उन सबका गौरवगान करने का भी अवसर है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल, लोहिया जी, चंद्रशेखर जी, आडवाणी जी, न जाने अनगिनत नाम, जिन्होंने हमारे इस सदन को समृद्ध करने में, चर्चाओं को समृद्ध करने के लिए, देश के सामान्य से सामान्य व्यक्ति की आवाज को ताकत देने का काम इस सदन में किया है।
And we're hearing there's more trouble for Canadian Punjabi rapper singer Shubh. The Indian electronics and gadgets company Boat has withdrawn its sponsorship for the upcoming Shubh music concert tour in India. Shubh allegedly, well not allegedly, he did post a picture of India's map with the entire top half cut off, including Punjab, in an effort to pander to Khalistanis in Canada. Well, Shubh has been accused of backing Khalistani elements as well. There's been a huge backlash over the Canadian singer's India tour, which includes performances in Mumbai as well as Gurugram. Boat has decided to unplug. It's removed its sponsorship of the tour. Virat Kohli, cricketer, unfollowed Shubh yesterday after he heard about the controversy, and there's a huge backlash against Book My Show on social media, asking them why they've tied up with a man who panders to Khalistani terrorists in his land. Why does he have the grace of hospitality of Indian companies or even a platform to perform here in India? And in case you missed that story, here's the huge backlash against this Canadian rapper Shubh. I'd never even heard of him before today. He's 26 years old. He was to perform, and he still is, at least so far. But here's the backlash against him, all for the picture he posted.
Facing the music, the youth wing of the BJP tore down posters of a Canadian Punjabi rapper, Shubhneet Singh, ahead of his upcoming concert in Mumbai. A 26-year-old singer accused of supporting Khalistani elements. His Mumbai performance, scheduled for September 23rd to 25th, is in hot water. His social media activity apparently espousing separatism came back to haunt him. The singer had earlier shared a distorted map of India.
भारत की एकता और अखंडता के शत्रु खालिस्तानी समर्थकों का भारत में कोई स्थान नहीं। देश को तोड़ने की साजिश करने वाले कैनेडियन सिंगर शुभ को हम भारत में महाराष्ट्र के छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की इस पावन धरती पर मुंबई में हम उसे परफॉर्म करने नहीं देंगे। अगर उचित कार्रवाई नहीं होगी तो आयोजकों को हमारे विरोध का सामना करना होगा।
The BJYM has written to the Mumbai police seeking action against Shubhneet Singh, known by his stage name Shubh. They also called for cancellation of his shows and registration of an FIR against the rapper. Cricket stars Virat Kohli, KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya, who once followed Shubh for his rap on social media, have now unfollowed him. The Canadian Punjabi rapper's planned 3-month tour across 12 major Indian cities is in jeopardy. Bureau Report, India Today.
See you tomorrow once again here on 5 Live. Thanks for watching. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita comes up next. A credit war has erupted over the biggest political story of the day, the Women's Reservation Bill that's been introduced by Prime Minister Modi in India's brand new Parliament House. The big story comes up next.
और मेरा विश्वास है देश जिस दिशा में चल पड़ा है इच्छित परिणाम अवश्य प्राप्त होंगे। हम गति जितनी तेज करेंगे परिणाम उतने जल्दी मिलेंगे। आज भारत 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था पर पहुंचा है, लेकिन पहले 3 में पहुंचने के संकल्प के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और मैं जिस स्थान पर बैठा हूं, जो जानकारियां प्राप्त होती है उसके आधार पर विश्व के गणमान्य लोगों से बातचीत करता हूं, उसके आधार पर मैं बड़े विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, हम में से कुछ लोगों की निराशा हो सकती है, लेकिन दुनिया आश्वस्त है कि भारत टॉप 3 में पहुंच के रहेगा। अब हमारे लिए छोटी छोटी चीजों में उलझना वो वक्त चला गया है। हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लक्ष्य को सबसे पहले परिपूर्ण करना चाहिए और हमसे शुरुआत होती है, हर नागरिक से शुरुआत होती है। और आज दुनिया में भी एक समय ऐसा था कि लोग मुझे कहते थे, हमारे बड़े बड़े बुद्धिजीवी और अर्थशास्त्री लिखते थे कि मोदी आत्मनिर्भर की बात करता है तो मल्टीलेटरलिज्म के सामने चुनौती तो बन नहीं जाएगा, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के जमाने में ठीक तो नहीं होगा। लेकिन 5 साल के भीतर भीतर देखा दुनिया भारत के आत्मनिर्भर मॉडल की चर्चा करने लग गई है। और कौन हिंदुस्तानी नहीं चाहेगा कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर हो, एनर्जी सेक्टर में हम आत्मनिर्भर हो, एडिबल ऑयल, क्या इस देश को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होना चाहिए? कृषि प्रधान देश हम कहते हैं, खाने का तेल क्या देश बाहर से लाएगा? बहुत समय की मांग है कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत को संकल्प को पूरा करना, ये हम सबका दायित्व है। उसमें दल आड़े नहीं आते हैं, सिर्फ दिल चाहिए, देश के लिए चाहिए। मैं पहली बार जब संसद का सदस्य बना और पहली बार एक सांसद के रूप में इस भवन में मैंने प्रवेश किया तो सहज रूप से मैंने इस संसद भवन के डोर पक्ति पर अपना शीश झुका करके इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर को श्रद्धा भाव से नमन करते हुए मैंने पैर रखा था। वो पल मेरे लिए भावनाओं से भरी हुई थी। मैं कल्पना नहीं कर सकता था, लेकिन भारत के लोकतंत्र की ताकत है, भारत के सामान्य मानवी की लोकतंत्र के प्रति श्रद्धा का प्रतिबिंब है कि रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म पर गुजारा करने वाला एक गरीब परिवार का बच्चा पार्लियामेंट पहुंच गया। मैंने कभी कल्पना तक नहीं की कि देश मुझे इतना सम्मान देगा, इतना आशीर्वाद देगा, इतना प्यार देगा। सोचा नहीं था अध्यक्ष।
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। Volkswagen,
Modi launches Nari Quota Bill.
नारी शक्ति के सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में जो पिछले अनेक वर्षों के महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं, उसमें एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम आज हम सब मिलकर के उठाने जा रहे हैं।
Massive uproar in new parliament.
अरे आप टिकट 1/3 टिकट दे दो।
Credit war rages over women quota.
We are asking for reservation for all women. Rashtrapati is a tribal woman.
BJP versus Congress over women's quota.
1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था।
निरंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित।
Aam Aadmi Party calls it Mahila Bevkoof Banao Bill.
The bill that has been brought in is not for women's reservation. This is a Mahila Bevkoof Banao bill.
Mahila Quota Showdown. Our top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and we're going to be recapping for you all the action that played out today in Parliament. Besides shifting from the old Parliament to the new one, the first point of business was, importantly, the Women's Reservation Bill. So history being set in the new Parliament today. All the updates, reactions coming your way. I'll look at the headlines first. Credit war erupts over Women's Reservation Bill. Congress claims that they had introduced women quota. AAP calls the bill a poll jumla. BJP hits back. India transitions to the new parliament. Prime Minister Modi leads MPs as they enter the new complex. Old parliament to be called Samvidhan Sadhan. New Delhi expels top Canadian diplomat hours after Justin Trudeau accused India of killing Khalistani terrorist Nijar. India calls the charge absurd and motivated. India today accesses 12 more Khalistani terrorists turned gangsters hiding in Canada who are on the most wanted list. Will Trudeau act or will he continue to pander to his vote bank? UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak snubs Justin Trudeau after he briefed Biden, Sunak and Macron on the allegations against India, but UK says clearly trade talks with India will continue. And big win for forces as they avenge the death of Anantnag Braves. Lashkar commander Uzair neutralized after 7 days of anti-terror operation. It's been in the works for the last many years, and with every government, you've seen them passing the buck on the issue of the Women's Reservation Bill. Today, history has been made because you've had a bill on Nari Shakti finally being tabled in Parliament, which calls for 33% reservation in Lok Sabha. 1/3 of the seats will be reserved for women. There are a lot of questions about when this comes into effect, and we're going to talk about that. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at this report to recap for you what the Prime Minister said when he spoke of Nari Shakti and the moment the bill was tabled, of how the opposition reacted.
In a historic moment, the Indian Parliament has opened gateways for women power. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his first speech in the new Parliament building on Tuesday, announced the Union Cabinet has approved the Women's Reservation Bill, a proposal that has been hanging fire for decades. Calling it the Nari Shakti Vandan Bill, Prime Minister Modi highlighted how the previous governments had failed to bring a consensus and pass the bill.
नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, इसके माध्यम से हमारा लोकतंत्र और मजबूत होगा। मैं देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई दूंगा। नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम।
The Women's Reservation Bill was tabled by Union Law Minister Arjun Meghwal in the Lok Sabha.
ये असमानता दूर करने का काम अगर किसी ने किया है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। इसलिए ये महिलाओं को सशक्तिकरण भी करेगा और महिलाओं का उत्थान भी करेगा और ये दिशा भी देगा। इसलिए मैं इसकी अनुमति चाहता हूं आपसे।
The bill proposes 33% reservation for women in Lok Sabha and state assemblies. It will also accommodate SC and ST seats, but there will be no reservation in Rajya Sabha and legislative councils. A furious war of words erupted in the Lok Sabha after Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary claimed that the women's quota bill was the same as the one introduced by the Congress.
महिला आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने। लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है। माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
The government is pushing for the passage of the bill in the special session as the debate will kick off tomorrow in the Lok Sabha. Bureau Report, India Today.
So the Women's Reservation Bill has been tabled. Tomorrow is when the discussion, the debate will take place in the Lok Sabha. And the information we're getting right now is that there's going to be a 7-hour discussion just on the Women's Reservation Bill. It will start at 11 a.m. tomorrow and go right up till 6 in the evening. That is the entire time that's been allotted for every member of parliament in the Lok Sabha, for at least every party representative to have a chance to speak in the lower house. There's going to be a detailed discussion on the women quota bill. And while you'd expect that more or less there will be consensus, the opposition has already raised questions about some of the clauses, particularly with regards to when the women's reservation actually comes into effect. So they're going to be raising that come tomorrow in the Lok Sabha as well. Moshmi Singh is joining us live with more details on this. Moshmi, good evening. 7-hour discussion in the Lok Sabha slated to happen. You know, largely every political party in the last few days has been calling for the Women's Reservation Bill to be brought in, saying we'll back it. But now there are several contentions coming to the fore, particularly about the implementation of Women's Reservation, because as per the opposition, this bill will ensure that Women's Reservation comes into effect only post-2026.
Right, a very good evening to you, Akshata, and all our viewers. As you rightly pointed out, there are the fine print, as they say, the devil lies in the details. The fine print of consensus as far as women reservation bill will be the key, because today we saw that there were many statements made from both sides, in support of the bill. But even as we talk, in the upper house, we saw how Mallikarjun Kharge did mention about the quota within quota and the rights of the OBC, the SC and ST women as far as this reservation bill is concerned. On the other hand, you had Aam Aadmi Party and other opposition parties pointing out to the timeline of it all, as you mentioned, that it would only come into effect after the delimitation exercise, and that would mean we are looking at the 2029 Lok Sabha elections. So the opposition says that this is a lot of noise created for the women's rights, but it's an eyewash. So clearly, the opposition does realize that this could be a game changer for the BJP, Akshata. On the other hand, you have regional parties who are very vocal about their opposition to the bill in the previous time when it had come in 2010. Namely the Samajwadi Party, the RJD and the JDU. We will have to wait and see what line they do take, even as they publicly are supporting the bill. And even as we talk, the UPA, the bill that the UPA got, the opposition is saying that bill is still active, while the government says that bill is lapsed and a completely new bill has been brought. So a lot of credit taking is also happening.
That's true. So there are many issues on which, there's a political fight that's also broken out. Thanks, Moshmi, for getting us all of those details. Now, there are a lot of questions right now doing the rounds about the Women's Reservation Bill, and we've kind of wanted to clear the air for you on all the details that are available about what this bill really does for women empowerment. Let's start with how much reservation will be given based on this bill. 33%. Essentially, that's 1/3 of the House in Lok Sabha. 1/3 of your seats in Lok Sabha will be reserved for women if this bill is passed. What about state assemblies? Does this come into effect there too? The answer is yes. You will see the same kind of reservation. That's 33%, 1/3 of the House in state assemblies, but not in legislative councils. So does that mean in Rajya Sabha we will have reservation or no? Well, the Rajya Sabha will not have any quota for women. This bill is only for the Lok Sabha and for state assemblies. Now, let's also talk about what this bill does and how it can perhaps be passed. How will it be passed in the parliament? This is, remember, a constitutional amendment bill, so it's a little different from other legislations. In this case, you'll need 2/3 of the House to be present and to vote in favor of the bill for it to pass scrutiny of parliament. Now, besides that, I know, considering that this is happening in state assemblies, if you're wondering whether this has to now go to assemblies as well for voting, the answer is yes. Again, in the case of a constitutional amendment bill. State assemblies will also discuss and debate in great detail on this particular bill, on the women's reservation bill, and 50% of the states have to be on board. Only then can it actually be approved. So you can make out that this is going to be a long process also going forward. When will the bill come into effect? A lot of questions about this. It doesn't look like it's going to happen immediately. There's no question of it in this upcoming state election or in 2024. This will be post-delimitation. The next delimitation exercise is, in fact, in 2027, which is why the opposition is saying that it's going to happen 2028 or even in the 2029 year only. Let's get you some political reactions also that's coming in right now. If you thought that this bill would see a smooth passage in Parliament, doesn't look like that will necessarily be the case. The Congress has raised the question of implementation. How long will it take for the bill to be implemented? They're pointing to a clause that refers to the delimitation exercise and saying that while the government is pushing forward with this bill right now, it's going to take at least a few years for it to actually be passed. Besides that, the Aam Aadmi Party has reacted to this bill, calling it nothing but a poll jumla. Atishi, AAP minister in Delhi, has referred to, in fact, the women's reservation bill as a Mahila Bewakoof Banao bill. Let's play out for you exactly what Atishi said and why she's objecting to the bill in its current form.
Aam Aadmi Party supports women's reservation. Aam Aadmi Party supports women's reservation in the parliament, in assemblies across the country. But the bill that has been brought in is not for women's reservation. This is a Mahila Bewakoof Banao bill. This is not a Mahila Arakshan bill. Why? Because when you read the fine print of this bill, it becomes clear that this bill is not getting implemented anytime soon. It says that after this amendment is approved, then the first census will happen after that. Based on that census, delimitation will happen. And only based on that delimitation will the details of the reservation for women be worked out. If BJP is serious about it, if the Prime Minister is serious about it, why is it not getting implemented from 2024? Why do we need a census?
जब आप एक कानून बना रहे हैं ताकि उसमें रिप्रेजेंटेशन हो उन लोगों का जिनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, तो आप देख लीजिए कि अब तक 17 लोकसभा के चुनाव भारत में हुए हैं, उसमें से 8,992 एमपीज मुंतखब हुए हैं, जिसमें से मुसलमान सिर्फ 520 हैं, जो 50% का एक डेफिसिट है। उस 520 में मेरे ख्याल से मुट्ठी भर मुस्लिम खवातीन हैं। तो आप रिप्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ दे रहे हैं? किसको दे रहे हैं रिप्रेजेंटेशन? जिनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं उनको रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिलना चाहिए ना। तो इस बिल में सबसे बड़ी खामी यह है कि इसमें ओबीसी महिलाओं को और मुस्लिम महिलाओं के लिए कोई कोटा नहीं रखा गया, इसलिए हम इस बिल के खिलाफ हैं।
So those are, in fact, some of the reactions that's coming in from opposition leaders. There was a very interesting debate that broke out in Parliament earlier in the Rajya Sabha, when you had, in fact, the leader of opposition, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, also the Congress chief, questioning whether this reservation will actually do anything to empower women, because he made the argument that it is, according to him, what he refers to as weak women who will be brought in using this quota, who have no voice. To which Nirmala Sitharaman immediately stood up and objected to that comment. Let's play out for you that particular sequence.
We respect the leader of the opposition, but to make a sweeping statement that all parties choose women who are not effective is absolutely unacceptable. I speak on behalf of all our women. We have all been empowered by our party, by our Prime Minister. Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu ji is an empowered woman. Every MP of my party is an empowered woman. To make a sweeping statement, it might represent their party, although it had women presidents for their party. In spite of that, they can't have women who are empowered. But I object to him making a sweeping generalization of all parties.
Leader of the opposition, please.
ये पिछड़ी हुए महिलाओं को, शेड्यूल कास्ट महिलाओं को ऐसा मौका नहीं मिलता जैसा इनको मिल रहा है। ये हम बोल रहे हैं। इसीलिए
since once again, let her respond, please. Honorable Finance Minister.
Draupadi Murmu ji kaun hai? I'm sorry, opposition leader cannot please insult people like this. Cannot draw differentiation between women. Mahila ke bed mein. No way. No way. How can you draw difference between one woman and another woman? We are asking for reservation for all women. Rashtrapati is a tribal woman.
Please.
Unacceptable.
Please take your seat. Take your seat. Please take your seat. Take your seat. 1 second, take your.
As the credit war rages on, Home Minister Amit Shah has also taken to social media to lash out at the Congress, saying that if the Grand Old Party was serious about women's reservation bill, then why didn't you make it a reality? Amit Shah, in a detailed post on social media, has hailed his government for the steps they've taken, but he's also in fact lashed out at the opposition, saying they're unable to digest the unwavering commitment of the Modi government to empower women. And except for tokenism, the Congress has never been serious about women's reservation. Amit Shah has gone on to say that either they let legislations lapse or their friendly parties prevented the bill from being tabled. Their double standards will never be hidden, whatever stunts they try to take credit for. So Amit Shah now lashing out at the opposition, at the Congress, accusing them of intentionally having stalled the bill for the last many years. Away from the politics, there was also a lot of celebration that broke out on the streets of the country as BJP workers gathered. You also had in Parliament many prominent women coming together to be a part of the historic moment of the Women's Reservation Bill being tabled.
It is a historic day for the nation, for the women of the nation, and it was the first session of the new parliament, and the entire session was dedicated to women empowerment and upliftment of women. And I think it is such an honorable thing to happen to the entire woman humanity, I would say. And all credit to our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. He has done a lot since his started his role as a Prime Minister. We also see a lot of women in more active roles, like combatant roles like army or air force. We need reservation for women in careers like politics. Okay, a wonderful idea.
I think it's a beautiful thing that Mr. Modi ji, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has done. It's a very progressive thought. Earlier बहुत लोगों ने कोशिश की बहुत संसाधन में, बट वो हो नहीं पाया, और ये हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने प्रूव कर दिया. स्टार्टिंग से ही बहुत सारे हमारे स्कीम्स हैं, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, उनमें से एक है जो औरतों के लिए, मगर इससे रिजर्वेशन बिल से ये हो गया कि हम इक्वल पावर पे हो पाएंगे. और क्या होता है, काफ़ी बार लोगों को कोई तकलीफ होती है, वो महिला एक महिला की समझ सकती है. और हमेशा बोलते हैं ना, आप कुछ भी नया शुरू करते हैं तो घर की लक्ष्मी को बोलते हैं ना, वो घर हमेशा खुश रहता है जहाँ घर की लक्ष्मी खुश हो. तो मोदी जी ने वही किया है कि लक्ष्मी से शुरू किया है ये सांसद, तो बहुत आगे जाएगा हमारा भारत.
So tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. is when you'll see the debate playing out in the Lok Sabha on the Women's Reservation Bill. And here on India Today, we'll get you those live updates. I'm slipping into a short break. On the other side, we're getting you details of how the transition from the old parliament to the new parliament actually took place with that symbolic, historic march led by Prime Minister Modi.
आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे, तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने। लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है। माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
Terrorists are still believed to be holed up in the forest of Kokarnag. After the charred body of a terrorist was retrieved from a hideout on Sunday, security forces are trying to confirm his identity. The security forces believe the body could be of terrorist Uzair Ahmed Khan, an alleged member of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. DNA test is being conducted to ascertain the terrorist identity. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha met the family of DSP Humayun Bhatt, who was killed in action during the Anantnag encounter. Expressing his condolences, he assured the family of all assistance and support from the administration. Earlier, the Lieutenant Governor had asserted that the deaths of the Indian braves will be avenged soon.
जवानों के लहू के एक कतरे का हिसाब पूरी तरह सूद समेत लिया जाएगा। आतंकी किसी संगठन के उनके सरपरस्तों को बड़ी कीमत चुकानी है। हर एक बहादुर जवान के पीछे पूरा देश खड़ा है।
Security forces are in a final push to flush out all the terrorists involved in the attack that killed 3 soldiers and a police officer. With Kamaljit Sandhu and Ashraf Wani in Srinagar, Bureau Report, India Today. Welcome back. We witnessed a historic moment today as members of parliament transitioned from the old parliament to the new parliament building, something that's been in the works for the last many months. And what was nice to see is that there wasn't much politics. Everyone came together, cutting across party lines to hail this moment. Let's take a look at some of the images that came in today. Members of Parliament made their way into the new building for the remainder of the special session. The MPs were led by Prime Minister Modi. They walked from the old building to the new one to mark the transition. A short walk, but a symbolic one. Prime Minister Modi was seen meeting with members of Parliament in the central hall of the old Parliament building for one last time. In a speech at the central hall, the Prime Minister looked to the future and urged his Parliament colleagues to work together to meet aspirations of India. Members of Parliament gathered for a joint photo session ahead of the special session in the new building. Prime Minister Modi, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, who is the Rajya Sabha chair, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, all parliamentarians were present for this joint photo session. And these pictures perhaps define India's democracy better than any other. Prime Minister Modi was seen having a light moment with members of the opposition, including Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary there. In the picture that's now going viral, the Prime Minister and Sonia can be seen smiling and beaming. So a huge moment, not just for members of parliament, but for India, as we've shifted from the old parliament building to the new one. While earlier, during the unveiling, the inauguration, there was a lot of religious symbolism involved. Today, it was all about parliamentary traditions, as many of the members of parliament who chose to speak, who got the opportunity to speak, narrated some of their experiences and emotions while walking into the old parliament building, and thereby ensuring an emotional and fitting farewell.
A new day, a special session, and a brand new parliament building as India rises. At the onset of the second day of the special session, it was time to bid adieu to old. It was the last session at the historic Central Hall.
Today onwards, our two houses of the parliament shall have their sittings in the new Parliament House building. We all know that this Central Hall has witnessed transfer of power from Britain to Bharat. I am very happy and enthusiastic about the functions of the two houses of the Parliament. Henceforth, from the new building, which is the symbol of new and emerging Bharat, paving the way for the developed nation as envisaged by Prime Minister by 2047.
As we bid adieu to the Parliament House and move to the new Parliament building today, I am overwhelmed with emotions and tinge of pathos. We would, of course, be continuing our parliamentary duties in the new Parliament building, but will miss the Parliament House.
Members of the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha gathered at the inner courtyard of the old Parliament House for a group photograph. Memories of Indian democracy captured in vibrant colors.
आज हम यहाँ विकसित भारत का संकल्प दोहराना, फिर एक बार संकल्पबद्ध होना और उसको परिपूर्ण करने के लिए जी जान से जुटने के इरादे से नए भवन की तरफ प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं.
On this momentous occasion, as we stand on the threshold of adding a new chapter to the annals of our parliamentary democracy, I congratulate you all on our phenomenal rise. We all are indeed privileged to be witnessing this history in the making as we bid adieu to this magnificent parliament building which houses both the chambers of our parliament and this imposing central hall and move to the new one.
खूबसूरत तस्वीर जिसका हम सभी बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो पल आ चुका है.
And they marched on to the new horizon, united, in harmony, each holding a brand new Indian constitution in hand. Together, the parliamentarians of India, that is Bharat, elected representatives of 1 billion countrymen, started the day in the new parliament.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आज हमारे देश के लोकतांत्रिक इतिहास का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है जब हम संसद के नए भवन में लोकसभा की पहली बैठक आरंभ कर रहे हैं। माननीय अर्जुन मेघवाल जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय।
The first work on table was the historic introduction of the 128th Constitution Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha to provide for 1/3 reservation to women of India in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies. With that, Indian democracy scored its first in the new Parliament House.
बिल को अपलोड कर दिया गया है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी है संसद की और नई टेक्नोलॉजी में आप इसमें देख लें बिल अपलोड कर दिया है।
With that, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're switching focus from politics, from Parliament, to what's happening between India and Canada after Justin Trudeau accused the Indian government of having a role in the killing of a Khalistani terrorist. We'll get you details of India's response.
This central hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I'm thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence, during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
नया संसद भवन अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहाँ अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आजादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं, शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का, देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे।
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only श्याम कौशल। हेलो सर, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो, नमस्कार जी।
अभी भी आप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हो और आपके बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लाइनअप्स है, जैसे आपने बोला डंकी है, फिर आपके पास जो बंगाली मूवी है वो भी है,
ये बंगला बंधु। हाँ जी,
प्लीज उसके बारे में थोड़ा इन डेप्थ बात कीजिए, थोड़ा डंकी के बारे में हमें बात कीजिए। इट्स एन ऑल एंड आउट एक्शन फिल्म?
नो, इट इज नॉट ए, देयर इज एक्शन इन इट।
बट मुझे ये जानना है आपसे, ये पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा आया, मुझे ये बताइए।
मैंने अमित जी के साथ काम किया, अमित जी से लेके सभी के साथ जितने भी आगे ना, सभी के साथ काम किया। फिर जो साउथ के भी मोस्टली सुपरस्टार्स उनके साथ भी काम किया, पर आज तक भगवान की दुआ से कभी किसी के साथ इशू नहीं हुआ, कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ, सबसे प्यार ही मिला है। तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला, तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियाँ होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी, कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है कोई भी ऐसा। जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूते हैं ऐसा बच्चों की तरह, तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही।
Welcome back. The other big story of the day, what's happening between India and Canada? Well, the assassination of a Khalistani terrorist months ago has led to now a showdown as Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau officially claimed that the Indian government has a role and then expelled one of India's top diplomats from Canadian soil. India immediately retaliated in a matter of hours, going ahead and expelling one of Canada's top diplomats and putting out a statement saying we have no role whatsoever, referring to Trudeau's claims as completely absurd. The gloves are off. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on Monday announced in Parliament Indian agents could be behind the killing of Canadian citizen Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Khalistani terrorist wanted in India.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear, we will...
Canada has expelled an Indian diplomat over what it calls the involvement of a foreign government in its internal affairs. Within hours of Canada's provocation, New Delhi retaliated by expelling a senior Canadian diplomat.
External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... You got... External Affairs Minister.
India has called Canada's accusations absurd and politically motivated to shift the focus from Khalistani terrorists and extremists who are being allowed a free run there.
Phrase which came to my mind was actually a Hindi phrase, which was "Ulta chor kotwal ko dante." I mean, if anybody has a complaint, we have a complaint about Canada. You know, what I said earlier, the space that they're giving to Khalistanis and to violent extremists. So I was very perplexed by what I heard.
Nijjar, whom India had declared a wanted terrorist, was gunned down on June 18th in Surrey. The NIA had issued an arrest warrant for Nijjar, accusing him of carrying out terrorist attacks in India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had taken up the issue of Khalistani extremists getting a voice in Canada in his bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Trudeau in Delhi on the sidelines of G20. Trudeau claims he'd discussed Nijjar's killing with the Indian Prime Minister. Canada had recently suspended negotiations for a free trade agreement with India. With the latest accusations, the already sour diplomatic relations between the two countries have hit a new low. Bureau Report, India Today. So who is this Khalistani terrorist Nijjar that has led to the showdown between India and Canada? He's a wanted terrorist who India declared as someone we are after, that he was responsible for anti-India acts on Canadian soil. And yet you never had the Canadian administration taking this act, or for that matter any other anti-India act, seriously. It's led to this showdown now as Canada claims that the shooting of Nijjar was triggered by the Indian government. Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Originally from a village in Punjab's Jalandhar district, the 45-year-old, wanted by India in several terror cases, shot dead in the parking lot of a Gurudwara in Canada's Surrey. Gunned down by what investigators initially said were two masked men who fled the scene. A third suspected assailant added to the list later. The three believed to have used a silver 2008 Toyota Camry as their getaway vehicle. In 2022, the National Investigation Agency declared a 10 lakh rupees reward for information leading to Nijjar on charges of conspiring to murder a priest in Jalandhar. The NIA previously filed a charge sheet against him for terrorist acts against India in other cases. Nijjar, named as a member of the Khalistan Tiger Force, a designated terrorist group. In 2016, he was linked to a 2007 bombing at a Punjab cinema that killed 6. Nijjar claimed to have moved to Canada in 1997, working as a plumber at a local Gurudwara. India has categorically rejected Canadian allegations of involvement in Nijjar's murder as absurd and politically motivated, saying that Canada had long provided shelter to Khalistani terrorists and extremists. Experts, however, believe non-state actors like Nijjar, crafted by Pakistan's rogue ISI, have been caught in their own web.
It is the policy of Pakistan's ISI to send terrorists to different countries. They eliminate their own people, and these people who have been killed either in Pakistan or Canada, they had become liability for Pakistan, whether it's Hafiz Saeed or Sayyid Salahuddin.
From Canada to Pakistan, the violent deaths of Khalistani elements could very well be the handiwork of the ISI that once nurtured them.
If there is any person who is working for any agency, if he is unable to deliver, then he has to be sold out or killed. That is what Pakistan ISI is doing, because Pakistan had been spending a lot of money on terrorists and terrorist activities in India and elsewhere, but lately Pakistan is in a big problem, economic problem. Pakistan cannot afford them, so it is Pakistan who is killing them, or Pakistan ISI who is killing them, or in some cases there is inter-gang rivalry.
A house of terror built by Pakistan crumbled under its own weight. With Arvind Oja, Bureau Report, India Today.
And as a fallout of all of this and the Khalistani movement that's been gaining momentum in Canada, famous rapper Shubh, who was all set to hold a concert here in India, is facing massive backlash online and otherwise for his support to Khalistani groups. Many of his social media posts have come under the scanner, and now the main sponsor of his concert in India has also pulled out.
Facing the music, the youth wing of the BJP tore down posters of a Canadian Punjabi rapper, Shubh Singh, ahead of his upcoming concert in Mumbai. A 26-year-old singer accused of supporting Khalistani elements. His Mumbai performance, scheduled for September 23rd to 25th, is in hot water. His social media activity apparently espousing separatism came back to haunt him. The singer had earlier shared a distorted map of India.
भारत की एकता और अखंडता के शत्रु खालिस्तानी समर्थकों का भारत में कोई स्थान नहीं। देश को तोड़ने की साजिश करने वाले कैनेडियन सिंगर शुभ को हम भारत में महाराष्ट्र के छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की इस पावन धरती पर मुंबई में हम उसे परफॉर्म करने नहीं देंगे। अगर उचित कार्रवाई नहीं होगी तो आयोजकों को हमारे विरोध का सामना करना होगा।
The BJYM has written to the Mumbai police seeking action against Shubh Singh, known by his stage name Shubh. They also called for cancellation of his shows and registration of an FIR against the rapper. Cricket stars Virat Kohli, KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya, who once followed Shubh for his rap on social media, have now unfollowed him. The Canadian Punjabi rapper's planned 3-month tour across 12 major Indian cities is in jeopardy. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. Coming up on the other side of Mission 2024, Preeti Chaudhary decodes for you all the repercussions, the takeaways of the Women's Reservation Bill.
नए संसद भवन की भव्यता आधुनिक भारत के महिमा को भी मंडित करती है। हमारे श्रमिक, हमारे इंजीनियर्स, हमारे कामगारों, उनका पसीना इसमें लगा है और कोरोना काल में भी उन्होंने जिस लगन से इस काम को किया है, क्योंकि मुझे कार्य जब चल रहा था तब उन श्रमिकों के बीच आने का बार बार मौका मिलता था और खास करके मैं उनके स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के उनसे मिलने आता था। लेकिन ऐसे समय भी उन्होंने इस बहुत बड़े सपने को पूरा किया। आज मैं चाहूंगा कि हम सब हमारे उन श्रमिकों का, हमारे उन कामगारों का, हमारे इंजीनियर्स का हृदय से धन्यवाद करें, हृदय से, क्योंकि उनके द्वारा निर्मित भावी पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देने वाला है।
This central hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I am thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence, during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
नया संसद भवन अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहाँ अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आजादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं, शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का, देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे।
और मेरा विश्वास है देश जिस दिशा में चल पड़ा है, इच्छित परिणाम अवश्य प्राप्त होंगे। हम गति जितनी तेज करेंगे, परिणाम उतने जल्दी मिलेंगे। आज भारत 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था पर पहुंचा है, लेकिन पहले 3 में पहुंचने के संकल्प के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और मैं जिस स्थान पर बैठा हूं, जो जानकारियां प्राप्त होती है, उसके आधार पर विश्व के गणमान्य लोगों से बातचीत करता हूं, उसके आधार पर मैं बड़े विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, हम में से कुछ लोगों की निराशा हो सकती है, लेकिन दुनिया आश्वस्त है कि भारत टॉप 3 में पहुंच के रहेगा। अब हमारे लिए छोटी छोटी चीजों में उलझना, वो वक्त चला गया है। हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लक्ष्य को सबसे पहले परिपूर्ण करना चाहिए, और हमसे शुरुआत होती है, हर नागरिक से शुरुआत होती है। और आज दुनिया में भी एक समय ऐसा था कि लोग मुझे कहते थे, हमारे बड़े बड़े बुद्धिजीवी और अर्थशास्त्री लिखते थे कि मोदी आत्मनिर्भर की बात करता है तो मल्टीलेटरलिज्म के सामने चुनौती तो बन नहीं जाएगा, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के जमाने में ठीक तो नहीं होगा। लेकिन 5 साल के भीतर भीतर देखा, दुनिया भारत के आत्मनिर्भर मॉडल की चर्चा करने लग गई है। और कौन हिंदुस्तानी नहीं चाहेगा कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर हो, एनर्जी सेक्टर में हम आत्मनिर्भर हो, एडिबल ऑयल, क्या इस देश को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होना चाहिए? कृषि प्रधान देश हम कहते हैं, खाने का तेल क्या अब देश बाहर से लाएगा? बहुत समय की मांग है कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत को संकल्प को पूरा करना, ये हम सबका दायित्व है। उसमें दल आड़े नहीं आते हैं, सिर्फ दिल चाहिए, देश के लिए चाहिए।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Warm welcome, you're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. A big day today. History etched in 4 words. Nari Shakti, the Women Reservation Bill has been tabled in the Lok Sabha this afternoon. I'm going to get you all the latest. First up, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi presents the historic Women's Reservation Bill in new Parliament. It will be called Nari Shakti Vandam. Prime Minister seeks consensus from all parties for the passage of the bill. 7 hours allotted for debate tomorrow. Credit war erupts over Women's Reservation Bill. Congress claims it introduced women quota. Amit Shah hit back, says women quota was just tokenism for Congress. India transitioned to the new parliament. Prime Minister Modi leads MPs as they enter the new complex, old parliament to be called Samvidhan Sadan, Constitution House. New Delhi expels top Canadian diplomat hours after Justin Trudeau accuses India of killing Khalistani terrorist Nijjar. India calls the charge absurd and motivated. India today accesses 12 more Khalistani terrorists turned gangsters hiding in Canada who are on the most wanted list. Will Trudeau act, or will he continue to pander to his vote bank? UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak snubs Justin Trudeau after he briefs Biden, Sunak and Macron on the allegations against India. But UK government says trade talks with India will continue. There's been a big win for forces as they avenge the death of Anantnag Braves. Lashkar commander Uzahir neutralized after 7 days of anti-terror operations. Well, it's a big day today. The Women Reservation Bill has finally been tabled in Lok Sabha. What's interesting, viewers, in 1947, the Constituent Assembly deemed it unnecessary. And in 2023, after trials, tribulations over the course of many decades, it was tabled. This time around, it seems, it could very well pass. I am joined right now by Ms. Margaret Alva, 5-term Member of Parliament, former Union Minister and Governor, senior leader of the Congress, and importantly, Ms. Alva, in 1987, you were the one which headed the committee constituted by the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, and one of the recommendations at that point of time was a reservation for women where political assertion was concerned. So congratulations, ma'am, it's come a full circle.
Thank you, it's a dream come true.
Would you take us through the long journey, Ms. Margaret Alva? 1987, it was something which was brought in Parliament as well today by Adhiranjan Chaudhary. How under Rajiv Gandhi there was, at least an attempt to bring in parity where women were concerned in the political field. And it's been a very, very long journey ever since. Will you take us through the trials and tribulation of it? Because you were, if I'm not wrong, one of the very few women, from that committee, which is still around to tell the story of what happened.
That's right. It was Rajiv ji who asked me to put a team together to work on the all-round empowerment of women during a 10-year period. He was talking about 89 to 99, so that by 2000 they would step into the new century on an equal footing. So the National Perspective Plan for Women was drawn by us, and we brought it. I took it to the cabinet. But I must say that I had to really face the brickbats, because one of the recommendations was the 33% reservation for women from panchayats to parliament. And everyone was against it. They said there's no way we can allow this to happen. And the general stream was, कहाँ दुनिया में घूम के ये सब ले आते हैं, ये तो हिंदुस्तान में नहीं चलेगा. It will not work. Anyway, when it was rejected there, Rajiv ji called me and said, they are not prepared to accept it as it stands, but we have to stoop to Kodka. So let's start with the panchayats. And then started this whole exercise of getting women in the rural areas, in the local areas, to come out and support this effort at bringing them into local bodies. So that constitution amendment we tried to bring in '89. It was defeated by the opposition. We lost the government, and soon after Rajiv ji was assassinated. His dream unfulfilled. But when P.V. Narasimha Rao ji's government came, we brought the Panchayati Raj bill, and as you know, the constitution amendments, both the urban and local and rural local bodies were constituted, and women today elected to these bodies are more than 16 to 18 lakhs, holding various positions and doing very well. But the next step which was envisaged of taking it up to the assemblies and parliament, they would not hear of it. Parliament, they felt, could not accept so many women. And I don't know why they were afraid, but they just wouldn't listen. We tried, I think 6 times this bill has been introduced in Parliament. It has been scuttled. Like we used to say, पर्दे के पीछे सब एक है. All of them would talk about the women's reservation bill in their manifestos, in party fora, raise their hands. But when it came to the actual passing of the bill in Parliament, they were not prepared. There was no quorum one time. The bill was pulled out of the hands of the law minister, Ram Jethmalani, and torn in the house. We saw various things happen. But I am very happy that today a BJP Prime Minister is bringing a bill which was Rajiv ji, a Congress Prime Minister's dream. And I congratulate him and the government for taking this initiative, and that in the new Parliament, the first bill that is being introduced is the bill for the reservation of women. 75 years after independence, at least our demand is being heard and being acceded to. But now that the bill will be passed, I presume, though I know it will be passed and it will become part of the statute book of the country, today when I went through the details, I was a little, shall I say, sorry or sad to see that the implementation will be done after the next census, which would be any time between 26 and 27, and then the delimitation, which will take at least another 2 years, which means not before 29. And this is very disappointing because the next election will come and go. Don't know what the composition of Parliament will be after that, and what and who will take responsibility to ensure that this law is implemented successfully.
Ms. Alva, you know, the lack of political will to subscribe to set patriarchal structures has cut both ways. Your own allies have let you down multiple times, not once. But you do talk about Rajiv Gandhi's dream, but the sheer fact also, and maybe, you know, if we take the politics away from it, Ms. Alva, it was tabled 3 times over under the Vajpayee government.
more than 3 times. And even the other governments, when it was introduced, it was not passed because we couldn't put the numbers together. Everybody's manifestos spoke about it. Congress, Mamata, regional parties, the left parties, everybody was supporting it. But we couldn't get the sufficient numbers because it was being scuttled by 2 or 3 parties, and numbers were the most important for a constitution amendment.
Correct that. First time it's been tabled by the Modi government, and this time around it does look it would pass. But, with what you touched upon, Ms. Malwa, the sheer fact that the timeline of it seems to suggest that we might not see the light of day in terms of it being implemented on ground with 33% reservation, not before 2029.
That's right.
That is if at all the census happens earlier, then there is a constitutional amendment and we bring in delimitation earlier. We don't know if South parties are going to be on board of that or accept. So it's a long road ahead. Do you see this as an eyewash then? Because ultimately, what is it that we are doing? We're going to pass the buck to the next government, and we don't know what the political structure is then.
At the moment, it is a headline opportunity. It is headlines all over the country. Women are excited. Everybody is congratulating the government. So am I. I am happy that it is at least coming onto the statute book. But let me be honest, when I read the details after the initial euphoria, I said, good God, who knows when and who is going to actually take the initiative to implement it? Because the implementation is not going to be easy. We will have to have the numbers, we will have to, to have a government that will be determined to move forward. And, that's a big question. But once it's on the statute book, I don't think any government is going to amend it or move back. It will only be a movement forward, and the assemblies will have to concur, which I'm sure they will do.
Ms. Alva, I'm going to ask you 2 questions, ma'am, before I let you go. But one of them, history stands testimony that through the course of every time this bill was tabled, it was the socialist leaders that let it down. And you know who all I'm talking about. There's a vast range. Today, where the alliance of your own party stands in the India alliance, there are many political parties which definitely will not be on board with going ahead on whatever the Congress wants to claim is its victory in terms of pushing forth with the women reservation bill. Do you see that as a huge hurdle as well?
No, I believe the mindset has changed, and on the eve of the 24 Parliament elections, I don't see any party standing up and saying no to this bill. After all, women are more than 50% of the electorate. The only issue on which there could be a bit of further discussion or maybe amendments is reservations within reservations.
Quota within quota, ma'am. That's what you're talking about.
I was on the joint parliamentary... Yes. I'm talking about... I was on the joint select committee. We had discussed this in detail, and we had all come to the consensus that in the SC/ST reservation quota, women would get 33%. That there could be no reservation or quota for the backward classes in the women's bill because it doesn't exist for Parliament, right? And that the only way to sort this out is if reservations come for the OBCs or other communities, then we would give them 33% out of their quota. The second issue which was troubling was the question of rotation. It was said that if you rotate, then how will women take their constituency seriously knowing they will not contest again? Our suggestion had been that there should be 2 consecutive elections which a woman should fight from a constituency and rotate them after that. Because we do believe that many of them will be able to fight as general candidates after 10 years. Because women have a reputation of being very dedicated and very committed to their constituencies. That's the second. The third thing, which again was the question, now the bill says 15 years. We had said a minimum of 30 years, which means two elections to be fought by a woman in one constituency. So it would mean that 2 elections and 1/3 at a time would mean 30 years. That I believe now, from what I understand, has been reduced to 15 years. Another suggestion which is now being propped up is dual member constituencies. I think it's crazy. No man is going to allow a woman to function as an equal in his constituency. She will be like baggage tied to his legs.
Right.
And either she gets kicked or she gets kicked out, whatever it is. So I don't think it is at all a solution to this problem. There should be 2 consecutive terms where she will fight, and she is free to contest as a general candidate if she has the confidence and she is accepted by a constituency after the 2 terms. That would be, I think, the best solution. But whatever the pitfalls and the shortcomings,
it still looks like a far dream, at least as of now, a mirage of sorts, Ms. Alba. I'm going to ask you one quick question, ma'am, before I let you go, because there have been many of your ilk, and maybe put politics aside for a minute, who fought the good fight. And, the likes of Sushma Swaraj vociferous in support of the Women Reservation Bill. Would you want to recount some of the women in active politics who over the years have stood shoulder to shoulder and tried to push for this move, which has seen a long time in coming?
We have had women across parties stand together. We had the the women's chain in the well of the house when the bill was towed by some Samajwadi Party women. We did do everything together. There was Sushma, there was Renuka Chaudhary, and there were so many of them that I would like to recount. There was Mrs. Bose from West
Geeta
Bengal.
Mukherjee, ma'am. Let me give you another name.
Geeta Mukherjee was the chairman of, Geeta Mukherjee was very important. She played a very important role as chairman of the Joint Parliamentary Committee. We were so many of us. And when these women of a couple of parties didn't join us, I said to them, हम आपके लिए भी लड़ रहे हैं, आप क्यों नहीं आ रहे हैं सामने? They said, मैडम हम आपके साथ हैं, पर हमारे पार्टी के हमारे नेता लोग हमें टिकट नहीं देंगे, हम आपके साथ खड़े हो जाएंगे तो. So you see, there was so much pressure on them, though all these party people were supporting the cause. And I believe many of them are gone, but they will be rejoicing with us when this happens. And I do hope I will live to see the implementation when it comes in the next few years.
Ma'am, I'm into that, and I hope, and you see it very, very soon, not even getting to whether you live for it or not. Let's hope it happens really soon. Thank you for joining us and taking the time out and speaking with us. And I would hope the likes of Sushma Swaraj, Geeta Mukherjee, wherever they are, if it ever materializes, would also be smiling because, this is a big, big development, historic at that. But let's see how it carries further. Meanwhile, the new Parliament building was inaugurated on the 28th of May. In less than 4 months, on 19 September, work started in the new building, and today, business began on the second day of the special session.
A new day, a special session, and a brand new Parliament building as India rises. At the onset of the second day of the special session, it was time to bid adieu to old. It was the last session at the historic Central Hall.
के सुनहरे पन्नों में अंकित होने का दिन है.
Today onwards, our two houses of the parliament shall have their sittings in the new Parliament House building. We all know that this Central Hall has witnessed transfer of power from Britain to Bharat. I am very happy and enthusiastic about the functions of the two houses of the Parliament. Henceforth, from the new building, which is the symbol of new and emerging Bharat, paving the way for the developed nation as envisaged by Prime Minister by 2047.
As we bid adieu to the Parliament House and move to the new Parliament building today, I am overwhelmed with emotions and tinge of pathos. We would, of course, be continuing our parliamentary duties in the new Parliament building, but will miss the Parliament House.
Members of the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha gathered at the inner courtyard of the old Parliament House for a group photograph. Memories of Indian democracy captured in vibrant colors.
आज हम यहाँ विकसित भारत का संकल्प दोहराना, फिर एक बार संकल्पबद्ध होना और उसको परिपूर्ण करने के लिए जी जान से जुटने के इरादे से नए भवन की तरफ प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं.
On this momentous occasion, as we stand on the threshold of adding a new chapter to the annals of our parliamentary democracy, I congratulate you all on our phenomenal rise. We all are indeed privileged to be witnessing this history in the making as we bid adieu to this magnificent Parliament building which houses both the chambers of our Parliament and this imposing Central Hall and move to the new one.
खूबसूरत तस्वीर है जिसका हम सभी बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो पल आ चुका है.
And they marched on to the new horizon, united, in harmony, each holding a brand new Indian constitution in hand. Together, the parliamentarians of India, that is Bharat, elected representatives of 1 billion countrymen, started the day in the new parliament.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आज हमारे देश के लोकतांत्रिक इतिहास का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, जब हम संसद के नए भवन में लोकसभा की पहली बैठक आरंभ कर रहे हैं. माननीय अर्जुन मेघवाल जी.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
The first work on table was the historic introduction of the 128th Constitution Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha to provide for 1/3 reservation to women of India in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies. With that, Indian democracy scored its first in the new Parliament House.
बिल को अपलोड कर दिया गया है. नई टेक्नोलॉजी है संसद की और नई टेक्नोलॉजी में आप इसमें देख लें, बिल अपलोड कर दिया है.
आर्टिकल 370 हटाने से लेकर वो विषय ऐसा रहा जो शायद ही कोई दशक ऐसा होगा कि चर्चा न हुई हो, चिंता न हुई हो और मांग न हुई हो. आक्रोश भी व्यक्त हुआ। सभागृह में भी हुआ, सभागृह के बाहर भी हुआ। लेकिन हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि हमें सदन में आर्टिकल 370 से मुक्ति पाने का, अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने का एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कदम और इस महत्वपूर्ण काम में माननीय सांसदों की, संसद की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। अभी तक लोकसभा और राज्यसभा ने मिलकर करीब करीब 4000 से अधिक कानून पास किए हैं। और कभी जरूरत पड़ी तो ज्वाइंट सेशन के माध्यम से भी कानून पारित करने की दिशा में रणनीति बनानी पड़ी और उसके तहत भी दहेज रोकथाम कानून हो, बैंकिंग सर्विस कमीशन बिल हो, आतंक से लड़ने के लिए कानून हो, ये संयुक्त सत्र में पास किए गए हैं, इसी गृह में पास किए गए।
महिला आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने। लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है।
माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
Now, months ago, when the new parliament building was unveiled, when you had the inauguration by the Prime Minister in that grand puja, there was a lot of talk about a symbol of sovereignty and transfer of power in the times of the Chola Empire, which was revived. I'm referring to the Sengol. And here's a look at the journey of the Sengol. It's been much debated, but what exactly is the story behind this artifact?
Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
This landmark tryst carries a backstory. A backstory rarely told. A backstory that dates back to the Chola Empire, a Tamil dynasty that originated in the Kaveri Valley and ruled the region for over 500 years until the 13th century. Just before the Union Jack came down and 300 years of British rule ended. The transfer of power was emblematically encapsulated in the Tamil ceremony. Priests from prominent Tamil mutts carried a 5-foot scepter, sprinkled it with holy water, and handed it to Pandit Nehru at his Delhi home at sunset on August 14th. This wasn't an ordinary symbol of sovereignty, called Sengol, derived from the Sanskrit word shank or a conch, surmounted by a carving of Nandi, Shiva's sacred bull. The golden staff, made by craftsmen in what was then called Madras, was modelled after the wand that the Chola kings would hand to their successors. The choice wasn't random. It was the outcome of deep thoughts and research. Pandit Nehru turned to freedom fighter C. Rajagopalachari for suggestions regarding a symbol for the transfer of power from the British to the Indians. Rajagopalachari found the answer in history. He contacted a leading mutt down south to create the Sengol of the Chola tradition. Its seer then commissioned the job to the famous Vumidi Bangaru jewelers.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Powered by UBI, good people to bank with. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. What a historic day it's been. History was etched in 4 words. Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. Well, that was the bill that was tabled, women reservation, where politics is concerned. And with that, we also raise a question in this debate. At least there is a start, and this time around, it very well could happen. 1947, at the Constituent Assembly, what was deemed unnecessary could this time around make it pass through in 2023. Serendipity, if one might say, but whatever it might be, credit was galore. But when it comes down to women empowerment, it couldn't be better news. But the question that we are asking, going ahead from here, is it etching history in the real term, or somewhere down the line setting political narrative? What is the timeline of women reservation if the bill clears both houses this time around. Let's cut across to our panelists. Joining me is Lalita Kumara Mangalam, former chairperson MCW, Neeraja Chaudhary, senior journalist as well with us. We begin with Lalita Kumara Mangalam. Ma'am, congratulations. History has been made. We hope it follows through. But where the timeline comes into question, what we are looking at is at least till 2029, because the clause in the bill says after delimitation. Before that, a census would need to take place, and it's only then the delimitation takes place, and only then can we even look at reservation. Political dynamics could change, but yet, well begun at least.
First of all, let me say congratulations to every woman in this country who's been raising their voice for the women's reservation bill. Because you're right, it finally gives some hope where women will be allowed to take part in the decision-making process. Not just a few selected women, regardless of their background, but women right from the grassroots upwards, especially at the assembly level. In the local languages, not always just in parliament, but also, as I said, in the various states that they represent or will be represented. I think what you're asking me is how long we think it will take for it to come into actual implementation. Once the bill passes this parliament, which it will, because it has been timed well to ensure that there is a majority for the BJP in both houses, and it will be passed. After that, we have been told that they have to do the delimitation exercise and, of course, the census. As we all know, the census was delayed because of the COVID. There was no way it could have been done. I think it was June 2021, but it didn't happen because of COVID, it was delayed. I've also heard that it has been told that it should not take more than 2 to 3 years. Obviously, it's not going to come in before the 2024 elections, which would, of course, have been ideal. And all of us would have been extremely happy had it done so. But there is the, I wouldn't say promise, but there is the assertion that this will be fast-tracked as much as it can. And I think they're looking at 2 to 3 years. According to me personally, 2 years may be a little too short a period of time, but well before 2029.
But, you know, the way we are looking at in terms of the timeline, ma'am, because now it seems very clear that it's not going to happen in 2024. Who knows what the political dynamics are in 2024? And if you actually do have that kind of brute majority to push a reform like this in. And, you know, having said that, is it also then passing the buck to 2024? You don't know what comes then. You know, all this effort could go down the drain.
The likelihood of it going down the drain is very little because every party will have to put their weight behind this bill this time. And they will find it extremely difficult to explain to the women of India, regardless of, I mean, especially the ones who are not directly in politics. The ordinary woman who would have expected, again, as I say, more at the state level, where they expect that one day we will also have a chance. Many young women today are very ambitious in this respect, and rightly so. So I don't think it would be that easy to jump the bill, so to say, once it's been passed by both houses of parliament. If it's been passed by one house, like happened in the earlier times, then yes, it's easy. But once both houses of parliament have passed it, it's very difficult for any political party to give any sort of reasoning, any sort of rationale that will be accepted, especially by the women of this country.
Ma'am, I'll ask you two quick questions before I let you go. And my first question is political. Yeah, I understand, you know, today is a day to celebrate, and it is. It's a huge achievement, like I said. You know, something which was deemed unnecessary in 47, we've come full circle, and we're actually looking to implement it in 23. But the political question is, which stems from what the opposition says, that you've had brute majority, you're from the BJP since 2014. What stopped the BJP from bringing this bill earlier, and why wait 10 years down the line to actually push something like this?
Look, I think we have brute majority in the Lok Sabha. The Rajya Sabha took us some time. As you know, it's not been the same. I mean, both houses, we were not in majority in both houses right from day one, especially of Mr. Modi's after him being elected in 2014. And also, consensus is not easy to arrive on this bill. It would be a lie on my part to say, especially given the fact that I've worked on women's issues from 1980 1978, long before I came into politics, the opposition to the women's bill has not come just from outside the BJP. There have been many people inside the BJP, and not merely always the men, but there are also women who don't think that this is the ideal way to go forward to increase women's representation in the government bodies. There has been a lot of problems that women have faced, and we've been fighting for this for well over, I remember, at least 40 years. More than that, because I've had members from my family fight for this. I have seen and I have met people like Aruna Asafali, etc., when my mother used to work with them from that time, which is more than 50 years, easily. And there was a lot of opposition. So remember that the timing of this bill is fortuitous because Mr. Modi has been very clever about introducing it at a time when he knows he can push it through both houses of parliament.
Fair enough. And, my final question to you, keeping the politics aside, you said that, right from your own family, they've stood in line shoulder to shoulder, women especially, cutting across party lines. Would you take a moment to maybe recount that? We were talking to Margaret Alva a short while ago. She thinks it's historic. The likes and the endeavor of a Sushma Swaraj, a Geeta Mukherjee, a Margaret Alva or a Renuka Chaudhary.
Geeta Mukherjee was incidentally my mother's aunt. So, I mean, it's within my family, there have been many people who have argued for this. My own aunt was Parvati Krishnan. She was also in the CPI. And I mean, on this particular issue, across the board, as you've just said, whether it was Sushma ji, whether it was Geeta Mukherjee, whether it was many other people, I mentioned Aruna Asafali, she's far older than them, but she was also a very senior person and a doyen of the women's movement, as it's called. Everybody stood side by side, and there was no politics played.
Right.
You will see many photos where you will see even Ginda Karat standing hand in hand with Sushma ji, etc. Sheila Dikshit. They were all from different parties, but on this one issue, they were united, which is how it should have been. I wish all politics was like that, but unfortunately today it isn't. But on this issue, I'm very happy that across the board, women have supported it, especially the senior women leaders from across all parties.
Ma'am, you're right there. You've taught by example, and I'm sure there's a great sense of pride with your association with the likes of Geeta Mukherjee. We read about her in college, and really the kind of work that she'd put in. Congratulations once again, and we hope to speak with you once this bill is clear. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Let's cut across right now to our other guests. Neeraja Chaudhary, senior journalist, also with us. Lavanya Balal, spokesperson, Congress. Charu Pragya. Neeraja Chaudhary, the journey of the women reservation bill has been long. It's been arduous. You've covered it. Do you see it actually be a reality or a possibility, Neeraja Chaudhary, or do you still see a bit of a red herring to all of this?
Preeti, I can't make out what you're saying. A huge amount of echo is coming, so I cannot distinguish your words at all.
Ma'am,
your studio can correct
Okay, we are going to correct that. We're just going to correct that. Give us about 10 seconds. We are correcting that. While we correct it, I want to cut across to our other guest, Lavanya Balal. Maybe not a day to take credit, maybe the day also to celebrate.
Good evening, Preeti. Actually, it started off with quite a bit of excitement yesterday. All of us were excited. I mean, it was quite exciting for women from across the board. It would have been a great day. And, it is a little disappointing because this is a government which has come with a brute majority, and passing a bill like this would have been a cakewalk. I mean, we have seen that they have bulldozed even problematic legislations in the parliament. So it wouldn't have been difficult for the central government to pass this particular bill, but to put, caveats and to say, we will be bringing this up only after the census, decadal census, which, of course, if you look at the G20 countries, we were the only country which hasn't done the census. It's a little disappointing. I wish, all our seniors have worked tirelessly for decades to make this come true. I wish this was passed without any caveats today.
Well, I understand it hasn't been passed yet. It's been tabled. Tomorrow's the discussion, and then we're going to see whether it does pass. But somewhere down the line, as I hate really ever pulling the woman card, but as women, we must look back and look at all of them who fought the good fight, and that cuts across party lines. Yes. Be it the likes of your very own Lavanya Balal, Margaret Alva, 1987, yes. or the Renuka Chaudhary, or on the other side, Sushma Swaraj. You have Brinda Karat, you have a Geeta Mukherjee. Yes. They've all stood shoulder to shoulder to bring together what it is. Charu Pragya, yes. It's a moment in time which will be recorded in history that it was under the governance of Prime Minister Modi. But do we fall short if we don't give credit to those who started it earlier?
Preeti, I'm glad you said that, we should give credit to all the good women who fought this fight. And I think there are some causes which can unite people across party lines when it comes to empowering women and making sure that they have a place at the decision-making table. I think that's one cause which is worthy of uniting women across party lines. And not being political here, I do want to mention that there are so many colleagues of mine in other political parties, and we'll have a lot of differences of opinions about everything. We'll debate ferociously. But when it comes to this one agenda, that women need a place at this table, women should have representation at the parliament, I have seen them unite. And it warms my heart to see this bill being tabled today. It makes me very happy because I think finally we're at a point where we can put aside party differences and we can say the government has tabled a bill which is meaningful to not just women, it's meaningful to men too. Because when women are at the decision-making table, the lives of the whole countrymen, country people are going to be impacted, and women empowerment cannot happen without the support of men. At this point of time, the man I want to thank is Prime Minister Modi ji. He's tabled the bill. I know the opposition says that they are in support of the bill, but after that, they do add a very big but. I was hoping that this...
Okay, I'm going to not get to the but today, Charu Pragya. With both Lavanya and Charu, they've agreed today on one point, and that is that it's a day to celebrate. They both can take credit, definitely. Nobody's stopping them. But Neerja Chaudhary, I want to come back and ask you that question which I did. It's been a long, arduous journey for the Women Reservation Bill. Do you actually see it being a reality, or do you still read a bit of red herring to it all, keeping in mind the timeline that is depicted, because we won't see the light of day of it till 2029?
Yes, I think I see more chance of it going through, though of course the government has linked it to the delimitation and census exercise, which makes it possible that it will happen only in 2029, not 2024. But I would say certainly we've come a long way in the last 27 years in terms of the growing consciousness of women, younger women, who dream dreams and want to scale new heights and break new ceilings. So that is a huge pressure for parties that would have otherwise opposed it. It will be that much more difficult for these parties, particularly the OBC leaders who opposed it in the past, to do that. Be difficult for Tejasvi Yadav to do what Lalu Yadav did, or for Akhilesh Yadav to Singh Yadav did. So I think, yes, there is a greater chance of this bill going through, and it's a historic day, because to keep women out in a country like India, a parliamentary democracy like India, and have only 14.6% representation, when even Pakistan has 20%, Bangladesh has 21%, and many countries have achieved parity. When women are making their mark everywhere, it makes no sense. And that is because women have been systematically kept out of the political system on the grounds of winnability. I think that is going to change, and I would say the credit goes to everybody. But if Mr. Narendra Modi manages to get it passed, then Jo Jeeta wo Sikandar.
I agree with you, Ms. Chaudhary. But when you say Jo Jeeta wo Sikandar, the credit will go to Narendra Modi, and it should, because he's managed to time it well if it does get passed. But I'll come back to you in one question, and I apologize to our other two participants in this debate. I would have liked to give them more time. We got Lalita Badwar and we'd got Margaret Alva earlier. But Neerja Chaudhary, I want to just ask you one quick question before I let you go. And that question is, ma'am, you've covered Indian politics for so long. You've seen so many seasons of parliament. Who do you, if you have to recount the journey, with women, and I want to say it again, who fought the good fight, and it's taken them decades to reach where we are. Do you have any names with you, Ms. Chaudhary?
Who would I give the credit to?
Yes, over time, ma'am.
Yeah?
Yes, over time.
Yeah, as I said, this journey started with Rajiv Gandhi wanting to give 1/3 representation to women in the local bodies. That the bill could not be passed because there was huge reaction from the state governments. And Narasimha Rao managed to pass it in 1992 when the country's attention was elsewhere, actually. It was soon after the demolition of the Babri Masjid, when these bills, 74th Amendment, 75th Amendment got passed. Then Devagowda brings it, introduces it, and I remember standing at the entrance of Parliament and hearing senior leaders tell their workers, अगर तुम अंदर जाओगे ना तो अगली बार तुम्हें टिकट नहीं मिलने वाला. They wanted to prevent a quorum from being completed when the bill was introduced. So there was resistance from within all parties, no matter what the public stand they took. Sonia Gandhi pushed for it in 2010, passed in the Rajya Sabha, but resistance in the Lok Sabha from the OBC leaders that supported the UPA government. And now finally, Narendra Modi has taken the bull by the horn and has decided, and women are an important constituency of Narendra Modi, and women are increasingly emerging as a vote bank in the country.
Well, you're right there, ma'am. Bang on. The irony, I need to go into a quick break, but I have to say, you can read it as irony, but as Neeraja Chowdhury pointed out, it began with Rajiv Gandhi, and in all probability, it will reach fruition under Narendra Modi. Interesting to look at it that way. And women always been the kingmaker when it comes down to Indian politics, never quite the king or the queen. This time around, things just might change. I thank all our three panelists for joining us. Appreciate it. Apologies if we didn't come down back to them. We've had a lot of guests, but we're going to keep the conversation going tomorrow as well. Up next, Rahul Kanwar.
और मेरा विश्वास है देश जिस दिशा में चल पड़ा है इच्छित परिणाम अवश्य प्राप्त होंगे। हम गति जितनी तेज करेंगे परिणाम उतने जल्दी मिलेंगे। आज भारत 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था पर पहुंचा है, लेकिन पहले 3 में पहुंचने के संकल्प के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और मैं जिस स्थान पर बैठा हूं, जो जानकारियां प्राप्त होती है उसके आधार पर विश्व के गणमान्य लोगों से बातचीत करता हूं, उसके आधार पर मैं बड़े विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, हम में से कुछ लोगों की निराशा हो सकती है, लेकिन दुनिया आश्वस्त है कि भारत टॉप 3 में पहुंच के रहेगा। अब हमारे लिए छोटी छोटी चीजों में उलझना वो वक्त चला गया है। हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लक्ष्य को सबसे पहले परिपूर्ण करना चाहिए और हमसे शुरुआत होती है, हर नागरिक से शुरुआत होती है। और आज दुनिया में भी एक समय ऐसा था कि लोग मुझे कहते थे, हमारे बड़े बड़े बुद्धिजीवी और अर्थशास्त्री लिखते थे कि मोदी आत्मनिर्भर की बात करता है तो मल्टीलेटरलिज्म के सामने चुनौती तो बन नहीं जाएगा, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के जमाने में ठीक तो नहीं होगा। लेकिन 5 साल के भीतर भीतर देखा दुनिया भारत के आत्मनिर्भर मॉडल की चर्चा करने लग गई है। और कौन हिंदुस्तानी नहीं चाहेगा कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर हो, एनर्जी सेक्टर में हम आत्मनिर्भर हो, एडिबल ऑयल, क्या इस देश को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होना चाहिए? कृषि प्रधान देश हम कहते हैं, खाने का तेल क्या अब देश बाहर से लाएगा? बहुत समय की मांग है कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत को संकल्प को पूरा करना, ये हम सबका दायित्व है। उसमें दल आड़े नहीं आते हैं, सिर्फ दिल चाहिए, देश के लिए चाहिए।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 22 degrees.
आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे, तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने। लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया, वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है।
माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
"28 months went into building this monumental narrative. An architectural masterpiece. A reflection of the nation's Atmanirbhar vision. Let's take you now on a tour of India's new parliament. The House of the People, our new Lok Sabha. Larger and grander, 888 seats, almost 300 more than the old chamber. This is the brand new Rajya Sabha, bigger, more spacious. Designed to accommodate 384 members, around 100 more seats than the present upper house. Vastness is just one element of this stately complex. India's new parliament embodies the Indian diversity in all its glory. Materials sourced from across the country to build this temple of democracy.
teak wood from Nagpur in Maharashtra, Rajasthan's red and white sandstone, carpets procured from Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh. The stone jali work bears the craftsmanship of Rajnagar in Rajasthan and Noida in Uttar Pradesh. Flooring of bamboo wood from the northeast from Agartala in Tripura. Indore in Madhya Pradesh sent the Ashok Chakra. The Ashok emblem sourced from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar in Maharashtra and Jaipur in Rajasthan.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, Fashion for your furniture. Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, Har family hogi insured. Co-powered by The Bold Look of Kohler. UBI, good people to bank with.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Here's wishing all our viewers a very happy Ganesh Chaturthi. And on this auspicious occasion, the government tabling the historic Women's Reservation Bill in Parliament, but the implementation likely to happen only after delimitation and the census. So what does that mean? When will 33% women definitely get to be a part of the Indian Parliament? We look at that big political story, a momentous occasion, this on the news track tonight.
Milestone mark for Nari Shakti. Women's quota bill introduced.